Liu resigned from the exploitative factory, as the harrowing conditions of the death-dealing assembly line became utterly unbearable. He returned to the small fishing village that lingered in his dreams. While others were still toiling in the factory on 2 shifts, Liu had already set sail on a fishing boat. I began reeling in not just the green grouper or the tiger grouper, but now I've started catching 8-pound red grouper. In addition to deep-sea fishing, he embarked on a journey with his fleet to fish in the oil wells of the South China Sea. Chapter 1. The Exploitative Factory. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Its scorching rays pierced the concrete ground like a fire dragon, seemingly intent on melting it, leaving deep footprints in its wake. The surface of the sea near the dock occasionally erupted with the splashes of fish leaping and crashing back into the water. "Mom, is there any food left?" At the easternmost edge of the village, a young man stood beneath the vibrant red brick house, vigorously knocking on the door. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and before the young man could react, a sharp smack resounded as he felt a heavy blow to his back, akin to being struck by a sledgehammer. "You were doing so well as an apprentice. Why did you stop?" "Mom, you don't understand. Let me in first." It's sweltering outside. Just let this good-for-nothing in first," Liu's father said from inside, glaring at him sternly. Father is home as well, Liu thought, feeling an instant sense of dread at his father's icy gaze. Liu recalled how his parents had tightened their belts to support his college education, while he had secretly slipped away to work, only calling them after arriving in the special economic zone. They had painstakingly found him an apprenticeship, yet he had quietly gone to work in the factory instead, feeling he owed it to his ancestors to put forth effort. Liu entered the house silently with his luggage, not daring to meet his father's gaze even for a moment. It seemed he could not escape this impending beating and steeled himself to walk into the house. He had ventured out full of confidence, believing he could make a name for himself in the big city. Little did he know, the factory's relentless assembly line left his hands moving in shadows, unable to keep pace. "Weren't you quite confident when you went to the special zone? How is it that you've returned so forlorn?" Li's father felt an overwhelming urge to punish this good-for-nothing. He had refused college, ignored the apprenticeship arranged for him, and now returned in such a disheveled state. "Explain yourself, otherwise you will pay dearly today. You may lie in bed for half the day, but you will face consequences." The couple was infuriated. They had heard him say he was quitting to return home, and now they wondered what he could possibly do in this environment. Fishing, perhaps? The diminutive fish, no larger than a thumb, had been thoroughly harvested from the coastal waters, let alone the 4 to 5 months of fishing ban each year. Am I to return to inherit the 2 fish ponds left by my family? The factory I went to is nothing short of a heartless establishment, operating in 2 shifts. It truly is a deadly assembly line, with no provision for meals or accommodation. They frequently deduct wages, making it far better to return home. Liu lamented, feeling helpless, as he lacked the educational qualifications and had no idea what to do outside. Returning to fish with his father seemed the wiser choice. "You deserve all that's coming to you. Wasn't I the one who found you an apprenticeship at factory? Yet you chose to run off to another factory," scolded his companion. Little did Li Fu know that the welding apprenticeship he secured for him had transformed the skilled trade of welding into a mere ordinary occupation. Moreover, the welding apprentices there must toil for a year before they can graduate, and their wages consist solely of a meager base salary. Although meals and lodging are provided, they are also required to purchase cigarettes as offerings for their instructors. Otherwise, the instructors refuse to allow any practice and only assign them menial tasks. Even if one acquires knowledge, they are still obligated to diligently serve at the factory for 3 years, bound by a contract signed upon entering as an apprentice. Thankfully, he did not go. "Ayu, please give me Along's phone number. I wish to inquire about this situation." Li's mother, having calmed down, sought to verify the truth of what was said. Along is from their village, and it was he who had recommended the apprenticeship. "Isn't there Along's number with your father?" "All right, I hope you're not deceiving me." Li's mother cast him a glance before retreating indoors to make the call. "Hello, Along. This is Liu's mother. He has returned home," she announced. Initially, Along hesitated to speak, but upon hearing that Liu had fled home, he slowly divulged the truth. "Aunt, let me tell you, children cannot learn anything at such factories unless they buy gifts for the supervisor. Only then will the supervisor allow us to teach them. Even if we do teach the children, they must study for 2 years before they can find work on their own. Take my last apprentice, who spent 5 years at this factory, 3 years as an apprentice followed by 2 years as a welder. Even this year, when he tried to switch to another factory, he was still cheated out of 3 months' wages. Liu is quite diligent in my eyes. I've observed him closely. With each of Along's grievances, Li's mother grew increasingly astonished. How could the factory be so unscrupulous? And what was the government doing about it? Along, could you tell me if anything of value can be learned at this factory? I merely wish for my child to acquire some skills. Alas, to learn a trade in this factory? If the child remains here any longer, his wages will merely serve to line the pockets of the supervisor and the factory owner. Along typically refrained from expressing such sentiments within the factory, but now that he found someone to vent to, he had much to say about the factory. Alas, to learn a trade, without encountering a good mentor, no one will genuinely teach the child any skills. Thank you, Along. Had I known earlier, I would have insisted he pursue a diploma, lamented Li's mother, feeling dejected. Li's father, silent beside her, lit a cigarette, his expression dark and foreboding. Enough, aunt. Liu is usually quite honest. Think carefully. I would not speak like this to anyone else, Along said, his face alight with excitement. He never dared to complain about the factory while there, as it could result in wage deductions if the management discovered his discontent. At the dining table, Li's mother served steaming dishes one after another. However, the sumptuous spread evoked no appetite in anyone present, and no one picked up their chopsticks. Liu felt conflicted. He longed to urge everyone to start eating, but was at a loss for words after returning home unannounced. Just then, Li's father gently tapped the table, shattering the silence. Thump, thump, time to eat. Hearing this, Liu looked up at his mother and said, Mom, please enjoy this dish. It's sour and refreshing. Li's mother gazed at her obedient son, a wave of complex emotions washing over her. She sighed deeply, reminiscing about the circumstances following her son's high school graduation. At that time, her son had little interest in academics and was wholly focused on attending the excavator training program organized by the government in the city. However, as parents, they insisted he pursue a diploma, believing it would secure a brighter future. Who could have foreseen that the excavator training program would cease recruiting? Left with no alternative, their son had to seek work in the special economic zone. It was rumored that those who graduated from the excavator training program now earned over $3,000 a month, yet the government no longer offered such training. Now, their son had neither acquired skills nor earned money. Was he destined to drift at sea like his father, a mere fisherman? Li's father pondered. Having learned no skills, the next step would be marriage and children. The couple had contemplated the idea of letting their child become a fisherman. Yet fishing depended heavily on fortune and posed significant dangers. They were loath to subject their only child to the perils of the sea. As Liu observed the meal nearing completion, he swiftly prepared to clear the dishes, but was met with a sharp rebuke. Get lost. Chapter 2. The beach. Hey, Huir, let that mutt tidy up slowly and come here for a moment. Ah, you now 18. Mused that if he worked diligently for a few more years, saved enough money to build a house, and then found a wife for himself, it might not be a bad idea. Sounds good, but I wonder what that rascal intends to do upon his return. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to fish? That's for him to decide, came the response. Alas, I shall go seek out the old man. Doesn't he still have those 2 fish ponds? We could take them over for Ayu to raise shrimp. That could yield an extra 20 to 30,000 a year. Agreed. Let us make a trip next month. Li's father sighed in relief. He was indeed contemplating the prospect of using his father-in-law's fish ponds. The old man was alone at home, his health not being the best. So it would be wiser not to rent the ponds out to others, but to manage them themselves for a bit more profit. However, it was a delicate matter that he felt would be better discussed by his wife. Xiaohui, the tide has receded. I'm off to gather sea treasures. Li's mother, whose birth name was Zhang Xiaohui, was from the neighboring Baisha village and had 2 elder brothers, both of whom resided in the special economic zone, one in the second-hand mobile phone trade and the other in garment printing. Sister Xia, wait for me, Li's mother said, changing into her shoes and grabbing her tools and bucket before heading out. Liu considered his own idleness and decided to change into shoes and join her. Their home was a mere 10-minute walk from the beach, but by the time he arrived, the tide had already receded, revealing vast expanses of mudflats. And he found himself late to the gathering, as many people were already present. With the tide having pulled back a bit more, he thought it prudent to start from the furthest rocks. As he walked, he noticed several small pools formed by the gathered stones ahead, where the little fish and crabs, unable to escape the receding tide, often sought refuge beneath the rocks. With a careful hand, he lifted a stone, and as the water stirred, it cleared just enough for him to spot a blue crab resting in the shallows. The crab, unaware of the impending danger, was swiftly captured by Liu, who pushed it into the sand, securing it by its belly with his thumb before lifting it up. The captured crab waved its formidable pincers, capable of inflicting a painful pinch that could break a nail. With deftness, Liu retrieved a thin string from his bucket and bound the crab before tossing it inside, mindful that a broken claw would diminish its value, though, of course, it would still be a treat for himself. The blue crab held its worth, and he was uncertain of the current market price, but he thought, I should bring some back for my mother. Remembering how much his father relished spicy snails, he resolved to collect some to please him. The larger snails could be found closer to the outer rocks, and as he dug out a few, he noticed the tide had receded even further. He rolled up his pants to his thighs and ventured a bit farther out, confident that there would be more to find. He continued until the water was still below his knees and began to excavate the spicy snails, which were noticeably larger in this area, often accompanied by clams clinging to the rocks. Those gathered at the beach were too engrossed in their work to notice his wanderings, allowing him to continue undisturbed. As the tide withdrew further, he found himself increasingly captivated by the thrill of the hunt. However, the prolonged exposure to the sun left him drenched in sweat, with only his feet submerged in water providing some relief. After considerable effort, he had amassed over 2 kilograms of spicy snails in his bucket, but the tide was now beginning to rise once more. Liu settled onto the sand, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the rising waters. While it was not overly difficult to gather enough for a meal from the recently receded tide, he pondered the sustainability of such a diet, realizing it could not be relied upon daily as it bore little financial return. How to earn money then? Perhaps by joining my father at sea? He mused. That could be lucrative, yet we are currently in a months-long fishing ban, and the boats are plentiful. Besides, fishing at sea is truly exhausting, and my slight frame may not withstand it. Deep-sea fishing, perhaps? He considered. If I cannot cast nets, I could certainly fish with a rod. Few are aware of deep-sea fishing techniques, and trawlers seldom reach the rocky seabed where the fish dwell. Suddenly invigorated by the thought, he recalled having fished before and knowing how to read the currents. Just as he was about to rise and head home, a sudden splash caught his attention, an unmistakable sound of a large fish leaping to seize its prey. The commotion was undoubtedly caused by predatory fish. Liu's eyes widened as he focused intently on the water's surface, initially believing it to be a fish following the tide in search of food. But as he heard another splash, he realized the sounds originated from the rocky outcroppings nearby. His gaze shifted back to the rocks, and suddenly, a fish as thick as his forearm shot out of the water like a cannonball, crashing back down and sending a plume of water cascading. Crab-eater? Absolutely a crab-eater, Liu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. Having grown up by the sea, he was familiar with fish and recognized this one. The crab-eater fish resembled a catfish, compact in shape, typically measuring between 10 to 20 centimeters, with a long oval body that allowed it to navigate through the rocky crevices effortlessly. Its unique texture and tender, elastic meat offered a delicate, smooth experience. As a carnivorous species, it primarily fed on shrimp and crabs, imparting a rich and savory flavor to its flesh, reminiscent of crab or shrimp. Liu approached the juncture where seawater met rock, observing the multitude of water-filled crevices formed by the stacked stones. Ah, no wonder there are crab-eaters here, with so many hiding spots, he mused, stroking his unshaven chin as he examined the water holes, noting the slight silt at the entrances, convinced that numerous crab-eaters lurked within. While smaller crab-eaters held little value, those exceeding half a kilogram commanded a respectable price. The one that had just leapt from the water surely weighed more than that. Realizing that digging into the holes would be futile, as the fish would likely flee, he decided that fishing would be the most effective method. Determined, he prepared to return home, having been out long enough to warrant concern. He hadn't spotted his mother on his way out, and lingering any longer would surely earn him a scolding from his father. Content with his haul, he strolled leisurely towards home, only to hear his father's voice call out. That rascal. He said he was going to gather sea treasures, yet I see no sign of him. I didn't spot him on the beach either. Has he run off? Upon hearing this, Liu quickened his pace, calling out, Hey, my dearest mother, I wasn't playing. I was at the rocks collecting spicy snails. As he spoke, he tilted the bucket to show them, fearful that his father's wrath might soon descend upon him. You gathered so many spicy snails. I didn't even see you. His father inspected the bucket, eyes widening. Oh, and you caught this sizable blue crab? It must weigh half a kilogram. As the bucket tilted, revealing both the blue crab and a stone crab, commonly found and thus overlooked, his father squeezed the crab's belly, noting its firmness. It's over half a kilogram. Let us add this to your dinner. Add what? Sell it. Such a large blue crab must be worth over 60 yuan, Li's father remarked, noticing that his wife's attention was fully on their son, turning to her with a knowing glance. In truth, he missed his son dearly, having not seen him for over 6 months, and felt a twinge of frustration at his immediate departure upon returning home. All right. I'll add something special for both of you, she conceded. The two have shared the same bed and pillow for so many years, yet she remains oblivious? Very well. I shall tidy up these spicy snails, and then prepare dinner. You should change your clothes. Your trousers are soaked. Mom, let me help you with that. It's no trouble. It will dry shortly. Liu, at this moment, remains unresponsive. When will he finally show some initiative? Off he scurries to the sink to wash the spicy snails. The stone crab should be kept in water. And we'll eat the snails tomorrow after soaking them for about an hour with a bit of salt to expel the mud and sand within. Chapter 3. The crab tiger emerges. Liu diligently scrubbed the surface impurities and slime off the spicy snails with a brush, then placed them in the sink to soak. Dad, how much is half a caddy of crab tiger going for these days? About 45 yuan per half caddy. You're not thinking of going to the mangroves to dig for crab tigers, are you? Li's father shot his son a skeptical glance. While there are crab tigers in the mangroves, the heat is stifling, the terrain is treacherous, and the mosquitoes are rampant. Not to mention, when you dig, the mud clings to the hoe, making it nearly impossible to shake off. No. I spotted some sizable crab tigers near the rocky shore on the east side of the beach today. I want to see if I can catch one. Aren't crab tigers usually in their holes? How did you see them? When the tide came in, I saw them leap out of their holes to feed. I then noticed numerous holes among the rocks, all with muddy entrances. Let us check it out after dinner. If you're going to fish for crab tigers, collect some smelly little fish and shrimp from the dock. The stinkier, the better for catching crab tigers and stone eels. All right, I'll go right away. Liu grabbed a plastic bag and headed to the small dock in front of the village, scouring the area to collect over half a caddy of small fish and shrimp that had fallen from boats earlier that morning. After dinner, Li's father retrieved some steel wire from the house, using pliers to bend one end into a small loop, ensuring it was of a suitable size for easy attachment to the fishing line. Gradually, he shaped the wire into a fishhook, making sure the curve was sufficiently rounded to penetrate the fish. He cut the other end to an appropriate length and smoothed it with a file to avoid damaging the fishing line or fish mouth. Finally, he secured it with fishing line, wrapping it around a wooden stick approximately 20 centimeters long. Li's father quickly fashioned around 10 hooks, then took a tin bucket and tossed in a net bag, signaling that they were ready. All right, once it gets dark, we'll head out to catch crab tigers. Li's father had his own motives. Secrets in the village were scarce. Given that it was still light out, crab tigers were quite valuable. And if someone saw Liu fishing, the whole village would know. The next time he returned to the rocks, they would have already been turned over. Fine. We'll wait until it's pitch black. Liu understood his father's unspoken concerns. We're heading out. Be careful. Liu grasped the bucket as the moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the ground so clearly that even the ants were visible without the need for a flashlight. The father and son traversed the sandy beach to the rocky area where Liu had made his discovery earlier that day. Li's father switched on his flashlight, examining several holes and confirming that crab tigers indeed resided there. It seemed that too many people frequented this area, drawing little attention to it. Crab tigers preferred to hide in crevices among the rocks and in surrounding caves. Fishing for crab tigers didn't require a rod. Hand lines were the best method. Relying solely on tactile feedback, Liu donned gloves. It was essential as crab tigers were strong, especially when larger specimens were caught, pulling the line painfully into the flesh. He found a hole the size of a small bowl, took out the prepared hook, and baited it with the collected stinky fish, gently lowering it into the water, occasionally giving it a slight jiggle. After nearly 2 minutes without a bite, he switched to 2 or 3 other holes, still receiving no response. Li's father had already caught 3 or 4. What is going on? Not a single one. Liu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Come here, let me show you. It's all about my technique. Without me, you'd be lost. Li's father chuckled at his son's puzzled expression. Do you notice any differences between the holes I chose and yours? Upon closer inspection, Li's father realized that the holes he had selected were submerged, while Liu's were above water. Could it be that the crab tigers are all underwater today? Li's father gazed at him in silence. How could you be so foolish? If your chosen holes are above water, how do you expect the fish to enter? Are you daft? Liu remained silent, smacking his forehead in realization before returning to his fishing. After being out for half a year, you've turned into a simpleton. How could you forget how to find crab tigers? I've taught you so much before, Li's father muttered under his breath, watching his son with exasperation. Liu moved forward to the rocks, locating a hole the size of a fist, removing the now pale fish and replacing it with a small shrimp. He lowered the shrimp-baited hook into the hole, and without even needing to jiggle it, he felt a tug. Instinctively, he yanked upward with force, pulling out a crab tiger the size of his forearm. Liu's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the sizable crab tiger. Dad, come quick. This one must weigh over a caddy. He dashed towards Li's father, grateful for the gloves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold onto the slippery creature. Over a caddy? Take a look in the bucket. Good heavens, this one must weigh nearly 2 caddies. The price will surely skyrocket. Liu grinned as he gazed at the crab tiger resting at the bottom of the tin bucket. He carefully removed the hook, taking care not to draw blood, as a dead crab tiger would significantly diminish its value. He tossed it into the bucket, only to find that there were already many crab tigers inside. The fish began thrashing, threatening to tip the bucket over and escape. He quickly fetched the net bag, transferring the crab tigers into it and placing the bucket in a dry spot, ensuring that even if it tipped, the fish would not get away. Liu rebaited the hook with another small shrimp. Given that crab tigers often gathered in groups, he didn't bother changing holes. He placed the hook back into the same hole and gave a gentle pull on the hand line, catching another one, which he happily added to the bucket. This hole yielded 3 crab tigers in total, the largest exceeding a catty and the smallest weighing 3 to 4 tails. This is all money. Let us keep going. One after another, the crab tigers were voracious, eagerly biting at the bait whether it was stinky shrimp or small fish, hardly requiring any movement of the line. Liu was so engrossed in fishing that he found himself face to face with Li's father, who was also focused on the holes. Liu stretched his neck, feeling the stiffness. "Dad, do you have any more stinky fish or rotten shrimp?" "None left." "Why? Are you enjoying yourself so much that you don't want to head back?" Li's father, too, was feeling fatigued, having spent a long time staring into the holes. "I'll give you the hook I'm using now. Once you catch one more, we'll go back. After all, no one knows we're here. We can always return another day." "All right." Liu eagerly accepted the fishing line from his father, eyeing a large hole beneath his feet. "Let us go for this one. If there's nothing, it's no big deal." He baited the hook with the stinky fish and lowered it into the water. Just as he was about to pull it up, when it was still 10 centimeters from the hole, a splash erupted, and a fish as thick as his arm soared out of the water, snapping at his hook. Liu was startled, falling back into the water, cursing under his breath. "Damn, has the crab tiger gone mad with hunger? Dad, did you see that? Damn, the crab tiger has come ashore. Not onto the shore, but it nearly bit you." Li's father, having fished since childhood, was witnessing such a scene for the first time and nearly had the creature bite his son's hand. Is this crab tiger in such a hurry to reincarnate as a human? Chapter 4. A Mother's Love. What a state of hunger must one find themselves in to engage in such a deed? This catch is certainly far larger than the one my father managed to reel in. Liu raised the fish high before his father, a radiant smile adorning his face as he gazed at Li Fu. With a sudden slap, the struggling crab-eating fish flung itself against Li Fu's face, covering his left cheek with a slimy, foul-smelling mucus. Taken aback by this unexpected assault, Li Fu instinctively stumbled backwards, his feet slipping on the wet rocks, and he fell onto the jagged surface. As he sat on the rocks, the sharp oyster shells dug painfully into his backside. After a moment to collect himself, he raised a hand to wipe the goo from his face, only to find it smeared and unremovable. He resorted to hastily rubbing his shirt against it. "Father, are you all right?" Liu hurriedly approached, the joy on his face replaced by concern. Li Fu stood and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just a bit of pain in my backside." He took the crab-eating fish from Liu's hands and placed it into the net bag. With this catch, they had 2 crab-eating fish totaling over 2 pounds, and together they weighed more than 600 grams. The day's haul was remarkably good, and the father and son walked back contentedly, traversing the sandy beach, where they could see distant lights still flickering at the dock. "Father, why are there still people at the dock? What should we say if they ask?" "You needn't concern yourself. If anyone sees us, we'll address it then." From far away, Li Shizhu spotted 2 figures, gripping the engine throttle tightly, perplexed that anyone would still be out at such a late hour. "Hey, who goes there?" he called out boldly. "Father, it's Uncle Shizhu." Liu recognized the voice, which carried a familiar broadcast tone. It belonged to his childhood friend's father, who was also a cousin of his own father, living not far from their home. "Yes, it's us, Shizhu." "Oh, it's you too." With the recognition of acquaintances, Li Shizhu relaxed, setting down the throttle as he stepped off the boat. "What are you two doing out here so late?" "We caught some crab-eating fish," Li Fu replied, gesturing towards the tin bucket in his hand. Recognizing Li Fu, he felt reassured. After all, they were cousins who often fished in the same waters and were well acquainted with each other's character. "Crab-eating fish? What good are those? They hardly yield any meat for eating, and won't fetch a good price if sold." "How can you say that? They're quite sizable, Uncle Shizhu. The ones in the bucket weigh half a pound at least, and there are some over 2 pounds. No way. Half a pound for small ones, and 2 pounds for large ones. You must be joking." While it's true that smaller crab-eating fish don't sell for much, even those weighing 3 or 4 ounces can be worth something. Li Shizhu looked skeptical as he leaned closer to the tin bucket, opening the net bag and shining a flashlight inside. The sight of the fish exceeded his expectations, with the largest nearly as thick as his arm. "Goodness, old Li. In all my years, I've never seen a crab-eating fish as thick as your arm. Just the other day in town, I saw smaller ones weighing 3 or 4 ounces selling for over 30 a pound. This bucket of yours must weigh over 30 pounds. You could sell it for several thousand. Is it any wonder you didn't go out to sea today? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have gone either. They both laughed heartily, and Li Fu's vanity swelled at Li Shizhu's praise. He forgot all about returning home and continued their conversation right there. Father, it's getting late. We should head back. If we don't, Mother will come looking for us. Li Yu, feeling famished after their evening's toil, urged his father to return home. Uncle Shizhu, is Afang at home? If he is, I'll visit him tomorrow. Yes, he is at home. Then you should come by tomorrow. Old Li, you two should head back. Your wife will be worried being home alone. All right, Shizhu. We'll take our leave then, and you should return home early as well. As Li Shizhu watched the father and son depart, he turned his gaze towards the beach from which they had come. It was a frequented spot for those who scavenged the sea, with no other fishing grounds nearby. Likely that area at the eastern tip of the rocks. Forget it. Old Li didn't mention it, and even if I knew where they fished, it wouldn't be appropriate to go there, lest it spoil the relationship between our families. Damn it, that lucky Old Li. Father, do you think Uncle Shizhu will figure out where we were fishing? No worries. Even if he does, it's of no consequence. He wouldn't go there. Aren't you familiar with Uncle Shizhu's character? You used to often have lunch at his place when you were younger. Even if he did go fishing there, it wouldn't matter. We've already caught plenty. After a moment's thought, Li Fu concluded that since they had been seen, it would be better to allow the two youngsters to fish openly. Very well, you should invite Afang along tomorrow, to avoid any misunderstandings between the families. Besides, Uncle Shizhu once told me about his fishing spots, and we haven't exhausted that area yet. We've only fished 2/3 of it. Sure, it's been a while since I last saw Afang. Li strode into the yard, noticing that his mother had not yet gone to bed. The kitchen lights were still aglow. Mother, I'm home. Hearing his voice, Li Mu hurried out from the kitchen, her eyes widening at the sight of the father and son, both covered in mud and sand, especially Li Fu, whose face was crusted over. She quickly approached, taking the heavy tin bucket from Li Fu's hands. How much did you catch? We didn't weigh it, but father estimated it to be over 30 pounds. Li Yu fetched a large basin and tore open the net bag, pouring the crab-eating fish into it. On their way back, they had filled the bucket with some seawater and mud. The crab-eating fish were resilient and could survive a week with such sustenance. Is it really that big? At first, I couldn't believe you when you said they were so large. Are those larger ones truly over 2 pounds? Having lived in the fishing village for about 20 years, Li Mu had never seen such sizable crab-eating fish. Who would have thought that area of rocks held so many crab-eating fish? No one has fished there before. Since there are no smaller fish tonight, I'll return to catch some more tomorrow. Li Yu beamed, proud of their impressive catch. Hurry and wash up. Dinner is ready. I made oyster omelets. I haven't had that in half a year. Mother truly knows my favorites. Meanwhile, Li Fu remained silent, silently contemplating the irony of his son's words, thinking to himself, am I not good enough? Chapter 5. Indeed, valuable father. Please take me along to the town to sell the fish tomorrow. How did you know I planned to go to town to sell them? Li Fu suspected that the boy might have overheard him and his wife discussing their plans to give him some money. Oh, the collection stations in the village offer such low prices. Anyone who catches high-value fish will surely head to town to sell them. Fine, if you wish to go, then you may. Father, is it truly necessary to leave so early? It's not even dawn yet. Li Yu glanced at the time as he stepped outside. It was only 6 o'clock. If you're not going, I'll go alone. Li Fu was growing weary of his son's foolishness. It takes half an hour to reach town, and would he really wait for the sun to rise? Go, go, go. Are we setting up a stall or delivering to Hongtai Hotel? The port in their town is the largest in the entire city, and the Hongtai Hotel stands as the most prominent establishment in the area, surpassing even the hotels in the county. The hotel features a variety of entertainment options, owing to the bustling port that frequently welcomes numerous Taiwanese businessmen. Naturally, the peculiar catches of fish are sent to Hongtai, where the prices are notably higher. Come lend a hand and carry the basin to the back of the tricycle, Li Yu urged. All right. As Li Yu gazed at the restaurant before him, he noticed it had undergone a complete transformation since his visit 6 months prior. It appeared more resplendent than ever. The father and son parked their tricycle directly at the hotel entrance, and Li's father strode confidently towards the door, only to be halted by a security guard upon arrival. After explaining their purpose, the guard asked him to wait a moment while he fetched the manager. Li's father was uncertain. He had never sold fish at Hongtai before, merely hearing from villagers that rare fish catches fetch a premium here. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned, bowing slightly while leading a middle-aged man towards them. I am Alwei, the purchasing manager here. May I ask your name? Are these crab-eating fishes wild? Alwei inquired, examining one of the crab-eating fish closely, noting the puncture marks from a fishing hook. Sir, take a look at this fish's wild coloration. Its patterns are distinctly visible, and the hook marks indicate it was caught just last night. Additionally, these 2 fish surely weigh over 2 pounds. Honestly, in my years of fishing, This is the first time I've encountered crab-eating fish exceeding 2 pounds, he continued, addressing Lee's father. Indeed. I have never seen such large specimens in my years at the restaurant. Did you both catch these together? Away expressed some skepticism regarding the wild nature of the crab-eating fish, as their sizes were astonishing. Typically, suppliers might occasionally deliver a few crab-eating fish, but those exceeding a pound were exceedingly rare. You, with your extensive experience, can observe the vitality in the scales of these crab-eating fish. It's improbable that farmed fish could reach such a level of quality, Liu interjected, feeling a tinge of impatience. Suspecting the manager might be attempting to negotiate a lower price. Indeed, farmed fish do not exhibit such beauty. Very well. I shall offer you 60 for those weighing half to 1 pound, and 110 for those over a pound. As for the two weighing 2 pounds, I will give you 200. I have truly never seen such sizes before. Away smiled as he made the offer. Oh no, sir, Lee's father exclaimed, elated beyond measure. He had previously caught crab-eating fish weighing around half a pound in the mangroves, selling them at the village collection station for a mere 40. The restaurant's prices were astonishingly high. Shaolin, come help carry this to the kitchen, Away instructed the security guard before making his way into the restaurant. Thank you. Uncle Wei, thank you. Liu felt immense gratitude. Just last night, Uncle Shizhu had mentioned a price of around 40 for fish over half a pound. And now Away was offering such a generous amount. He couldn't help but berate himself for doubting the honesty of the manager. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and assist this security officer in carrying it to the kitchen. Liu chided himself for his hesitation, noticing the security guard already moving forward to lift the basin. Oh, I'm coming. Liu rushed over, joining the guard in their task. As they walked, he silently calculated the total in his mind, and before long, they arrived at the kitchen, where manager Away awaited, instructing a young man to bring out a scale to weigh the fish. Liu meticulously sorted the fish, weighing them one by one, 9 pounds under 1 pound, 19 pounds between 1 and 2 pounds, and 2 fish over 2 pounds weighing a total of 45 pounds, along with 3 pounds under half a pound. Away, observing the fish segregated in a basket, realized the young man was quite honest and decided to weigh the smaller ones as well, calculating their price at 60 per pound. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, sir. May good fortune smile upon you. Lee's father expressed his gratitude to Away, even presenting a few good person cards. Away rapidly tapped the calculator, totaling 3,710. Offering to transfer the amount or provide cash. He handed the calculator to Lee's father. No need to check, sir. Whatever you say is fine, Lee's father replied. His joy palpable. Upon hearing they had sold for over 3,700, Liu felt exhilarated. It equated to more than half a month's salary at the factory. Cash is perfectly fine. You can give me 3,700. You have been so generous to us. I can't possibly take that extra 10, Away responded, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Moments later, he returned with the cash. Here, count it to ensure it's correct. 3,710, Away said, handing the money to Lee's father. Lee's father accepted it eagerly, tucking it into his pocket without counting. No need. Sir, you are a man of your word. And I trust you. Wait, do count it. It's beneficial for both parties, Away insisted. Lee's father quickly counted and confirmed, 3,710, sir. After waiting nearby for some time, Liu hurriedly approached. Uncle Wei, let us exchange contact details. In the future, if you have any good catches, please send them my way. Very well, young man. Just remember, if I see you selling good fish elsewhere, I'll be coming after you, Away replied, his mood uplifted by the bountiful catches of the day, treating Liu with unexpected warmth, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor towards others. Thank you, Uncle Wei. I'm Liu, residing in the nearby Langtu village. Good, Away said, patting Liu on the shoulder. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Once Lee's father secured the money, the father and son set off with the basin. Father, we struck gold. Tonight, I'll invite Ah Fong to join me for more fishing, Liu exclaimed. Sure, invite Ah Fong along, Lee's father replied, equally pleased. Having earned such a sum in just a few hours. Chapter 6. Ah Fong as the father and son tossed the basin onto the tricycle, a scooter zipped past, its front carrying a waterproof bag containing fishing gear. Father, those two must be heading out to fish, Liu remarked, recalling the times his grandfather would take him fishing. Back when bamboo rods were the norm, unlike the peculiar modern fishing rods available today. If you find yourself with free time, you can invite Ah Fong to join you for some fun, Liu suggested, noticing his father's interest in the recent encounter. Recognizing that he wouldn't want to remain confined to the small fishing village indefinitely, eventually, he would need to venture out for work. I'd like to go, but I don't have a fishing rod. Well, if you're idling about, going fishing could be quite enjoyable. I can't truly accompany you and your father on fishing trips forever. I have one at home, stored in the utility room. It has a reel, line, and hooks. If you go, just catch a few shrimp at the shrimp pond to use with the hook. Once Lee's father began discussing fishing, he could go on for ages. And before they knew it, they were home. Here, it's in the utility room. You can check for yourself, Lee's father directed, tilting his head towards the utility room. If you wish to fish, then go ahead. I occasionally fish myself. Just the thought of catching fish lifts my spirits significantly. After all, compared to other leisure activities, fishing is quite cost-effective. All right, I'll go give it a try shortly. Since there's nothing else to do at home, staying too long will only annoy my parents. After dinner, Liu made his way to the storage room, dragging the box containing fishing gear that belonged to his father. Inside, the fishing rods, reels, and hooks were neatly arranged. By the time Liu emerged with a fishing rod in hand, his father had already caught over 10 shrimp, each about the size of a thumb. Ayu. He heard Afong call out before he even stepped outside. Afong's voice was distinctive, inheriting the broadcasting tone of his father, making it quite recognizable. I heard from my dad that you're back. I came over right after dinner. Perhaps due to his constant help to his father, Afong was quite tanned and sturdy. I just finished eating and was about to go fishing. Do you want to come? Liu asked. Of course. Since we can't go out to sea lately, I have nothing to do at home. Wait for me a moment. I'll go grab my fishing rod. Before Liu could finish his sentence, Afong dashed off. Liu intended to tell him that he had a fishing rod and there was no need to return, but alas. It had been half a year since they last met, and Afong remained as impetuous as ever. With no alternative, Liu took a bucket and a net and headed toward Afong's house. Why are you bringing so much? Afong inquired as he hefted a large fishing gear bag and carried a tackle box. Liu glanced at his own gear. You'll see. After you fish for a while, you'll become like this too. They walked past the pier and headed towards the crab catching area, which was rocky and might yield a good catch. Seeing Liu's enthusiasm as they approached the rocky area, Afong wanted to say something but decided against it, not wanting to dampen his friend's spirits. The rocky area was typically avoided for fishing due to its complex underwater structure, which made it easy to snag the line. The two climbed onto the rocks just as the tide was high, with a gentle breeze and no waves, so they wasted no time preparing. Liu took out his father's fishing rod, noting the scratches on it that spoke of its long history with his dad. He wondered if his father had maintained this rod well. The fishing rod was quite simple, equipped with a reel, a sinker, and a leader line over a meter long tied to a hook. He peeled the shrimp, leaving the tender meat, pinched half of it onto the hook, and with one hand holding the rod and the other the sinker, he gently cast it forward, creating a small splash. Afong watched Liu's gentle motion and shook his head. Then, with determination, he cast his shrimp-laden hook over 10 meters away. As Liu observed Afong occasionally lifting his rod, he was about to mimic the action when the tip of his rod suddenly bent sharply downward. Reacting instinctively, Liu lifted his rod. In the rocky area, any delay could allow the fish to escape into the crevices. Judging by the bend of the rod, the fish was certainly not small. The fish tugged the sinker toward the rocks, and Liu leaned back, cranking the reel with all his might. However, the fish, after its initial struggle, began to tire, and before he could lift it out, he caught sight of a dark red shape about a meter deep in the water. Red? What kind of fish is that? Afong exclaimed excitedly. It's a big stone grouper. The stone grouper, with its elongated, laterally compressed body and large head, typically exhibited a brown or reddish-brown hue, adorned with 5 irregular dark stripes on its sides. Its fins were also brownish-red, and the spines on its fins were venomous. Liu cranked the reel swiftly, pulling the fish from the water. This stone grouper is massive. He compared it to his palm, finding it even larger. Who would have thought there would be such a sizable stone grouper here? They usually weigh around 3 or 4 tails. But this one must be close to half a kilogram. Afong exclaimed in awe. While stone groupers can grow large, those of this size typically dwell in depths of several tens of meters. However, this rocky area was only about 5 meters deep, making such a catch quite rare. Liu used a handkerchief to carefully remove the hook from the fish and tossed it into his metal bucket. I have to be careful. Those fins are toxic. Are you not going to fish for such a large stone grouper? Afong asked, watching as Liu cast the hook into the distance. Why bother? It's not worth much, and the spines are poisonous. Who told you that stone groupers aren't valuable? The smaller ones may not be. But this size fetches over 60 a kilogram in the village. Afong countered. If it's that expensive in the village, it must be even pricier in the market. Just think, if I take it to Uncle Wei, it'll fetch even more. Uncle Wei, wait for me. I'll come see you again tomorrow morning. Stop dawdling and come grab this treble hook. It has 5 hooks. Stone groupers tend to school together, so there might be more of this size below. If we switch to the treble hook, we could catch several at once. Liu quickly swapped to the treble hook, baited it with shrimp, and cast it back into the sea. He counted the rod tip as it dipped slightly, and after 5 counts, he executed the same motion, this time leaning back a bit more. With 5 hooks, he pulled up 4 fish, the smallest weighing about 2 tails. The combined weight of the 4 fish surely exceeded a kilogram. Wow, today is a windfall. In less than 5 minutes, he had nearly 100 yuan's worth of fish. Who wouldn't he be excited? Chapter 7. The first catch of Tiger Grouper. After catching several fish in succession, Liu's confidence soared. He quickly baited another shrimp, and after several dips of the rod tip, he landed 3 more stone groupers. The successful catch was indeed a delightful experience, especially given the high market value of these fish. Seeing the corners of a Fong's mouth stretch into a broad grin, Liu thought that if he could reel in 10 or even 20 kilograms worth, at 80 per kilogram, that would amount to 800. If every day were like this, it would surpass his pay on the factory assembly line. Looking into the bucket filled with 8 lively fish, Liu felt thoroughly satisfied. He had long since emptied the shrimp into the net bag, and only a few remained. Now, he was using 1 shrimp to bait 3 hooks since the stone groupers were voracious, readily biting anything offered. As the sun climbed higher, its rays reflected blindingly off the sea surface. Their clothes were soaked through, yet their hands never faltered. With a swift motion, Liu cast his rod out over the rocks, and within a minute, 2 stone groupers broke the surface, albeit smaller, only weighing about a tael. Nonetheless, catching so many fish weighing 2 taels to half a kilogram was already a stroke of incredible luck in the seaside rocky area. The sun reached its zenith, heating the rocks to an unbearable temperature. Standing on them felt like walking on hot coals, even with shoes on. Liu looked up at the sea, feeling the warm breeze. During the fishing ban, the waters were devoid of boats, and there were no fishermen around. The fish in their buckets could hardly withstand the sun's glare and were soon transferred to the net bag, all vibrant red stone groupers. How many have you caught? Liu approached a Fong, who, in a relaxed manner, was sitting atop his tackle box. Not too shabby. I've got about 10 kilograms, a Fong replied, standing up to open his tackle box and showcase his catch, all similarly vibrant red. However, having been in the tackle box for a while, their vitality had diminished, and they were all of uniform size, around 6 or 7 palm-sized fish. I'm out of shrimp. Do you still have any? The tide has begun to recede, revealing an increasing number of rocks. Liu felt a twinge of urgency. Soon the water level would drop too low for fishing, and it seemed today's catch was about to come to an end. It's over. The tide is retreating. Let us head home. Accompanying a Yu on this outing had proven fortuitous. In just over 2 hours, they had managed to net at least 600 or 700 yuan, far surpassing what he often earned on his own fishing trips. All right, let us return. Initially optimistic about a fruitful haul today and planning to return tomorrow, reality now suggested that such plans might be futile. Their good fortune today likely stemmed from the rarity of visitors to this spot. The two of them had simply been lucky to encounter a relatively simple underwater structure, despite having already lost several sets of hooks. They had already fished this area once today and caught a few small fish, weighing about half a tael. If they returned tomorrow, it would likely yield similar results. With no sentimentality, they packed away their fishing rods, filled a metal bucket with seawater, and placed their net bag inside. As for the shrimp shells on the rocks, they would return to dust, swept away into the sea with the next high tide, and required no further thought. Just as they were about to leave, Yu spotted a pool of water encircled by the rocks not far off, still holding water even at low tide. Such places were bound to harbor fish, perhaps even larger specimens. A Fong, look, he exclaimed, giving a Fong a nudge as he pointed toward the pool. What's there? A Fong squinted in the direction indicated. Seeing nothing at all. Follow me. With no other option, Yu tugged a Fong toward the pool. It was no wonder a Fong couldn't see it. The rocks surrounded it too closely, and facing the sun, visibility was further hindered. As they climbed onto the rocks, they discovered a pool larger than their home fish pond. A Fong erupted in excitement. Wow, there's a pool here. It must be teeming with fish. Without hesitation, he set down his tackle box, assembled his fishing rod, and readied himself to cast. But we're out of shrimp. Are we really going to dig for oysters? Liu fretted. Although the oysters had become more plentiful with the receding tide, the heat was oppressive, and he felt he might collapse if he stayed out any longer. Who said anything about digging for oysters? My dad always said if you run out of bait, use the meat from the fish you catch. It's often more effective. A Fong boasted, proud of the wisdom imparted by his father. Though he had never tried it himself, usually, the bait he brought was sufficient. Today was an exception. Watching a Fong extract a half-tail rockfish from his tackle box, he cut several pieces to bait his hook. Liu hastily prepared his rod. But after having just packed away his tackle, he was left with only his own hooks. He baited his hook with fish meat and cast his line. No sooner had the weight hit the bottom than the tip of his rod began to twitch. Leaping to his feet in excitement, he pulled up the rod, only to find a black grouper tugging at the line. Ecstatic, he thought how delightful it would be to bring it home for a steamed dish. He cast again. But just as he contemplated selling the fish, the rod bent sharply downward without warning, nearly slipping from his grasp. Instinctively, he jerked the rod upwards, the tip bending dangerously close to the water's surface. The commotion on the line intensified, the reel screeching under the strain. What on earth is this fish? It's so powerful. The sudden disturbance drew a Fong's attention, who rushed over, concerned that Liu's drag might not be tightened properly. What I say drag? I don't know. I can't free a hand. Liu exclaimed, veins bulging in his hands as he struggled with the rod. A Fong quickly adjusted the tension on the reel. Sweat poured down Liu's forehead. The rod felt somewhat pliable, and the line was thin, just enough for the rockfish he had previously caught, making it difficult to exert force. He gritted his teeth. Every moment felt interminable, reminiscent of the tense atmosphere during an exam at school. As the strain on the rod lessened, he carefully reeled in, while a Fong readied the net, advising him to remain calm, for haste would only lead to losing the fish. Gradually, a fish with dark gray spots emerged from the water's surface. Wow, a Fong. Is that a grouper? No way, it's a tiger grouper. How come I don't have such luck? Ha ha ha, my fortune is remarkable. I must be the chosen one. Liu exclaimed, prepared to pull the fish closer for a Fong to net. Suddenly, the fish surged with renewed strength. With a loud snap, Liu's well-worn rod broke in two, the tip falling into the water, still pointing toward the tiger grouper. What the heck? I didn't expect Dad's rod to break so easily over just one fish. In a flurry, as he grappled with the situation, he felt the remaining piece of the rod still connected to the fish. Despite the breakage, the line held firm. That last burst of energy from the fish seemed to have exhausted it. Reeling in became much easier. With a swift motion, a Fong expertly netted the fish, presenting it triumphantly to Liu. Ha ha ha, look at this. This tiger grouper must weigh at least 3 kilograms. Who would have thought we could catch one right here by the rocky tidal pool? Chapter 8. Selling the fish carefully. Liu removed the hook and placed the fish into the net bag. Fresh tiger grouper fetches a high price, but if it dies, its value diminishes significantly. This was his first time catching such a large fish, and it had drained him of all his strength. With no facilities for keeping fish alive and no oxygen pump at home, they needed to sell it quickly. After all, the rod was broken, and they could always return another day. A Fong, are you still fishing? Noticing a Fong's demeanor, it seemed he was also ready to call it a day. After all, fishing for lunch was no easy feat. No more fishing, let us head back. All right, I'll call my dad to come pick us up. And we'll sell the fish first. Sure. Liu quickly retrieved his phone, summoning his father. Once more, they packed up their fishing rods, with Liu bringing along the broken rod. They filled the metal bucket with seawater and climbed down the rocks, waiting on the beach for his father's arrival. What is going on? Why did I have to ride over here? Liu's father grumbled, clearly displeased at being awakened from his nap. Dad, look, Liu exclaimed, presenting the metal bucket, revealing the tiger grouper covered in dense brown spots before his father's astonished eyes. Did you really catch such a large tiger grouper? His father was somewhat skeptical, given their proximity to the dock. Indeed, Uncle, a Fong chimed in, animatedly recounting the story of catching the tiger grouper. Dad, we should hurry to Hongtai to sell the fish, otherwise, it might die. I haven't taken the basin down yet. Can you pour the fish into it? Will a Fong's tackle box fit? No need, Uncle, I can manage. With the blazing sun overhead and the heat oppressive, they rushed toward the town. In under 20 minutes, the father and son duo arrived at Hongtai, where it was now around 3 p.m., and the lunch crowd was sparse. Liu's father parked the bike and, assessing the basin, used his vast experience to cover the net bag and clothing over it to keep the fish alive. Mr. Lin, take care. I'll call you when I have more good catches. Ai had just opened the car door, waiting for a rotund boss to enter, when his gaze fell upon Li's father and his companions. As Li's father was about to call Ai, he noticed him approaching and quickly shouted, Uncle Wei, what's up? Young man, have you managed to procure some fine goods again? Ai inquired as he walked to the front of the tricycle, glancing towards the basin behind it. His eyes were immediately drawn to the tiger grouper. He overlooked the presence of the stonefish, eager to examine the grouper. However, as he reached in to retrieve it, he was pricked by the dorsal fin of the stonefish. Hiss! The sudden pain elicited a yelp from Ai, yet he proved to be resilient, refusing to relinquish his hold on the grouper and instead scrutinizing it closely. With keen eyes, he quickly noticed a puncture wound in the fish's mouth. The tiger grouper is among the most prized seafood, highly sought after by affluent buyers, especially those of larger size. This particular specimen weighed over 3 pounds and was still lively, a rare find. Has this fish been vented? The tiger grouper typically inhabits the ocean floor, and deep-sea fish are adapted to high-pressure environments, maintaining a balance between the internal gas pressure and the external water pressure when drawn swiftly to the surface. The sudden drop in external pressure can lead to excessive inflation of the swim bladder, potentially causing rupture and internal bleeding, which may result in a swift demise. Venting is essential to alleviate this pressure, reducing harm to the fish and enhancing its chances of survival, while also preserving its freshness and flavor. Li Yu informed Ai that he had caught it in the rocky area at the village entrance. Uncle Wei expressed admiration for his fortune. Considering the depth of water in that rocky region, it was astonishing to land such a large tiger grouper. 300 per pound, Ai stated after a meticulous inspection, confirming the fish bore no injuries and was still active. The boss was generous. Ai's asking price was significantly higher than what the collectors would typically offer, at most, 200. Li's father understood this well. Once Ai had set the price for the tiger grouper, he turned his attention to the culprit in the basin. Noticing that the sting from the stonefish was still faintly painful. The stonefish weighed over half a pound, priced at 90 per pound. Those between 2 ounces and half a pound were 50, and anything below that would not be accepted. Seeing the tiger grouper had thrilled Ai, he exuberantly waved his hand, indicating the high price for the stonefish as well. Yes, there's more, another stonefish, Li Yu said, bringing over Ah Fong's tackle box for Ai to inspect. All right, the same pricing applies. You should weigh them in the kitchen, and I will come by shortly. Observing Ai sucking on his fingers as he walked away, it was evident that the prowess of the stonefish was formidable. The trio, well practiced, made their way to the kitchen and began weighing the catch. First, they weighed the tiger grouper, which tipped the scales at an impressive 32 pounds. The stonefish over half a pound weighed 53 pounds, while those between 2 ounces and half a pound amounted to 6 pounds. The remaining catch, which included a few black grouper under 2 ounces, was not weighed. Next was Ah Fong's haul, 4 pounds of stonefish over half a pound, and 8 pounds between 2 ounces and half a pound, with the rest unweighed. Ai was delighted to see such a bountiful catch, ready to call the big buyers to come and indulge. This time, Li's father did not collect any cash. Ai simply scanned the payment to Li Yu and Ah Fong's phones, resulting in Li Yu receiving 1,737, while Ah Fong got 760. Why don't you sell these smaller stonefish directly to me? It would be quite difficult to sell them at the market now, especially since it is the closed season. Fresh fish are indeed a rarity, and these were caught, making them easier to keep alive. All right, another flurry of weighing ensued. Li Yu had 5 pounds, while Ah Fong had a bit more, totaling over 6 pounds. Each of them netted over 100, feeling quite satisfied. Well, let's head back, Uncle Wei. The three of them packed their belongings, preparing to return home after a tiring day under the sun for over 3 hours. Remember to bring me more fine goods next time. If we could fish like this every day, we would strike it rich. Typically, fishing with his father would not yield such profits. Today was a stroke of luck, especially since they had ventured to a spot that was largely untouched. How could it be that easy? Today was merely a fortunate day for us. That area is generally not frequented by anglers, and nets cannot be cast there. Plus, this morning, my mother gave me 3,700, and I made over 5,000 today, just for fun. I never expected to hit the jackpot. If only we could have such good fortune every day, it would be something extraordinary. Father, let us check out the fishing tackle shop up ahead. My rod broke, and I need to buy a new one. All right, we'll go to Old Lu's. I usually get my supplies from there. Chapter 9, Guangwei New Daiji. Li's father rode the tricycle towards the town's Old Lu fishing tackle shop, aptly named after its owner. Before even stepping inside, he called out, "Old Lu, are you home?" A lean, middle-aged man was seated behind the counter, leisurely responding, "Ah, Old Li. Come, have some tea. This is my son, Li Yu. No need for introductions, right? From the Shizhu family." Li's father pulled Li Yu closer, addressing Lu Uncle. "Lu Uncle, I know the Shizhu family. I haven't seen your son much, though. What brings you here today? Ask him. This kid came to buy a fishing rod." Li's father had faith in him, leading Ah Fong inside for tea. "Uncle, I need a rod suitable for novice sea fishing." Li Yu, not wanting to waste time, opted for the owner's recommendation, sensing a long-standing acquaintance between the owner and his father. "What is your budget?" 500, including the reel. "Then I suggest the Guangwei New Daiji, Model 3.6 meters. That should suffice for you. Priced at 212 yuan. For the reel, the Guangwei Small Yellow Reel is 121 yuan. Guangwei products are sturdy and reliable, perfect for your novice phase. Total is 333. Let us make it 330. Done. I'll scan it for you, Lu Uncle." With modest expectations, Li Yu felt content, treating fishing as a leisure activity. "Do you need a tackle box?" This one is Guangwei, Model 2008, with a capacity of 30 liters, costing 150 yuan. "All right, I'll take one." Having purchased the fishing rod, acquiring a tackle box seemed trivial. "All set, let us head back home." "All right, let's go. Old Lu, we'll be leaving. Do visit us for fishing sometime." "Of course. Uncle, I'm heading back." Are you going fishing tomorrow?" Li Yu had tasted the sweetness of fishing. This haul surpassed a month's salary from his laborious job. With such income, why bother working? "Sure, call me tomorrow." Li's father remained silent, reflecting on how he, too, had experienced similar fortunes when he first embarked on fishing. It would only improve with time. Having fished since after lunch, they arrived home just before 5, feeling quite weary. Mother, I'm back, Liu shouted upon entering, eager to share the day's bounty. Why did it take so long to fish? And you? Why didn't you inform me before leaving? I was about to call the police when I didn't see the tricycle. His mother admonished Li's father upon spotting him. Li's father felt unjustly accused. His son had urged him to leave promptly, claiming he had caught something substantial, while his wife was absent at home. There was little he could do. Now was not the time to argue. Once started, it would be relentless. Mother, I have a black grouper here. Let us steam it. We haven't had it in a while. Liu observed his father, who was rendered speechless by his mother's reprimand, and quickly intervened to rescue him from the situation. All right, steaming it is then. For now, I'll let you off the hook, but we shall revisit this at dinner. Father Li fixed an intense gaze upon his son, his eyes seemingly conveying the message that he should explain himself to his mother later. Dad, I'll clarify things with Mom later, no need to fret. Dinner is served. The evening meal was quite sumptuous, featuring stir-fried water spinach, braised pork, boiled prawns, and steamed black fish. As they dined, Liu regaled his mother with tales of his day's achievements. Make sure to indulge in those prawns and the braised pork. Li's mother scrutinized her son, recalling that he had just returned home yesterday, yet today he had scarcely spent any time at home, all because of that rascal urging him to go fishing, resulting in his sunburned skin. What? You earned over 1,000 in just a few hours after dinner? Li's mother was taken aback. This was even more than what the family typically earned from fishing. Her excitement was fleeting, for who really catches fish consistently? Didn't you go with a Fong? Did you share any of it with him? Li's mother was keen to maintain the amicable relationship between their families, as they often looked out for one another while fishing. Mom, although a Fong didn't catch as many as I did, he still caught over 700. Liu understood his mother's concern, especially since there were few people left in the village, and a Fong had been his companion since childhood. I see you've brought back quite a bit of fishing gear. Are you planning to go fishing again tomorrow? Li's mother was apprehensive that her son might become addicted to fishing and neglect his job search, as fishing was notoriously unstable compared to their usual fishing endeavors. I have nothing to do at home. I just want to hang out with a Fong. Reflecting on the day's earnings, Liu grew increasingly interested in fishing, realizing that a stroke of luck could earn him a month's salary in a single day. Go ahead if you must, but don't venture out to sea for fishing. I know. The next morning, he awoke just as his mother had prepared breakfast. Why are you up so early today? Do you have something to do? She inquired, surprised to see him awake before 7:30 a.m. A time he rarely rose unless it was for school. What could there be? I'm going fishing. After all, I caught a sizable striped bass yesterday. If it were me, I'd definitely go. Before he could respond, his father voiced his thoughts. Did you really need to say that? Is it you who wants to go fishing? Seeing that his mother's ire had not yet subsided, he knew he had to leave quickly, allowing his father to bear the brunt of it. Didn't I promise a Fong yesterday that we'd go fishing and have a bit of fun? As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu dashed to the storage room to grab his fishing rod and tackle box, then went to his shrimp pond to catch a few shrimp before heading to find a Fong. Are you looking for a Fong? Is he still asleep? Have you had breakfast? If not, let's eat together. Upon entering a Fong's home, he saw Aunt Chin carrying breakfast into the house. Aunt Chin, I've already had breakfast. Is a Fong still upstairs? I'll go wake him. After setting down his tackle box, he hurried upstairs to rouse a Fong. Aunt Chin paid no mind, knowing that this was how things had always been. Ayu was a good companion for her son, who would otherwise have no one to play with. As he entered the room, he found a Fong sleeping with his rear in the air, a sleeping position unchanged since childhood. Smack! A crisp sound echoed within the room. Mom, stop hitting me. I'm getting up. A Fong exclaimed as he opened his eyes to see Ayu grinning at the foot of his bed. Geez. You do realize that waking someone up before they're fully awake is dangerous, right? The sun's already high in the sky, and you're still clueless. As he spoke, he drew back the curtains, letting the bright sunlight flood the room. Chapter 10, A Preliminary Exploration of Fishing Rafts. Why are you up so early? There's nothing to do. Get up quickly. Didn't we agree to go fishing yesterday? I'm ready to take you where we'll fish. Having tasted the sweetness of fishing yesterday, they were determined to set off early today. We'll fish at Boss Zhang's raft in Paitu village. He raises bass there. And occasionally some bass escape. It's 120 per person, including lunch. Sounds good. I've never fished on a raft before. Hurry and eat breakfast. I'll go get my bike ready. Once a Fong finished breakfast, the two rode their electric bike to Paitu village, which was only a short 10-minute ride away. Upon arriving at the small dock, they called Boss Zhang to come pick them up. Fishing rafts are typically constructed in nearshore or deeper waters, away from the shore. Unless the raft is close to the shore or has a bridge, a boat is necessary for transportation. Boss Zhang, what fish are people catching on the rafts these days? Shortly after, Boss Zhang arrived with the boat. As they boarded, a Fong immediately asked, Haven't a few net cages been damaged recently? Didn't some bass escape? Yes, but you two are a bit late. Too many people know about the damaged nets, and some bass have already been caught by others. I don't know how many are left, But if you can catch them, you certainly will. As Boss Zhang spoke, he pulled out a cigarette. Liu refrained from smoking, while Afong took one. Afong scratched his head, lamenting, I guess I came too late. In the distance, they could see numerous nets made of wooden boards, steel pipes, and foam, but there were no fishermen on the raft at the moment. Presumably, they heard that too many people were coming to fish, which did not bother Liu. Boss Zhang helped the two carry their fishing gear onto the raft, instructing them to return around 11:30 a.m. for lunch. By the way, some people have recently caught some large golden pomfret. Some weigh as much as 4 to 5 pounds, and there are also some black pomfret. It's up to you whether you can catch them. Boss Zhang recalled that someone had caught a couple of golden pomfret yesterday. However, they were not typically found on the raft, likely brought in by the tides. Liu was immediately intrigued. Golden pomfret fetch a high price, especially the black pomfret, which could sometimes sell for around 200 per pound. If they could catch a few black pomfret, it would be quite profitable. Just a few weighing 4 to 5 pounds would suffice. As both types of pomfret are valuable for consumption and display, the two quickly prepared their gear. The raft was not very spacious, and fishing was best done with a raft rod, but Liu only had a shore fishing rod, while Afong had just a raft rod. No matter, they would make do. While fishing on the raft, they had to reel in quickly, otherwise, the fishing line could get tangled in ropes or caught on barnacles growing on the nets, necessitating the use of a thicker line setup. They tried various spots around the raft for over 3 hours, but not only did they fail to catch any golden pomfret, even the bass that were supposed to be swimming around had evaded them. Liu glanced over at Afong, who was practicing with the bass in the net, pulling his rod taut. How bored must one be to play like that? What is going on? Could it be that all the fish have been fished out by those who came to catch bass? That seemed improbable. They had tried every likely spot around the raft. Yet there was not even a nibble. Boss Zhang came over in his boat to deliver their lunch, which consisted of simple boxed meals. They set down their rods, for regardless of whether they caught anything, filling their stomachs was paramount. Have we perhaps stumbled upon a ghost today? There has been no sign of fish at all. The two squatted on the raft, eating their meals and chatting idly. Hey, golden pomfret? Liu inadvertently cast a glance at the fishing rod, but his peripheral vision caught sight of a fish the size of a plastic lunchbox swimming in the sea. Initially uncertain, he observed the large black spots on its body, confirming it was indeed a golden drumfish. Wow, Boss Zhang wasn't he lying? There really are golden drumfish here. The two had waited for over 3 hours without a glimpse of any fish, and doubt had begun to creep in regarding Boss Zhang's honesty. Now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, there was no room for error. Why aren't we catching anything? The fish must be hungry. If we can figure out what they're feeding on, we're sure to catch some. Contemplating this, Liu noticed some seaweed surfacing and tossed a handful into the water. The golden drum fish flicked its tail and vanished. However, after a short while, several golden drum fish emerged, circling around the seaweed, nibbling on it. Ha! Liu set down the lunchbox and picked up a length of rope. What are you up to? Liu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rope, breaking into a grin. I'm going to get some mussels for a meal. He pointed at the rope. Aren't fishermen supposed to come back empty-handed? Many ropes crisscrossed the waters around the fish farm, used to secure the fish pens and nets. And over time, they had accumulated an abundance of mussels and seaweed. The rope Liu retrieved was laden with mussels and seaweed. A mere handful would suffice for a meal. Liu casually plucked a handful of seaweed and tossed it back into the sea, then continued to search for 6 or 7 more ropes, tearing off the seaweed and placing it into the plastic bag he had used for his lunch. Not mussels, just seaweed. Afong was puzzled but didn't inquire further. Liu picked up the fishing rod, removed the shrimp from the hook, and attached a piece of seaweed roughly the length of a finger. After several attempts, he left half of the seaweed floating above. Now Afong understood Liu's intentions. Was he fishing for bass or golden drumfish? Liu expertly cast the seaweed bait out, allowing the sinker to descend about half a meter, shaking it a few times, then letting it drop another half meter and shaking it again. After several such motions, he felt the tip of the rod dip slightly, and his features relaxed with excitement. He leapt to his feet, yanking the fishing rod upwards while quickly cranking the reel. Here, near the reef, it was easy to snap the line, so he needed to reel in swiftly. Wow, just like that, I hooked a fish. No, you can't catch a fish with shrimp. How could you with seaweed? Afong was exhilarated. After a morning of fishing without a single catch, he had only resorted to the nets out of sheer boredom. Having just eaten, Liu now had a fish on his hook, though its identity remained a mystery. As Liu pulled the fish from the water, it turned out to be a golden drum fish weighing around a pound. Quick, Afong, the net. The dorsal fin of the golden drum fish was venomous. A sting would require a trip to the hospital. And yesterday's Stone 9 was no match for the golden drum fish, not to be handled with bare hands. All right, Liu carefully unhooked the fish, placing it into a net bag, keeping it submerged in the sea, as it was midday, and a fish would survive an hour in the fishing box. Boss Zhang had mentioned that these golden drum fish had just arrived. Despite trying various rods and hooks, they hadn't caught anything, indicating a bait issue. While eating, Liu had observed the golden drum fish swimming around the rope, and upon pulling it up, he had seen the seaweed had been nibbled. He figured that since they weren't catching any fish, he might as well try using the seaweed, and to his surprise, it worked. I must be a genius. Regardless of genius or not, I'm off to gather seaweed for fishing. As he spoke, Fong went off to tug at the rope. Chapter 11. The Frenzy of the Golden Drum Fish. While speaking, Liu reattached the seaweed to the hook and cast it once more. This time, as he let it down, he specifically noted the length of the fishing line, and when he reached about 3 to 4 meters, the rod tip suddenly sank heavily. Fong, I've got another one. Liu stood up, raising the rod, which bent deeply into the water, creating an exaggerated arc as the metal gears of the reel whirred frantically. There were so many muscles beneath the surface that he dared not loosen the drag, instead locking it tight and yanking the fish out of the water. At the moment the fish broke the surface, Fong, who had been poised and ready, swiftly netted it. Gazing at the fish, with its oval-shaped spots, it was distinctly different from the previous one, leaving Fong speechless. Wow, Ayu, this golden drum is huge. It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Liu wiped his brow, his fingertips tinged with white from the string. Thank goodness I used thick line, otherwise I couldn't have pulled it up. Regardless of size, let us get fishing. 3 to 4 meters deep, hook on the seaweed. Just use one end and leave a length that can float in the water. Noticing Fong still standing there, Liu urged him to hurry, asserting that beneath them, the golden drum fish were schooling. Now that they had fish, they had to act quickly or they might swim away. Liu grabbed a handful of seaweed. Chopping it with a small knife, he carried and tossing it into the sea to create a bait spot, encouraging the golden drum fish to linger longer. Without hesitation, Fong prepared his seaweed bait and dropped it. I've got one. Me too. The golden drum fish were in a frenzy. With each cast, they were biting. Another one. Liu and Fong alternated, netting fish after fish, and soon they had caught nearly 20 each, but then the bites began to dwindle. Oh, this is exhilarating. The golden drum fish have such strength. It's truly enjoyable. Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. After about half an hour of relentless pulling, their hands were sore, but they had caught only golden drum fish and black golden drums, each weighing over a pound, with the largest approaching 5 pounds, round and plump. After a brief respite with some water, the two resumed their quest across the fish farm, searching for other spots that might yield more fish. The area was vast, and it was unlikely that there was only one productive spot. After circling around, without finding any more fish, they arrived at one of the largest nets, where the water was deeper, approximately 8 meters. Liu cast his line, and before it even sank, it was yanked away. Fong rushed over to cast his line as well, and immediately hooked a fish. This net was the largest, and unlike before, the fish were not crowded. The fish darted away, creating an exhilarating tug-of-war. Fong raised his rod, and unlike earlier, the fish here were much stronger. At the fish farm, he had been pulling them up easily, but now, they fought like tiny motors, spiraling downwards and making it challenging to keep them above water. Liu lowered his rod, and they fished together, only to have their lines tangle. Grabbing the net, he deftly scooped up another golden drum fish. Another one the size of a small basin. Wow, these golden drum fish are enormous. Watch me fly. Be careful not to get stung. I don't want to have to call Uncle Shizhu to take you to the hospital. The excitement escalated as they continued to fish. Each 2-pound golden drum fish was worth over 100. They fished from one net to another, wondering if the deeper water was why the golden drum fish were congregating beneath these nets. In the picturesque land of Yunnan, where my heart lies, Boss Zhang emerged from the house with a cigarette in hand, contemplating that it was about time to send those 2 young men back. Are they fishing? They wouldn't be snagging fish from my net, would they? Boss Zhang observed the 2 individuals standing by the net pen, their fishing rods bending dramatically. He initially assumed they were venting their frustrations over a lack of catch by using his net. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the rods vibrating with a distinct curvature, clearly indicating they had hooked fish. Here it comes, it should be another 3-pounder, he thought. Fong glanced at Ayu, who also had a fish on the line, and without hesitation, he reeled it in, confident in the strength of his line as he pulled the fish toward his feet. From a distance, Boss Zhang spotted a plump, round golden drum fish. They've caught one, he exclaimed, hastening over to their side just in time to see Liu land another catch, unmistakably a golden drum. Boss Zhang, come over. The golden drums here are abundant and substantial, Liu called out. We've been fishing since our meal with hardly a moment's rest. These golden drums must have gone mad. As he spoke, he carefully placed the golden drum into the fishing box. He baited with seaweed, cast his line, and almost immediately, another fish flew up. Boss Zhang peered into the fishing box and saw it nearly brimming. He then walked over to Afong, who had 4 net bags at his feet, each containing large, round golden drums. Testing the weight of one bag, he estimated it to be around 50 pounds. Have you two managed to catch nearly 200 pounds in total? My word, it seems you're running a production here. Even vendors don't stock up this quickly. He joked. As they continued to fish, Boss Zhang wondered why he was unable to catch anything. After observing for a while, he noted that the two had not used the typical bait of small shrimp or sea centipedes, but rather seaweed. Recognizing this as the same seaweed that had grown on the ropes of his own fish pen, he was astounded to realize that these golden drums preferred a vegetarian diet. Are you really using this seaweed to catch golden drums? Boss Zhang asked, incredulous. Liu nodded with a smile. These golden drums likely come from elsewhere, accustomed to a diet of algae and seaweed. I noticed nom marks on the seaweed on the ropes while eating, so I decided to give it a try. And the results were astonishing. He explained that golden drums are omnivorous, eating both meat and algae, and thrive in environments where food is plentiful. It dawned on Boss Zhang that his fish pen, which had not been cleaned for nearly a decade, was likely overrun with seaweed, explaining why the golden drums gathered there. Liu and Afong continued fishing until the bites ceased, indicating that the feeding period had likely ended. After 4 hours of continuous fishing, with only brief moments for hydration, they were nearing their limits and began to pack up. Boss Zhang observed the net bags hanging by the fish pen and the overflowing fishing box, estimating their catch to surpass 200 pounds, worth over 10,000 yuan, especially considering there were some black golden drums among them, potentially bringing the total to 20,000. Let me take a photo of you too. I'll use it for advertising and give you a 20% discount next time, he proposed. Of course, they agreed, acknowledging that even if he didn't take a photo, the surveillance cameras would capture the moment. As Boss Zhang saw them off, he quickly posted the pictures on social media, then set about gathering his own fishing gear. After a struggle, he managed to snag a piece of seaweed and cast it into the area where the two had just fished, waiting for half an hour before finally reeling in a small golden drum no larger than his palm. Glancing at the photos on his phone, he saw the net bags and open fishing box piled like a small mountain, the young fisherman's smiles illuminated by the golden hues of the sunset. Chapter 12, Record Earnings. With this many fish, my father can't possibly haul them with his tricycle. It can only carry a basin and isn't nearly enough. Liu fretted, staring at the 4 net bags submerged in seawater, the fishing box overflowing. Afong sighed in agreement, noting that Li's father's tricycle was only capable of transporting around 100 to 180 pounds, far from sufficient for their haul. Suddenly, Afong slapped his thigh. Why not ask Uncle Wei if he's willing to come to the dock for a pickup? The fishing ban means there's a shortage of fresh catch. He might be interested. Great idea, let us contact Uncle Wei. Liu replied. He offers fair prices, and we'd be taking the fish to his place anyway, especially now during the fishing ban when seafood is scarce. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed. Good afternoon, Uncle Wei. I have over 200 pounds of golden drums. Are you interested? Absolutely. Uncle Wei responded enthusiastically. During the fishing ban, most seafood is frozen. And apart from a few regular fishermen, there are hardly any other sources. With the tastes of the larger buyers becoming more discerning, his excitement was palpable. Uncle Wei, we're at the dock in Paizhou village, and we have quite a bit more than we can carry. Can you send a truck to pick it up? Sure. I'll send a truck right away. With this catch, Liu and Afong wouldn't have to worry for the next week. But Liu mused whether they had caught so many fish through some illicit means. While waiting for Uncle Wei's arrival, he quickly changed the seawater in the fishing box as the density of the fish was so high that some had started to flip over. Where are the fish? Uncle Wei arrived remarkably quickly. Typically, the journey from town on an electric bike takes about half an hour, yet only 15 minutes had passed since Liu's call. They're all in the net bags, and there are a few left in the fishing box, Liu said, leading Uncle Wei to inspect the nets. All these golden drums, did you really catch them all? Yes, indeed. Just the two of us spent the whole afternoon fishing. You two must have found a fish haven. No one else could catch them this quickly. Where were you fishing? Right on Boss Zhang's fish pen. We got lucky as some golden drums came in with the tide. Uncle Wei, familiar with Boss Zhang's operation, recognized it as the largest fish pen in the town. Are they all golden drums? Mostly, with some black golden drums as well. All over a pound, and some weighing 4 or 5 pounds. You've caught quite a bit here. I'll offer you 70 for those weighing 1 to 4 pounds. And 150 for those over 4. For black golden drums, it'll be 95 for those under 4 pounds and 200 for those over. You know this price is only available during the fishing ban or around the new year. Once the season opens, there will be discounts. Uncle Wei explained further, wanting to maintain a good supplier relationship, and informed them that in about half a month, the fishing season would resume, leading to a drop in prices. We understand. Uncle Wei, we've grown up by the sea and are well aware of these matters. All right, as long as you're informed. Let us start weighing the fish. While weighing, Uncle Wei was not overly meticulous, mistakenly placing some 3-pound fish into the 4-pound category. You can see for yourselves, there are 161 pounds of golden drums weighing 1 to 4 pounds, 32 pounds over 4, 43 pounds of black golden drums under 4 pounds, and 23 pounds over 4. There are also a few that have died, but they're still fresh. I can take them for 50 a pound if you want to keep some for home. Uncle Wei, we can simply take the dead fish back to eat ourselves. After all, there aren't many, Liu mused. It seemed implausible that after toiling all afternoon, they wouldn't have fish to show for it. Since the fish had just expired, they were hardly distinguishable from the living. All right then, the total comes to 24,755 yuan. Let me round it up to 24,800 for you. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Wei. No trouble at all. Honestly, after witnessing your success, I feel tempted to join you. This haul exceeds my monthly salary. Oh, come now, Uncle Wei, we're merely fortunate this time. It's unlikely we'll always have such luck. All right, I shall take my leave now. Ayu, Weve struck it rich. Weve really struck it rich. Ah Fong exclaimed, excitedly hugging Liu, nearly shaking his head off. Stop shaking me. Quickly. Open your payment code so I can transfer the money to you. Liu swiftly scanned half the amount for him. It was Ah Fong who had led them to the fish farm this time, and given their close relationship, there was no need to squabble over money. Isn't half too much? You discovered the technique of fishing with seaweed. It's only fair you take the larger share. I merely accompanied you. I hardly need so much. No worries, we fish together, after all. Hurry, let us take 2 fish each and head home. There were just a few fish left. Enough for each to take 2 home. All right, we'll take this many for now. I want to take so much next time. Let us go home. As dusk settled over the small courtyard, Liu arrived home, greeted by the fragrant aroma of ginger and garlic wafting through the air. He handed the 2 remaining fish from the fishing box to his mother, who playfully swatted his head, her hand peeling from sun exposure. After a whole day of fishing, you didn't just catch these few, did you? Li father approached, peering into the fishing box at a black drum fish. How could that be? Just take a look. Liu opened his WeChat payment history for him to see. 24,000. You caught so many? Is this the total for both of you? Yes. I split it equally with Ah Fong. I didn't catch a single one today. After lunch, the fish went wild, one after another. Is that true? Where did you fish? Li father suspected they might have secretly cast nets, for it was hard to believe they could catch so many fish in just one afternoon. Unless they were all black drum fish. Did you catch all black drum fish? Yes, most were black drum fish, with some black gold drum as well. All weighing over a pound, and some between 4 to 5 pounds, caught at Boss Zhang's fish farm. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to show Boss Zhang's photos. Without the pictures, Li father would have found it hard to believe. Even if Boss Zhang's fish farm was teeming with fish, it was improbable they could catch so many. Li father gazed at the bulging 4 net bags in the phone and began to believe his son's words. Dinner's ready. What are you 2 doing over there? Coming. Chapter 13. Call me next time if you have another such fishing bonanza. Just as Li Yu's family finished dinner, Uncle Shizhu and his family arrived, bringing a bottle of wine. Old Li. Today, Ah Fong, that rascal, came home saying he made 12,000 yuan from fishing. It gave me quite a shock. Most of the credit should go to Li Yu. How can Ah Fong be so brazen as to take so much? Uncle Shizhu had not anticipated such a lucrative catch. When Ah Fong told him about their earnings, he was utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom they could earn so much from fishing. It's fine, let us not meddle in the affairs of the kids. It was Ah Fong who suggested the fishing trip today. Here, this bottle of wine was bought over 10 years ago when Ah Fong's grandfather was still around. It's for you. He placed the wine on the table, but Li father refused, and they continued to push it back and forth. All right, enough of that. The wine stays here. Tomorrow, come to my house for dinner, understood? Ah Chin, don't bother cooking tomorrow, come to my place. Li mother, straightforward as ever. Couldn't bear to watch them push the wine back and forth, and made the decision. All right, we'll go together tomorrow afternoon. Let us not interfere with their affairs. Whatever they earn, they can split amongst themselves. Li mother wasn't overly concerned, as the 2 families had a good relationship. Discussing it further might only complicate things. Got it. Are you going fishing tomorrow? If so, count me in. Li father, envious of their good fortune today, wondered why he hadn't encountered such a fishing bonanza himself. I don't want to go tomorrow. Boss Zhang already posted on his social media. So there will surely be many people if we go. Li Yu was keen on resting. He was utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, and his hands still ached. Then I'll go by myself. Shizhu, will you join? Of course. Originally planning to persuade his father otherwise, seeing his father's enthusiasm, he decided against it for fear of reprimand. The next day, Li father called Uncle Shizhu, packed up the fishing gear, and rode off on their tricycle, brimming with determination towards Pai Tu village. Before they even reached the dock, they saw it filled with vehicles. Surely, those cars aren't all heading to Old Zhang's? Perhaps. Should we call old John to check? All right, let us call. Hello, old Lee. Congratulations on your fortune. What fortune? Come on, don't play coy. Your son and Shizhu's son caught fish worth at least 20,000 yuan yesterday. You can't say you Haven T struck it rich. That's my son's catch. What does that have to do with me? Then let me ask you, if it's your son's, then is it not yours as well? Answer me. Boss Zhang recalled the previous day's events and felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't he been the one fishing? Hey, old Zhang, if it weren't for my son catching so many fish yesterday, would there be so many people here today? Don't tell me the cars parked at the dock aren't here for fishing. Hee, they are indeed here for fishing. Then since my son and Shizhu's son have brought you so many customers, shouldn't you offer me some benefits? If I were to give benefits, it'd be to you and Shizhu's son. What do you want it for? Didn't you just say that what belongs to the son belongs to the father? So giving me benefits is the same as giving benefits to my son. Enough of this. Why did you call me? Don't tell me you want to come fishing. Ha ha ha, you're quite the genius. How did you guess so quickly what I wanted? To be honest, if anyone else came to fish now, I wouldn't let them, but for you and Shizhu, just come. But just know, today, if anyone else comes fishing, I'm raising the price to 150. For you too, I'll charge the original price. Don't say I Haven T given you a benefit. Remembering that he had only caught a palm-sized fish after guarding the spot for half an hour. The two fathers would have to taste the bitter fruit their sons had sown. Hey, old Zhang, you're quite the scoundrel. Not only do you refuse to let us fish for free, but you're also keeping the price for my mother. You're truly wicked. Hurry and send the boat to pick us up. Uncle Shizhu, who had been waiting impatiently, stood by and spoke into the phone. All right. I'll send the boat right away. As Boss Zhang arrived at the fish farm with Li father and Uncle Shizhu, someone asked him, "Is what you posted yesterday on social media true? I've been here for almost an hour and Haven T had a single bite." The people coming to fish at the farm were all drawn here by his social media post. Otherwise, who would come to fish here? Indeed. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the two individuals beside me. The two in the photograph are indeed his sons. My friend, yesterday your son truly caught such a remarkable quantity. I noticed in Lao Zhang's WeChat moments that he had 4 bulging nets. Upon arrival, one of them handed out cigarettes. And Li's father, upon seeing it, exclaimed, "Ah, a gold brick. When do I ever indulge in such fine tobacco? I usually settle for the 10 yuan per pack, Grey Wolf." Lighting the cigarette, Li's father took a deep drag. Cough, cough. The people in Lao Zhang's WeChat moments were indeed my son. He only began fishing after dining here. And he ultimately caught over 200 jin. Cough, cough. The man nearby hastily stuffed the remaining gold bricks into Li's father's pocket. And Li quickly pulled him aside to whisper, "Go and pull up the ropes securing the fish raft at Zhang's. There's seaweed on that rope. And my son used it to catch his fish yesterday." "All right, brother." After Li's words, he noticed that Shizhu had already hung the seaweed and started fishing. The person who had just given Li the cigarette saw him sitting there and quickly brought over his fishing gear to join them. Indeed, just after Uncle Shizhu cast his line, the tip of the rod bent down, and with a strong tug, he caught a palm-sized golden drumfish. The remaining two, witnessing the effectiveness, hurriedly hung up their seaweed to commence fishing as well. "Brother, this seaweed is incredible. It bites immediately after being cast." Li's father, chuckling beside them, remained silent while fishing. Observing that no one else was catching fish, the others approached and saw their feet surrounded by seaweed. They hurried back to gather seaweed to fish. It seemed that the batch of golden drumfish had been nearly depleted, as the bites only lasted about 10 minutes, with most having been caught. They then languished under the sun until Lao Zhang arrived with lunch, at which point they took a break. Li's father and the others planned to cease fishing after their meal. Each had caught a few fish, and since they had not paid, they allowed Lao Zhang to take them back to the dock after dining. As soon as they arrived home, Li's father pulled out a gold brick and began smoking, eagerly seeking out Liu. "Today, you truly led me astray. Your uncle Shizhu and I went fishing early this morning, and we only managed to catch those few in the box, spending the entire morning idly. If you ever encounter another feeding frenzy like yesterday, you must call me." Liu, while observing the cigarette in his father's hand, responded. Although he did not smoke, he could still discern quality tobacco. His father certainly would not typically splurge on such fine cigarettes, and seeing him reluctant to discard the butt, he resolved to bring him back a fine cigarette from town to improve his life. Chapter 14, Changing Equipment. In the afternoon, Liu ventured into town and first stopped by the tobacco shop to procure a gold brick for his father. Fortunately, he had earned a little money from fishing yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford it, as a box of gold brick costs 100, and a single stick is 100 yuan. As he prepared to leave, he remembered that his Guangwei new dodgy rod seemed a bit long for fishing on the raft. So he decided to pick up a shorter rod. Thus, he headed directly to Uncle Lu's fishing tackle shop, where he found Uncle Lu leisurely sipping tea. "Uncle Lu, the last fishing rod I bought is a bit long. What options do you have for rods suitable for fishing on the raft? Liu wasted no time and stated his requirements directly. For fishing on the raft, you should take a 2-meter one. It works well both on the raft and the boat. That 3-meter rod is indeed a bit long for the raft. Do you prefer it stiffer or softer? Stiffer. Ideally capable of hauling in 10 jean or so. After all, he fished for profit, not for the tactile experience. He wanted a rod that could pull in large fish directly. Here, this is the Ikuda Hongdao nearshore boat fishing rod, size 50, made of high-carbon material with Fuji guides. It's stiffer than many coarse boat rods. He handed over a size 50 rod with a solid carbon fiber tip. Try bending it, you can see for yourself. Hauling in 10 jean fish is no problem. The boat fishing rod is specifically designed for fishing from a boat, often utilizing high-carbon materials that are both strong and lightweight. Depending on the fishing method and target species, there are various types such as slow jigging and fast reeling, with the size denoting load capacity, such as size 30 or 50. The rod's hardness varies, and the guides and reel seats are compatible with spinning reels or baitcasting reels, suitable for deep sea and nearshore fishing. Capable of tackling larger species like grouper and bass, focusing on vertical line release and fish control. Liu tested it in his hands and found it indeed much stiffer than his Guangwei Nu Daji, albeit a bit thicker. Is this a size 50? Uncle Liu, let me see the size 30. The size 30 was indeed softer, yet sturdier than the Guangwei Nu Daji. Upon seeing the size 30, Liu felt an immediate attraction. The tip was solid carbon. What reel should I pair with this 30 size? The Spall's 6000 spinning reel pairs well with the Ikuda Hongdao size 30 boat rod. Alright. How much for the pair, Uncle Liu? The Ikuda Hongdao size 30 is 450, and the Spall's 6000 spinning reel is from Japan and fairly expensive at 704. Together it totals 1154, but I'll let you have it for 1150. I'm not overcharging you. You can check on Tmall. Such an expense, Liu thought. Though he had braced himself, the price still took him aback. While items from Japan are indeed pricey, the fishing gear there is undeniably more effective than what is available domestically. Alright, I'll take the whole set. Gritting his teeth, he proceeded to make the payment. He had no choice but to invest, as he could not continue fishing from the shore forever. He needed to be on the raft or boat. Do you need anything else? A few sets of snell hooks. Do you have any leader lines resistant to oyster shell abrasion? Recalling the leader line that had snapped on the oyster shell yesterday, he decided to buy a few stiffer ones. For resistance to oyster shell abrasion, that would require wire leaders. The wire leader is a commonly used accessory in sea fishing, made of high-strength wire, capable of preventing sharp-toothed fish, such as bass and mackerel, from biting through the line. Additionally, it minimizes friction with obstacles in complex underwater environments, thereby avoiding line wear and breakage. Wire leaders? I've never heard of them. I'll just buy some and later ask Baodo for advice. I'll take 10 of varying thicknesses for the wire leaders and 10 sets of snell hooks. How much is it all together? Since you've already invested so much in expensive gear, I'll give you these small items for free. Considering how long I've known your father. Well then, thank you, Uncle Liu. Oh, wait a moment, I need to ask you something. As Liu packed his things and prepared to leave, Uncle Liu called him back. Were you and Shizhu's son the ones who caught over 200 jean of golden drumfish at Lao Zhang's raft in Paotu village yesterday? Indeed, in a small place. Everyone knows each other, and any peculiar occurrences quickly become common knowledge. Yes, it was me and a Fong. Uncle Liu, are you going to fish at Lao Zhang's? Indeed. Indeed. Who wouldn't he want a chance at a bountiful catch? But there are too many people fishing at Lao Zhang's. Today, my father and Uncle Shizhu fished all morning and only caught a few. Ah, your father is your father, just like you. Others fishing at Lao Zhang's didn't catch nearly as much as you did. What bait did you use? Indeed. Fishermen are never satisfied unless they are far surpassing others in their catches. Otherwise, they will ponder whether something else might be amiss, such as the fishing spot, bait, or atmospheric pressure. Using seaweed for fishing, it was what Boss Zhang employed to secure the ropes of the fish rafts. All right, Uncle Liu, I shall take my leave now. After grabbing his fishing rod, Liu departed from the town, making his way straight home. Upon arrival, he found his father napping in the courtyard and placed a golden brick emphatically on the table beside his slumbering parent. Smack! You rascal, are you seeking a beating? Do you not realize how early I rose this morning to fish? Liu remained silent, merely gesturing towards the golden brick on the table. Instantly, Li's father sprang up, seizing the golden brick and heading towards the storage room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the storage room, grinning widely. My good son, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Fish balls, meat dumplings, braised meat, oyster omelet. Upon hearing his father mention cooking, Liu eagerly ordered a dozen dishes, undeterred by the prospect of leftovers, as Afong's family was also coming for dinner. You rascal, do not overreach. You only bought me 1,000 yuan's worth of goods, and now you expect me to whip up 10,000 yuan's worth? Let alone the fact that making the meat dumpling wrappers takes half an hour, do you wish to exhaust me? Meat dumplings. The wrappers are crafted from a mixture of pork and sweet potato flour, thin as paper, encasing a meaty filling, yielding a tender and elastic texture. Hey, what is it that takes half an hour and could kill you? As Lee's mother stepped outside to prepare dinner, she overheard her husband bellowing. Isn't this your good son? He wants meat dumplings and fish balls. Surely making the dumpling wrappers alone takes half an hour. If your son desires it, then make it. Stop your rambling. Son, go fetch half a bowl of sweet potato flour for your father to make the dumpling wrappers. And call Shirju's family to tell them not to cook. All right. Bang, bang, bang. As Uncle Shirju entered, he found Lee's father pounding pork and sweet potato flour, with the flour dust swirling in the air, settling in Lee's father's hair. Old Lee, how is it that just one day without seeing you has turned your hair white? Lee's father shot him a glare and continued pounding the dumpling wrappers. Come, it's time to eat, Shirju Alfong. Try the meat dumplings made by Old Lee. Have they changed in flavor? Indeed, these meat dumplings are delicious. Uncle Lee's culinary skills are truly commendable. Chapter 15, Nearshore Fishing. Alfong, are you going fishing tomorrow? Where shall we fish? The two had tasted the sweetness of fishing, earning over 10,000 in a day, surpassing 2 months' wages in the factory. Hearing them discuss fishing, Lee's mother lost interest, just like her husband, who, after several fruitless days of fishing, had no desire to go again. I have nearly fished all the nearby spots, and they are not very fruitful. Alfong, who rarely ventured out and spent his time fishing at home with Uncle Shirju, lamented the lack of young people in the village. With nothing else to do, he had fished all the spots in the neighboring villages. Dad, can we take our fishing boat out during the fishing ban? Liu suddenly felt the urge to try boat fishing, especially after purchasing such a fine fishing rod. It would be a disservice not to test it on the water. What, do you both wish to go boat fishing? Yes, the shore fishing spots are practically barren. We might as well try our luck offshore. You can go fishing, but you need to register with the Fisheries Bureau for inspection, which can take a few days. Upon hearing about this cumbersome process, Liu's enthusiasm waned. He was well aware of the bureaucracy involved. Do you wish to go boat fishing? I have the number of a boat owner. It's 230 per person for 8 to 10 hours, including a meal. There are 2 types of nearshore fishing boats. One is a leisure fishing boat, typically made of fiberglass, equipped with sunshade and safety features, accommodating 4 to 6 people. The second type is a professional sea fishing boat, constructed from high-carbon materials, offering more specialized equipment compared to leisure boats. Liu was not well versed in boat fishing and did not know which boats had better reputations, so he let Afong handle the arrangements. All right, you find the boat. You know better than I do. Okay. That night, Afong sent a message, stating they were to meet at the town dock at 6:30 a.m. on a boat owned by Boss Zhang's brother. They were to bring their own bait, though bait would be available on the boat for a fee. Liu decided it was better to bring his own, as he could easily catch some from his family's shrimp pond. The next day at 6 a.m., Liu caught a pound of live shrimp from the pond and hopped on his electric scooter, having informed his mother the night before about his boat fishing plans. Upon arriving at the town dock, he spotted a man resembling old Zhang, puffing away on a cigarette. Boss Zhang, good morning. Good morning, young lad. We still have to wait a bit. One person hasn't arrived yet. This boat, along with the boat owner, could accommodate 6 people. If anyone found it too cramped, they could also charter the boat. Before long, a middle-aged man drove up in a silver crown and immediately complained about the boat departing too early, lamenting his decade of fishing experience. Boss Zhang, unfazed by such antics after so many years, merely instructed everyone to line up for boarding once he saw the man had arrived. The seating on the boat was surely a matter of luck. Naturally, the closer one sat to the captain, the better the position. Aware of their tardiness, Liu and Afong accepted their fate and took seats further back. However, one individual was less considerate. The latecomer elbowed his way to the front, settling beside the boat owner, incessantly chattering away. Lin Minghua, self-proclaimed 10-year fishing veteran. He proclaimed as he shoved his crocodile leather tackle box next to the captain's position. Young folks, if you want to master fishing, you must learn the rules. The young man who had been about to speak up thought better of it, deciding that a single seat wasn't worth the trouble this early in the morning. Once everyone was seated, Boss Zhang announced, "Hold on tight," and the fishing boat sped off at a swift pace. After approximately half an hour of rapid sailing, they arrived at a location just meters away from a small island, anchoring in a secluded area with no other boats in sight. This is the advantage of arriving early. This entire stretch of sea is ours. Boss Zhang circled the boat around the island for nearly 10 minutes, searching for a flowing area, then positioned the boat with its bow facing the island and dropped anchor. All right, there's current here. There should be fish. Let's start here. Liu affixed a sinker to his line and tested the current, discovering it was a bit swift, pulling the sinker outward. He switched to a heavier sinker, allowing it to sink to the bottom, where the water was approximately 15 meters deep. He informed Ah Fong that the sinker needed to be slightly heavier, then took out his newly purchased fishing rod to see if it could be cast effectively. It was just right. Had he used the longer rod of over 3 meters, it would have been cumbersome on the boat. As he turned to grab the shrimp, he noticed Lin Minghua dumping 2 bags of Antarctic krill for bait near the front of the boat, assessing the direction of the current. He quickly called out to Ah Fong, who was preparing to bait, to halt his actions. This was fortunate for the two of them. Liu baited half a shrimp on his hook and dropped it to the bottom. After a few gentle jerks on the rod, he felt a slight tremor. Wow! A fish! He swiftly lifted the rod and pulled the fish from the water, revealing a palm-sized fish adorned with over 10 green stripes, its dorsal fin standing tall. Quite a sight to behold. A banded grouper. It must weigh around half a kilogram. This fish was quite tasty. He wondered about its market price. Ah Fong, what's the price of banded grouper? Just as he was about to ask, he saw Ah Fong hurriedly switching to a treble hook. Around 4 to 5 pieces would weigh about a pound. Hastened to replace the treble hooks, for the small groupers, akin to the elusive climbing fish, appear in swarms, voraciously biting. With deft hands, Liu readies the treble hooks and meticulously slices the shrimp into segments. When the fish are ravenous, there is no need to attach a whole shrimp. A mere fragment suffices. He affixes the shrimp flesh to the hook and casts his line into the depths, allowing it to sink directly to the bottom. The tip of the rod soon displays signs of life, yet Liu remains patient, counting the tremors, 4 or 5, before raising the rod to strike. Ah, what a fierce struggle from the hooked fish. There is a notable weight on the line. Carefully, he draws the fish from the water, revealing a bountiful catch of 5 small groupers, all thrashing wildly on the treble hooks. Swiftly, he scoops them up with the net. These few already amount to 100 yuan. He cannot afford to let them escape. The sound of the net entering the water draws the attention of others nearby. At that moment, Ah Fong also raises his rod, bending significantly under the strain. A twinge of regret strikes Ah Fong for his greed, as his rod feels somewhat soft. And the groupers here are quite sizable. He must not allow a line break. After Liu assists Ah Fong in netting his fish, he observes as Ah Fong snips a hook before rebaiting and resuming his fishing. With the exception of Lin Minghua, everyone else has managed to catch at least a few groupers, though the quantities vary. Lin Minghua moves to the bow of the boat to fish. Having just deployed 2 bags of Antarctic krill there, shielded by the cabin structure, he is oblivious to the activity behind him. Liu continues to cast, fishing for nearly an hour before the bites gradually dwindle. He gazes into the tackle box, filled with dozens of pounds of groupers. Today, the fare for just the 2 of them has been earned back, not to mention that Ah Fong has another box full. After consulting with Boss Zhang about securing the net bag to the boat, the 2 promptly transfer the fish into the net and tie it to the stern. Hearing the commotion, Lin Minghua approaches, only to see the tackle boxes of the others brimming with groupers. Peering over the side of the boat, he notices the current flowing away. Observing the fish in the other boxes, Lin Minghua feels a pang of regret for having wasted his time at the bow with the 2 bags of Antarctic krill, all of which have been swept away by the current to the stern. After over an hour of fruitless fishing, he finds himself separated from the others, who are reeling in their catches with fervor. Chapter 16, The Struggle for Supremacy. Reflecting on his futile wait at the bow, Lin Minghua considers that some of the krill must have settled on the seabed. No current, no matter how vigorous, could wash away all the bait. He observes the various rods positioned in the back, realizing that fishing requires patience. Often, the first 2 or 3 hours may yield no bites, only for the fish to strike just as one prepares to change positions. Determined, he resolves to remain at the bow, having invested so much bait. Liu, noting the increasingly sparse bites, acknowledges that it is still early. Requesting the boat owner to change positions would be futile. It is currently high tide, causing the seabed's algae and plankton to be stirred up. Realizing the tide has begun to rise, he surmises that larger fish will soon emerge to forage. Without hesitation, he switches to a steel leader and replaces the treble hooks. He selects a lively shrimp, positioning the hook appropriately so that it remains securely attached while casting, minimizing injury to the shrimp and allowing it to maintain its liveliness, swimming naturally in the water. The weight pulls the shrimp down to the seabed, and Liu tests the line, confirming he is not snagged. Goodness, is this lively shrimp truly so effective? Just as Liu sets down his rod to retrieve another, he notices the tip quivering, then jerking outward. Fortunately, his expensive rod is secured with a safety strap. Gripping the rod with both hands, he raises it to set the hook. A catch. The force is astonishing. Liu feels the tremendous pull on the rod, his expression shifting as the tip plunges into the water. This rod is remarkably stiff. The fish must weigh at least 10 pounds. Though his voice is low, the sound of the reel releasing line draws the attention of the others, who quickly recognize the size of the fish from the bent rod. Ah Fong, observing Liu's rod bending dramatically, hastily retracts his own, mindful that tangling lines is a minor concern compared to losing the fish. Do not dive. Do not swim beneath the boat. Do not struggle. Come to me obediently. Watching the reel continue to whir, he realizes the fish is attempting to dive into the rocky area. He has no choice but to tighten the drag slightly, halting the line's release and pulling firmly. The rocky seabed is riddled with crevices and oyster shells, and since he is fishing at the bottom, he must act quickly. If the fish enters the rocky zone, it could either find a hiding spot or sever the line. Now, he can only pull hard. Any attempts to control or tire the fish would be futile once it reaches the rocky area. Feeling the strain, he finds it difficult to manage the rod pressing against his stomach, which is starting to ache. He quickly calls for Ah Fong to lend him his belly support. With the support in place, Liu finds it easier to exert force and adjust his angle. He begins to reel in, relieved once the fish is pulled out of the rocky zone, allowing him to gradually tire it. He resolves to purchase a belly support for future outings, as relying solely on his hands proves insufficient. What kind of fish is this, exerting such strength? As long as it isn't a sea mullet, he reassures himself. For a sea mullet would leap from the water, using its body to escape the hook. Liu patiently waits for the fish to tire before swiftly reeling in. At last, the fish breaks the surface, revealing its true form. It resembles a fish nearly the size of a child's bicycle wheel, its gray-brown body adorned with several black stripes. My goodness, a rock snapper. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Larger than my son's bicycle wheel. The other anglers exclaim. To think such a rare fish was caught by me. Quick, pull it up for a closer look. This rock snapper is massive and quite valuable. The boat owner encourages, excited that this fish was caught on his vessel. Let me snap a photo for social media. The remaining half-month as guest will surely not be a concern. Liu beams with joy, carefully managing the line, scarcely daring to breathe. As he draws the fish alongside the boat, a patient Ah Fong skillfully nets it, allowing Liu to exhale deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. The others gather around, one of them playfully positioning their head alongside the fish for a photo. It's much bigger than your head, thicker than my hand. Liu is truly elated. The size of this rock snapper is exceptional and highly prized. Although the price of rock snapper pales in comparison to that of the coveted grouper, the rock snapper, being significantly larger, is worth at least 300 yuan per pound. Hastily, Liu places the fish into the boat's live well. This vessel is equipped with a live well, but the previous abundance of groupers left no room. Now, with only the one rock snapper, it must be kept in the live well to ensure its vitality. He wonders if there might be more. Wiping his brow, he notes the sun rising higher, intensifying the excitement. Liu knows that rock snappers are not social fish, and so he prepares to cast another lively shrimp into the sea, hoping for yet another catch. Brother, do you still have live shrimp? Could you spare me one? Liu looked up to see the person who had taken his spot when boarding the boat. Since he had plenty of live shrimp, he thought it best to let him help himself. Help yourself from the tackle box. All right, thank you, brother. Seeing this, the others began to replace their hooks with live shrimp as well. Lin Minghua felt a surge of joy as he observed that their bites were gradually diminishing. However, just as he returned to the bow of the boat, a voice from behind caught his attention. His expression changed when he saw Liu's fishing rod bent deeply into the water. Damn it, he is using my bait and has caught such a large fish. Cut the line, Lin Minghua silently urged. As Liu slowly pulled the fish out of the water, Lin Minghua felt a pang of frustration in his chest. What does it even mean to catch a fish with my bait? He thought bitterly. Yet, he couldn't comprehend how everyone else on the boat was reeling in so many fish while he was left empty-handed. Returning to his spot in silence, he cast his line again. Lin Minghua regretted his earlier decision. Had he known the bow would be the less productive spot, he wouldn't have claimed it. It would have been wiser to stay towards the back, saving his precious shrimp and not wasting so much time at the front. All fishing in the same waters, on the same boat. Why was he unable to catch anything? If anyone heard of his plight, they would surely scold him, saying, "Have you no sense?" Liu, meanwhile, was enjoying a fruitful day. The fish caught near the shore were far stronger than those caught from the bank, providing a much more satisfying experience. Chapter 17. Changing fishing spots. The tide was gradually reaching its peak, the flow of water slowing until it ceased altogether. Of course, Liu, being a novice, knew nothing of these currents. He attributed everything to mere luck. Boss Zhang had arranged with the restaurant onshore to deliver meals to this small island, besides Zhang's boat. For others were also fishing in the vicinity. When the lunch delivery arrived, it was a simple fare. Each person received a portion of Longjiang pig trotter rice. During the lackluster fishing period, Lin Minghua had been urging a change of location. Boss Zhang was reluctant to agree. If they changed spots, where would the restaurant send the meals? The boat owners had cooperated with the restaurant for years, and meals were prepared according to the number of guests aboard, delivered punctually to the agreed-upon location. Unless everyone unanimously agreed to forego their lunch, The matter of changing fishing spots was off the table. After lunch, having endured 3 hours without a bite, Boss Zhang finally sought the guests' opinions. Now that we've eaten, and there's truly no action here, shall we move to another spot? This time, Liu concurred. Earlier, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. Since we caught some rock bream here this morning, perhaps another will bite soon. However, after 3 hours of agonizing wait, he found it unbearable. What was the point of holding out in a spot with no bites? Thus, they decided to change locations. As there was simply no action here, Afang quickly chimed in, satisfied with their catches for the day. After all, he and Liu had amassed the most fish, with each of them reeling in around 50 pounds of fish, at a buying price of 41 yuan per pound. That amounted to a substantial sum. What more could one ask for? It was worth noting that there was another person aboard who had caught nothing. Let's gather our rods and proceed to the next fishing spot. If there's still no luck there, we can try another location. If not, we'll head back. Sounds good. Most aboard had already recouped their fares, and remaining in a spot without bites was simply torturous. Hey, you two, make sure to secure your nets tightly. If they slip away when we speed up, I won't be held responsible. Liu and Afang hurriedly secured their nets, even pulling on them together to ensure they were tight before moving on. Seeing their compliance, Boss Zhang nodded in approval. Young men, sit tight. We're about to take off. He shouted to the nearby boat. Old Liu, we're changing spots. There are no fish here. Just mind your own business. Old Liu retorted, ignoring him. After a morning of catching nothing, the guests aboard were beginning to grumble about the boat owner's ineptitude. The fishing boat surged forward. The seawater mixed with the wind splashing against Liu's face, alleviating some of his annoyance. Shortly after, Boss Zhang halted the boat. Here we are. This is an artificial coral reef built by the government a few years back. Boss Zhang explained. The reef's complex structure harbors an abundance of small fish and shrimp, which in turn attract larger fish. The intricate architecture of the artificial reef provides shelter for various marine life, drawing numerous small fish and shrimp to congregate, which in turn lures larger predatory species, thereby increasing the likelihood of encountering fish while angling. Also, the structure here is quite intricate. Do not cast your hooks just yet. First, use a sinker to probe the underwater terrain. Using a sinker entails attaching a heavy weight to the fishing line and slowly lowering it into the water, feeling the bottom structure through the weight. If the sinker encounters a hard object with a rebound sensation, it may indicate rocks. If it feels soft, it may be sand or mud. Listening to advice is wise, Liu thought, removing his steel leader and leaving only the sinker. He slowly lowered it into the water, letting down about 15 meters of line before feeling a slight rebound. Ah, am I really this lucky? I found it on the first try? He quickly called out. Afang, I felt the sinker bounce back. Does that mean I found something? If you feel a rebound, it should mean something is there. I'm not entirely sure. I only remember my father mentioning it. Surely I found it on the first try. Indeed, I must be lucky. I lowered about 15 meters and found it. I must be a genius. Afang, observing that he had already let out nearly 20 meters of line, fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be? He found it so quickly, while I'm still searching. Is he truly a genius? Liu, filled with excitement, attached his hook, initially contemplating switching to a steel leader. He reconsidered. Should he snag the bottom, he would have no choice but to cut the main line. Thus, he opted for the ordinary line, which could be broken if it got snagged. With confidence, he cast his line and, upon reaching the bottom, attempted to lift it. Damn, I'm snagged. He let out 15 meters of line and attempted to lift it, finding it could move slightly, but then it became immovable. He tried different angles, but could not free it. It was likely a fishing net. Afang, you won't get it out by pulling hard. Unless you break the hook or leader, it won't budge. Try letting out some line and see if the hook can sink, which may help you find the net's opening and free it. Liu attempted this, but to no avail, including the captain's suggestion to change angles and switching pullers. Nothing worked. The captain was even urging him to cut the main line. It was possible the net had been submerged for so long that seawater had corroded it. In a final attempt, he pulled hard, and the hook finally broke free from the net. Fishing nets submerged in seawater for years are subject to various salts and chemicals, such as sodium chloride and magnesium chloride, which can chemically react with the net's material, degrading its fiber structure and reducing its strength. Alternatively, prolonged immersion in seawater causes fishing nets to accumulate a plethora of marine organisms, such as mollusks and algae. The growth and metabolic processes of these creatures lead to the erosion and wear of the net fibers, rendering the nets increasingly fragile. At this juncture, Afang had already secured the bottom, having a fixed bait and commenced fishing. The water here reached a depth of over 20 meters, far exceeding the 15 meters he had just tested. While others were able to fish, he found himself unable to do so, and changing positions with the captain was out of the question. Liu remained skeptical, removing the leader line for another attempt. 15 meters. 20 meters. Liu could scarcely believe his eyes. Could it be that the net had shifted due to his own tugging? He lowered the line to the full 20+ meters, then, to ensure it remained on the net, he tugged the fishing rod side to side, but the reel did not release line as he reeled it in. Chapter 18. Fishing for speckled crab to bait for large grouper. After patiently waiting for over an hour without a single bite, Liu shook his head in disbelief. How could there be no fish? Whether casting nets or fishing, these were the harsh realities one had to face. Liu rose slowly, turning the spinning reel until he spotted a dark red shell breaking the surface, with 8 crab legs flailing in the air. To his astonishment, the hook had snagged on the serrated joint of the speckled crab's claw, and the shell was still adorned with strands of dark green seaweed. When he first glimpsed the dark red hue in the water, excitement surged through Liu, yet the fishing rod remained utterly still. As he pulled it from the water, he discovered it was indeed a speckled crab, quite substantial in size, with legs that surpassed his own palm. "Well, would you look at that?" he exclaimed. "Ayu, you are truly remarkable. Catching a speckled crab while fishing is no small feat, yet one is hardly sufficient. I need 4 or 5 to satisfy my hunger." Liu shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Ah Fong, however, found the situation amusing and eagerly retrieved the speckled crab, pinching its abdomen and realizing that it had recently molted. A prized catch indeed, which he promptly tossed into the bait box. As Liu gazed at the crab within the box, a flood of memories washed over him. 15 years prior, in a small fishing village, it was during the decline of the community, as unrestricted trawling wreaked havoc on the coastal environment. At that time, his grandfather had ceased to go out to sea, and Liu would pester him daily for stories. The grouper, cunning as ever, specifically sought out newly molted crabs. His grandfather's gnarled hands would gesture, likening the predator-prey dynamic to that of a human seizing a soft persimmon. Nature's law of the jungle applied equally beneath the waves. Back then, there stood a longan tree in the courtyard, where his grandfather would often relocate a lounge chair to bask in the shade. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on his grandfather's face, while the sea breeze, akin to a palm frond, gently caressed him. His grandfather had often remarked that grouper had a particular fondness for crabs, especially those freshly molted, their flavor wafting through the waters, making them an irresistible bait for catching large grouper. It was fortuitous that they were fishing near artificial coral, a prime hiding spot for grouper. Lost in thought, he picked up a small knife, preparing to cleave the crab into quarters. Ah Fong initially paid no heed, assuming Liu merely wished to inspect the crab, until he noticed the knife poised against its shell. "Wait, you can't possibly be planning to butcher this freshly molted crab," Ah Fong exclaimed. "Brother, do you realize this is a newly molted speckled crab? What do you intend to do with it?" Ah Fong rushed to intervene. "Just one? It's quite valuable. I know. I'll use it for fishing. My grandfather always said that large grouper have a penchant for this kind of freshly molted crab," Liu replied, and with a sweeping motion, he divided it into 4 pieces. 4 pieces, shared between Ah Fong and himself, meant each would only have 2 chances, testing the fabled bait's allure. Liu handed Ah Fong 2 pieces, who carefully affixed the crab to the hook. With a resounding thud, the sinker, together with the crab, descended into the depths. But after a couple of tugs, it was apparent that nothing had snagged. Once Ah Fong secured the crab, they began their wait. Fishing for grouper is no simple task. It demands patience, for these fish, having grown large, possess an intelligence that surpasses that of their smaller kin. Waiting for a big catch is laborious, requiring unwavering focus on the rod, as one never knows when a fish might bite. If a fish strikes but is not hooked, it could mean a loss of thousands. Unbeknownst to them, nearly half an hour had passed, and the rod remained steadfast, unmoving. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, its rays illuminated the water, casting an uncomfortable glare on the 2 men. Yet they remained steadfast, gripping the rods tightly, keeping the line taut, occasionally lifting the rod to attract the attention of the lurking giants below, a task that was exhausting, and in that brief span, their clothes had grown damp with perspiration. The briny sea breeze enveloped them as the sun, resembling a distant football, hung in the sky, its orange-red halo transforming the sea into a flowing molten gold. The crests of the waves shattered into myriad shards of glimmering glass, the rippling light causing Liu to squint. The scenery was breathtaking. Despite having grown up by the sea, such beauty was a rare sight. With a collective sigh, they began a casual conversation, realizing that while the view was splendid, their purpose for venturing out was to fish and earn a living, not merely to appreciate the scenery or cultivate their souls. After an hour of patient waiting, they were still uncertain if there were any fish. The tip of the rod had not stirred. Liu, feeling a twinge of disappointment, swiftly began to reel in the line to check on the crab's condition. Just as he began to turn the reel, an immense force surged through the fishing rod, catching Liu off guard. Only with Ah Fong's assistance did he manage to steady himself. "It's happening. Ah Fong, Quickly reel in your rod. The fish had likely been aware of the crab for some time, but its cunning nature had prevented it from biting until Liu retrieved the line, and the crab was no longer at the ocean floor, sensing no danger before striking. It was a sizable fish, most likely a large grouper. Liu positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, bracing his knees against the boat's edge. As the strain from the depths sent the spinning reel into a frenzied release of line, the metal guides heating from the friction. With a swift motion, he secured the rod, commanding Ah Fong to brace himself against the rod's strain, while he exerted all his strength to lift the line, adjusting the drag gradually. Hooking a large fish demanded finesse. Applying too much tension could snap the line or even the rod itself. The captain quickly instructed the others to stow their rods and move to the bow of the boat. As the fish's power was so great that it had begun to shift the vessel, the reel whirred with a rapid release of line, the fish below exerting its strength. Liu promptly loosened the drag, allowing the fish to tire, while maintaining a vigilant watch on the direction of the line. With no hesitation, he quickly cranked the reel to retrieve some line, then tightened the drag slightly, using both hands to lift the rod, steadying himself for the next time the fish paused. The fish, sensing danger, dove again, and Liu expertly adjusted the drag to the threshold where he could draw the line steadily with one hand. The reel began to release line in a burst, not in a straight trajectory, but rather erratically, with the fish changing direction unpredictably. Liu bent the rod, allowing it to form a 110-degree angle, utilizing the carbon fiber's elasticity to cushion the impact. As the line tightened, he seized the opportunity to shake the rod 3 times, causing the fish to turn its head in pain, and he quickly reeled in the line. With a deep sigh, he realized the fish had exerted itself thrice, and now, beneath the surface, he could discern the outline of a greenish fish, a grouper weighing over 20 pounds. As Liu gazed at the green grouper surfacing like a little piglet, excitement coursed through him, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Ah Fong made a special trip to procure a large net from the boat owner. When it came time to catch the fish, he gently lowered the net into the water to avoid startling it, successfully securing the magnificent grouper without incident. The appearance of this sizable fish was far from graceful. Its bulging eyes and swollen body were somewhat unappealing. Quickly, they needed to release some air to save it, for if it perished, its worth would diminish significantly. On the belly of the fish, typically located just below the pectoral fins and near the lateral line, there was a notably softer area, indicating the presence of the swim bladder. Hiss hiss. With precision, Liu inserted the air release needle at approximately a 45-degree angle to the fish's surface, swiftly and accurately puncturing the swim bladder. Listening intently to the hissing sound of escaping gas, as he released the air, Liu attentively observed the fish's condition. Once it was able to swim gracefully in the water, he placed it in the live well alongside the large snapper. Chapter 19. One fish is enough. As Liu settled the green grouper into the live well, the others eagerly gathered around to inspect the catch. What kind of fish is this? A green grouper. You've struck it rich with such a large specimen. Lin Minghua gazed enviously at Liu, wishing he could have caught such a sizable grouper himself. Hee hee. Thankfully there were no tangles. Landing a big fish is truly a delight. Liu felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he watched the grouper in the live well, never expecting to catch such a magnificent stonefish. Suddenly, the live well erupted with splashes, startling everyone into retreat. Observing the grouper's vitality, Liu contentedly closed the lid, while the others reluctantly returned to their seats. A Yu is truly impressive. Ah Fong could hardly fathom how, upon returning home, Liu's grin would rival that of Wang Yuxing. Spotting the remaining piece of crab, Ah Fong hastily baited it and cast it into the water. However, Boss Zhang denied him further opportunity. Glancing at the setting sun and checking the time on his phone, it was nearly 4 o'clock, time to head back. He urged the guests to gather their fishing rods and prepare for departure. After securing his rod, Ah Fong tossed the crab into the sea, letting it return to nature, contributing one last time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The low hum of the engine resonated as Boss Zhang navigated the fishing boat towards the town's pier. The sea breeze dissipated Liu's exhaustion, providing a refreshing comfort as several fishing boats prepared to return to shore. Upon arriving at the dock, Boss Zhang gently moored the boat, allowing the guests to disembark at their leisure. Today's catch is quite plentiful. If anyone wishes to sell, I can summon a fishmonger. Hey, Lao Chen, do you have time? We've caught a lot of small groupers, totaling over 100 pounds. Someone even caught a large snapper and a green grouper. I'm serious, I wouldn't lie to you. Hurry over before someone else takes them. Right here at the pier, make haste. Liu and Ah Fong, however, did not require the fishmonger, having already called Uncle Wei before the boat docked. Unfortunately, when they placed the call, Boss Zhang was piloting the boat and did not hear them. Boss Zhang, I forgot to mention that our fish has already been taken care of. We've made a call. All right, no problem. I just hope Lao Chen isn't upset. The most valuable catch is gone. but there are still plenty of small groupers. Right? As they spoke, Uncle Wei and the fishmonger, whom Boss Zhang had called, arrived. Wei Shu, over here. This is the person you summoned. Wei Shu gestured towards Lao Chun. No, it was the boat owner who called him. As long as it's not you who called, that is fine. Where's your fish? Li Yu and Ah Fong disembarked, retrieving their fishing rods and tackle boxes, leaving the nets still tied to the boat. I guarantee I'll give you a big surprise, Wei Shu. All right, I'll go see this surprise you've promised. If I'm satisfied, I'll give you a bonus. Ha ha ha, let us go, Wei Shu aboard. Ah Fong, having only a net full of small groupers, remained by the pier to admire the fishing gear. Old John, I'm here. Where's the fish you mentioned? Slap, slap. Before he finished speaking, Li Yu opened the hatch and dipped the net inside, pulling out the green grouper. A green grouper. So large. This must weigh 20 to 30 pounds. Did this young man catch it? Truly impressive. Those gathered at the pier, primarily seasoned fishermen, could hardly resist the allure of such a large fish. Especially a grouper of this magnitude. Well done, young man. You've truly surprised me with this green grouper, and it's still alive. And wait, Wei Shu. Is there perhaps another snapper? The net went back in, and shortly after, another large snapper was retrieved. Very good, young man. You caught another sizable snapper. And you? Who is it? Ah Fong. Yes, I'll take both your catches. I'll pay you 350 per pound for the grouper, 300 for the snapper, and 45 for the small groupers, regardless of size. Did Wei Shu not say right? I'm even raising the price for you. All right, as you say, Wei Shu. We'll each take a few small groupers home to enjoy. Feel free to pick out what you want to take back. We'll weigh them together shortly. With a wave of his hand, Wei Shu summoned the kitchen staff from the restaurant to weigh the fish. When Old Chen arrived, he spotted Wei Shu, the purchasing manager from the largest restaurant in town. Every fishmonger knew him. However, upon seeing the fish being collected by Ah Wei, Old Chen refrained from protesting, as he sometimes needed to rely on others for sustenance. He merely shot a glare at Boss Zhang, thinking that if he had known Ah Wei would come, he wouldn't have bothered. Boss Zhang merely chuckled. What could I do? I had no idea. Can you genuinely blame me? The grouper weighs 22 pounds, totaling 700 yuan. The snapper weighs 11 pounds, totaling 300 yuan, and the small groupers together weigh 105 pounds, totaling 725 yuan. The grand total is 725 yuan. Manager. The staff in the kitchen tapped away at their calculators, reporting the results to Wei Shu. All right, you heard that. I'll round it up for you. A total of 16,000 yuan. Please open the payment code, and I'll transfer it to you. The payment of 16,000 yuan was confirmed. All right, thank you. Wei Shu, you're fortunate, young man. If you have another surprise next time, let me know. Absolutely, Wei Shu. Li Yu transferred 4,000 yuan to Ah Fong, who understood that his own catch was worth at most 500 yuan. Let us take a stroll around town. Sure. It was a pity that Lin Minghua was not present when the fish was sold. He had not caught any and had driven home alone, leaving one to wonder if he would still be seated at the bow on his next fishing trip. Upon arriving home, it was already 5:30 p.m. He bought some marinated dishes and a few remaining small groupers that could be steamed later. Did you go out to sea today? Yes, I was with Ah Fong. Aboard Boss Zhang's boat. I see. You didn't just catch a few small groupers, did you? As she spoke, she picked up one of the small groupers Li Yu had left, clucking her tongue in admiration. Son, you're really impressive. You caught fish again today. His mother approached with a beaming smile, noticing the small groupers and saying she would steam them for him. She glanced at the marinated dishes and decided to stir-fry some greens for dinner. Li Yu swiftly retrieved his phone to show her, and upon glancing at the figures displayed on the screen, both he and his spouse were taken aback and promptly inquired about it. Li Yu then pulled up the photographs, showcasing the ones that Ah Fong had captured for him. How much did Ah Fong receive? Pan Zai and I caught approximately the same amount. Selling for just over 2,000, I transferred a total of 4,000 to him. Fine, as long as you are aware. Old Li, go and catch that capon. Our son has been out at sea all day and deserves a hearty meal. Before Li's father could fetch it, Uncle Shizhu arrived, bringing Ah Fong to invite the family for dinner. Chapter 20. Fishing at sea with father during dinner at Ah Fong's residence. It was unclear what discussions were taking place between father and Uncle Shizhu, as they engaged in conversation, never consuming any alcohol, and frequently casting glances towards Li Yu and Ah Fong. After the meal, while his mother continued to chat with Aunt Qin at Ah Fong's home, Li Yu accompanied his father back home. Are we going out to fish tomorrow? Li's father turned to ask Li Yu. Of course, we should still take Boss Zhang's boat. Li Yu was puzzled as to why his father suddenly inquired. He had not asked about fishing on previous occasions. Could it be that Li Yu's recent fishing exploits had stirred his father's excitement, prompting him to wish to join? Is the boat not yet reserved? No. Then there is no need for a reservation. We have a small boat at home. Tomorrow, the two of us will head out to fish together. All right. I will inform Ah Fong. No need. Uncle Shizhu will convey it to him. Do you know how to read the current? No, what is that? Ha ha. Li's father chuckled, remaining silent as he walked ahead. At 6 the following morning, Li's father called for Li Yu to head out. Upon reaching the village dock, they spotted a blue skiff moored from a distance. Father, when did we sell the small skiff at home? You bought it when you went to the special district. With a sputtering sound, Li's father started the boat's small engine and set off. The morning air was still a bit chilly, and the sea breeze sprinkled droplets of seawater onto Li Yu. The skiff was quite small, accommodating 4 people, with a live well in the middle. Li's father stopped several times, failing to find the desired spot each time, merely glancing at the surface of the water before moving on. Finally, he paused, surveyed the sea, and nodded in satisfaction, prompting Li Yu to prepare the fishing gear for casting. Li Yu noticed his father's mysterious demeanor and looked at the surface of the water, observing only a few small bubbles drifting forward. Not understanding, he asked, "Father, is there a particular significance to fishing here? Do you know that fish feed in currents?" Li Yu shook his head. Simply put, a current is a section of seawater flowing independently, bringing with it a plethora of plankton and algae as sustenance. As the water flows, these nutrients swirl and gather, making them more easily discovered and consumed by smaller fish. If the smaller fish and shrimp come to feed, wouldn't the larger fish follow suit? Ah, that makes sense. No wonder yesterday Li Yu excitedly recounted the events with Lin Minghua from the previous day. Are you two fishing in someone else's bait? Father, how do you determine the current? It's quite simple. First, observe our current position. Those small bubbles drifting forward indicate the direction of the current. If the bubbles are moving outwards, we are at the head of the current, and the back is the tail. You can also test it by lightening the weight of your sinker, by observing the direction of the fishing line. You can determine the current. Is that truly the case? Fish only inhabit areas with currents. Li Yu picked up his fishing rod, baited with half a shrimp, and cast towards the area where the bubbles were moving. Presumably, the fish here had been hungry for a while. As soon as the bait sank, the rod began to tremble. No way. Is this current so potent? He struck the fish, directly reeling it aboard with a firm tug. It was a small black sea bream, weighing about a pound. Father, you're incredible. The moment it lands, it bites. After showcasing the fish to his father, he placed it in the live well. Reflecting on the limited range of the current, Li Yu baited up again and cast beyond the current's reach. After 10 minutes of waiting, he had yet to catch a single fish while his father had already landed 4. Remarkably, there is indeed a concept of fish feeding in currents. How impressive, father. Li Yu lowered his rod along the side of the skiff and, after approximately a minute, reeled in another black sea bream weighing around a pound. The father and son duo caught over 10 black sea bream within the current's area, but none beyond it. They stowed their rods and allowed the small skiff to drift along with the current, which carried them towards a distant small island. Confirming the current, Li Yu tested the depth with a sinker, discovering it to be around 5 to 6 meters, ensuring no snagging would occur. He decisively switched to a treble hook and cast into the sea. The bites came swiftly. Within 2 minutes, the tip of the rod trembled 3 to 4 times. And with a strong lift of both hands, 3 black sea bream surfaced. All weighed about a pound. The current was incredibly effective. Where there is a current, there are fish. In just a few minutes, they caught 3 yellow sea bream, netting over 100 yuan. Li's father then dropped the anchor, and the two switched to treble hooks to fish together. In a mere hour, they had caught over 20 pounds of black sea bream, though most were under a pound. Positioned at the tail of the current, Li Yu stood at the bow, watching as bubbles continuously flowed from the small island. Why is there a current here? Is it due to the island? Regardless, there was little action now. Rather than remain in this section of the current, they could head towards the island to fish or simply explore it. Father, have you ever been to that small island up ahead? No, why? I wish to go see it, to understand why there is a current. Are you foolish? The current exists either because there is fresh water flowing from the island into the sea, or what else? I once asked someone, and he mentioned something about density differences and salinity. Honestly, I cannot comprehend it. I told you to study well back then, but you insisted on working. As he spoke, Li's father playfully tapped Li Yu on the head. What does studying have to do with this? Is good academic performance necessary for fishing? Li Yu dared not reply or inquire further. With no recourse, as Li's father refused to approach the island, they continued to fish incrementally forward. Yet the allure of the island occupied Li Yu's thoughts, diminishing his enthusiasm for fishing. Ultimately, they had no choice but to fish diligently. A bite. Li Yu lifted his rod, and the fish attached to the hook surged forward, tautening the line. He found himself intrigued by the art of reeling in the fish. What could have been a 3 to 4 minute endeavor took nearly 10 minutes to land. Today, all the fish caught in the current were black sea bream, albeit smaller, weighing only 6 to 7 tails. He rebaited and dropped the sinker directly into the midst of the bubbles. Alas, father is truly remarkable. The fish in the current are abundant. Father, come quickly and see what is happening. Why are you making such a fuss over there? No way. When did this appear? Chapter 21. The Ocean Trench. The Ocean Trench. It seems there is a trench beneath us, father. Indeed, it is a trench. Liu lowered the lead sinker into the depths, testing the abyss of the trench, discovering that it descended approximately 4 to 5 meters. Upon peering ahead, he noticed that the bubbles had ceased. Those very bubbles emanated from this trench. Huh. Father, I understand now. So the flowing water originates from here. What a revelation. Father, wasn't there no trench here before? Indeed. I was here to fish earlier this year, and hadn't noticed this trench at all. Ha. It must have formed due to last month's underwater earthquake in the strait. The trench alters the direction and velocity of the seawater flow. The trench is 3 to 4 meters lower than the surrounding seabed, and as the water approaches the trench, its speed changes due to the topographical shift, stirring up the seaweed and plankton from the seabed, which in turn attracts smaller fish and shrimp, eventually luring in the larger fish to feed. This is how the notion of fish feeding on flowing water comes to be. Exactly. Lee's father paid no heed to his son's exuberance, but instead focused intently on the trench. He piloted the small boat over the trench and halted, not even dropping the anchor, allowing the small craft to drift with the tide, confirming his suspicion that beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, there must be flowing water and fish, perhaps even crabs. Alas, it was the closed fishing season. Otherwise, he would have certainly brought a crab trap to fill this trench. Lee's father baited his hook and casually cast it into the trench. Lo and behold, before the bait could sink, a fish seized it and swam away. A black sea bream, not large, around 5 tails. He couldn't be bothered with a landing net. Simply lifted it up and tossed it into the live well. Seeing his father had already caught a fish, Liu hastily baited his hook, waiting for the rod tip to tremble 4 or 5 times before swiftly reeling in a catch. He pulled up 4 black sea bream, all rather small. Observing Lee's father set the remaining fishing rods on the boat, switching to a treble hook, baiting, and casting once more, he paid no attention to the quivering rod tip, for he had tied a safety line and continued to busy himself with the next rod, repeating the process. Liu found it difficult to describe his father's current behavior. It was akin to setting up a stall, focusing solely on catching fish, rebaiting the hooks, casting out, retrieving fish, and repeating endlessly. You rascal, hurry up. Don't you know to learn from your father? Lee's father had brought 3 fishing rods while Liu had 2, all arranged on either side of the boat. The father and son were bustling about, so flustered that they could scarcely keep pace with the fish they were catching. Once a fish was caught, it was tossed into the live well, regardless of whether it landed inside or not, allowing them to wait for the fish to settle on the deck of the boat. They turned fishing into an assembly line, catching exclusively black sea bream for nearly 2 hours, with the deck of the boat nearly devoid of space to step. Father, we've run out of bait. Shouldn't we head home? Liu sat on the boat, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction at the sight of the deck piled high with black sea bream. They placed the live fish into the live well, gathered the fishing rods, and prepared to return home, planning to come back the next day. All right. Liu placed a few fish into the live well, discovering it was already full, so he stacked the remaining fish together, the pile towering even higher than his seated father. After a brief pause, Li's father started the engine. They needed to hurry back to the dock to process their catch. There were quite a few black sea bream, uncertain if Uncle Wei could handle them all. And some had perished. What should be done with them? By the time they reached the dock, it was nearly 11 o'clock. With the fishing ban in effect, the dock was deserted, save for the 2 Fong and his son whom they had called for assistance. Uncle Shizhu was very curious about their catch, as Old Li had mentioned over the phone that they had over 300 pounds. From a distance, they spotted the boat laden with black sea bream. Goodness! Did you two stumble upon a fish haven? The catch on the boat must weigh over 100 pounds alone. Is there more in the live well? You didn't sneak in a net, did you? Just look at the hook marks on the fish's mouths. Fortunately, Uncle Shizhu had brought a few crates to the dock. The group quickly transferred the black sea bream from the boat into the crates, adding some ice on top. Disregarding the fish in the live well, waiting for Uncle Wei's arrival. TSK, you two have struck it rich again. Yesterday, you caught so many good fish, and today you've managed to catch this mini black sea bream. Uncle Wei arrived promptly. Upon hearing from Liu about the substantial number of live black sea bream and some that had died, he and a few others drove a fresh seafood transport truck and a small refrigerated vehicle. Uncle Wei boarded the boat and opened the live well cover. Finding it crammed with black sea bream, frantically pushing against one another, their gills opening and closing rapidly, gasping for air, some fish were already belly up. If they didn't add oxygen or transfer them soon, the remaining fish wouldn't last much longer. Oldly, the fish in your live well won't hold out for long. Here's a standard price. Live fish, regardless of size, at 60 per pound. The dead ones will be lower, at 35. Does that sound agreeable? That works indeed. All right, let us weigh them quickly. The dead ones total 113 pounds, and the live ones in the well amount to 195 pounds, totaling 15,655. Let us round it up to 15,700. Excellent. This nearly matches my big fish catch from the last 2 months. Thank you, boss. Uncle Wei transferred the payment to Li's father, who shared half of it with Li Yu, and together they helped load the fish onto the truck. Shizhu and Afong were both excited as they headed to Li Yu's home, where Li Yu boasted to Afong about the prowess of the flowing water and their good fortune. Upon arriving at Li Yu's home, they eagerly awaited the father and son to finish their meal before recounting their morning's endeavors. My father isn't very adept at finding fish. He taught me how to drum for fish, using a bamboo pole to continuously tap against the side of the boat, until my hands went numb, yet only a few fish were caught. Drumming for fish involves binding a large drum made from aged bamboo to the side of the fishing boat, using the sensitivity of certain fish to sound to attract them. Next time we take the boat out, I'll instruct you on how to find flowing water. Are you going fishing tomorrow? Afong looked at Li Yu with eager anticipation. Who wouldn't he want to fish with such a bountiful catch? I'll need to check with my father first to see if he is going. There's a large trench where many fish are hidden. If he doesn't want to go, we'll venture out on our own. All right. Observing their enthusiastic exchange, it was likely that the 2 older men would join them the following day. Chapter 22. A return to the trench. The next morning, the weather was overcast, yet the sea remained calm. The 4 of them arrived at the dock, where Li Yu had purposefully purchased an extra fishing rod the night before, intending to set up a more extensive fishing operation today. He brought along several net bags, and the fishing box was filled with ice, prepared to avoid a repeat of yesterday's predicament. Good morning, Uncle Shizhu. Good lad. Today, I'm counting on you two to bring us fortune. Not at all. We'll work hard together. It looks like it might rain today. Uncle Shizhu glanced at his phone, noting that the weather forecast predicted no rain, though it had never been accurate for fishing. Regardless of the rain, as long as there's no wind or fog, it's good weather. Li's father was unconcerned. As long as the wind didn't pick up, a little rain was inconsequential. After all, there was a small island near the trench. If it rained heavily, they could swim there. Once everything was loaded onto the boat, he shouted to Uncle Shizhu before they set off. Vroom vroom vroom. As Father Li gripped the helm, he glanced back to check if Afong and his son were keeping pace. Li Yu clung tightly to the edge of the skiff. Feeling the faint stir of the wind, the vessel was rather diminutive, and even the slightest ripple caused it to jolt violently. Perhaps it was Father Li's boldness that had frightened away the sea breeze. Upon reaching the trench, the weather remained somewhat overcast. Yet the sea surface was as still as a mirror, devoid of any wind. Once Father Li secured the boat and lowered the anchor, Li Yu meticulously arranged the fishing rods, attaching the safety lines, while his father followed suit by affixing hooks and bait to each rod before casting them into the sea. Beside them, Afong and his son mirrored their actions, emulating them with admirable precision. Just like the previous day, the father-son duo took charge of opposite sides. Indeed, it was not long before the hooks descended and the tips of the rods began to quiver, reminiscent of Li Yu dozing off in class, trembling gently. After a few moments, he raised his hand to strike, holding the rod in his left hand while swiftly cranking the reel with his right, pulling up 3 black sea bream, each about the size of a palm. He placed the fish in the live well and continued to bait the hooks with small shrimp, casting them out while moving on to the next rod. Oh, wow. This spot you found is remarkable. The fish are biting steadily. It seemed that Afong and his son had also begun to catch fish, although they were still a good 20 meters away. Li Yu paid it little mind, continuing to fish methodically while pondering why all the fish caught were black sea bream. Surely, at least one yellowfin should have bitten. He did not reflect deeply on the fact that yellowfins typically inhabit estuaries and freshwater zones, preferring slow currents or stable salinity. In this trench, the water was flowing, and the salinity of the sea was certainly unstable. How could there possibly be yellowfins here? Beside him, Father Li's brow furrowed into a tight knot. The black sea bream they were catching were becoming increasingly smaller, with some weighing less than 5 tails. This would likely be their last trip here before the fishing season commenced, after which fishing boats would surely discover this spot, cleaning it out entirely. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Perhaps on the opening day of the fishing season, they should return here for a haul. Unbeknownst to them, nearly an hour had passed, and for some reason, several rods had come up empty. Quickly bring in all the rods and switch to single hooks with live shrimp. Make sure they're alive. With 3 lines reeled in without a catch, it could only be that the bait was not fresh, yet they had just caught the shrimp that morning. How could that be? It must be that larger, more ferocious fish were present, carnivorous species that were quite valuable. Catching one would mean a day off work. Li Yu, too, was puzzled as to why the bites had ceased. He understood from hearing his father's call to switch to single hooks with live shrimp that it indicated the presence of formidable fish. Father, Should we inform Uncle Shirju? No, the water here isn't deep. Your shouting will scare away the big fish. Besides, Shirju is an experienced fisherman. He'll understand the situation. Uncle Shirju, I hope you seize this opportunity for fortune. Liu paid no further heed to his father's words. Instead, replacing his fishing line with a number 6 PE line and a steel leader, baiting it with a live shrimp and casting it into the water. The strength of the PE line was high, though not particularly abrasion resistant. No matter, there were no rocks here. Meanwhile, Ah Fong and his son were attentively watching their rods. Surely, an experienced fisherman like Shirju would recognize the signs of big fish. The thought of large fish stirred excitement in Liu, quickening his heartbeat and deepening his breaths. He slapped his face, his eyes fixated intently on the rod. Moments ticked by, and the clouds above seemed to disperse without him noticing. Liu glanced back at his father, only to see the fishing rod in his father's hand suddenly bend deep into the water. Fatherly stood up, exerting force to raise the rod, causing even the skiff to shift slightly. Just as Liu intended to place his rod on the skiff to assist his father, a powerful tug surged through the rod, nearly wrenching it from his grasp. This fish had evidently been waiting for a long time. As he pulled back slightly, the shrimp danced, prompting the fish to seize it. Liu, gritting his teeth, struck the fish, not yet steady on his feet. He pushed off against the edge of the skiff, finding leverage, and with both hands, he exerted force upward while adjusting his posture to stabilize himself. The strike must have alerted the fish to its peril, and it began to thrash wildly, the immense force bending the rod into a C shape, while the reel emitted a continuous stream of line. What tremendous strength! Damn, this is massive. Watching the reel unleash line in a frenzy was a fleeting moment. The line was drawn out over 10 meters, and thankfully, it did not dive beneath the boat, or else he would surely become entangled with his father. Liu wedged the rod under his arm, slightly crouching, leaning back to harness the power of his waist and legs in a tug-of-war with the fish. Continuously adjusting the drag on the reel, letting out line as the fish surged, then reeling it in when it paused. For a brief moment, neither father nor son could focus on anything but the struggle with the formidable fish. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The resistance from the rod had diminished significantly. The fish must be tiring. Liu began to reel in slowly. At last, a dark shadow emerged from the depths, revealing a gray-green, spotted back that broke the surface. Its gills opening and closing, and its gaping mouth seemed capable of swallowing a football. Chapter 23, The King of the Green Snapper. Damn, what a colossal green snapper. Liu could hardly believe his eyes. The fish surfacing was truly enormous, nearly a meter long, its belly round and barrel-like. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had no idea how to haul the fish aboard. The landing net was inadequate, and his father was still struggling with the fish on his own line. Unable to assist, he needed to act quickly to bring this one in to help his father. The gaff is at the live well. Hurry and bring it to me. The gaff was a 2-meter-long bamboo pole with a large iron hook at the end. Liu secured the fishing rod under his arm and grabbed the gaff with his right hand. As the fish's gills opened and closed, revealing dark red gill filaments, he recalled his father's advice to hook the fish about 3 finger widths behind the gills, essentially, the area behind the gills near the shoulder muscle. This spot had thick meat and minimal bone, making it less likely to slip off the hook. It allowed leverage against the fish's struggles, much like pulling a carrot from the ground by grasping the thickest part of the stem. If he hooked that area, even the largest fish would be brought aboard. The fish thrashed violently, causing the skiff to rock. Kneeling on one knee at the edge of the skiff, with the fishing rod tightly secured under his arm, he feared the fish would leap free. Taking the gaff in hand, he aimed for the gills, and with a swift twist of his wrist, he thrust it into the muscle behind the gills. With a forceful tug, the hook pierced the flesh, and the fish, feeling the pain, thrashed with renewed vigor, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the gaff. Liu quickly assessed that using one hand was insufficient, so he relinquished the rod, clasped both hands around the gaff, and leaned back, using all his strength to haul the fish onto the skiff. Have you brought it up? I've got a big green snapper here too. Hurry and gaff it. Before there was time to remove the hook from the fish, Li's father reeled in a catch that flipped over on its belly. He hastily grasped the hook and brought it up. This fish was also a grouper, albeit not as large as the one caught by Liu, resembling more closely the one they had previously caught. Darn. After hauling in 2 fish, both father and son sat exhausted in the boat, noticing several nail marks on the hook that they hadn't seen before. Without pausing to rest, they quickly covered the fish's eyes with a towel and removed the hook, scrutinizing the fish's eyes for any protrusions. Although they appeared normal, it was prudent to release some air. The fish had been drawn in by hand. Had it been with an electric reel, it might not have survived. Li's father took out a syringe, feeling for a slightly swollen area beneath the pectoral fin. He slowly inserted the needle, gently twisting the tip, and heard a hissing sound before cradling the fish in the live well, supporting it with both hands until it could swim normally again. Dad, it's swimming. It's swimming. Come quick. There's another one. The fish had been on the boat for too long, its body heated by the sun. Once Lee's father had released the air, Liu splashed seawater over the fish. Dad, this fish won't fit in the live well. The live well already contained some black sea bream, and adding a large grouper was impossible. Here, let us put it in a net bag, tie it to the boat, and lower it into the sea. Lee's father held a large net bag, and together they carefully placed the fish inside before submerging it in the water. All right, let fate decide. May you live, great grouper. It's alive. Liu watched as the fish's gills moved rhythmically and in excitement. He struck the side of the boat. A living grouper was indeed a worthy catch. This one surely weighed over 30 pounds, undoubtedly quite valuable. This grouper, alive and kicking, was a true giant. In Liu's years, he had never seen one so large. It must fetch over 400 per pound, a price that was already at the pinnacle of the market. Not all large groupers are the most delectable. Consider the prestige of serving a grouper weighing over 30 pounds at a banquet hosted by affluent patrons. Upon closer inspection of the net bag containing the giant grouper, he noticed its gills moving in a regular pattern and its tail flicking intermittently, which eased his concerns. Lee's father sat on the boat, smoking, having fished tirelessly since morning. Suddenly halting, he felt the weight of fatigue bear down on him. Dad, let us take a break and head back. Liu approached, gulping down water. Contemplating the necessity of acquiring an electric reel upon their return, for hand cranking was simply unsustainable. All right, let us wait until Uncle Shizhu finishes up. Then we'll head back. From their boat, they spotted Uncle Afong and Uncle Shizhu squatting on their vessel, seemingly preoccupied. Hey, Afong, are you done yet? Why shout so loudly? Just come take a look if you're curious. They steered the boat towards Afong and his son. As they drew near, they observed the duo crouched down, releasing air from a grouper, which appeared to weigh about 10 pounds. Afong, how many groupers did you catch? Just one. Wow. You must have landed a grouper king. It's so big, I reckon my 2 fists could fit in its mouth. It's luck. It's not just your fists that could fit. I'd wager your head could too. Goodness, does that mean your head could fit in there as well? Oldly, you've caught such a massive grouper, impressive. Shizhu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the fish hanging from the side of the boat. Wrong, Shizhu. You misunderstood. We caught 2. There's another one in the cabin. Remarkable. 2. Have you finished packing? If so, let us head home. All right. Let us go home and sell the fish. As the day's fishing came to a close, the sun fully revealed itself, and the refreshing sea breeze mingled with the salt water, caressing their faces. Before venturing out to sea, Liu had never anticipated catching a grouper, especially one exceeding 30 pounds. Hey, Uncle Wei, come to our village dock. There's a big surprise. A big surprise? Have you landed another grouper, you rascal? Uncle Wei. You'll see when you get here. It's truly a big surprise. All right, I'll come see what delightful surprise you have in store. The 2 boats gradually approached the dock, where onlookers began discussing the sizable grouper tied to the side of the boat. The dock was bustling, with the fishing season set to commence in less than half a month. Fishermen were inspecting their vessels for any overlooked details. Heavens, that's old Lee and Shizhu's crew, isn't it? How did they catch such a massive grouper? That's enormous. They must have snuck in a net. Don't speak nonsense. Did you not see that they all set out in small boats? There were no nets on board. It's impossible. TSK. Old Li's family has struck gold again. Just the other day, Boss Zhang at the dock said that Liu and Li Fong made over 20,000 when they went fishing near the shore, and now they've caught another grouper. There must be more in the live well, or else they wouldn't have left it out. Stop talking rubbish. They caught it fair and square. Did you not see them carrying fishing rods? Manager of Hongtai restaurant arrived. Let us see how many they brought in. Uncle Wei, over here. From a distance, Wei saw Uncle Wei standing with 2 security guards in front of the transport boat. Could this be the big surprise you mentioned? Upon spotting the large grouper tied to the boat, his eyes widened in astonishment. Also, Uncle Wei, come aboard and take a look. They stepped onto the vessel and opened the live well, revealing another large grouper. Is there more? On Afong's boat, there's another one, but it's smaller. I have 3 crates in my car. Let us weigh the black sea bream first. They began unloading the black sea bream crate by crate, with Liu's boat loaded with 4 crates. Even Li's mother and Aunt Chin, who were at home, heard about the 2 families' haul of groupers and hastily made their way over from Afong's house, where they had been cooking. As they arrived at the dock, they first noticed the black sea bream being unloaded from Liu's boat. The weights were 32 pounds, 36 pounds, 28 pounds, and finally 30 pounds, totaling 126 pounds. The black sea bream caught that morning weren't as large as the previous days, but Liu had once again surprised them. At 50 per pound, that totaled 300 yuan. Uncle Wei smiled broadly at the 2 and said, no rush. We still have the groupers to weigh. Liu and Afong lowered the net bag onto the scale. When the security guard announced 37 pounds, Uncle Wei's smile widened even further. 37 pounds. That must be the grouper king. I haven't seen one this large in many years. Xiaohui, your family has struck it rich again. Oh, it's just that they were a bit lucky. As they awaited the weighing of the other grouper, it came in at 23 pounds, prompting even louder discussions at the dock, with Li's mother and Aunt Qin utterly astounded. Xiaohui, don't say your family hasn't hit the jackpot. These two groupers plus the Black Sea Bream must total over 20,000. Li's mother stood there, grinning foolishly, without responding. The larger grouper was priced at 450 per pound, and the smaller one at 350, bringing the grand total to 31,000 yuan. Who should I transfer it to? Transfer it to my mom. I'll call her over right away. Mom, come quickly. Li's mother and Aunt Qin pushed through the crowd to join them. Quickly open your mobile payment code. The total is 31,000. Have Uncle Wei transfer it to you. I don't want it. Why should I take what you caught? Didn't your father mention it to you yesterday? We each had around 8,000 yesterday. Fine, I will accept it. You can ask me for more when you're short on cash. The group quickly weighed the catch from the Afong family. They had only one 16-pound grouper, but they did have a larger quantity of Black Sea Bream, totaling about 120 pounds, amounting to over 11,000 altogether. You, my friend, have been of great assistance to me. Today, a prominent client has placed a large order, and I need to present him with dignified ingredients. No. We must also thank Uncle Wei for facilitating the resolution of so many fish catches in one go. You, my boy, the restaurant is still busy, so I shall take my leave. Next time you procure something good, do not hesitate to call on me. I assure you satisfaction. All right then, Uncle Wei. Once Uncle Wei departed, Father Li gathered the four together, instructing them not to divulge the existence of the trench. At least not until a day or two before the fishing season opens, as they still needed to prepare for a haul on that day. Understood, Uncle, Father. All right. Come to my home for a meal. We just need a few more dishes before we can eat. I have been working with your mother all morning. Sure thing. Chapter 24, Electric Reel for Deep Sea Fishing. After dinner, Liu rode his electric bicycle to Old Lu's fishing gear shop in town, where Uncle Lu was still as relaxed as ever. Uncle Lu, what electric reel should I use for nearshore boat fishing? Oh, you're no longer a traditional warrior? Ready to embrace electric reels? Uncle Lu, they say electric reels are far less labor-intensive than hand-cranked ones, so I thought I'd give one a try. Especially as I'm not fishing for the enjoyment of it. True enough. Do you have any specific requirements for the electric reel? I'm not well versed in electric reels. I just want one that can handle around 30 pounds in water depths of approximately 20 to 30 meters. Uncle Lu bypassed the counter and retrieved two models of electric reels from the shelf. Let me briefly introduce you to the three essential elements of electric reels: pulling force, line capacity, and gear ratio. Take this Ikuta EZH3000 with a pulling force of 20 kilograms, which is sufficient for catching 30-pound fish. The line capacity indicates how many meters of fishing line it can hold. Using 0.6 mm PE line, it can accommodate 300 meters, which is adequate for depths of up to 50 meters. The gear ratio is 5:1, meaning that for every turn of the handle, the spool rotates 5 times. Fast retrieval while conserving energy. If you wish to fish for larger species offshore, you would need to select one with a lower gear ratio of 3:1, which provides more power but at a slower retrieval speed. Isn't a higher pulling force always better? Not quite. Uncle Lu interrupted, pointing to the parameters on the side of the reel. The pulling force marked at 20 kilograms does not mean it can only catch fish weighing 20 kilograms. Rather, it indicates the maximum break force. For a 30-pound fish, approximately 15 kilograms, selecting a range of 15 to 20 kilograms is most stable, much like leaving a margin for braking when driving. Too tight can cause a tailspin, while too loose may result in failure to stop. He then lifted another model, the Daiwa Seaborg 300J. Look here. The line capacity is marked for PE8 with 0.6 mm, holding 300 meters. If you're fishing in 30 meters of water, with some line left for safety, 200 meters is sufficient. However, if you're venturing into a 50-meter deep area, you must calculate carefully. Overfilling the spool can lead to line breakage, and underfilling may not provide enough line. Liu gazed at the digital display on the side of the electric reel, the silver aluminum exterior reminding him of that time in the trench when an old grouper nearly pulled him into the water. How does this operate? Will the fishing line suddenly shoot out like my electric bike? Uncle Lu pressed the power button, illuminating the screen with a blue backlight. It's not that dramatic. First, install the battery. Generally, we use a 14.8V lithium battery, which lasts around 8 hours, enough for a day of boat fishing. After powering on, adjust the speed. Setting 1 is the slowest, suitable for precise line release, while setting 5 is the fastest for urgent retrieval. The red button in the middle is the emergency brake. When a fish pulls out quickly, press this to lock the spool temporarily, then adjust the drag knob. See, it's akin to a car's handbrake. Turning it clockwise increases the drag, but remember not to tighten it all the way. Leave a 20 buffer, or the line may snap when the fish makes a sudden dash. As Uncle Lou attached the electric reel to the fishing rod, Liu noticed that the reel seat's slot was far more intricate than that of a hand-cranked reel. It could be front-mounted or rear-mounted. For this 24-meter boat rod, use the rear mount. Align the slot with the reel seat's guide rail and tighten this universal screw clockwise. Just remember not to twist it crookedly, or the reel will wobble when casting. Let us give it a try. As the buckle clicked into place, Liu looked at the digital display, unsure of how to proceed. The array of buttons seemed more complex than a game console. Uncle Lou took his hand and pressed the most prominent red button. Don't worry, if it breaks, it's on me. Just follow what I said earlier. The middle button is the power, the left adjusts the speed with 5 settings. 1 for line release to find the bottom, 3 for normal retrieval, and 5 for a last-minute catch before the line snaps. The button on the right with an exclamation mark is for bite alerts. Press it 3 times to set the line release length. For example, if fishing at a depth of 30 meters, set it to 35 meters. It will automatically stop when it reaches the bottom and emit a beep. Last week, a novice forgot to set it, let out line until it sank into the sea, and nearly lost the reel. Speaking of the braking system, Uncle Lou suddenly became serious. This is the most critical aspect of the electric reel. Look at the star-shaped knob on the right side of the reel. Turning it clockwise increases the brake force. For grouper fishing, set it to 12 kilograms, which is 60 of the maximum pulling force, leaving a 40 buffer. When a fish strikes, quickly press this red emergency button to lock the spool temporarily for half a second, allowing the fish to settle, then gradually adjust the brake. Remember, do not tighten it all at once, or the fish will exert sudden power, akin to a car slamming on the brakes, which could lead to a snapped line. Is it waterproof, Uncle Lou? Uncle Lou pointed to the rubber sealing ring on the edge of the reel. Good electric reels have triple waterproofing, a spool sealing ring, a waterproof coating on the motor, and a waterproof cover for the interface. Take this Daiwa Seaboard. Even the bearings are magnetically oil-sealed. If submerged in seawater for half an hour, it will still function perfectly. However, after use, it should be rinsed with fresh water, and the gears should be lubricated every quarter. Make sure to charge the battery promptly after use. Do not leave it in a low-charge state for long. How much are these two? The Daiwa Seaboard 300J is 580 yuan, and the Akuta EZH 3000 is 2,000 yuan. Wow, that is quite expensive. Originally, Liu had considered purchasing both models, but upon hearing that the Daiwa model cost over 5,000, he abandoned that notion. Just give me the Akuta. The Daiwa is too costly. Old Liu handed over a lightweight model. The Akuta EZH 3000 should be manageable for you with one hand, weighing less than 500 grams. Hardly heavier than a hand crank. The lever on the left is for switching between line release and retrieval. Push it forward to release line and pull it back to retrieve. You control the pressure. Old Liu also provided a waterproof storage bag. Use this to store the reel. Remember not to place it alongside weights or keys, as any scratches to the line guide will render it useless. Charge the lithium battery to 80 after each use. Do not store it fully charged, as it may bulge. Spare batteries should be kept in a moisture-proof box, as coastal areas tend to be humid, which can lead to oxidation of the electrodes and prevent charging. Can it only work with batteries? Can it be powered by the boat's electrical system? The Akuta EZH 3000 can be connected to the ship's power supply. At checkout, he also purchased weights, a landing net, and various other items. Uncle Lou even gifted him 2 sets of number 3 PE lines, reminding him to return for a deep-sea electric reel next time. The fishing season was approaching quickly. The nearshore waters had been overfished, and fish were now found in rocky areas or more complex environments where nets could not be deployed. During regular outings, he would allow his father to set a few traps and flow nets, as these could be left in place for several hours. For the time being, he would go fishing alongside his father. He knew he wouldn't be able to fish in the coming days, though he hadn't mentioned it to his father yet. He would likely agree, given their recent successful catches. Chapter 25. Preparations before the fishing season. The humid and sticky sea breeze of August clung to the doorways and windows of every household, like a coarse cloth soaked in salt water. On the beach beside the small pier, a haphazard array of 20 or so wooden boats lay resting, their hulls obscured by dark greenish-black seaweed, while barnacles clung tenaciously to their sides. During the closed fishing season, the fishing boats from Liu's village were uniformly docked at the town's fishing port, returning to the village pier only in the past few days under the vigilant supervision of the fishery authorities. Li's father parked their fishing vessel, the Mansong, next to the Feng Shou of the A Fong family, a boat that had been in service for over 15 years. After 3 months of neglect at the town's port, the wooden planks of the hull had darkened from prolonged exposure to seawater. The fishing prohibition typically lasted just over 3 months, from May 1st to August 15th each year. The boat measured 15 meters in length and was classified as a small trawler. For several days, Liu had been persuading his father to convert the trawler into a gillnet boat, passionately advocating for the change until his father finally relented. "Liu, hand me the wrench," Li's father requested. Standing beside the winch, beads of sweat mingled with grease dripped from his chin onto the ground. As Liu passed the wrench, he inadvertently brushed against a copper bell hanging on the cabin wall, a relic from when his mother had prayed for it at the Mazu temple upon purchasing the fishing boat 15 years ago. Using a screwdriver, Li's father pried at the broken gear of the winch, laboring for quite some time before finally loosening it. "Tomorrow, we'll need to call Shi Zhu and the others to help dismantle the winch. The gear is stuck and won't budge." Converting the boat was a substantial undertaking. The large winch used for trawling, along with the heavy iron net plates, had to be removed to create space for the installation of gillnet fishing equipment. Tomorrow, several strong hands would be needed to assist in the disassembly. On the following day, when the winch was being dismantled, Uncle Shi Zhu brought a Fong along to help. The steel wire rope emitted a creaking groan as it tightened, while rust flakes rained down onto the deck, revealing the sunken wooden planks beneath. Li's father caressed the newly exposed deck, regretfully commenting that it could accommodate 20 bundles of gillnet, allowing fishermen to move freely when hauling in their catch. The trawler's sliding ramp at the stern was a 3-meter-long channel iron, welded to the hull like a scar, which Li's father cut away with a welding torch. After all, having lived in the countryside all his life, he was adept at many tasks. With the ramp removed, he needed to install non-slip wooden planks, and had even welded a new frame at the stern to hold several hundred meters of netting. Gillnets are light and don't require a ramp. A simple L-shaped iron frame at the stern will suffice, allowing the net's head to be hooked and drift more smoothly with the current, Li's father explained, as if he were about to impart this knowledge to his son. The engine also required a new fuel injector. The engine for a trawler emphasizes explosive power, while a gillnet boat does not need to exert such force. Li's father specifically chose a fuel-efficient injector, a method taught to him by old Liu at the fishing tackle shop, who claimed it would save on fuel costs. At low tide, the Mansong lay upside down on the beach, barnacles forming hard, dark brown shells on its hull, resembling patches of skin afflicted by ringworm. Wearing a straw hat, Li's father wielded a shovel, scraping downwards as the blade clinked against the barnacles with a crisp sound. "These pesky things are more troublesome than fishing nets. No amount of paint seems to deter them," he grumbled, accidentally scraping the tip of the shovel against a discolored wooden plank. The previous winter, the boat had struck a submerged reef, and the patch of tung oil had already peeled away, allowing seawater to seep into the wood grain, rendering it sponge-like. "Time to replace this plank." He tapped the wood, the sound hollow like striking an empty barrel. He procured a new pine plank, measuring and cutting 2 meters of material. The fresh scent of pine resin mingled with the sea breeze as the saw teeth sliced through the wood. The nails used for fastening the planks were 3 inches long, and, as old Chun held the nails in his mouth, the briny taste of rust reminded him of his youthful days, accompanying his father on their first fishing venture, filled with aspirations of making a fortune. His father had slapped him for daydreaming at the winch, and the metallic taste of rust was still vividly etched in his memory. With each nail he drove in, he struck 3 times with the hammer, listening for any hollow echoes. Seawater loved to infiltrate such vulnerabilities, and one could not afford to be careless. The red paint on the ship's sides had faded, and Li's mother approached with a paint bucket, carefully dipping an old toothbrush into the paint to meticulously retouch the name Mansong. Residue from last year's trawl still clung to the seams of the hull. Li's mother, known for her meticulousness, was responsible for the safety equipment. Life jackets piled in the cabin corner, with 2 buoyancy bags fraying at the seams. 2 years prior, Boss Zhang from the nearby village had fallen overboard and survived for over an hour thanks to one of these life jackets before being rescued by a passing fishing boat. The pressure gauge on the fire extinguisher had slipped into the red zone. Li's father hopped onto a tricycle and headed to the town's fire station to refill it, as fire safety equipment would be inspected during the fishing vessel registration process. Li's mother also went to the Mazu temple to obtain a safety talisman, tying it to the rearview mirror of the cabin with a red ribbon. The copper bell jingled in the wind. Liu organized the newly purchased net hauler and gillnets, meticulously examining each component, including the motor, gears, drive shaft, and rollers, ensuring there were no damages, deformations, or looseness. He then unfurled the gillnet to check for any damages, holes, or broken strands, making sure to repair or replace any flawed sections promptly. After the inspection, he neatly rolled the organized gillnet onto the spool, ensuring the fabric did not twist or knot. At the window of the Fishery Inspection Agency, Li's father stood third in line, clutching a stack of documents. The vessel inspection certificate, the old fishing permit, and the application for converting the trawler to a gillnet boat. The clerk's fingertips glided across the form. The operation type is changing from trawling to gill netting. The boat type remains unchanged. And the horsepower is adjusted from 200 to 180, correct? Li's father nodded eagerly, quickly signing his name, Li Guangho, and placing his thumbprint beside it. At the Fisheries Administration office on the second floor of the town government, the clerk verified the computer system. Mansong, owner Li Guangho, age of the vessel 15 years. This modification qualifies as a change in operation type and requires a reinspection to issue a modification certificate. Li's father hurriedly presented the modification certificate issued by the shipyard. The winch has been removed, the net hauler has been replaced, and an iron frame has been welded at the stern. Everything meets the standards, and I have photos. The most tedious part was the fishing gear indicator, which did not require annual review unless the fishing vessel underwent significant modifications. However, after the conversion, the fishing gear indicators needed to be applied for and reviewed. As Li's father pressed his red thumbprint on the commitment to protect juvenile fish, the sounds of rehearsals drifted from the distant pier. Tomorrow, the town's fishing festival would officially commence, and once the rehearsals were complete, they could set sail. The tide of August 15th was rising, and the Mansong floated towards the pier with the current, preparing to participate in the fishing festival the next day, its new gill net neatly coiled on the spool, while the iron frame at the stern held the first net head, gently swaying with the waves. Chapter 26. The Fishing Festival 3 days before the fishing season commenced. The steps of the Mazu temple were crowded with fishermen carrying baskets filled with freshly steamed rice cakes, the aroma of mugwort permeating the air. The Mazu temple served as the heart of the fishing festival, a spiritual refuge for the fishermen. The square in front of the temple was perpetually bustling with incense smoke. And the eve of the fishing season was particularly lively, with fishermen of all ages bringing meticulously prepared offerings to pray for blessings. The offering table was laden with 3 types of sacrificial animals, rice cakes, fruits, and a pig's head. May Mazu bless us, may our nets avoid reefs, and our boats never lose their way. Li's mother tied a safety talisman to a red silk ribbon and handed it to the fishermen waiting in line. As steam rose from the offerings, the pig's head facing the ocean. On the day of the fishing festival, before dawn, preparations had already begun at the town's pier. As the horizon turned pale with the first light of day, the square in front of the Mazu temple was already teeming with people. Dressed in traditional attire, the fishermen stood in neat rows before the temple, awaiting the sacred opening ceremony. The ceremony was presided over by a venerable elder fisherman, who held a lit incense stick and led the crowd in bowing 3 times and knocking their heads 9 times before the statue of Mazu. May Mazu bless us with favorable winds and rains, our nets avoiding reefs and our boats staying on course. The most exhilarating moment was the eye-dotting ceremony. The venerable fisherman, wielding a vermilion brush, solemnly daubs red paint upon the prow of the fishing vessel, intoning incantations. 1 dot for the eyes. May the winds be gentle and the rains plentiful. 2 dots for the heavens. May auspicious stars shine bright. 3 dots for the mouth. May fortune and prosperity abound. With each stroke, the gathered crowd erupts in jubilant cheers, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. At noon on the 16th of August, as the ship's whistle blares, the 3.5-month fishing moratorium comes to an end. Li's father stands at the bow, igniting 3 incense sticks, the curling smoke rising directly toward the sea. The fishing fleet sets sail, with over 100 vessels from their town lifting anchor in a grand procession towards the fishing grounds. Every year unfolds in this manner. Yet Liu finds little enthusiasm for the fishing season. Father, why haven't we seen Uncle Shizhu and the others? Aren't they supposed to be setting their nets in that trench? His father explains that Shizhu's trawler cannot operate in the trench, whereas their vessel, equipped with gill nets, can indeed venture there. Ah, I see. Liu responds. His father, experienced and seasoned, patiently observes as Liu navigates the boat, aware that his son still needs to develop a better sense of direction. Meanwhile, they chopped the small fish bought yesterday into pieces to use as bait in their crab traps. They have brought along 100 traps, which is rather sparse considering that a typical 30-meter gill net vessel usually carries over 300. As they approach the trench, Li's father prepares the bait, inserting it into the crab traps. Father, should we place the bait at the head or the tail of the flow? Of course at the head. Let it drift with the current. Li's father thinks to himself, frustrated that his son would ask such an elementary question. The gill net fishing vessels are classified into 2 categories, single boat and mother and child offshore gill net vessels. It is evident that theirs is a single boat gill net vessel. Before departing, the father and son meticulously organize the netting materials, anchors, floats, and other essentials, donning protective gear and ensuring the operational area is prepared. Since they will also be fishing after setting the gill nets, they only bring 60 sections of netting. Li's father instructs Liu to navigate the vessel about 50 meters from the trench before commencing the net deployment. Deploying the net is a skilled task, one that Liu has yet to master. They first cast the front anchor, float, and float line, followed by the sinking line, then the floating line and netting, allowing the netting to unfurl naturally in the water, and finally cast the rear anchor and float. During the deployment, the rod must be cast away from the vessel to prevent the netting from snagging on the hull. On windy days, nets should be deployed with the wind. In calm conditions, they should be cast cross-current. Given the flow in this trench, they proceed with the current. The father and son work diligently, controlling the speed to avoid tangling or knotting the gear, while also keeping a watchful eye on the net's deployment to ensure the netting, floats, and sinkers function properly. As they set the net down the center of the trench, Li's father hands over the task to Liu. The engine of the fishing vessel roars to life as Liu takes over, inhaling deeply as the net cascades over the side into the ocean. He mimics his father's actions, understanding that experience is accumulated through practice. They have only deployed 10 sections of netting so far. Each section is 30 meters long and extends over 200 meters behind. As they work, they notice other fishing vessels passing by, steering clear upon seeing them. After finishing the net deployment, Liu listens attentively to his father's guidance, securing both ends of the netting with anchors or other fastening devices to ensure its stability in the water and prevent it from being swept away by currents or waves. They also release an appropriate length of netting line, connecting it to the anchor line, with the end tied to the main cleat on the boat, cushioned with burlap or netting to prevent wear. Buoys are placed near the gill nets to alert passing vessels, thereby avoiding entanglement. Once all is complete, he washes his hands with fresh water and prepares to set the crab traps. Crabs are known to frequent rocky and coral reef areas, which provide shelter and food sources for them. Traces of crabs can often be found near coastal rocky shores. Additionally, shallow muddy flats and sandy seabeds are favored habitats for crabs, especially in areas rich in benthic organisms, such as the shallow muddy flats near river estuaries, which are typically excellent choices. Father, is this trench a good place to set crab traps? The bottom here should be sandy. Contemplating this, Li's father considers that it might indeed be an excellent location for their traps. The trench is quite broad, and since they have just deployed floating gill nets that are only 5 meters wide, there is ample space to set crab traps. Albeit, they can only place 2 groups of traps, each group containing 5 traps spaced 10 meters apart. Li's father secures the crab traps to the floats and sinkers with rope, using the floats to mark the trap locations and the sinkers to ensure the traps descend to the appropriate depth. He arranges them sequentially along the side of the boat for ease of deployment. As the vessel heads towards the current, they begin to place the traps on the left side, about 2 meters from the gill nets. Gently, they lower the first crab trap into the water, followed by the subsequent traps, being careful to prevent them from tangling with one another. Throughout the deployment, they adjust the speed and length of the rope based on the water depth and current conditions. After completing the deployment, the father and son navigate the fishing vessel around the small island, continuing to set crab traps and gill nets. Once the traps are in place, they spot Afong and his son aboard their vessel, the Bounty, hauling in a long net. Chapter 27. The Electric Reel's First Catch, a Bountiful Haul. Li's father points toward Afong and his son, noting that their trawler cannot approach due to its deeper draft. Father, shall we find a fishing spot now? You steer the boat. I will locate a good spot. With that, he retrieves the anchor as Liu starts the diesel engine. They head west of the small island, where there are submerged rocks, a favored haunt for yellowfin tuna that seek refuge in the crevices between the currents and the rocky outcrops. The fishing vessel gradually approaches the island, and Li's father calls for a stop, declaring, "This is the spot. There are submerged rocks beneath." Liu peers over the side, catching a glimpse of the brown rock formations below. The currents around the submerged rocks are swift. During high and low tides, the sea washes over them, creating updrafts that carry organic matter and plankton from the seabed into the upper water layers. The complex currents and environment can easily displace their nets or crab traps, making operations challenging as the gear may become snagged on the rocks. There are plenty of fish near the reefs, with grouper being particularly fond of the area. Steer the boat slightly to the left. That is the edge of the reef where the current is calmer. Stop, right here. Li's father drops the anchor, stabilizing the fishing vessel as it rocks gently with the waves. Wasting no time, the father and son prepare to fish. They have brought 2 fishing rods for today's outing. However, Liu's new rod is unsuitable for the rocky seabed, necessitating the use of single hooks instead of treble hooks. They first attach a 500-gram lead weight to gauge the water depth, 23 meters. Liu steadies the electric reel on the rod's reel seat, ensuring the slot fits snugly, and hearing a satisfying click confirms its stability. He tightens the securing knob, fastening the electric reel firmly to the rod. Threading the line proves challenging. The new PE line is as rigid as wire, He carefully weaves the PE line through the rod's guides, exiting through the reel's line hole, and secures it to the spool, typically using knots or the spool's fastening mechanism. Lee's father's vessel is equipped with a ship power source, providing 12V direct current, perfectly compatible with the Ikuta EZH 3000 electric winch, which Liu connected and utilized directly. Upon completing the connection, he activated both the fishing boat's power and the winch's power, verifying whether the winch could commence operation normally. Typically, the winch's initiation is accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. However, the roar of the diesel engine drowned out this subtle noise. As it was Liu's inaugural use of the electric winch, he meticulously followed the operational procedures outlined by Uncle Liu. He baited the hooks with live shrimp, set the parameters, and cast the rod into the water, where the electric winch emitted a buzzing sound. The convenience of the winch was remarkable. With a mere press of a button, it descended to the sea floor. Holding the rod, Lee's father released the line while estimating the depth. Suddenly, the winch emitted a series of beeps, indicating a catch. Eagerly, Liu nudged the winch to reel in, only to discover an empty hook. Meanwhile, Lee's father felt a slight tremor on his rod, and, with a calm demeanor, lifted the rod to strike the fish, reeling in steadily. A yellowfin perch. Lee's father tugged the line, bringing the fish aboard and deftly unhooking it before placing it in the live well. The yellowfin perch, scientifically known as the three-line rock bass, has a laterally compressed body with a silvery sheen adorned by faint blackish-brown vertical stripes, named for its scale patterns. This species inhabits rocky waters, often schooling and feeding on plankton. Its tender, sweet flesh is rich in nutrients, packed with protein and trace elements, making it a sought-after delicacy. Unlike other fish, the yellowfin perch possesses a notably thin mouth, necessitating careful control of the line tension while reeling in to avoid tearing its mouth. You were just reeling in too quickly with the winch. It made it difficult to control the fish. Slow down a bit and turn off the alarm. You're not hunting for a big catch. Just a yellowfin perch doesn't require an alarm, Liu's father advised. Liu silenced the alarm and observed a slight quiver at the rod tip, shifting the winch to a lower speed. Just as he hoisted the fish onto the deck, he turned to his father, eager to show off his catch. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed the remarkable bend in his father's rod. "Dad, is that a big fish you're catching?" No, just a yellowfin perch," Lee's father replied, continuing to reel in with considerable effort. Ultimately, he brought 4 yellowfin perch, each about the size of a palm, weighing approximately 7 to 8 ounces. The market price for yellowfin perch ranging from 5 ounces to a pound is generally around 80 yuan, amounting to 200 yuan in total from this catch. A long string of fish lay on the deck, producing sounds through their throats, amplified by their swim bladders, creating a series of clucks. Their silvery scales glistening beautifully in the sunlight. "Dad, aren't we near a rocky reef? Aren't you worried about snagging the bottom with those treble hooks?" Liu queried as he watched his father place the fish into the live well. Yellowfin perch are social creatures, typically found in midwater or near the bottom. Just avoid fishing directly on the bottom, young man. There is still much for you to learn. For yellowfin perch, Antarctic krill works best, but regrettably, we didn't bring any. We must remember to purchase some for your tackle box next time, Lee's father remarked. Liu nodded thoughtfully, reattaching the treble hooks and adjusting the winch settings to around 18 meters, still 5 meters above the sea floor, casting the rod into the water once more. "Fish on." He observed the rod tip bobbing, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. The yellowfin perch took a bite and attempted to escape, causing the tip to tremble as the fishing line tightened. He refrained from engaging the winch, opting instead to wait. 1 tug, 2 tugs, 3 tugs. After 5 tentative bites, Liu finally began to reel in, shifting the winch to a lower speed. The winch hummed into motion, retrieving the line. As the treble hooks gradually surfaced, he pulled them aboard, revealing 4 lively yellowfin perch hanging from the hooks, which he quickly unhooked and placed into the live well. Although they were not as large as the ones caught by his father, he acknowledged the ease of using the winch, while his father was still laboriously cranking by hand. He had already secured his fish. Liu continued casting, and within a few minutes, he pulled up another 4 yellowfin perch, tossing each into the live well. It's a frenzy. The yellowfin perch are biting. In just over an hour, the father and son had caught nearly 100 pounds of yellowfin perch, all weighing between 5 ounces to a pound, with a market price of 80 yuan per pound, enough to sustain him for more than a month at the factory. All right, the tide is rising, and the big fish will begin to surface. Let's switch to single hooks and fish for the larger ones. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late, and with the tide coming in, the yellowfin perch ceased biting. "Big fish, bass or grouper?" Liu inquired as he switched to a steel leader, attached to live shrimp, and adjusted the winch's parameters, eagerly anticipating the chance to catch something larger and fully experience the capabilities of the electric winch. Chapter 28. The Rocky Reef's Bottom Fishing. The electric winch's power unleashed. Lee's father stroked his stubble thoughtfully. We are at a rocky reef, and with the rising tide, perhaps we should try bottom fishing? Without hesitation, he attached a 300-gram sinker, devoid of hooks, and cast it into the water. When the sinker was approximately 3 meters above the seabed, he released the fishing reel's line lock, allowing the reel to whir as the sinker plunged swiftly to the ocean floor. The sinker struck the seabed with a resounding impact, and the feedback was unmistakably clear. The ocean floor was composed of solid ground, and the current was less turbulent than anticipated, easily manageable with the 300-gram weight. Lee's father then baited a live shrimp. Come here, I'll teach you the technique of bottom fishing. Pay close attention. Bottom fishing in the ocean essentially involves targeting fish that dwell near the seafloor. First, one must securely attach fresh sandworms or small shrimp to the hook, followed by tying on a sinker. With force, the fishing rig is cast into the sea when it is approximately 3 to 10 meters from the bottom. The reel is released, allowing the sinker to plummet. A gentle teasing motion of the rod tip follows, making the bait dance up and down on the seabed, mimicking a struggling worm, which attracts bottom-dwelling creatures like grouper and mackerel. While fishing, one must keep a keen eye on the rod tip. If it suddenly dips or shakes continuously, that indicates a fish has taken the bait, requiring prompt action to lift the rod and reel in the catch. This method is particularly susceptible to snagging on underwater rocks. Thus, it is advisable to seek flatter areas with minimal obstructions. Teasing the bait several times while maintaining the right tension on the line to successfully hook the fish. Lee's father adhered to the same method as before, pausing when the sinker was still 3 meters from the seabed. When you first release the line, do not set the electric winch to its highest speed. A mid-range setting will suffice. When you are about 3 meters from the bottom, switch to the highest speed to ensure the sinker strikes the seabed. Sensing the sinker hit the ocean floor, he disengaged the line cup and teased the rod tip a few times. Just as he intended to reel in and let Liu take a turn, he noticed a slight tremor at the rod tip. With extensive experience, Lee's father promptly halted his actions, continuing to observe the rod's movements. A bite? The fish below seemed impatient, eagerly swallowing the live shrimp. Lee's father saw the rod tip bend significantly and decisively lifted the rod to ensure the hook was firmly embedded in the fish's mouth. Liu, witnessing the rod tip bend, momentarily froze. Is that it? After waiting for over 10 minutes, this is what I get? Lee's father swiftly reeled in 15 to 16 meters of line, but the fish, sensing danger, darted downward, thrashing side to side in the water. In a desperate attempt to escape the hook, it leaped from the water, vigorously shaking its head and thrashing its body, rapidly flapping its gills in a bid to dislodge the hook. Wow, it's a bass. What a beauty. Liu beheld the sight of a bass washing its gills for the very first time. As the bass leapt from the water's surface, its formidable body surged upward with ferocious vigor, twisting violently in the air, its gills flaring rapidly, sending forth a tremendous splash. The water droplets sparkled under the sun's radiant glow, creating a truly breathtaking spectacle. It was indeed the old fisherman who, upon sensing the bass swimming toward the surface, swiftly reeled in the line, maintaining a taut tension. Just as the bass broke free from the water, he deftly lowered the rod tip and, yielding to the bass's momentum, allowed the line to run, enabling the fish to expend its energy. Gradually, the bass was coaxed to the side of the boat, and Liu skillfully netted it from beneath its head. Weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, it was not excessively large. Liu unhooked the fish and tossed it into the live well. Bass tend to travel in schools. Thus, when you cast your line, it is best to strike the bottom directly, and when the electric reel alarms, switch to high speed to avoid the bass washing its gills. What weight of sinker are you using? Li's father inquired, still somewhat apprehensive about Liu's methods. 500 grams, what's wrong? No worries, go ahead and fish. Indeed, the electric reel was employed without manual cranking, astonishingly using a 500-gram sinker. Liu attached a live shrimp, meticulously recalling the process by which his father had just caught a fish. When striking the bottom, the bass had not bitten. It seemed that after the bottom strike, his father intended to reel indirectly. Yes, it was precisely that thought of reeling in after striking the bottom. Liu firmly resolved to proceed as planned and glanced at the electric reel's display, discovering he was merely 4 to 5 meters from the seabed. He quickly set the electric reel's clutch switch to the maximum, intentionally striking the bottom a couple of meters higher than his father had suggested. He tapped the rod tip, elevating the rod slightly, and observed a significant quiver at the tip. The electric reel beeped, prompting him to switch the clutch to maximum, rapidly reeling in the line and pulling the fish from the water, launching it onto the deck, denying the bass any opportunity to leap. A 10-pound bass caught so effortlessly. In the past, it would have taken a grueling 10 minutes of cranking the reel. With a swift kick, the hefty bass, weighing over 10 pounds, splashed into the live well, swimming about. Turning to glance at his father, He saw him still laboring with his catch, needing no assistance. He picked up the sinker, inspecting the fishing line for any signs of wear. Careful attention must be paid to the line while deep-sea fishing. As the seabed structure is exceedingly complex, losing a fish due to line issues would be a lamentable waste. He netted a live shrimp and confidently cast the line to strike the bottom again. The rod tip bent sharply downward. The bass must be going wild here, Liu mused, observing the bass thrashing on the deck. In under 15 minutes, he had reeled in a third fish weighing approximately 10 pounds. Truly astonishing. The sun began its descent, losing the fierce intensity of around 2 o'clock, transforming into a gentler warmth, while the tide gradually overtook the protruding reefs. Liu continued to dart between tasks, assisting his father with netting fish, while simultaneously casting his line. A bite. At long last, a bite had occurred. Watching a 5 to 6 pound bass emerge from the water and soar onto the deck, Liu understood that this was the bass's final revelry. The tide was at its peak, and the schools of fish were preparing to disperse. He needed to seize the moment and catch a few more. Today might very well mark an opening day for the sea, as no fishing boats had ventured near the small island. Occasionally, a fishing vessel would pass by, but upon spotting the boats, they would swiftly depart. By late afternoon, around 5 o'clock, the father and son quaffed water from their flasks. The sea surface having regained its tranquility, with the fish schools having scattered. Together, they had caught nearly 40 bass, totaling over 200 pounds. However, in the last half hour, Li father could no longer endure. They exchanged fishing rods, allowing Li father to use the electric reel. Father, do we need to retrieve the gill net? Liu queried. Li father shot him a glance. We will not collect the crab traps. We shall retrieve them tomorrow morning. The gill net must be collected, whatever we can salvage. We shall, and the remainder will be taken home for your mother to assist with. Li father checked the time on his phone. It was nearly 5:30. They had deployed 60 gill nets in total, but fortunately, only 10 were set, which could be retrieved in about an hour. Let us rest for another 10 minutes. After that, we shall collect the nets and head home. Chapter 29, Collecting the Nets. After a brief respite of around 10 minutes, Li father stretched his aching back and declared, let us go. It's time to collect the nets. Liu nodded in agreement. Throughout this outing, he had predominantly utilized the electric reel for assistance, exerting little physical effort, and thus did not feel fatigued. In contrast, his father had been hand-cranking since they began fishing for yellowfin tuna, having had no time to rest except for the last half hour when they exchanged roles. He considered purchasing an electric reel for himself. Li father expertly piloted the fishing boat toward the trench. Upon reaching the buoy's location, he halted the vessel, which swayed gently with the rhythm of the waves, signaling Liu to commence net retrieval. Liu grasped the buoy and attached a segment of the gill net to the net hauler, activating the machine, which emitted a low, rumbling sound as the net began to rise slowly and steadily. Li father approached, observing the condition of the net. It had been quite some time since he had deployed a gill net, and he was uncertain how the catch compared to that of a trawl net. After retrieving approximately 3 meters, a Spanish mackerel was pulled up, measuring nearly half a meter long and weighing over 3 pounds. Oh, a blue-spotted mackerel. Quite sizable. It appears rather plump, Li father remarked, eyeing the fish caught in the gill net. He swiftly unhooked the first fish from the net with practiced ease, tossing it into a nearby large foam box. Not bad, not bad. This one is about half a meter long, weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. It could fetch over 100. Fish caught in gill nets tend to have lower vitality due to the vigorous struggles endured while entangled, which depletes their energy and may cause injuries, such as scale loss or abrasions on their bodies, thus affecting their physiological functions and vitality. The foam boxes contained ice packed at the dock before setting out to sea, intended for preservation. They had brought 4 foam boxes in total. The mackerel likely succumbed due to being ensnared in the net for too long. The blue-spotted mackerel is a common economic fish in this region, residing in the mid to upper water column, characterized by its blue-black back, silver-gray belly, and several rows of black spots along its sides, hence its name. Locally, it is quite prevalent, with a modest price of around 30 to 40 per pound. Liu particularly relished mackerel prepared as fish balls. The meat is pounded into a paste using a rolling pin for 5 to 10 minutes or scraped into a puree with a knife, then mixed with salt in a bowl and shaped into balls before boiling and cooling in cold water. They are truly elastic, tender, and delicious. Shortly thereafter, another catch emerged, an oval-shaped squid, approximately a pound in weight, evidently fresh and vigorous. The squid's body is smooth and unmarked, possessing a soft mantle and transparent cartilage, resembling a floating jelly in the water, with large eyes encircled by bright green. Its lifespan is brief, typically only 1 year. Plump and meaty. The flesh is tender and sweet, ideal for various cooking methods such as blanching, stir-frying, grilling, boiling, or braising, with blanching and dipping in sauce best showcasing its delightful crunch. As Father Lee descended, the soft silk squid splashed him directly in the face, leaving him somewhat disheveled, prompting him to swiftly toss it into the live well. Ha ha ha, Dad. Lucky it's not an octopus. Otherwise, you'd be drenched in ink. Father Lee wiped the water from his face and urged him to concentrate on hauling in the net. For some inexplicable reason, Liu had a premonition that this haul of squids would be substantial. After all, squids are typically gregarious, and if one was caught, there were likely others. Sure enough, yet another squid surfaced, quite a beautiful specimen at that. In total, they managed to catch 6 lively squids, drenching Father Lee in their spray, but they had yet to see a single upper water fish such as black sea bream, small yellow croaker, or pomfret. Unfortunately, the gill net had been torn open by some fish, leaving a hole the size of a soccer ball. Father Lee felt a twinge of regret. As these gill nets were freshly purchased, he mentally calculated the yield from this particular net, which was placed about 20 meters from the current's head. The catch wasn't overly impressive, amounting to perhaps 500 to 600 yuan. Liu hoisted the second net, allowing the netting machine to continue its diligent work. The moment the second net surfaced, it brought him a delightful surprise. A yellowfin tuna weighing over 10 pounds was caught, struggling violently as it became ensnared in the mesh. Tightening its bonds with each futile thrash, it thrashed its tail in a desperate attempt to break free, but to no avail. It was firmly trapped in the gill net. Awaiting Father Lee's rescue, Liu quickly halted the machine, allowing Father Lee to extricate it. All right, finally a fish of some worth. This yellowfin tuna weighs over 10 pounds and could fetch more than 1,000 yuan. The yellowfin tuna is a mid to upper water migratory species that favors warmer waters. Its back is a deep blue-black, while its belly gleams silver, adorned with a golden lateral stripe extending from behind the eye to the base of the tail. Its fins are vividly colored, with the dorsal and anal fins being black, and the pectoral and pelvic fins a pale yellow. This particular specimen showed signs of fatigue, struggling against the gill net, and if not freed soon, it risked suffocation. Once Father Lee managed to free it, he placed it directly into the live well, unperturbed by the prospect of it dying, as they would return home after finishing the netting. Continue with your net. If any larger fish come up, I'll handle them. Suddenly, a vivid flash of yellow caught their attention amidst the gill net. Dad, look, is that a large yellow croaker? Father Lee scrutinized it closely and discerned that its head was oval-shaped, unmistakably identifying it as a yellow grouper. You silly boy. You can't even tell the difference between a yellow grouper and a large yellow croaker. It was unfortunate that these two species bear such a striking resemblance to one another. Both belong to the order Perciformes and the family Epinepheliddae, sharing similar elongated and laterally compressed bodies, dorsal fins, anal fins, and other fin structures, as well as the characteristic ear stones found in the Epinepheliddae family. Moreover, Liu had rarely gone out to sea before, typically spending his time at school, so distinguishing between the two was a challenge for him. The yellow grouper is a common fish, and this one, weighing over a pound, was considered large. If only it were a large yellow croaker, Liu mused, longing for the more valuable catch. In their locality, a large yellow croaker sold for around 900 yuan per pound at the docks, with prices soaring to about 1,200 yuan when sent to restaurants. If it truly were a large yellow croaker, how could he not be thrilled? This net was likely positioned at the current's head, where they subsequently caught several yellow groupers, golden pomfret, and even a wuchang fish, startling the father and son duo. Fortunately, it was still alive, a prized catch. The current here was somewhat turbulent, and rather than capturing fish, the net had ensnared plastic bottles and branches, leading to a lengthy cleanup of the fishing gear upon their return home. After disentangling the fish from the gill net, Father Lee lamented that without that yellowfin tuna, this haul would have been a significant loss. Meanwhile, Liu proceeded to the next net, still preoccupied with thoughts of that vibrant yellow croaker. Chapter 30. Encountering the golden dragon in the net. The subsequent gill nets were all interconnected, and Liu pulled the net, setting the machine into motion as the gill net was gradually reeled in. Father Lee stood by, prepared to sort through the more valuable catches. While the black sea bream and other economical fish had become too numerous to handle at that moment, they would have to wait until they returned to untangle them. Wow, this black sea bream is enormous, Liu exclaimed as he spotted an exceptionally large black sea bream struggling amidst a tangle of netting. Once the gill net was hoisted onto the deck, Liu halted the machine, assisting in retrieving the fish. Although the fish was caught in the net and could not easily escape, it was also challenging to extract. The black sea bream was struggling to breathe, its mouth agape, gill covers flaring, with its body marked by the constricting lines of the net, particularly on its abdomen, which had been torn and was bleeding. This specimen was estimated to weigh about 5 pounds and was as large as a football. Today's catch of black sea bream had all been under a pound, making this one a rare find. Father Lee held it for quite a while, contemplating how wonderful it would have been to catch it on a line. Now, with its body damaged, its value had diminished significantly. After removing this fish, Liu continued to haul in the net, with the machine doing most of the work. He didn't pay too much attention, merely trying to tidy up the net that had been disheveled by the wind, preventing it from tangling in the machinery. After pulling in approximately another 100 meters of gill net, most of the catch consisted of black sea bream, some weighing 1 to 2 pounds, while others were merely a few ounces, interspersed with some yellowfin tuna, sea bass, and golden pomfret. Father Li only took the larger specimens, leaving the smaller ones due to time constraints. Seizing a moment of calm before the wind picked up again, Liu went to the bow of the boat to observe how the net was being drawn from the water. To his surprise, he spotted another fish, completely golden in hue, measuring around 30 centimeters. Initially mistaking it for yet another yellow grouper, he thought little of it, leaving it for his father to retrieve. Yellow grouper? No. Before he could fully register his surprise, the net was lifted into the air, revealing a fish with a mouth painted like lipstick, its eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Dad, a large yellow croaker." As the gill net was brought up onto the deck, Liu rushed over to halt the machine, tugging at the net until the large yellow croaker was before him. Father Li hurried over to grasp the large fish, taking considerable time to carefully extricate it from the net, cradling it in his hands with a slight tremor of excitement. It was indeed a large yellow croaker. How could there be such a sizable one here? Ha ha ha, I merely thought of it, and to my astonishment, we actually caught a large yellow croaker. Liu's heart swelled with joy as he gazed at the fish, estimating it to weigh around 2 pounds, its vibrant lips indicating its wild origin. Wild yellow croakers had been overfished in the 1970s and nearly became a protected species. It had been over a decade since the sighting of a large yellow croaker, and only in recent years, following government efforts to release juvenile yellow croakers into the sea, had they begun to reappear. The large yellow croaker caught from the sea could also potentially be farmed, as coastal areas had begun to establish cages for raising them, and during typhoons, these fish might escape the enclosures. If it were farmed, its value would significantly decrease. Father Li examined the large yellow croaker in his hands, noting its impressive size of about 30 centimeters, likely over 2 pounds, with a long, slender body shimmering in gold or a yellowish-red hue, its scales thick and lustrous, with a distinctly long tail and a prominent black line along its base. When the pectoral fins were folded towards the head, they could completely cover the fish's eyes. Huh. Wild. How is it possible to find a yellow croaker here? Logically, adult yellow croakers typically migrate to deeper offshore waters, generally at depths of around 60 to 100 meters. Yet here the depth is less than 30 meters. Li's father dried the yellow croaker's surface moisture with a towel, then wrapped it in a black plastic bag before placing it in a foam box, surrounding the fish with crushed ice. Liu marveled at the vibrant hue of the fish's mouth, reminiscent of lipstick, and before he could fully admire it, he noticed Li's father placing the yellow croaker into the foam box without even removing its blood. "Dad, shouldn't we remove the internal organs to preserve the yellow croaker? Are you foolish? This yellow croaker weighs around 2 kilograms. If we remove the internal organs, it will only weigh just over 1 kilogram. The price difference between 1 kilogram and 2 kilograms is substantial." Upon reflecting, Liu agreed. A yellow croaker weighing just over 1 kilogram is valued at 900 per kilogram, while a 2 kilogram one fetches 1200 per kilogram. The disparity is immense. Hurry and haul in the nets, and once that's done, we'll head home. Yellow croakers should migrate to the nearshore in schools. Catching one might mean there could be a second. They usually inhabit areas with slower currents, and the food resources near this small island should be abundant. Perhaps we can set the remaining gill nets in the midwater zone, as there is a chance yellow croakers might swim back here. Li's father swiftly made a decision to continue fishing there after retrieving the gill nets. Quickly now. Finish hauling in the nets, and then we'll set the gill nets again. Who knows? Yellow croakers might still come this way. All right. Hearing his father mention the possibility of yellow croakers returning, Liu immediately felt invigorated. The father and son hastened their net retrieval, leaving any larger fish caught in the nets and focusing solely on the task at hand. While they were diligently working, a trawler appeared, slowly making its way towards them. Without needing to look closely, they recognized it was the A-Fong duo. Other fishing boats would avoid this area if they saw someone working here, but their arrival was welcome. There is no signal at sea, and they could inform Liu's mother. As for everything else, that was his father's concern. Uncle Shizhu navigated the fishing boat closer, and a Fong shouted from the bow, "Hey you, are you still pulling in the gill nets? I thought you had already gone home." The gill nets in the trench were nearly all pulled in, piled chaotically on the deck. Uncle Shizhu maneuvered their boats to a line, and a Fong nimbly climbed over, the roar of the diesel engine drowning out the sound of the waves. Li's father reached across the half-meter gap between the two boats to grasp the cleat on a Fong's vessel. A Fong crouched at the bow, gripping a nylon rope ready to toss over. Suddenly, he caught sight of the gill nets piled high on the deck, densely entangled with black sea bream. causing his eyes to widen. Wow, such an impressive catch. You didn't set the gill nets in this trench, did you? This trench isn't a Black Sea bream hotspot, is it? What gill nets in a hotspot? They were set right in this trench. Liu chuckled as he caught the rope tossed by a Fong, wrapping it around the ship's railing twice. A Fong scrambled over, helping to pull the boats together. Li's father took the opportunity to discreetly kick the foam box towards the shadows, and then turned off the engine to greet Uncle Shizhu. Chapter 31, another one. Shizhu, how was the trawling today? Don't even mention it. Uncle Shizhu clambered over, his pants still splattered with seaweed. Today was too short. We only dragged 3 nets since noon, and only caught a few baskets of small fish and half a basket of yellow croakers. We didn't even earn back the fuel costs. I see you've done quite well. All those Black Sea bream on your gill nets. As he spoke, his eyes drifted towards the impressive pile of gill nets on the deck, which was indeed enviable. The gill nets were stacked high, and there were so many Black Sea bream that they hadn't even had time to remove them. The catch was impossible to conceal. Anyone could see their haul with a glance. We didn't venture elsewhere today, just stayed around this small island. You know, this trench has practically become a home for the Black Sea bream. After Li's father switched off the engine, Liu called a Fong over to help with the nets. And upon hearing this, he discreetly glanced at the foam box piled next to the gill nets. The yellow croaker had long been concealed within the foam box, tightly wrapped in a black plastic bag and covered with a layer of crushed ice. Unless someone deliberately opened the foam box to rummage through, no one would suspect that a yellow croaker was hidden inside. Li's father smiled, his hand lightly resting on Uncle Shizhu's shoulder as he leaned closer. Lowering his voice, Shizhu, we just hauled in a yellow croaker. Its fin can cover its eye. Uncle Shizhu's eyelids flickered. A fin that can cover its eye specifically indicates a wild yellow croaker. This species had nearly gone extinct over a decade ago. Only recently have government-released fry begun to occasionally be caught. If others knew that yellow croakers had appeared here, they would undoubtedly camp out overnight. He observed the faint smile on Li's father's face. Realizing that Li's father must be struggling internally and hadn't anticipated sharing the yellow croaker news with him, such generosity was rare indeed. Well, your luck is truly remarkable. Oldly, Uncle Shizhu found himself at a loss for words, unable to express envy, knowing that Oldly was already generous enough. He could only wait for an opportunity to reciprocate. I didn't bring any gill nets on my boat. I'll head home for a bit. I'll leave a Fong with you to help with the nets. Uncle Shizhu spoke loudly, purposely letting a Fong hear. After all, bringing them back only means more trouble. It's better to let him stay here and assist you too. All right, when you go back, tell Huier not to wait for us. We'll call her when we have a signal on the way back. Okay, I'll let my sister-in-law know. A Fong didn't mind. Whether he returned early or late was inconsequential. What are you staring at? I'm here to lend a hand to Uncle Li and the others. I'll be back later. With that, he ignored them and returned to the harvest boat to start the diesel engine and head back. At that moment, Liu felt a twinge of sympathy for him. He could have gone home, but chose to stay and help. They still had 50 gill nets aboard, planning to set them all in this area tonight. Stop looking. Uncle Shizhu will be back soon. Just stay here with us. Why does he need to come back? Is there no diesel left? You'll find out when Uncle Shizhu returns. Now just help me haul in the nets. With a Fong assisting, Li's father took the opportunity to rest for a bit. He was utterly exhausted after manually fishing for over 3 hours and spending nearly an hour on the boat sorting the fish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the indigo sky absorbed the last traces of twilight. Liu turned on the mast light, casting a warm yellow glow across the sea. The final gill net was being forcefully pulled up by the machine, droplets of water trickling down through the mesh, creating a rhythmic patter on the deck. This net is incredible, a Fong exclaimed, gazing at the densely packed Black Sea bream in the gill net, unable to contain his awe. It's worth as much as the 3 nets my family dragged. Liu remained silent, his eyes fixated on the shimmering golden glow just beneath the water's surface. The mast light cast a dim glow, yet he could still discern that flash of gold struggling within the net. His heart raced, and his hands trembled involuntarily. Could there be another one, just like the one that had excited him for half the night? Since Uncle Shizhu departed, they had already retrieved 5 nets. Aside from the last net, the rest had yielded sparse catches. His hand quivered slightly, further affirming his suspicion. A yellow croaker, Ah Fong shouted loudly. While Liu had already approached the ship's railing, peering through the light at the large yellow croaker ensnared tightly in the gill net. Indeed, what his father had said was not without merit. Where there was one, there were bound to be 2. There was truly another large yellow croaker. Quick, shut down the machine and retrieve it first. Ah Fong hurriedly went to halt the machinery, while Liu, his voice nearly hoarse, tugged at the gill net, pulling it onto the deck. Wow, this is a wild yellow croaker. It's magnificent. This was also Ah Fong's first encounter with a wild yellow croaker. He had only seen farmed ones in the market while accompanying his father to sell fish. though this particular fish was not as stunning. The gill net was wrapped too tightly, causing some scales to fall off. Liu, undistracted by conversation, crouched down to untangle the net from the fish. It was not as large as the one caught earlier in the afternoon, which had already been wrapped in a black plastic bag and buried under crushed ice. Take it slow, Afang urged as he leaned in to help. Had I known there would be yellow croakers, I would have told my father not to return. If he finds out, he will surely regret it. Uncle Shizhu must have known already. Otherwise, why would he go back? Hurry, bring me a black plastic bag. Liu straightened the fish's fins and tail, carefully placing it into the plastic bag, which he then laid flat in the foam box, covering it with crushed ice. Indeed, Uncle Li must have informed him long ago. Our fishing boat only carries the trawl net. If we were to drag the net here for a day, we wouldn't catch a single yellow croaker. Afang seemed to have an epiphany. Liu, did we catch the yellow croaker earlier? Yes. You didn't see the other one in the foam box? Realizing he was the last to know, Afang playfully tugged at Liu. Hey, you knew all along and didn't tell me. All right. Now that you know, hurry up and gather the remaining gill net. We still have more to set. Liu laughed, interrupting him. The two resumed their tasks, starting the machine again to reel in the rest of the gill net. The sound of a diesel engine echoed from the dock as Uncle Shizhu's harvest boat made its way to shore. Aunt Qin, wielding a flashlight, scrutinized the vessel, frowning when she noticed her son was absent. Where has he gone again? Cough. Uncle Shizhu is unloading the catch from the net, he replied. Old Li and the others set the gill net today and had a good haul. Afang stayed behind to help. He bit his tongue, refraining from mentioning the yellow croaker. Knowing that with so many people at the dock, if Old Li shared the secret with him, it would be like treating him as a brother. If this news got out, every fishing boat in the county would go mad. After moving several baskets of fish onto the tricycle, Uncle Shizhu wiped his face and turned to see that the dock was nearly deserted. Leaning closer to his wife, he whispered, Old Li caught a yellow croaker today in the trench. Aunt Qin's hand trembled, nearly dropping the flashlight. Wild. That's a treasure. Are you going back out to sea? Of course, we must take advantage of such a rare catch. Uncle Shizhu stacked the last basket of fish onto the cart. I need to return home to prepare the gill net. You hurry and sell these fish, then come back to help me get ready. Aunt Qin nodded, pushing the tricycle away. Understood. I'll be back after selling. You go tell Old Li's family. Uncle Shizhu's rubber shoes squeaked against the concrete road. As he passed by the Li family's door, the light spilling from the window revealed his sister-in-law. He knocked gently. Sister-in-law, it's me, Shizhu. Old Li set the net where he caught black sea bream last time. There's no signal out at sea. So he asked me to relay a message, not to wait for him for dinner. He'll call when he has signal. The door creaked open a crack as Li's mother peeked out. Did you encounter a school of black bream again? Noticing that Uncle Shizhu hadn't even changed out of his fishing clothes, she hesitated. What on earth is Old Li doing out there at this hour? Sister-in-law? Don't worry, I left Afang on their boat too. Quickly prepare 2 meals. I need to head back out to sea and take them dinner. Sensing Li's mother's concern, Uncle Shizhu reassured her about his return to the sea. With a sigh, she acquiesced. All right, I appreciate your help. He waved dismissively. No need to mention it. Turning to leave, he was preoccupied with the gill net at home, knowing that this night would likely be spent at sea. But as long as he could catch a yellow croaker, the fatigue would be worth it. Chapter 32, continuing to set the nets. Uncle Shizhu hurried home along the gravel road, his pant legs still covered in seaweed remnants from the afternoon's trawling. Encountering familiar fishermen who joked about his haste, he merely smiled and waved, his mind consumed by the thought of the yellow croaker hidden beneath the crushed ice on the boat. He needed to prepare to head back out to sea quickly. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, he dashed to the backyard storage room, lifting the dust-covered canvas. His gill nets totaled 15, each measuring a substantial 50 meters in length, with ropes thicker than those of Old Li's premium quality purchased 5 years prior. Ice remained on the boat, and he needed the largest foam box. This will do, he murmured, grabbing a roll of dark plastic bags to stuff into the foam box. These were ideal for wrapping the yellow croaker, blocking out even the moonlight. Aunt Qin, in the kitchen ladling fishball soup into a thermos, heard the commotion and peeked out. Sister-in-law just brought the food. It's still warm. As her words faded, footsteps echoed from outside. Li's mother, with wisps of hair out of place, breathlessly handed over the thermos, still warm from the stove, along with 2 flashlights. Shizhu, take extra. The lights on the boat aren't very bright, so bring these along. The 3 of them arranged the gill nets and foam boxes on the tricycle at the corner of the yard, while Aunt Qin stuffed 2 more flashlights into his pocket. The lights on the boat aren't bright enough. Keep these handy. As the roar of the diesel engine shattered the tranquility of the fishing village, the harvest, laden with fishing gear, set sail into the depths of the sea, the light trailing from the stern slicing through the water, startling a few silver fish to leap into the air. On Liu's boat, There were still 50 gill nets remaining, and with an extra person on board, they could set 15 nets in an hour, meaning it would take over 3 hours to finish setting all 50. Dad, we can set 15 nets in an hour. It will take us over 3 hours to finish these 50, Liu remarked while organizing the net ropes. Li's father, gripping the helm, tossed a buoy into the sea every 3 minutes, the white floats flickering in the waves, marking coordinates for the ocean, middle to lower water layer, depth of 12 meters. Remember this number. Since yellow croakers inhabit deeper waters, they were currently setting nets in the midwater zone, a distance that was difficult to gauge, requiring the experienced Li father to place the buoys ahead. Afong praised him. Indeed, Uncle Li is experienced. If my dad were here, he might not even find it accurately. Naturally, your father seldom sets gill nets, so his experience can't compare to mine. The three worked in tandem, methodically setting the nets. Li's father navigated the fishing boat forward slowly, dropping a buoy at intervals, the white floats standing out against the dark sea. Liu and Afong coordinated at the stern, sequentially placing the gill nets into the water. Each net had to be positioned precisely, ensuring the ropes did not tangle. Liu, why hasn't my dad arrived yet? Afong wiped the sweat from his brow, complaining, I'm starving. We had dinner too early, after a tiring afternoon. I'm even hungrier now. Liu chuckled softly, don't fret. Uncle Shizhu is surely on his way. He went back to prepare the gill nets and sell the fish, plus he needs to inform my mother. There's a lot to do. As they conversed, a distant yellow light flickered on the sea. Before long, the harvest came into view, its bow lights blinking as if greeting them. It's here. It's here. Afong exclaimed with excitement. My dad can finally start dinner. As Uncle Shizhu's boat drew nearer, he jumped aboard the full hold, holding the thermos. Hurry, everyone. Let us eat first. The four of them gathered around the deck, devouring their meal under the flickering light of the mast lamp. Today, hunger gnawed at them fiercely, and they had little desire for conversation. The food seemed to banish their fatigue as it filled their bellies. After their meal, the four took a brief respite before plunging back into the intense task of setting the nets. Uncle Shizhu accompanied Afong back to the harvest boat. Fortunately, with Afong's assistance, only about 10 nets remained to be handled, and they might even finish before Afong and the others. Once all the gill nets were set, they returned to the trench, and everyone congregated on the full hold boat. I suppose you all must be exhausted? Li Fu observed the weary yet exhilarated group. Shizhu, shall we head back or remain at sea? Uncle Shizhu glanced at the pile of gill nets on the deck and replied, it's nearly 11 at night. Let us wait until 5 o'clock in the morning to retrieve the nets. We'll take them up and then return. Besides, even if we head back now, you won't get much rest, and there are still so many fish left in the nets. Let us help you bring in the catch here. Li Fu pondered briefly. It would take about an hour to return, and with just the three of them to untangle the nets, it would take over 2 hours. It would be wiser to untangle them here. Very well, then I'll trouble you both. The mast lamp swayed in the sea breeze, casting the shadows of the four figures that stretched and shrank. Li Fu reached into the cabin and retrieved a pack of golden bricks, a gift from his son during a previous outing, which he had been reluctant to use. He distributed them among the group. As they untangled the fish, they took occasional breaks. Untangling fish was a meticulous task, not to be rushed. Uncle Shizhu accepted a cigarette, igniting it with the glowing ember and taking a deep drag. The acrid smoke mingled with the briny scent of the sea, momentarily easing his taut nerves. Afong squatted before the pile of gill nets, fixated on the blue glimmering scales of the black sea bream, muttering, when will I ever catch so many fish? Even your father hasn't thought of catching this many fish, and you're already dreaming about it, you little rascal. Li Fu and Uncle Shizhu pulled the gill nets to the side of the boat, binding the corners with thick rope. This would spread the net out, facilitating the retrieval of fish. Since Liu and the others had been orderly in their net retrieval, there were no instances of the gill nets becoming entangled. Liu and Afong knelt on the deck, scissors and a flashlight that Uncle Shizhu had brought lying beside them. The two scrutinized the state of the fish caught in the nets. Were the fish heads stuck in the netting? Did their fins get caught in the lines? Or were their bodies tangled in multiple layers of netting? Many of the black bream caught this time, as well as smaller fish like yellow croaker, often collided with the net while swimming rapidly, resulting in their gill covers getting lodged in the mesh. Larger fish like bass, when hitting the gill net, would struggle, causing their fins and tails to become ensnared. Once Liu and Afong had assessed the situation clearly, they determined whether to untangle the fish by hand or cut the netting based on the size of the fish and the severity of the entanglement, the former suitable for light tangles, the latter for stubborn knots. They also needed to ensure the protection of the fish's body, especially the scales and fins of wild fish, since any loss of scales would detract from their appearance and diminish their market value. Thus, this step required utmost caution. After making their observations, Liu and Afong grasped the midsection of the fish, pressing their thumbs against the gill covers for stability. With their other hand, They carefully opened the mesh from the fish's head, working against the direction from which the fish had entered the net. Their fingertips deftly navigated the tangled lines, and when the gill covers were caught in the netting, they gently used tweezers to dislodge the gill filaments before slowly withdrawing the fish's head. The entire process was as delicate as a traditional Chinese therapeutic massage, striving to avoid dislodging even a single scale. For fish whose fins or tails were ensnared in the netting, Liu would first support the fish's body with the landing net to reduce the weight on the net, then use scissors to snip the non-load-bearing edges of the netting, carefully avoiding the main lines. When cutting, the blade was held half a centimeter away from the fish's skin to prevent injury. After cutting, they swiftly untangled the knots, peeling back the netting layer by layer as if unraveling a knitted garment. Once the fish were freed from the gill nets, they were promptly placed in a foam box, which had already been lined with crushed ice up to the belly of the fish, separating wild from farmed fish and large from small. The gill nets used for catching fish were not immediately folded. Instead, Li Fu and Uncle Shizhu sat on the deck, using the light to inspect the mesh. Any areas torn by the fish were mended with a wooden net needle and new lines in an 8-shaped knot. The netting entangled with seaweed, broken shells, and plastic debris was scraped clean with a small knife. The repair work required both tautness and flexibility, ensuring that the mesh density was maintained while allowing the netting to stretch naturally with the water flow for the next fishing venture. Once the repairs were completed, the gill nets were neatly stacked on one side of the deck, with floats and weights arranged in order for quick deployment during the next outing. Before securing the foam box, Liu would sprinkle another layer of crushed ice to ensure the catch remained fresh and cool until they returned to port. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the temperatures were bearable. Otherwise, fish left out too long would succumb to the sun's scorching heat. With the rumble of the diesel engine in the background, the four of them completed the fish retrieval in approximately 3 hours, catching over 200 pounds of Black Sea bream, along with an assortment of smaller fish such as yellow croaker, bass, mullet, and flying fish, totaling over 100 pounds. However, due to the prolonged time spent in the nets, the fish bore various injuries, and their prices would inevitably be discounted. Ah, old Li, I still envy your catch. Uncle Shizhu stretched his back and sighed, alas. Growing old. I can no longer bear it. I'm off to rest. You two youngsters can take your time. With that, he returned to the harvest boat to rest. I agree. It's already 1:30. We can expect to be called around 4:30. All right. Now it was just Li Yu and Afong sitting on the deck, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he rushed to the cabin. Chapter 33. A flash of inspiration is worth more than exhaustive thought. Li Yu entered the cabin and retrieved a fishing rod, replacing the nylon main line with a size 6 line, and cutting a 30-centimeter length of size 3 carbon line for the leader. The live shrimp left in the iron bucket in the corner of the cabin still flopped about, their antennae brushing the water's surface with a soft rustling sound. Since they had to wait in this area until dawn, he might as well try his luck. With only the two of them remaining, the diesel engine had been turned off, and Afong held a flashlight to scan the sea surface. This position was indeed perfect, right at the tail of the current where food was abundant. Are you planning to fish for yellow croaker? Afong observed as Li Yu hung the flashlight in the cabin and baited the live shrimp, instantly guessing his intentions. Indeed, since we're just sitting here, why not give it a try? If I catch something, it would be quite the windfall. If you're fishing, there's another rod, line, weights, and hooks in the cabin. Feel free to grab them. Afong scampered off to fetch a fishing rod, and Li Yu didn't mind. After all, they were all fishing, and if Afong caught something, that would be even better. But he wondered if there were any yellow croaker down below. This time, they did not fish on the bottom. They kept about 5 meters off the seabed. Having never fished for yellow croaker before, they could only experiment little by little. The two settled onto their benches, waiting patiently. Fishing for yellow croaker required steadfastness, as their numbers were sparse, and one could never tell when they might swim through this stretch of sea. After casting their lines, they would check the shrimp every 20 minutes to see if they were still alive. After 20 minutes of waiting without any sign, Li Yu gently tugged on his rod, feeling the shrimp on his hook still wriggling energetically, while Afong's shrimp showed no movement and needed to be replaced. The two focused intently on their fishing rods, hardly exchanging words, as they endured the agonizing wait for a bite. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the sea breeze was still somewhat chilly against the skin. It was the first time the two fathers spent a night at sea, both of whom appeared remarkably carefree. Without a care in the world, they cast their lines directly onto the deck, neglecting all else. Suddenly a bite. After more than half an hour of waiting, they were too engrossed to think of anything else. Li Yu sprang to his feet, hand poised near the fishing rod, eagerly waiting for a clear signal to set the hook. At that moment, Afong also took note of Li Yu's movements, fixating intently on his own rod. Fearful of missing any opportunity, the fish nibbled delicately, likely testing the bait, causing only a slight quiver at the tip of the rod. Liu attempted to relax the line slightly, allowing the bait to be more inviting. Finally, the rod tip exhibited a pronounced dip. Without hesitation, Liu swiftly lifted the rod to hook the fish. If it was indeed a large yellow croaker, he knew he had to be gentle. Too much force could tear the fish's mouth. He struck true. The sensation transmitted through the line was unmistakable. He raised the rod high and began to reel in rapidly. Wow, it's truly a large yellow croaker. Afong, hurry and bring the net. The net lay within the cabin. As Liu reeled in the fish, he pondered whether it was indeed a yellow croaker. Upon seeing the golden silhouette emerge, he could think of nothing else but calling Afong to assist in landing the fish. Can you believe it? You've really caught a yellow croaker. You're a genius. I'll grab the net right away. Afong dashed over, swiftly retrieving the net and bringing the fish aboard. It's absolutely stunning. Afong exclaimed as he hoisted the yellow croaker onto the deck, its golden scales shimmering under the beam of the flashlight. The yellow croaker emitted a series of gurgling sounds, a phenomenon facilitated by the vibration of its swim bladder muscles, often a reaction to the stress of being caught. This freshly caught yellow croaker appeared notably more vibrant than those ensnared in nets, devoid of any marks or bruises. Indeed, the newly caught yellow croaker was resplendent in its golden glory. Look at those fins, they're translucent in the light. Afong pointed out in awe. This one seems larger than the last one we caught together. After admiring the fish for a while, it unfortunately succumbed. They snapped a few photos, and Liu hastily retrieved a plastic bag to smooth out the fish's body before placing it into the foam box. Afong, quickly summon Uncle Shizhu to fish for yellow croaker. I'll go fetch my father. The two fathers likely had not anticipated the possibility of catching yellow croaker that day. While they had heard tales of others catching them elsewhere, they had never experienced it themselves. By the time Liu's father arrived at the boat's edge, Liu had already rigged a live shrimp and cast it out again. Liu's father took the rod that Afong had used and began fishing immediately. Afong and his father had fishing rods as well, but lacked live shrimp. They had just hurried over to retrieve some. Upon reeling in, Liu's father discovered that Afong had improperly positioned the shrimp, which had perished, as yellow croaker do not eat dead bait. After carefully re-rigging with live shrimp, he cast it near Liu's line. Before long, Liu felt a tug, though not particularly strong, indicating a smaller fish. As he drew it closer to the boat, Liu's father was there with the net, swiftly bringing it aboard. One must admit, the golden hue of the yellow croaker was indeed captivating. Before Liu's father could even begin to handle that fish, another rod began to twitch. Is this for real? When did yellow croaker become so plentiful? Could it be a whole school? Ignoring the caught fish in the net, Liu's father tossed the net aside and seized the rod, executing a clean and decisive lift to bring another fish onto the deck. There was no time to admire. He instructed Liu to position the fish neatly into a plastic bag, re-rigged both rods with live shrimp, and cast them out with urgency. These are yellow croaker. There's no time to waste on admiration. We must cast again while we can. If my father learns that we lingered for 2 or 3 minutes just to gaze at the yellow croaker, I fear he would scold us severely. Here it comes again. Dad. Just as they placed the fish into the foam box, Liu noticed the rod dipping once more and quickly returned to his position to lift the rod. Indeed, he had hooked another fish, and the line vibrated with the signs of a fierce struggle. Liu's father likewise raised his rod, and 2 fish soared onto the deck in succession. Not knowing whether they had landed 2 yellow croakers, or if Liu's father had simply inspired greater bravery in him, Liu cast with abandon. His father's catch was slightly larger, comparable to the first one caught in the net, while Liu's was smaller, perhaps weighing less than a pound. The two cast their lines again, waiting for nearly half an hour without a bite. Liu's father instructed him to keep an eye on the rods while he arranged the 5 yellow croakers they had caught, observing the fish's bodies, fins, and tails all neatly aligned, with scales intact and wrapped in plastic bags. Liu's father nodded in satisfaction. The market value of yellow croaker caught by rod and line significantly surpassed that of those ensnared in nets, with the former being priced approximately 20% higher due to their pristine condition. After ensuring everything was in order, Liu's father checked the live bait compartment. The shrimps were still lively before returning to continue their vigil for yellow croaker. As the minutes ticked by, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The live shrimp were dwindling with each replacement. The distant horizon melded seamlessly with the sky, leaving one to discern only the heavens above and the sea below. The tide began to rise, waves crashing rhythmically against the fishing boat, the sea breeze carrying a hint of moisture that dispelled Liu's drowsiness. It's quite cold. Should we consider reeling in? Surely, there can't be any fish left. Liu stood up and paced the deck several times, having gone nearly 2 hours without a bite. Only their own vessel, the full harvest, and Afong's bountiful catch remained in sight as other vessels gradually set out to sea. This all-nighter had proven worthwhile. Combined with the 7 yellow croakers from the net, they would reap a handsome profit. not to mention the potential bounty from the 50 yellow croakers still lurking beneath the surface. After discussing with his father, they decided to haul in their nets. The news of their yellow croaker catch would undoubtedly spread, but they were determined to keep their location a secret. They preferred to catch fewer fish than to disclose their fishing spot, lest the entire island be swarmed by other net fishers. Both fathers bent to retrieve their rods, and Liu felt a slight tremor in his hand as he gripped the rod, which wobbled gently as if nudged by the wind. No way. Another fish? Should he lift the rod to test? Lost in thought, Liu had not noticed the subtle motion. The sound of the waves crashing against the boat masked any indication of a bite. He initially assumed the movement was merely the boat rocking with the waves. Without further delay, Liu lifted the rod, the hook piercing cleanly into the fish's mouth. The feedback from the rod suggested it was a substantial catch. Wow. Just when I was about to reel in, what an unexpected surprise. The rod bent like a bow, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Liu cautiously controlled the fish, while his father, Li Fu, stood nearby with a landing net, patiently imparting his wisdom on adjusting the angle of the fishing rod to keep the fish within manageable bounds. Judging by the bend of the rod, the large yellow croaker could weigh 5 to 6 pounds. The larger the fish, the more valuable it becomes, with even a pound's difference making a monumental impact on its price. After approximately 15 minutes, a golden silhouette emerged, and when the fish first broke the surface, both father and son exclaimed in astonishment. Damn, what the hell? Li Fu realized he had misjudged. This yellow croaker might weigh 7 to 8 pounds. Just imagine the fortune it could fetch. Watching Liu struggle to reel in the fish, Li Fu felt an overwhelming urge to snatch the rod from him and take over, yet there was no alternative. The fish was already leaping above the water. Li Fu gripped the landing net tightly, waiting for Liu to bring it alongside the boat, ready to scoop it up. Dad, how much do you think this will sell for? Are we about to strike it rich? Liu asked, still slightly fatigued from the exertion of reeling in the fish. His breath slightly labored. I'm not sure. Last year, a 10-pounder caught in the net sold for over 100,000. Li Fu was also uncertain. He had occasionally heard tales of 3 to 4-pound fish fetching high prices, let alone this 7 to 8-pound specimen. The sky was beginning to brighten, and within an hour and a half, boats would start heading out to sea. First, let us pack up the fishing rod and prepare to haul in the nets. If we delay any longer, others will set sail. All right. Liu busily gathered the fishing rod, while Li Fu meticulously arranged the yellow croaker, placing it in a plastic bag and securing it in a foam box. Chapter 34, Another Haul. Uncle Sher and his son had already begun to retrieve their nets, having set out 10 nets, each 50 meters long, which would take about an hour to collect. Liu and his team had deployed 50 nets, each 30 meters long, requiring approximately 3 hours to finish, in addition to 100 crab traps, which would take another 2 hours. Li Fu, wearing gloves, pulled the net towards the machine, maintaining his role of retrieving fish while Liu collected the nets. After 2 revolutions of the machine, Liu spotted a fish on the net, its body a pale brown adorned with small black spots resembling sesame seeds. Dad, a sesame grouper. Before Li Fu could respond, Liu halted the machine and tugged at the fishing net, bringing the grouper before his father. The fish, estimated to weigh around 2 to 3 pounds, was full of vitality, necessitating a pause to allow Li Fu to retrieve it. After pricking the fish's belly with a needle, they placed it into the live well. Dad, if this continues, we won't finish the nets in 3 hours. Liu expressed concern about their progress. What's the rush? It's unlikely every net will hold prized fish. Plus, Uncle Sher and Ah Fong will assist us. Hearing this, Liu felt reassured, and the pair continued to methodically gather the nets. After retrieving 10 nets, they had yet to catch a yellow croaker, only some black sea bream, golden pomfret, and juvenile fish. Damn, a squid. Liu was caught off guard as a live squid sprayed ink all over his face, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. He wiped his face, only to find it smeared entirely black. I can't believe it's still alive. I need to wash up. Typically, squids wouldn't be around at this time. The season for catching them was from April to August, but during the moratorium, they were caught primarily by fishing lines, making their prices quite steep, up to 100 per pound during the ban, dropping slightly to 80 afterward. There were quite a few squids in this haul, prompting Li Fu to pull the entire net aboard and slowly retrieve the squids. However, before he could clear many, his face was already covered in ink. After hastily wiping it with his sleeve, he continued to collect the squids. This net seemed to have captured an entire school of squids, weighing over 20 pounds. Fortunately, the foam box was spacious enough, otherwise, they would have run out of space for the fish. Regrettably, during the time Li Fu spent retrieving the fish, Liu had managed to gather 5 more nets without catching a single yellow croaker. Indeed, if yellow croakers were as common as that, their value would diminish significantly. Before long, Ah Fong and his son returned, their boat approaching rapidly. Uncle Sure steered his boat closer as Ah Fong scrambled aboard. Uncle Sure, how many nets have you retrieved? Did you catch any yellow croakers? They seem to have had a fruitful haul, as Ah Fong shouted excitedly before even stabilizing himself. We collected 17 nets, and Haven T caught a single yellow croaker. Damn, you won't believe it. I've struck it rich. I caught 3 while fishing and snagged 4 more while hauling in the nets. Ah Fong was genuinely elated, practically drooling with excitement. That's great. Come help me out. I can't manage this alone, and dawn is approaching. Liu remained unfazed. The one he had caught was worth more than their 7 combined. All right, Uncle Sure. My dad is still busy retrieving fish from the nets. Had I known the catch would be so good, I would have converted our trawler into a net boat. No problem. We'll help you convert it when we return today. With Ah Fong's assistance, the net retrieval process sped up considerably. Yet they still hadn't caught any yellow croakers, with the nets yielding primarily squids. Now, even Ah Fong was covered in ink. Gradually, the horizon began to lighten, and fishing boats could be seen in the distance. Noticing others at work, they didn't approach this area. Uncle Sure joined Li Fu on the deck, both taking their time, unhurried, as only 10 nets remained, which were located near where they had been fishing for yellow croakers. Indeed, the water revealed a striking golden silhouette, a yellow croaker. Finally, it's here. Dad, come quickly. Li Fu, seemingly dissatisfied with the machine's performance, enlisted the 3 of them to help pull up the net. As Li Fu carefully retrieved the yellow croaker, Liu felt a surge of joy. Their efforts to cast the nets had not been in vain. I think there is still something down there. Ah Fong urged Liu to look underwater. Sure enough, beneath the surface, another golden silhouette was faintly visible, sending Liu into a frenzy as he quickly activated the machine to bring the fish up. Li Fu, undeterred, positioned the foam box for the caught yellow croakers at his feet, ready to alternate between placing and retrieving. This net did not disappoint. After taking down the second, another followed, prompting Uncle Sure to join in, marveling at their luck. Suddenly, the net retrieval machine emitted a low, ominous hum, the speed noticeably diminishing and a burnt odor wafting through the air. Sure, come help. The net machine is about to break. Li Fu exclaimed anxiously. If the machine broke down, they would have to rely on manual labor to haul in the nets, which could take an eternity. The machine vibrated violently. The steel cable on the winch taut. Normally, they could easily lift 100 or 200 pounds of fish, but now, even with all 4 of them combined with the machine, they struggled immensely. What on earth is so heavy? Their veins bulged as they painstakingly pulled the net inch by inch onto the boat. Sea wolves. So many sea wolves. They had encountered a pack of sea wolves. The net was gradually pulled onto the deck, leaving all 4 of them in utter disbelief. The side of the gill net was a spectacle, thickly adorned with sea wolves, their silvery bodies entangled in a chaotic mass, their tails thrashing wildly upon the deck. First, the net must be drawn up. At last, the entire gill net was hoisted onto the deck, and upon counting, it was clear that no fewer than 200 fish were caught, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. It was no wonder the netting machine struggled to haul it in. Oldly, did you discreetly pay a visit to the goddess Mazu? Surely, she has bestowed her blessings upon us. No, let us not jest. We owe our fortune to the benevolence of Mazu. Liu, you and Ah Fong should first gather up the nets, he instructed, before squatting beside Uncle Shizhu to sort the fish. The haul of sea wolves was too abundant to fit aboard the fishing vessel. Shizhu, do you have any spare ice on your boat? Indeed, don't you have a freezing compartment on board? What, isn't there enough room? No. We had originally planned to fish for just an afternoon yesterday, and thus did not stock any ice. There is 1 foam box of ice. We can place it in the freezing compartment and cover it. Very well, it seems we have no other option. We are nearing our return anyway. And it is still morning, so the temperature isn't too high. The last few gill nets were gradually pulled up, still heavy, and a few straggling sea wolves were brought aboard. Among them were 5 large yellow croakers, though regrettably, one had been torn apart by a sea wolf. Sea wolves tend to operate in large groups, which facilitates their search for food, as they are carnivorous fish that feast on small fish, shrimp, and other diminutive marine creatures. Though the price of sea wolves is not particularly high, they often weigh around 20 to 30 pounds. Their sheer volume makes up for their lower value. It seems these sea wolves may have been in pursuit of the school of yellow croakers, leading to their mass entanglement in the gill net. I'm simply incredible. Having caught 5 more yellow croakers, Ah Fong responded with equal glee. It's a pity one was bitten and ruined. No worries. A damaged fish doesn't affect our meal. We're all gathering at my place for dinner tonight. It's been years since I've enjoyed yellow croaker. Li's father chimed in, equally delighted. 5 more yellow croakers and so many sea wolves. We've really struck gold. After Li's father carefully stowed the 5 yellow croakers, the boat was prepared for the journey home. Uncle Shizhu kept Ah Fong behind to assist in sorting the fish. As they still had 5 or 6 gill nets to retrieve, all laden with sea wolves. Liu, you go pilot the boat. I'll stay with a Fong to gather the fish. On the return voyage, they encountered other fishing vessels from the village. It was indeed the peak season for fishing. However, they were already several nautical miles from the island, making it unlikely for others to deduce their success. Chapter 35. The catch astonished everyone. From a distance, they spotted a few fishermen preparing to set sail at the dock. As soon as Liu regained signal on his phone, he called Uncle Wei to come to the dock to collect the fish. Li's father instructed Liu to moor their fishing vessel alongside Uncle Shizhu's harvest boat. They did not immediately unload the catch, intending to let Uncle Wei board first to assess the fish before finalizing the price for the fishmongers to come aboard. Look, Shizhu and the others are back. The first to notice was Auntie Qin, who, along with Li's mother, had been waiting at the dock since receiving Liu's call. As soon as the fishing boat was secured, Li's mother stepped aboard. Most of the catch was stored in the freezing and live compartments, with only a few foam boxes on deck. Upon seeing the gill net, she exclaimed, "You didn't just catch these few fish, did you? What happened to the new gill net you bought? It's all torn." "Not at all. Everything is in the freezing and live compartments." Liu paid them no heed and stood at the bow, signaling for Uncle Wei, who was dressed sharply in a suit, an appearance that was hard to ignore at the dock. "Uncle Wei, what is the price per pound for the bass and yellowfin after the fishing season began?" Upon stepping onto the boat and seeing the deck strewn with gill nets, Uncle Wei inquired, "Weren't you supposed to be setting gill nets? How come there are fish caught on hooks?" "We had to wait several hours to retrieve the nets. We fished for a while in between." "Well, the price for bass is 60 a pound, regardless of size, and yellowfin is 80 a pound, also without size distinction." "Hee. Uncle Wei, what are the prices based on size?" "You rascal. Did you catch a lot?" Uncle Wei was familiar with Liu. He wouldn't negotiate unless there were substantial fish involved. Over 200 pounds of bass and about 100 pounds of yellowfin. The price is 70 a pound for yellowfin below 0.5 kilograms, 80 for those between 0.5 kilograms and 1 kilogram, and 100 for those over 1 kilogram. For bass, it's 45 for those under 4 kilograms and 80 for those over. So what do you think? Isn't this price fair? Of course, Uncle Wei. You would never shortchange me. However, I believe you should increase the price just a tad. Uncle Wei understood Liu's intentions. The lad had certainly caught good fish during his outing. "All right, spill it. What good fish did you catch?" Liu waved his hand to signal silence. In the presence of so many people at the dock, he could not speak freely, especially with his father around. Li's father took Li's mother to the cabin to show her the yellow croakers. After being caught, the large yellow croakers had been carefully wrapped in plastic bags. The sight of the 13 yellow croakers laid out was indeed impressive, their golden hues radiant, particularly the largest among them, which was hard not to admire. "Wow, so many yellow croakers, and one weighing 7 or 8 pounds. How much will this sell for?" "Oh no, one of them has been bitten." Li's father did not respond, instead wrapping the yellow croakers back up and placing them into the foam box, deliberately burying the largest one at the bottom. As they made their way to the freezing compartment, the sight of the numerous sea wolves caused Li's mother to gasp in astonishment. Even Uncle Wei was taken aback. "Did you capture all these sea wolves with the gill nets?" Only then did Li's father notice Uncle Wei had boarded, shooting Liu a glare before quickly offering a cigarette to Uncle Wei. "As you can see, we only used gill nets. We were fortunate to encounter a school of sea wolves feeding." "You were indeed lucky. It hasn't even been 24 hours since you set sail yesterday. Did you catch around 3,000 pounds of fish?" "Hee, something like that." Uncle Wei, not wanting to wait for Li's father to elaborate, directly asked, "What good fish did you catch this time?" Just then, Shizhu and his son approached, carrying the foam boxes onto their fishing vessel, while the other fish caught in the gill nets awaited Li's father's sail to the fishmongers. Li's father, unhurried, led them to open the live compartment. Uncle Wei was curious about the foam boxes in Shizhu's hands, but as he saw Li's father preparing to open the live compartment, he forgot to inquire about their contents. "Bass, yellowfin, and even some yellow-spotted fish? And sesame grouper? Old Li, when did you get so many fish in your live compartment?" Not only Uncle Wei, but even Uncle Shizhu was surprised to discover the wealth of valuable fish in their live compartment. "Hee, I've been busy, you know." Uncle Shizhu didn't mind. After all, Li's father had informed him about the large yellow croakers. "Old Li, are the fish in the live compartment the only valuable ones this time?" "That shouldn't be the case. Liu assured me over the phone." "Could they be in the foam boxes?" "Boss, there are surely valuable ones, but..." Uncle Wei also comprehended his intentions, wishing for him to disclose the prices of the other catches. He reiterated the figures he had just communicated to Liu. "Old Li, if you truly satisfy me, I shall even take the sea wolves and some additional catches from your gill nets." Uncle Wei, somewhat reluctant to prolong the negotiations, decided to reveal his ultimate offer. Knowing that his restaurant could accommodate such a bountiful catch, and if surplus remained, the numerous canteens could easily absorb it. Oldly, please inform me of the fish you have caught in your gill nets, and I shall present the prices accordingly. Upon hearing this, Li Fu was elated, as selling these fish to the traders would result in lower prices, and his intention to engage Wei was to have him purchase everything in one go. Boss, you have seen the sea wolves and black sea bream. There are also some squid, cuttlefish, and small yellow croakers, Li Fu responded. Very well, Oldly. I shall take all of these as well. Now, it is time for you to unveil the mysterious items you have been keeping hidden. Li Fu preferred not to open the foam boxes on the deck due to the presence of too many dockworkers, so he led everyone to the cabin, allowing Uncle Shizhu to place his foam boxes on the floor. After setting down the foam box and carefully removing the crushed ice atop it, Uncle Shizhu gingerly extracted a plastic bag and laid it on the deck. Upon seeing the tightly wrapped black plastic bag, Uncle Wei's thoughts escaped his lips. Could it be a large yellow croaker? You haven't caught a big yellow croaker, have you? Uncle Wei, with his wealth of experience, instantly recognized that the dark plastic bag could only contain a large yellow croaker. The others remained silent as Uncle Shizhu gently untied the plastic bag and revealed the large yellow croaker atop it. Is this truly a large yellow croaker? Did you catch this? The fish that Uncle Shizhu displayed was indeed caught by them, showing no signs of net entanglement, and Uncle Wei, filled with excitement, inspected the fish's mouth for puncture wounds. Uncle Wei was astonished and delighted, particularly because this large yellow croaker had been caught rather than netted. It was evident that there were more than just this one in the foam box, and there were 2 additional foam boxes nearby. Are all these from angling? Uncle Wei inquired, looking up at the 2 men. No, boss, a few were netted, came the reply. It was apparent to anyone that the distinction between angling and netting was clear, and while they acknowledged that angling typically commanded a higher price, they dared not deceive in this regard. Shall we inspect them all? Li Fu quickly brought forth all the fish, laying them out on the deck, totaling 20 fish. Their plastic-wrapped large yellow croakers covering the deck. Uncle Wei could only think of consuming them all. It was indeed fortuitous to have amassed such a quantity of large yellow croakers in one night. Aside from the largest and a damaged one, all were displayed, with the largest fish strategically kept for a price hike. I shall purchase them all. What say you? Uncle Wei eagerly proposed, eager to acquire the large yellow croakers. Li Fu nodded but insisted that he first state the prices. For angling, under 1 pound is 1,100, 1 to 2 pounds is 1,500, and over 2 pounds is 3,000. For netted fish, deduct 200. Uncle Shizhu, smoking silently, made no comment. The success of this venture relied on old Li's judgment. Li Fu nodded, acknowledging that the price offered by Wei was already generous. Boss, these can be priced as you say, but for this one, you must offer me a premium. Uncle Wei, having regained his composure, knew he still had large yellow croakers, and they were likely substantial. When Li Fu finally produced the largest fish, the atmosphere stirred with excitement. You must be joking. Goodness, Oldly, when did you manage to catch such a large one? Everyone understood the current market for large yellow croakers. Even those weighing only 1 to 2 pounds were rare, let alone this 7 or 8 pound specimen. Can we unwrap the plastic bag for a closer look? Li Fu shook his head. Such a large yellow croaker was unlike the others. Only if the price was settled would it be permissible. The smaller ones were of little consequence, but if the scales of this large one were damaged, it would be a significant issue. Uncle Wei recognized the risk involved, contemplating for a while before proposing his price. For 7 to 8 pounds, 9,000 per pound. For 8 to 9 pounds, 12,000. And for over 9 pounds, 15,000. Boss, this is all the large yellow croakers we have caught. None of us notified anyone. We called you as soon as we had signal. Our own pricing can adhere to this, but for the other 7, you will need to add a little more. Li Fu considered this and adjusted his price, acknowledging that their own catches could be compensated, but Uncle Shizhu's could not. They only had those few fish, and a slight increase was necessary. Uncle Wei understood Li Fu's implication. The 7 from Shizhu's family required an additional increment, but Li Fu's needed to be compensated from other catches. Although he had offered a top price, Li Fu's announcement would necessitate competing with other buyers, especially for the largest fish, as he would be contending with significant players in the market. After all, large yellow croakers exceeding 5 pounds were indeed rare, and once the word got out, those big buyers would descend like vultures. The price for Shizhu's 7 would rise by 200, while the remaining catches would be weighed according to species. For the sea wolves and black sea bream netted, I would offer a maximum of 40 per pound. Squid at 50, while bass would be at 60 and yellowfin at 90 per pound. I have already offered a fair price. This is the highest I can provide. At this point, Li Fu ceased to negotiate further, fully aware that the netted sea wolves would only fetch a maximum of 30 per pound. Li Fu opened the plastic bag for Uncle Wei to inspect, as the prices had already been agreed upon. As long as he reviewed them without issues, any subsequent problems would be his responsibility. After examining each fish, Uncle Wei found no faults and instructed them to bring the scales for weighing. Except for the one damaged by a sea wolf, which Li Fu had reserved for home consumption, he would have otherwise sought to acquire it at a reduced price. The 3 large yellow croakers caught by Uncle Shizhu weighed between 1 to 2 pounds each, totaling 37 pounds, at a price of 1,700 per pound, amounting to 6,297 yuan. The netted fish included one weighing 8 taels and 2 between 1 to 2 pounds, totaling 26 pounds, with the largest weighing 24 pounds, summing up to 11,980. Altogether, the total came to 18,277. I shall round it up to 18,300, correct? Indeed, came the affirmation. Uncle Shizhu's smile was wide, unable to contain his joy as he swiftly received the payment and called for Aunt Qin to join her son on the deck, while also summoning Li Yu inside. Li Yu and Ah Fong had no say in the matter, as their 2 kindly fathers directly oversaw the fish. In truth, it was fortunate for them, as many at the dock were familiar with Uncle Wei, and any prized fish were typically sold to his restaurant, while the traders dared not interfere. Merely speculating about the extent of their haul, let us weigh the larger ones first. Upon entering the cabin, Li Yu noticed everyone intently watching the numbers flicker on the digital scale. 8 pounds and 1 tael, calculated at 12,000, totaled 97200. Li Fu gestured to Li Yu to calculate with his phone, and only when Li Yu nodded did he proceed to weigh the next fish. The Li father and son had caught a total of 5 fish, 2 over 1 pound, totaling 40-50, and 2 weighing 53 pounds, amounting to 15,900. A 7-tailed fish weighing 7 taels was caught, alongside 7 more exceeding a pound, culminating in a total of 10 pounds and 5 taels. Additionally, there were 3 fish weighing over 2 pounds each, 1 fish at 8 pounds and 1 tael, and another precisely 3 pounds. This fortunate haul compelled Uncle Wei to exclaim in awe at their remarkable luck. The total for the large yellow croaker amounted to 165,060, but let's round it to 165,100. Shall we? The boss confirmed. Indeed, that was correct. Father Li was utterly astonished. The yellow croaker alone fetched over 160,000, prompting him to hastily instruct Mother Li to retrieve her phone for payment. The payment code allowed for a single transfer of 5,000. And executing multiple transactions was a cumbersome task. Once we finish weighing the fish, I'll transfer the amount to you via mobile banking, he assured. Very well. Let us proceed to weigh the fish. They agreed. I'll also give you a little something extra afterward. Assisting I'll weigh. They meticulously placed the large yellow croaker into foam boxes before heading out to weigh the catch. As they gradually transported the sea wolf, black bream, and various fish caught in the net for weighing, the crowd gathered, growing increasingly curious and animated. Goodness, this must be from old Li's family. So many sea wolves. Could they have stumbled upon a school? Remarked one observer. And it's only the first day of the fishing season. Levi struck it rich. Another added. Let us go. Hurry up and head out to sea. Stop gawking. Someone urged. If only I had gone with them. Lamented another. Are you daydreaming? Didn't you see that the fishing boat from the Shizhu family returned alongside them? They barely brought back a few baskets, retorted a bystander. Uncle Wei directed the crew to unload the boat and weigh the catch, with even familiar villagers lending a hand. Li Yu remained below, closely monitoring the weighing and counting. Although Uncle Wei's crew assisted in overseeing the process, Father Li, still uneasy, insisted that Li Yu keep a vigilant watch. Meanwhile, Ah Fong hurried back to fetch a container and rode in on their tricycle, impressively bringing along several villagers eager to witness the spectacle. As they unloaded the bass and yellowfin from the fishing boat, astonishment erupted among the crowd at the dock. Incredible, so many bass and yellowfin. Did they catch these? They exclaimed, astonished. I thought the sea wolves were impressive enough, but there are even more bass and yellowfin. Yellowfin is quite valuable. Isn't it? My goodness, live yellowfin. Someone else exclaimed. Aren't those deep-sea fish? How did they manage to catch so many with a small boat? Chapter 37, A Profound Fortune. They toiled until after 8 in the evening, finally completing the weighing of the catch. Old Li, take a look at the invoice. Ah Wei handed it to Father Li. The other fish aboard the fishing boat had also netted 45,000, a figure Ah Wei rounded up, with Li Yu overseeing the weighing. Father Li passed the invoice to him for review. Once Li Yu confirmed everything was in order, they commenced the settlement. Old Li, everything all right? Ah Wei inquired. Absolutely. No issues at all. Father Li assured him. Great, including the large yellow croaker. Before Ah Wei could complete his sentence, Father Li pulled him back onto the boat. Goodness, if we were to settle the payment openly at the dock, who knows what complications might arise? Especially with half the village present. This haul could total nearly 200,000. If others knew, the threshold of Father Li's home would surely be trampled. As Old Li pulled Ah Wei aboard, he too grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the countryside after all. and he had nearly spoken too freely about the large yellow croaker. Old Li, what is the need for such secrecy in settling accounts? Wei mused. This time, Old Li has truly struck gold. I heard recently that someone caught a giant grouper, he added. Indeed, it seems that little you caught it, weighing over 40 pounds. Surely that must have fetched 4 to 5,000? With this haul, doesn't that mean they profited 70 to 80,000? Nonsense. That delicate little you could land a 40-pound grouper? I bet Old Li caught it himself, perhaps even using a net. With that tiny boat, how could they catch such a large grouper? The villagers who overheard this knew he was speaking foolishness, and one by one, they dispersed, not wishing to be associated with a fool. Who doesn't know that this fool has a poor relationship with Old Li's family? Without evidence, you can't accuse someone of fishing illegally during the closed season. A few who were on good terms with Li Yu contemplated boarding the boat, but seeing that the Shizhu family had not joined them, they ultimately refrained. Old Li, my apologies, Wei quickly interjected, acknowledging his previous misstep, grateful for the many surprises Father Li and his son had provided him. No worries, boss. We just need to keep the large yellow croaker matter confidential. Very well, let us begin the settlement. The large yellow croaker totals 165,100, and the other assorted catches amount to 45,000, bringing the total to 210,100, correct? Indeed. Thank you, boss. To whom shall I transfer this? Please provide me with a bank account number, he requested. Received. Thank you, boss. Next time, please notify me of such opportunities. Yu, make sure to catch me some good ones next time. Before Li Yu could respond, Uncle Wei and the others departed, clutching the phone boxes. Upon entering the cabin, Li Yu was greeted by the sight of his parents, both grinning foolishly at their phones. Mom, Dad, Uncle Wei has left. Shouldn't we bring the gill net back to mend it? Yes. We need to dry it out and repair the damage caused by the sea wolves. Son, I'll transfer you 50,000 this time. The rest is for you to save for your future wife, Motherly declared, sending him the amount, encouraging him to stop fixating on fishing and to find a girlfriend, as if she were anticipating a wedding this year. Li Yu was elated. They had managed to earn over 200,000 in a single night, and now he heard Fatherly calling him to help with the gill net. Together, they loaded the gill net onto the tricycle, leaving Li Yu and Ah Fong to clean the fishing boat. Yu, today was fantastic. My dad even sent me 10,000. Ah Fong couldn't contain his excitement, recalling that previously, fishing with his father yielded a maximum of only 5,000 per month. Li Yu chuckled. How could Uncle Shizhu not give you money? 2 of the 3 large yellow croakers he caught were from your line. We were incredibly lucky this time, earning so much in less than 24 hours. Yu, shall we fish in that channel again today? The large yellow croaker is immensely valuable. Perhaps there are more to be found. Li Yu felt a twinge of temptation, but quickly considered Ah Fong. How could there be so many large yellow croakers? We've already brought back such a remarkable haul. Our success will certainly draw attention. Next time we go out to sea, others may follow us. True enough. It is indeed conspicuous for a small fishing boat to haul in so much. Ah Fong, remember, we've never seen a large yellow croaker. Don't mention it when we return. All right, let us hurry and clean the deck. There is still one large yellow croaker that was bitten by a sea wolf waiting for us to enjoy. Indeed, I feel fortunate to have shared in your luck. I never imagined we could catch a large yellow croaker, let alone enjoy it. I've never tasted such an expensive fish before. Those big bosses are always pursuing wild large yellow croakers. I wonder what makes them so alluring. What does it matter? You'll get to savor it tonight. Just hope you can manage to eat it all. Indeed, I can certainly consume it. Such an expensive fish, I'd devour it even at the cost of my life. This time, I must express my gratitude to the sea wolf. Without it, we would never have had the opportunity to enjoy such a lavish fish. However, you may not express your thanks, for I have sold them all to Uncle Wei. The two grew increasingly excited, swiftly tidying up the fishing boat before hastily returning home. Having not rested the previous night, Li's mother urged him to nibble on something before taking a nap, suggesting he rise for dinner once the meal was prepared. By the time he awoke, it was already past noon, and the entire family of 6 awaited his return. The large yellow croaker at home had been simply steamed by his mother, presenting a tender, white delicacy adorned with slivers of scallion and red pepper that whetted the appetite even further. Come quickly, you're the last one. Perhaps still feeling a bit parched from just waking, he first grabbed a cup of tea and gulped it down. Let us eat, let us eat. It has been ages since we've enjoyed yellow croaker. Indeed, it had been approximately 30 years since they had last tasted it, once it became a prized catch. It was seldom seen at their table. Li Yu paid little heed to his parents reminiscing, delicately picking up a piece of fish and placing it in his mouth. It was incredibly soft and tender, dissolving with the slightest bite, while the fish skin retained a gelatinous quality, gliding smoothly. The flavor was quite fresh, with a hint of sweetness. How could it not be fresh? This fish is valued at over 1,000 yuan. True, Who would dare indulge if it weren't for the sea wolf's bite? Frankly speaking, it's just average. His father and the others indeed had enjoyed plenty back in the 1980s when fishery resources were not overexploited, making yellow croaker as commonplace as a family meal. Chapter 38, Collecting Crab Traps. After the Shirju family finished clearing the tableware, they departed. While Lee's father lit a gold brick and savored a sip of tea brewed by his mother. It was unlikely they could keep the yellow croaker affair under wraps. The news would inevitably spread from the trench. Father, surely Uncle Wei can keep it a secret? I'm not certain. But apart from Ah Wei and the two companions he brought along, they are aware as well. Lee's father shook his head with a wry smile. After all, he was not particularly familiar with Ah Wei and his associates. Once the word got out, the location of the trench would be exposed. Especially since there were witnesses who saw them casting nets there yesterday. Queer, once the news spreads, there will surely be many visitors. If someone invites you to a gathering, do not attend. These past few years have been tough, and illicit gatherings have begun to resurface in the countryside. Yes, I understand. Besides, our family isn't particularly short on money. Son, are you thinking of buying a small car? After all, you've had your driver's license for nearly a year. Lee's mother looked at her son with hopeful anticipation. In this day and age, small cars are not overly expensive. The family had contemplated buying one several years ago. But Lee's father had continually failed to pass the driving test. The primary hurdle was the computer operations, which posed a challenge for those of them who struggled with smartphones. Buying a car? What is the rush? Isn't your cousin working at the cherry dealership in the city? We can simply ask him for assistance. Given the economic climate of recent years, prices might even decrease. Liu understood his mother's intentions. Nearly all the villagers who went out to work had returned with small cars. In the countryside, if one family possesses something that another does not, unsavory gossip inevitably follows. All right then, I'll check with the Xiang who's selling cars in a few days. Fine. Queer, it's still early for a car. We'll discuss it again during the new year. Lee's father decisively concluded the matter. Let us take a break and then retrieve the crab traps. All right. But should we set the gill nets again? This time, Liu had tasted success and was eager to see if the gill nets could yield another yellow croaker. No, let us not. It's likely someone will follow us while we collect the crab traps. Then we might as well collect the crab traps now. Agreed, let us go. Without further ado, the father and son grabbed a foam box, a basket, and the ropes for tying the crabs, heading towards the dock. Lee's father steered the fishing boat directly towards the trench, and before long, they arrived at the trench and located the buoy. Father, can the net hauler collect the crab traps? Indeed, though it's not as efficient as an automatic trap retrieval system. After all, this boat is primarily designed for gill netting. A truly professional crab-catching vessel typically features a tapered bow and a relatively wide hull, which ensures stability in harsh sea conditions and provides ample deck space for stacking crab traps and handling crabs. Such boats are equipped with specialized gear for lifting crab traps, like hydraulic or electric winches. However, their ordinary fishing boat only has a net hauler, which, while capable of retrieving crab traps, is simply slower. They had set out a total of 100 crab traps, arranged in 10 rows of 10. As the fishing boat neared the buoy, Lee's father dropped the hook to catch it, then pulled the buoy up and secured it to the net hauler. This time, Lee's father operated the net hauler while Liu positioned the crab traps on the deck. He had to carefully control the speed of the net hauler while retrieving the traps to prevent them from colliding with the boat or allowing crabs to escape due to excessive speed. Liu had never collected crab traps before and was eager to see what treasures they might yield. Lee's father, however, had no grand expectations. After all, setting the traps here had been a spontaneous decision, and he suspected they would only catch a few swimming crabs, with a stroke of luck yielding a couple of eels. The net hauler pulled the crab traps up swiftly. In just 5 or 6 minutes, 10 traps were retrieved. Liu tipped the first crab trap onto the deck, and his father quickly brought the 2 large claws of the crab together, pinching the joint with his thumb and forefinger to immobilize the claws while securing the crab's body with the remaining fingers. With his other hand, he took the rope and began wrapping it around the base of the crab's claws, first looping it horizontally a few times to secure the claws. He then wrapped the rope along the length of the crab's body, tightening it around all 8 legs, making sure to draw the legs in towards the body as he did so. Once he reached the crab's tail, he tied a knot to secure it, cutting off any excess rope. Once secured, he placed it into the basket and tossed it into the live well. Father, there's an octopus. This area is over 20 meters deep. Don't octopuses typically inhabit tidal flats? Given the depth of the water, isn't it quite normal for an octopus to be here? Oh, I see. This octopus appears to have only recently entered the trap. It's quite fierce, with several suckers clinging tightly to Liu's hand. Among the 10 crab traps, the catch was rather modest, averaging only a few swimming crabs and flower crabs, along with a few mantis shrimp. The flower crabs were rather beautiful, their joints deep blue, while the rest of their bodies were predominantly blue-green. adorned with light blue or white mottling. Shortly thereafter, the second row of crab traps was pulled up. As they tipped the contents onto the boat, a delightful surprise awaited them. 5 flower snails emerged from half of the traps. The flower snails appeared elongated and oval, with thick, sturdy shells composed of approximately 7 layers. Their seams distinctly visible. The surface of the shell was smooth, typically featuring irregularly sized square or rectangular dark brown patches arranged in a spiral, giving the flower snail a unique appearance. The few flower snails that tumbled out of the traps were quite large, measuring 3 finger joints in length. Although the price for flower snails isn't particularly high, they still fetch over 50 yuan per pound. Regrettably, they had only 5. Liu set these few flower snails aside in a separate basket, waiting for his father to finish tying up the crabs before continuing to collect the traps. To their astonishment, the next row of crab traps contained a total of 17 flower snails, adding to the previous haul for a total exceeding a pound. Father, this haul is quite impressive. Indeed, it is commendable. We have managed to catch 3 to 4 pounds of orchid crabs. Recently, the orchid crab has been quite valuable, with those weighing between 2 to 3 taels fetching as much as 60 per pound. Well then, let us proceed to the next row. Surely, the allure of the ocean's mystery box remains undeniably captivating, for even after retrieving 3 rows of crab traps, Liu was filled with enthusiasm. As the father and son diligently collected the crab traps, news of their 2 boats catching large yellow croakers spread like wildfire throughout the town. Are you both fools? Did I not specifically instruct you not to spread this information? Inside the Hongtai restaurant, Wei was reprimanding the 2 security guards who had accompanied him to collect fish. His face flushed with anger. The crux of the matter was that he had promised Li's father confidentiality that very morning, yet here they were, unable to keep it even for a day. Boss, it was someone in the kitchen who asked me. Who inquired? The new guy, little Liu. As soon as he saw the large yellow croaker, he started asking me about it. When he handed me a pack of cigarettes, I thought, since we all work in the restaurant, it wouldn't hurt to share a bit. All right, just get lost. Wei rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He had clearly promised to keep things under wraps, but here was little Liu fishing for information from him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to call old Li to inform him, as he had not fulfilled his promise. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. He must have gone out to sea again. Never mind. I will pay him a visit after dealing with little Liu. Chapter 39. A boat approaches. Another crab trap was emptied onto the deck, revealing a white, spindle-shaped shell adorned with black spots. Just as Liu was about to pick it up for a closer look, his father's furious shout echoed. You reckless fool. Are you trying to endanger your life by picking up a heart conch? Li's father rushed forward to carefully lift the heart conch with tongs, intending to show it to Liu. Is the heart conch poisonous? Take a look for yourself. Its beak can deliver a bite that could very well cost you your life. Goodness, such potency. Heart conchs are predominantly conical or spindle-shaped, with some being cylindrical or oval. Their shapes resemble that of a chicken's heart or taro. The shells are quite heavy, with a long, narrow opening on the right side, characterized by vibrant colors and intricate patterns, which serve as crucial identifiers of their species. They can secrete taro toxin, comprising approximately 100,000 small peptides rich in disulfides, which serve as neurotoxins to paralyze their prey. The toxicity of the heart conch disrupts the transmission of information in the nervous system, leaving the victim unaware of their impending demise, devoid of any sensation of pain. Liu couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the ocean, teeming with wonders. He resolved to search online for information about the ocean's toxic creatures upon returning home, lest he find himself in peril without even realizing it. As the tide began to rise, the father and son hurriedly collected the crab traps and bound the crabs, spending over an hour tidying up the remaining traps and crabs. To their surprise, while emptying the last crab trap, they discovered a blue crab weighing over a pound, flailing its large pincers on the deck as if to pinch Liu's shoes. Although there was only one blue crab, its local purchasing price was about 150 per pound, much to the delight of the father and son. Overall, their catch from the crab traps had been quite bountiful, with flower crabs and orchid crabs totaling over 20 pounds, along with a few flower snails, while the remainder consisted of less valuable catches, such as sand crabs. As they organized the crab traps on the boat, 2 fishing vessels appeared in the distance, their decks piled high with gill nets. Father, a boat is coming. Li's father followed the direction of Liu's finger and indeed saw 2 fishing boats approaching, laden with gill nets. Father, are they from our village? It's unclear. Let us observe if they are heading our way. The father and son continued with their tasks, unaware that the 2 boats were steering directly towards them. How ridiculous. The ocean is so vast, yet they choose to fish right here. Can't they see we are working? The fishermen in this area typically refrain from fishing in regions where boats are already operating. Although Li's father and son had completed their crab trap collection, Today marked the second day of the fishing season, and no boats had come to this area. Even if there were, they would usually avoid encroaching on areas already occupied, unlike these two vessels. Father, do you think Uncle Wei let slip the news of our catch of large yellow croakers? Let us head straight to the Maritime Bureau in town. Can't Lin Bei handle these two boats? Father, why go to the Maritime Bureau? Shouldn't we seek out Uncle Wei at the restaurant? Did you see their trawler? These two are trawlers preparing to lay down their gill nets en masse on the second day of the fishing season. Do you think you can stake a claim to Lin Bei's territory? After Li Yu snapped several photos with his phone. The father and son grumbled as they made their way to the Maritime Bureau in town. Brother, is that the boat that stayed here yesterday, the full cargo? Indeed. It is the full cargo. If I had known there were large yellow croakers here yesterday, I would have come to set my nets, as it was the only boat around. Brother, did that kid at the restaurant really say there are large yellow croakers here? That S worth 30,000. He showed me the photo of the large yellow croaker. It was right there in their restaurant. That fool has no idea how much a coordinate of a freshly caught large yellow croaker is worth. Brother, how much is such a coordinate worth? At least 50,000. For a spot where large yellow croakers were just caught today, it could be even higher. So expensive? Have we struck gold? Absolutely. But I wonder how many the full cargo managed to catch. What if they report us for illegal fishing when they go to town? If caught, our fishing license could be revoked. What a trivial concern. We've already paid that kid 30,000. There's no way we're backing out now. Let us quickly lay down our nets and then drag the surrounding area. We can retrieve them by midnight. Damn, each of us brought 3,000 meters of gill nets. Let us encircle that little island. I refuse to believe we can't catch a single yellow croaker. At Hontai restaurant, Wei summoned Little Lu into his office, fuming. Little Lu, you've only been here for less than a month, and you dare sell our fishing suppliers coordinates? Little Lu, a mere novice in the kitchen, felt a twinge of fear at the sight of Wei's wrath. Manager, it was only 20,000. No, 30,000. Is that true? A coordinate for a newly discovered large yellow croaker is worth 30,000? Indeed. Manager, it's 30,000. Look at my phone, their SA transfer record. You idiot. Such a location is worth at least 50,000. You sold it for 30,000 and now expect me to cover the difference of 20,000 for someone else. Manager, I only have that much. Little Lu was on the verge of tears, regretting his decision to sell the coordinates. Damn it. Fine. Just give me the numbers of those two and get out of my sight. Damn those two fools. Lin Bei's business isn't so easily taken. We must resolve this issue. Otherwise, no fisherman will dare sell fish to me in the future. Damn it. The ocean is a merciless beast that devours without spitting out bones. With a string of curses, he retrieved 2 bottles of Moutai from the liquor cabinet, stuffed 3 bundles of cash into a bag, and tucked away 2 gold cigarettes before striding away. Just as he reached the entrance of the Maritime Bureau, he unexpectedly encountered Old Li and his son. Old Li, Yu, and the boss, Uncle Wei, were present. This time, Wei first distributed cigarettes to Old Li, even forcing one into Yu's hands. Old Li, I must sincerely apologize this time. I failed to manage my people properly. One of them accepted 30,000 from others. So if I don't give you 20,000 more, it won't add up to 50,000. What do you think? Old Li quietly smoked, contemplating for a while before lighting another cigarette and replying, Boss, since others have only offered 30,000, I shall only take what I am owed. But boss, let me finish. My acceptance of this 30,000 comes with conditions. Firstly, we just encountered those 2 individuals at the big yellow croaker site, with a trawler laden with full nets. This matter requires your resolution. Furthermore, I am aware of your considerable influence. Should this lad stir up any trouble again, I would appreciate your assistance in addressing it. There shouldn't be any issue with what I've proposed, right? Of course, Old Li, I accept both conditions. With your position secured, the preparations I had made are now rendered unnecessary. Inside this package, there are 30,000, 2 bottles of liquor, and 2 packs of cigarettes, all intended for those seated in the office, individuals who are quite voracious. With your position in place, these items are no longer required, so please take them back with you. Rest assured, as for the 2 matters you've requested, I will certainly follow through. After Wei concluded, he made his way into the Maritime Bureau, while Old Li and his son boarded their boat, heading home, as these items were merely their due compensation. Chapter 40. The Blue Round Scad School. By the time the father and son docked at the pier, only a few fishing boats remained. Most had already ventured out to sea. Early on, Li's mother had arrived on her tricycle, waiting at the dock. You're back. Look at all these swimming crabs, she exclaimed in delight, rushing out to help them unload 5 baskets of swimming crabs from the boat onto the tricycle. And look, such a large blue crab. Yu produced the sizable blue crab, which was quite rare and expensive, weighing over 1 kilogram on the shore. Marvelous. We'll save the big blue crab for dinner tonight to stew with liquor, to give your father some nourishment. Otherwise, he keeps complaining about his aching feet. Li's father often worked at sea, frequently exposed to cold water and living in a damp environment. Over time, his knees and joints began to ache. The older generation believes that liquor warms the body, promoting healthy blood circulation, while blue crabs are known for their ability to dispel heat and invigorate blood flow, as well as strengthen tendons and boost energy. They hold the view that stewing blue crabs with liquor enhances the medicinal properties of the crabs, allowing the beneficial components to circulate throughout the body, thereby alleviating issues such as rheumatism-related blockages and stagnant blood flow. All right, I'll take the crabs to Ahua to sell. You two help me load the crab traps onto the tricycle before heading home. Understood, we will return home first. Once Li's father returned home, the family of three sat in the courtyard mending the gill nets, which had numerous holes, especially those caught by the wolf fish. Due to the large size of the wolf fish, their thrashing had stretched the mesh and broken the lines. The small fishing boats by the seaside always kept tools and materials for mending gill nets on hand. Although Li's father and Uncle Shirju had made a simple repair on the boat, Li's mother was not satisfied with their work and promptly unraveled it to redo it herself. Thus, Ayu was tasked with thoroughly inspecting the gill nets, identifying all damaged areas, and marking them clearly with colorful cloth strips. Simultaneously, he explained the specifics of the damage to his father, detailing the size of the holes and the locations of the broken lines. Based on Ayu's findings, Li's father gathered the necessary materials and tools for repairs, such as fishing lines, net needles, scissors, and tweezers. During the repair process, he assisted the repair personnel by passing tools and materials, helping to organize the fishing lines. Li's mother used tweezers to tidy the edges of the holes, then threaded the fishing line through the net needle, starting from the edge of the hole and weaving it back together according to the original mesh pattern. Dad, are we going to set the nets tomorrow? Of course. What else would we do at home? Are you reluctant to go? No. I was just wondering if we could venture a bit farther. It seems there are hardly any fish close to shore. Ayu genuinely felt the difference. The crab traps they set out in the sea had yielded over 20 pounds of crabs after just 2 days, which sold for 1,000 yuan to the fish vendor, including several pounds of flower crabs and flower snails. Li's father remained silent, pulling out a cigarette to light, taking a deep drag as the tip glowed brightly, nearly burning down a quarter of it. Grayish-white smoke billowed from his nostrils, twisting into the air. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. The fishing license permits only our boat to operate in Class A fishing zones, which means we cannot venture more than 12 nautical miles from the shore, and at most 15. Our fishing boat is a small vessel designated by the Fisheries Bureau to operate within the Class A zone, typically within 12 nautical miles of the shore. Moreover, the engine's power is too low. It can only travel a maximum of 4 nautical miles per hour. 4 nautical miles per hour at most? I truly didn't realize our boat's engine had such limited power. Even reaching the edge of the Class A zone will require 3 round trips. Then let's try to venture a bit farther tomorrow, Dad. Ayu looked at his father with eager anticipation, feeling that the nearshore area was overfished. Are you thinking of going offshore? Yes. There are too many boats close to shore. I want to see if we can catch more fish by going farther out. Regardless, we will set the nets in the sea and find a place to fish. All right then, tomorrow we'll head out a bit farther and stay out overnight before returning to try our luck. Li's father was well aware that there were generally more fish offshore. Previously, he had always accompanied Uncle Shirju's 2 boats, dragging nets nearby, never venturing too far. And let's take a few extra nets tomorrow to compare the catch from the nets versus the fishing lines. Fine. Since you two will be staying out on the sea overnight, you should get some rest. I will take my time mending the gill nets. There aren't too many left to fix, so we'll finish them together. At 4 in the morning, Ayu donned a miner's lamp and began moving the gill nets and provisions onto the boat, since they would be out on the sea for a night. Li's mother prepared a coal stove for the two and packed 5 kilograms of live shrimp in the fishing box. Once all the fishing gear was loaded, Li's mother repeatedly checked to ensure nothing was left behind. Did you buy the diesel? Yes, I filled it up in town yesterday. What about the ice in the freezer? Did you add any? Yes, I did. All right then, we're off. We'll be back tomorrow. For decades, each time Li's father set sail, Li's mother would be at the dock reminding him. Now, the dock was bustling with fishing boats preparing to head out to sea, and the noise was considerable, with miners' lights flickering everywhere. The diesel engine roared to life as Li's father steered the fishing boat towards the open sea. At the onset of their journey, they could still see faint lights on the water, but as they ventured farther, darkness enveloped them. The sky remained dark, and Li's father was apprehensive about Ayu navigating the boat, fearing he might struggle to find his bearings. Liu was thoroughly enjoying himself, wielding the mining lamp to illuminate this area and that, as they advanced for over an hour, with the horizon beginning to blush with a faint light. Suddenly, Liu directed the lamp to the left, feeling an unsettling discrepancy. That stretch of sea shimmered with a silvery hue, appearing deceptively deeper. He swung the light further afield and noticed the surface of the water rippling densely, reminiscent of fish feeding in a pond after feed, had been scattered. Fixing the lamp on that particular expanse of sea, the ripples intensified, and it seemed to stir small waves. Those who have lived by the seaside know that sudden changes on the water's surface signal either the migration of marine life or a shift in ocean currents, both of which herald the arrival of large schools of fish. "Father, stop the boat and come take a look," he called out urgently. His father, preoccupied with steering the fishing boat, had not noticed the peculiarities on the water's surface and was startled by Li Yu's sudden shout. "What on earth? What is happening?" As Li Yu's father halted the boat and stepped out of the cabin, he was immediately drawn to the silvery gleam on the distant water, which was particularly eye-catching under the beam of the mining lamp. He hurried to the side of the boat, aligning his lamp with Li Yu's. The water ahead was tumultuously rolling, revealing the backs of blue mackerel surfacing, with a few leaping out of the water intermittently, the light catching their bellies, which glistened a silvery white. It was then that Li Yu's father calmed his racing heart and spoke slowly. "There must be a school of fish beneath the surface, causing these ripples. The way those fish are leaping suggests they are blue mackerel." The ripples extended for 200 to 300 meters, and currently, it was the peak migration period for blue mackerel. "I knew the surface looked different from usual. That's why I asked you to stop. Now, go ahead and steer the boat. I'll set the nets. Slow down a bit. Get a little closer, but don't rush. We'll encircle this school with the nets." They had brought along 60 gill nets, each measuring 30 meters, totaling an impressive length of 800 meters. More than adequate to surround these blue mackerel. Being midwater fish, they didn't need to adjust the floats for their gill nets. They could use them directly. Li Yu's father was filled with excitement. Although blue mackerel fetched a lower price, their sheer volume promised a lucrative catch today. "Get a bit closer," he urged as the fishing boat inched nearer to the school, allowing them to see the surface of the water more clearly. "All right here," he declared, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he swiftly lowered the gill net, directing Li Yu on the speed and course of the boat. As the vessel moved, he gradually released the netting. A little to the left, faster now, the fish are moving ahead. Throughout the netting process, they ensured the net unfolded evenly to avoid tangling, knotting, or piling up. As the gill net extended 500 meters, Li Yu's father instructed him to increase the boat's speed to 2 knots, swiftly encircling the school of blue mackerel. He then urged them to keep the boat relatively still to prevent startling the fish with excessive noise or abrupt movements, allowing the school to settle within the encircled net. Patiently waiting for a moment. Chapter 41. Hauling the nets. "Father, how many blue mackerel do you think we'll catch this time?" "I estimate around 2,000 pounds. But it would be remarkable if our gill nets could secure half of that." "Only half? I thought we might catch 2/3. The limitations of gill nets are significant. If we had used a trawl net, we could have secured more than 2/3. At this moment, Li Yu felt a twinge of regret for having converted their trawl boat into a gill net vessel. Had they been able to catch them all, they could have made a fortune, possibly around 80 to 90,000. Suddenly, the engine roared to life, and both father and son turned to see another fishing boat approaching, drawn by the flock of seabirds gathering above the water. The trapped fish had lured a multitude of seabirds to feast, and Li Yu noticed some birds diving beneath the surface, never to resurface, likely caught in the nets or predated by larger fish. The approaching boat was now close enough for Li Yu to discern the figures on board, one of whom was calling out to them. "Father, it's Uncle Xiao." The boat belonged to their village, owned by Xiao Giju, who had relocated to the coast from the mainland in the 1980s. "I see him. How could it be him?" The two families had never been on good terms, a long-standing feud that dated back to Li Yu's grandfather. Xiao Giju, known for his loose tongue, often spread rumors about everything. "Old Li, you've struck it rich again. Caught a school of fish yesterday, and now today as well. You two are quite fortunate. Where are you? Why did you come out so late?" "The sun is already rising, old Xiao." I see you've surrounded yourself with another school of fish. How did you find them, old Li?" Just luck. It was my son who spotted them." "Ah, you saw them. Then your luck is truly commendable. All right, we're off to drag the nets. Won't he disturb you any longer?" As soon as he finished speaking, he revved the engine and departed, perhaps aware that his presence was unwelcome, given the lingering animosity between the families. The dawn was gradually painting the sky with hues of crimson, and the water, ensnared by the gill nets, had settled into tranquility. It was nearly time to haul in the nets. They had deployed only 22 gill nets to encircle the blue mackerel school, and it would take just over an hour to retrieve them. "Let us haul in the nets." Li Yu's father glanced at the time. It was already past 7, and the nets had been in the water for over an hour. It was time to bring them in. The first net was successfully drawn up, revealing a dense mass of blue mackerel, now illuminated under the sun's rays, their blue-gray backs appearing even more vibrant, and their silvery bellies dazzling in the light. The crescent-shaped black spots near the gill covers and shoulder bands were strikingly clear. The blue mackerel were not large, averaging 12 to 25 centimeters in length, but their numbers were impressive. This net alone likely weighed over 100 pounds. Father, these blue mackerel are rather attractive. Forget about their looks. Keep pulling the nets. Hurry up and help me with the fish. Understood. It wasn't until the fifth net that they encountered other fish, broad, spindle-shaped bodies with large, round eyes, deep blue or black backs, and silvery bellies. Their bodies covered in fine scales that reflected a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Upon bringing one aboard, Liu's excitement soared. It was clearly a tuna. Not very long, but delightfully plump. Father, it's a tuna. A tuna. At that moment, Liu's father was busy retrieving fish from the second net and promptly abandoned it to attend to the tuna. Wow, it's so fat. Ha ha ha, finally. After so long, Weevee caught something good. His father quickly took the large eye tuna, making a swift incision at its tail and gills to bleed it into the bucket. Though the market price for large eye tuna was modest, not exceeding 100 per pound in their area, it nonetheless indicated the presence of other fish preying on the blue mackerel. Otherwise, the net would have been filled solely with blue mackerel. Yet, contrary to their expectations, as they continued to haul in the nets, they found only blue mackerel. The presence of the latter likely alerted other larger fish, causing them to evade the area. At this point, Liu's father had finished retrieving 6 nets, leaving 16 remaining. It would take them another hour to finish collecting the fish. Liu contemplated for a moment, then took out the fishing rod and electric reel, prepared the bait, and cast it into the depths. Given the presence of such a substantial school of fish, it is certain that larger specimens must also be lurking in these waters. Since they had to remain here for over an hour, the father and son set to work diligently. The sun had only just begun to rise, and they hurried to remove the fish from the nets before the rising temperatures caused them to spoil. Time seemed to slip away, and before long, they had nearly completed the task of extracting fish from 10 nets. Suddenly, the sharp alarm of the electric reel pierced the air, and the rod bent perilously close to the water's surface. There was no doubt that a large fish was on the line. Without hesitation, Liu cranked the speed control to its maximum, but to his dismay, the reel began to hiss and sputter after drawing in less than 2 meters of line. Skeptical, he raised the rod with all his might, but before he could exert any real force, the rod felt inexplicably light, and the line slackened, leaving only the sound of the reel's incessant winding. Damn it, he cursed, realizing the line had snapped. Upon retrieving the line, he discovered that the entire rig, including the sinker, was missing. What kind of fish was that to break my main line? I was using a number 5 PE line. Quit your lamenting and hurry to retrieve the fish. A line will break if it's destined to. After another half hour, the duo managed to collect all the blue mackerel, filling their 20 baskets to capacity. Once they had cleaned the deck, they leisurely set out again to deploy the nets. At Liu's insistence, his father steered the boat further into the open sea. After about half an hour, they spotted a deserted island, where Li's father identified a juncture between deep and shallow waters. He proceeded to deploy all 38 and used nets in that area, and they ignited the coal stove to prepare their meal. With practiced ease, Li's father cleaned and gutted 6 blue mackerel, frying them until both sides turned golden brown, sprinkling salt before serving them. He then added water to the pan, boiling 2 bowls of noodles to accompany their feast. Dad, let me critique your fried blue mackerel, Liu exclaimed, eagerly seizing a piece of the perfectly fried fish before the noodles were ready. It's crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside, but a tad too salty. A touch of ginger and garlic during the frying would elevate the flavor. Li's father, unfazed, dismissed his son's comments. What do you expect? Fried fish is bound to be salty when paired with noodles. All right, time to eat the noodles. Li's father handed him a bowl. Liu stared at the plain noodles, bewildered, nothing but water, salt, and a bit of oil from the frying pan. Dad, could you add some vegetables next time? And perhaps bring a variety of seasonings? Did I forget? Your mother. Never mind that, just eat. We'll fish afterward, his father interrupted. After their meal, the sun hung high in the sky, its glaring light blinding. Liu squinted against the brightness. The sea was remarkably clear, tinged with a hint of blue. Yet it lay still and lifeless, devoid of any ripples. Dad, it's too stifling. The fish aren't biting. After half an hour of waiting with no sign of life, Liu, losing patience, reeled in his line only to find the shrimp bait lifeless, dangling limply from the hook, a wasted opportunity for a live bait. Today is peculiar. There's no wind or waves, and it's unbearably hot. I'll take the helm. Wake me if anything happens, he said, settling into a brief slumber. With 2,000 pounds of blue mackerel in the refrigerated hold, Li's father was not in a rush. After all, it was notoriously challenging to catch fish at midday. They would wait for the tide to rise and fish slowly, knowing they wouldn't return until nightfall. Li's father had chosen this spot for its crystal clear waters, boasting visibility of 4 to 5 meters. However, The oppressive heat and stagnant water resulted in low oxygen levels, leaving the fish disinterested in feeding. They needed to seek a current, perhaps near the rocky outcrops of the nearby island, where the waters flowed more freely. Yet, the currents and waves were too vigorous for their fishing boat, which lacked the capabilities of a fishing yacht designed to navigate through such conditions. Even as they drifted, Liu remained unhurried. They were already assured of their catch. Fishing required patience, and they carefully selected their spots. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of other vessels and only the occasional call of seabirds, the nearest island remaining nameless due to the lack of internet access at sea. However, after traveling some distance, he sensed something was amiss. The water ahead appeared darker than the surrounding sea. Liu brought the boat to a halt, leaning over the edge to investigate. What could this mean? Is the water here deeper than elsewhere? As he watched, the color of the water began to lighten, and when he looked up, he realized their boat had drifted from its previous location. Damn, the current is pushing the boat, he exclaimed. There had to be a current in this area. He needed to wake his father for guidance. Rushing into the cabin, he roused the sleeping Li's father. Dad, wake up. I've discovered a current. A current? How did you find that out? Liu animatedly recounted how the boat had been pushed away. His father, understanding the situation, noted there's a significant depression here, causing the water to appear darker. A depression? Are you certain? Liu questioned, still uncertain of his father's conclusion. Sensing his son's skepticism, Li's father explained. Notice how much darker the water is compared to the surroundings? Yes, I see that. But it was me who pointed it out, he thought, keeping his thoughts to himself. And there are small ripples and whirlpools in the center, plus the boat's drift. All these signs indicate a change in the seabed's topography. Where there is a change, the water flows differently. You should give it a try with your fishing rod. All right, I'll test it, Liu replied, setting up his rod with a sinker and casting it out. 16 meters. Li's father maneuvered the boat forward 10 meters, and Liu measured again. 18 meters. 22 meters. Both father and son were exhilarated. Their suspicions were confirmed. This was likely a significant depression, and finding the lowest point could yield a fruitful catch. 27 meters. Dad, this must be the deepest spot. Let us try fishing here. This depression could attract a lot of fish. As the surface of the water began to ripple noticeably, Li's father tossed in several pieces of blue mackerel, each cut into chunks. Whether we catch fish or not, we'll find out soon enough. After all, we have plenty of blue mackerel on board. Liu baited his hook with a live shrimp, casting it near the area where his father had created a baiting spot, carefully controlling the electric reel to let the bait sink slowly to the seabed. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Here it comes. Without the need for it to, I simply cranked the electric reel to its maximum setting. Upon reeling in, I discovered a golden pomfret weighing approximately 1 pound, soaring out of the water with unyielding force. In the sunlight, the golden pomfret shimmered beautifully, its scales glinting like jewels. This fish is quite favored locally, often prepared by steaming, boasting a tender texture and minimal bones, albeit at a modest market price of around 20 yuan per pound. Father, it's a golden pomfret, at a depth of over 10 meters. Excellent. The two quickly switched to a treble hook, baiting it with Antarctic krill, and resumed fishing. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. They reeled in 3 plump specimens. The tip of the rod twitched rhythmically, and the electric reel whirred rapidly as they pulled in 3 hefty golden pomfrets, which, given their low price, did not warrant the use of a landing net, and were instead tossed directly onto the deck. Liu had already severed the fish and tossed them into the live well, while Li's father struggled to tire out his catch, maintaining pressure on the rod until the fish's strength waned, allowing him to gradually bring it to the surface. They continued to fish, but perhaps the density of golden pomfrets in this area was not particularly high, as it took nearly 5 minutes to reel in another 3. 3 more. Keep going. Here they come. The father and son fished for half an hour, but as the bites began to dwindle, they finally set down their rods to hydrate and rest. Father, how many do you think you've caught? About 15 or 16, I suppose. I've caught around 25. Li's father lit a cigarette, not bothering to respond. Liu, filled with excitement, scampered over to observe the golden pomfrets swimming in the live well, their pristine scales unscathed, still looking quite splendid. After their meal, they waited for half an hour without a single bite, but once they found a current, they pulled in around 40 golden pomfrets in half an hour, weighing approximately 40 to 50 pounds altogether, netting them around 800 to 900 yuan, a delightful bounty, regardless of the midday heat. As long as a good fishing spot was located, fish could be caught and profits made. Liu decided to take a 10-minute break before continuing. Having only fished in the mid-water column previously, and even caught about 10 blue mackerels, which he couldn't waste. Chapter 43, Small Fish for Big Fish. To avoid repeating the morning's line-cutting incident, Liu deliberately switched to an 8-pound PE line and a steel wire leader, attaching a live shrimp. preparing to fish at the bottom. The weight, carrying the live shrimp, sank to the ocean floor, and the feedback was a gentle thud, without any notable rebound. If it had struck a rocky substrate, the impact would have been considerably more forceful, accompanied by a slight bounce, a stark contrast to landing on sandy terrain. After 10 minutes of silent waiting without any bites, Li's father urged Liu to fetch a few more blue mackerels for bait. Just as Liu was about to retrieve them, he noticed the rod tip twitching subtly, moving slowly and intermittently. A bite. There's a fish nibbling on the live shrimp. After a couple of tentative tugs, the fish, unable to resist, swallowed the live shrimp whole, accompanied by the electric reels beeping, the rod tip bending with a strong pull. Liu felt a surge of excitement. After a day of catching golden pomfrets, a big fish had finally arrived. He pushed the electric reel to its highest speed. Despite the ferocity of the bite, the electric reel effortlessly brought the fish to the surface. Oh ho, a grouper. Emerging was a fish with a dark gray back and silver-white belly, commonly referred to as a grouper in their region. The fish's swim bladder, once prepared, is known as fish glue, a premium delicacy. There's a saying here that one tael of gold equates to one tael of fish glue. However, this fish glue is not from the grouper but from the money grouper. Still, the grouper's fish glue holds significant value, though this particular specimen was too small, yielding perhaps just a tael of glue, typically 10 pounds of fish producing one tael of glue. The fish was reeled in so swiftly that its swim bladder expanded and ruptured, spilling out from its mouth, which would reduce its value by about a third. However, that was of little concern as long as the swim bladder remained intact. As Li's father also hooked a fish, Liu took it upon himself to land it on deck, using a small knife to make a small incision near the fish's tail and gills to allow it to bleed out. Father, let me throw the rod out first before I help you with your catch. Groupers typically inhabit sandy sea bottoms and schools, and now that they had a bite, they needed to fish diligently. Due to the risk of snagging on rocky substrates and aquatic vegetation, they opted against setting nets. Liu, unconcerned with his father's fish, leisurely cast the live shrimp back into the water, then proceeded to assist his father. I'm coming to net the fish, father, hold on. Before he finished speaking, Liu deftly netted the fish, awaiting his father to release the air. This fish was also a grouper, slightly smaller than Liu's catch, weighing around 6 to 7 pounds. At this moment, the benefits of Li's father's method of gently reeling in the fish became apparent, allowing it to acclimatize to the pressure. Only slightly swollen and requiring only a simple release of air to survive. Before Li's father could puncture the bladder, the electric reel began to beep again. Liu quickly dropped the fish he was holding and ran to reel in the line. With fish biting, he had no time for anything else. Once he had the fish close to the surface, he rushed back to assist his father in releasing the air. Li's father, holding a long needle, did not hesitate to pierce the area beneath the fish's pectoral fin. Upon puncturing the swim bladder, a hissing sound was audible, watching the grouper's body gradually deflate. Li's father supported it in the live well, allowing it to swim vigorously before releasing it. As for the golden pomfrets in the live well, they were of little concern. Even if the grouper consumed one, it would still be within its belly, given that the purchase price of grouper exceeded that of golden pomfrets. Before he could take a moment to rest, Liu netted another grouper weighing around 5 pounds, waiting for his father to assist with the air release. You do it. Li's father handed the needle to Liu without offering assistance and returned to the side of the boat to continue fishing. Truly, how could one not know how to release air? Who doesn't love fishing? The grouper had no choice but to pray that Liu had learned something from his father, or else he would endure unnecessary suffering. Sorry, fish brother. If anyone is to blame, it's my lack of skill. Liu mimicked his father's technique, thrusting the needle in forcefully, inserting it 2/3 of the way in. Watching the fish deflate, he thought it was not too difficult. However, when he placed the grouper in the live well, it did not swim as lively as before. Instead, it floated belly up, its gills opening and closing rapidly. Liu assumed this was normal and, brimming with confidence, cast his rod once more. Whoosh. Got one. Li's father leisurely reeled the fish to the surface, picking up the net to assist in landing it. You silly thing. Did you just kill it by not releasing the air? Ah, is it dead? Hurry. Let us bleed it out. It's still here. Liu swiftly took the grouper and bled it, tossing it into the foam box to accompany the other. Here comes another one. Father, come give this fish a shot. Do it yourself. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. Eventually, Li's father handed over the fish he had caught for Liu to practice on, and after a couple of failed attempts, Liu finally ensured that the fish would not flip belly up. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and fish. Oh, father. This one weighs at least 20 pounds, and this one is 15. You come and help reel it in. Let me use the electric reel. All right. The father and son duo had been fishing for an uninterrupted hour and a half when they decided to take a brief respite for hydration. Liu took stock of their catch, finding 9 hairtail fish in the live well and 4 more in the foam box. The largest weighed over 20 pounds, while the smaller ones were around 2 to 3 pounds, with the majority weighing about 7 to 8 pounds. Could there be even larger specimens lurking beneath the waves? Surely. There must be. The sheer quantity they had already caught suggested the presence of a considerable school of fish below. The fishing rod in Liu's grasp was the very one his father had brought, a sturdy surf-casting rod they had purchased together, capable of withstanding the weight of a large fish, though it would require an upgrade to an 8-pound PE line and a steel leader. When targeting larger fish, one must exercise utmost diligence. As for bait, he had only brought small shrimp, but now it was time to deploy something more substantial. Yes, the golden pomfret, a few of which were palm-sized, had just been caught. Since hairtail fish were known to feast on small shrimp, it was highly likely they would also be enticed by golden pomfret. Liu scrutinized the live well, selecting a smaller pomfret, and carefully hooked it near its dorsal fin, ensuring it would swim naturally in the ocean without flipping or rolling. He tossed the sinker into the sea with a satisfying plop, followed by the lively pomfret plunging swiftly into the depths. Li's father, engrossed in his own fishing, was momentarily perplexed by his son's actions but chose to remain uninvolved, as the electric reel was firmly in his own hands. As Liu felt the sinker touch the seabed, he prepared to perform a bottom tap. Just after he had cranked the reel twice, an immense force surged from the depths, nearly yanking the rod from his grip. "Wow, it's really happening," he exclaimed. Was this fish truly so ravenous? It bit the moment he cast it in. He could not afford a repeat of the morning's misfortune. He would never forgive himself for such negligence. Chapter 44. A record-breaking hairtail fish. With both hands firmly gripping the rod, Liu swiftly and forcefully lifted it, ensuring the hook pierced the fish's mouth. The moment the hook penetrated, he sensed an overwhelming pull. Wow, such strength! Despite being prepared, he was uncertain whether it was the ferocity of this particular fish or its sheer power that caused it to thrash violently at the bottom, causing the reel to whir in protest. "Big fish, take it easy." His father, feeling a pang of regret for using Liu's rod, wished he had opted for his own, which, while strong, was not equipped with an electric reel. The tip of his own surf-casting rod was bent deeply into the water, leaving him uncertain if it could endure. The fish continued to dart away, and Liu strained backward, nearly pressing against the boat's edge, the rod digging painfully into his abdomen. Yet he dared not release his grip. Should he do so, the rod would surely be yanked into the depths. Is this fish truly that massive? I can't hold it much longer. I need Dad to fetch the belly support. He called out, "Dad, there's a belly support in the cabin. Please bring it over." Liu wedged the rod under his arm to facilitate his father's assistance. His father returned with the belly support, securing it around Liu's waist like a belt. "Dad, adjust the shoulder pad to the left so it aligns with my midsection." After a slight adjustment and securing it tightly, Liu positioned the rod atop the shoulder pad for easier handling. "Stop darting around. Hold still." Liu gritted his teeth, feeling as though he might shatter his back teeth. The large fish had just taken the bait. He could not afford to lock the drag too tightly, for fear of snapping the line. Yet he could not allow it to run free. The spool held only 200 meters of line, and in a mere few minutes, nearly 60 meters had already been released. If this continued, it would not be long before the spool was emptied. Thankfully, the ocean floor consisted of soft silt rather than rocky terrain, yet he could not allow the fish to keep running unchecked. Otherwise, the line would either fray or the spool would be completely depleted. "No, I must reel it in," he urged. "Dad, stand behind me and help lift the rod. I need to retrieve some line before it runs away again, or the spool will be cleared." His father positioned himself behind Liu, gripping the rod and lifting it upward with all his might, while Liu seized the moment to crank the reel, winding it back a couple of turns before continuing to lift. However, just as he had reeled in 2 turns, the reel emitted a frantic whir as the fish bolted once more. With no other option, Liu feared the rod might not withstand the strain, so he reluctantly eased off the tension, allowing the fish to run as it pleased. When it ran, he released. When it paused, he reeled. 3 o'clock. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. "Ah, this is promising." Quickening my pace, he noted that the fish seemed to be tiring, its strength waning compared to before. "Dad, it's your turn." Liu's arms were exhausted, unable to sustain the effort any longer. His father took over the rod, refusing assistance, standing at the edge of the boat to reel in and let out line as needed. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, a dark silhouette emerged from the water's surface, an enormous creature shimmering with silver scales beneath the sun. "Wow, it's massive," Liu marveled, realizing they had indeed struck gold today. "Grab the gaff, don't use the net," his father urged, noticing Liu reaching for the net. They had brought a net too small for such a catch, and the gaff would suffice for this hairtail, which undoubtedly exceeded a meter in length. Li's father gradually guided the fish closer to the boat, which seemed to have exhausted itself, its struggles diminishing. As the fish's gills opened and closed, it occasionally flicked its tail. Positioning the rod carefully, Li's father took advantage of the moment to lift it, revealing the fish's head above water. Just as Liu grasped the gaff to target its open mouth, the hairtail sensed impending danger and executed a desperate tail flick. Thankfully, Li's father maintained a firm grip on the rod. "Could you hurry up?" he urged, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. Such a large hairtail was incredibly valuable, and if they failed to land it, it would be a calamity. A second opportunity presented itself as the fish was drawn nearer, belly up, appearing too fatigued to resist. Liu inhaled deeply, aiming the gaff towards its gaping mouth, swiftly snagging its upper jaw and pulling with all his might. The hairtail thrashed in pain, nearly dislodging the gaff from Liu's grasp. "I got it. I got it. Dad, come help." His father hastily relinquished the rod, grabbing the net to assist, ensnaring the fish's tail within the net as the two of them heaved to bring it aboard the boat. Once the fish was aboard, Liu collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily as he gazed at the magnificent hairtail. It surely weighed at least 70 pounds, its scales resplendent, with its gills flaring. Liu extended his hand to compare, astonished to find the gills larger than his own hand. He then placed his hand upon the fish's belly. "Dad, with a hairtail this size, the fish maw must be quite valuable, right?" The worth of the fish maw depends on whether the fish is male or female. Male hairtails possess thicker, larger maws compared to their female counterparts, making them twice as valuable. Li's father examined the fish's head and tail closely, quickly deducing its gender. This was indeed a male hairtail. The fish maw, once processed, should yield about a pound. However, they would not be processing it themselves and could only sell it as is. Selling it directly would incur a discount, likely fetching around 60 to 70,000. "Oh, I was hoping for over 100,000. Liu lamented, slightly disheartened, realizing his expectations had been inflated by the earlier catch of the large yellow croaker. "How much do you think we could get? The fish maw is only about a pound. Now, hurry and take the fish to the freezing compartment." The father and son worked in unison to hoist the large grouper into the freezing chamber, only to discover that a portion of blue mackerel had already occupied the space. To accommodate their catch, they had no choice but to remove some of the blue mackerel. They fetched several foam boxes and carefully placed the blue mackerel inside. "All right, let us layer the bottom with ice. Make it even. Now, lend a hand to lift the fish and place it atop the ice." "Are you foolish? The belly of the fish should be at the bottom, with the back facing upwards. Align it straight. Now pour ice over the top." The two toiled under the setting sun, striving to position the fish correctly, leaving them utterly exhausted. After a brief respite on the boat's deck, they suddenly remembered that they hadn't yet cleaned up their fishing gear. The fishing rods lay abandoned on the deck, and the fishing lines had become tangled in the sea breeze. Slowly, they began to reel in the lines. Noticing that the reels were coated in fine granules, salt crystallized from the sun-dried seawater. Even the number 8 PE line in the line cup showed visible deformation and fraying, a testament to the immense strength of the fish they had just caught, considering it was indeed an 8 PE line. Liu rinsed the salt from the surface of the reel with fresh water and dried it with a soft cloth. Once both fishing rods were tidied up, Fatherly began to stoke the coal stove for dinner. The meal was simple, a steamed golden pomfret and several pan-fried blue mackerel, for they had more than enough fish on board and lacked for nothing. Chapter 45, Knocking the Boat. Perhaps it was the rising tide that brought a refreshing breeze, sweeping away the heat from the air, making the evening at sea feel less stifling for Liu. As the sea breeze brushed by, a hint of coolness accompanied it. During dinner, his father mentioned that he would teach him the art of knocking the boat. Similar to bottom fishing, it was a technique used in sea angling. The difference was that bottom fishing involved dropping a lead weight onto the seafloor, creating sounds that startled fish hiding in the depressions or crevices of rocks, prompting them to flee and reveal themselves to the bait. Knocking the boat, however, involved using a bamboo pole or a long wooden stick to strike the hull beneath the water's surface, allowing the sound to propagate through the sea, attracting fish to the vicinity of the fishing boat. Fatherly maneuvered the fishing vessel back to the spot where they had fished earlier that morning. The seabed here consisted mainly of sandy terrain and some reefs, and the large pit they had fished in that afternoon now lay in disarray, forcing them to revert to the morning's fishing location. The tide was now rising, presenting an opportune moment for the fish to feed, and the air temperature had cooled slightly, suggesting that the earlier conditions would not repeat. Once the boat was anchored, he turned on the vessel's lights and instructed Liu to don a miner's lamp and put on a life jacket. The sea at night was quite different from during the day, and caution was advisable. A gentle breeze and small waves were present, and at this moment, the advantages of the fishing vessel became evident. It did not sway like a small dinghy at the slightest gust or swell. Today, they brought 4 fishing rods, and knocking the boat was intended for targeting mid to upper water column fish. To enhance their chances, they needed to switch to treble hooks and bait them properly. After preparing the 4 rods, they attached Antarctic krill to the treble hooks and placed them into the rod holders, casting them out without needing to go too deep. The last treble hook should be submerged just half a meter below the water's surface. Father Lee retrieved a bamboo pole from the cabin and a black plastic bag, from which he extracted a handful of Antarctic krill mixed with rice bran, a preparation he had made at home. The bamboo pole, about 4 to 5 meters long, was just right for striking the hull beneath the surface. This bait would attract mid to upper water fish, with lighter particles floating on the surface and heavier ones sinking to mid-depth. He demonstrated how to scatter the bait in a fan shape, causing the crushed krill to create small ripples on the water's surface. Knocking the boat aimed to attract mid-column fish, while the bait left at the surface would entice species like snapper. And the mid-water Antarctic krill would draw in sea bass and other similar fish. Father, why can't we catch bottom-dwelling fish by knocking the boat? Aren't they supposed to be more valuable? Of course, I know that bottom-dwelling fish are valuable, but don't you eat one bite at a time? I'm teaching you to knock the boat for mid to upper fish first. Isn't that sufficient? Haven't I already taught you about bottom fishing? Although there is also a technique for rod knocking. Must we learn everything at once? Why the rush? Father Lee was well aware of the value of bottom-dwelling fish. But he had misjudged the situation. Catching those fish required rod knocking, extending the bamboo pole to strike the seabed, but the pole he had brought was too short, leaving them with no choice but to knock the boat instead. Remember, knocking the boat is not the same as bottom knocking. It involves striking the hull beneath the water, making mid to upper fish believe there is a school of smaller fish present. As soon as he finished speaking, Father Lee gripped the bamboo pole and gently swayed it back and forth, rhythmically tapping beneath the water's surface. Thud, 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 thud. Did you see that? Strike 3 times, pausing slightly on the 3rd strike, with a 2-second interval between each. Keep an eye on the rod tip. Don't rush to reel in. If you see the tip quiver, that's when you strike. Now give it a try. Liu emulated his father's actions, gripping the bamboo pole to tap the hull. However, he struck a bit too hastily, producing a rapid thud, thud, thud. For the 3rd strike, he slowed down, spacing it out slightly, around half a second. Father Lee felt his patience waning as he communicated his limited knowledge of timing. If Liu still couldn't grasp it. Then, thud, 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 thud. Before he could complete his 3rd strike, the rod next to him quivered a few times. He was about to set down the bamboo pole to strike at the fish, but before he could, Father Lee's reprimand came swiftly. Why are you in such a hurry? While knocking the boat, you're only responsible for your own rod. Don't worry about the others, just keep knocking. As he spoke, Father Lee grasped his fishing rod to strike at the fish. The catch didn't seem large, as the rod tip bent only slightly. To facilitate his own striking, Liu switched to using his left hand to continue knocking the boat. Thud, thud, thud. He shook the bamboo pole once more, and at that moment, the rod on his right quivered again. Quick as a flash, he lifted it. However, disappointment washed over him as he realized the fish was not very large. The strength transmitted through the rod was quite weak. Wait a moment. It must be a 6-line fish. They have small mouths, so I'll need to switch to a smaller hook. With 3 rods now hooked, there was no need to rush knocking the boat. He decided to reel in the fish first. Liu counted as he lifted the rod 5 times, the tip bending downwards, and immediately began to reel in. A total of 5 6-line fish surfaced, their tails thrashing wildly, splattering droplets of seawater onto Liu. Ha! I was the first to haul in tonight's catch. He wrapped the fish in a towel, removed the hook, and admired the 6-line fish, which were quite striking. Each side bore 5 lines, with a deep indentation between the spiny and soft fin sections, and a prominent large brown-black spot just above the spiny fins. The tail was truncate, and the body was a vibrant yellow-brown, adorned with white speckles resembling worm patterns. The dorsal side was a darker yellow, while the belly was lighter. These 5 6-line fish were plump and round, not overly large, but weighing around 3 to 4 tails each. The market price for 6-line fish was relatively high. Those weighing 3 to 4 tails were worth around 40, while those exceeding 5 tails fetched about 50. As for the ones over a pound, they were in high demand at upscale restaurants, quickly purchased upon being caught, with prices around 100. This price could not be compared to that of the grouper. Even the smaller grouper was not as valuable as the 6-line fish, so for now, he placed them in the metal bucket, awaiting Father to finish with his catch so they could install a partition in the live well to separate the 6-line fish from the grouper. Indeed, Father Lee also managed to catch 6-line fish, albeit only 4 of them. Before Liu could take a moment to rest, the other 2 fishing rods bent down as well. One of these rods was equipped with an electric reel, which required only a gentle push, though it operated at a slightly slower pace. Father Lee retrieved the live well's partition from the cabin, a preparation made in advance, and placed it into the live well, pushing it from one end to the center before securing it in place. By the time Liu reeled in the remaining rod, Father Lee had already separated the live well, All that remained was to transfer the fish into a metal bucket and then back into the live well. Alas, what a pity it was that they had not brought a net. A single cast would have likely yielded a substantial catch of these six-lined fish. These fish often travel in schools, and catching 15 or 16 at once of similar size indicated a sizable group beneath, attracted by the boat's vibrations. Liu, however, was unbothered. Without a net, they simply continued to fish. After all, they were not unable to catch anything, and the tactile experience of fishing was far more engaging. The father and son swiftly replaced their hooks with slightly smaller ones, baiting them with fresh Antarctic krill and casting them out. As expected, within moments, all 4 rods were bending, and the duo found themselves in a flurry of activity. In less than 20 minutes, they had reeled in another dozen six-lined fish, each weighing around 400 to 500 grams. Chapter 46, On the Island. Thud, 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 thud. Liu tapped the side of the boat a few times. After waiting for about 10 minutes without any bites, he realized that the small school of six-lined fish had likely been exhausted. They had been fishing for over an hour, and with their 4 rods, each equipped with 5 hooks, their efficiency was remarkable, managing to catch around 100 six-lined fish in that time, all of a uniform size, mostly weighing around 3 to 4 ounces, with the largest being no more than 6 or 7 ounces. Father, it seems this small school of six-lined fish has dispersed. Let us pack up and change locations. Without hesitation, the father and son activated the fishing boat and reeled in their rods, setting off to a new spot. Tapping the boat in the seabed was similar. Once a location had been fished for a while without success, it was prudent to move on. Thud, 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 thud. Liu tapped out another sequence, but after waiting a few minutes without any movement on the rods, he glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly 9 in the evening. Father, could you take a turn tapping? My hands are getting sore. Liu handed the bamboo rod to his father, preparing to take a break. Tapping the boat while sea fishing was indeed a physically demanding task. As long as the fishing spot was chosen wisely, the rod had to be continuously struck against the boat, which was not only exhausting but also rather monotonous. Seizing the opportunity, Liu took a moment to inspect the live well, donning a headlamp and stirring the fish with a net. The live well was teeming with fish, likely weighing over 20 pounds. It seemed that the effort expended in tapping the boat for the past 2 to 3 hours had been well worth it. Selling over 20 pounds of six-lined fish at market price could fetch around 1,000 yuan. In just 1 hour, they had earned over 1,000, a stroke of luck indeed. After a brief half-hour rest, Liu returned to tapping, as it was better not to overexert his father, who was in his 40s. Thud, 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 thud. With no bites, they continued to change locations, fishing until nearly 1 in the morning. The second half of their catch was not as bountiful as the first, yielding only 4 to 5 pounds of black sea bream and yellowfin tuna, along with a few skinfish. Upon spotting the skinfish, Liu felt his mouth water. He adored his mother's pan-fried skinfish. The preparation was simple. Clean the fish, make several slashes on its body, marinate it briefly with spices, and then fry it in hot oil with slices of ginger and scallions until both sides were golden brown. Seeing the skinfish stirred his appetite. But since they were still on the boat without proper seasonings, and knowing his father's culinary skills were not particularly refined, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. The skinfish would certainly be saved for his mother to cook, so he retrieved a few blue mackerel from the freezer, cleaned them, ignited the coal stove, and fried them casually, along with 2 eggs. He then filled a pot with water and set it to slowly boil. While waiting for the water to heat, the father and son busied themselves tidying up their fishing gear, rinsing the reels with fresh water, drying them, and stowing them away. Once the water was boiling, Liu noticed that a few live shrimp were still left in the bait box from their fishing endeavors. Since they were returning home the next day, he thought to toss a few shrimp into the pot and prepared a large bowl of noodles for each of them. In a matter of minutes, both father and son devoured their bowls of seafood noodles and blue mackerel. Whether it was due to their hunger or the simplicity of the meal, they relished every bite, even drinking the broth down to the last drop. Ah, what a comfort! Stretching luxuriously, they slowly placed their bowls and chopsticks into the basket, deciding to clean up at home later. Feeling a bit fatigued, they opted to sleep instead. Fatherly docked the fishing boat next to a small island, planning to explore it in the morning. This little island was far from the shore, likely untouched by visitors. Earlier, he had noted that the eastern rocky area was accessible. The next morning, Liu awoke from the cabin to find his father had already prepared congee, awaiting him for breakfast. Liu glanced around, realizing that Father Li had anchored the boat by the rocky island at some point during the night. No wonder he had heard the sound of waves crashing against the rocks while trying to sleep. The experience of sleeping on the fishing boat was hardly pleasant, akin to staying near a busy overpass. After a quick splash of water on his face, he scooped up some congee and began to eat. His father had already mentioned plans to explore the island for shellfish to dry. Father Li had prepared the necessary tools, one iron bucket for each of them. After a moment's thought, Liu decided to bring along the remaining half-pack of salt and a hook. Donning a straw hat, he followed his father as they jumped ashore. The tide had not yet receded, and the rocks were still submerged. Will you follow me, or do you wish to explore on your own? Liu had never gone shellfish hunting on an island before. In his childhood, he had only come to play, since the island would only accommodate them. There was no hurry. They would wait for the tide to recede before joining forces. I think I'll wander about on my own for a bit. This was Liu's first time on the island, and he wanted to explore and familiarize himself. Very well, just be cautious. The tide will begin to recede around 10. Check back here around that time to search for shellfish to take home and dry. Understood. Father Li, recognizing his son's reluctance to accompany him, did not insist further, merely reminding him to prioritize safety before departing. Liu was not in a hurry. He first wandered around the area, searching for spots slightly above the waterline, where sea snails tended to cluster, especially in areas washed by the tide. With each step, Liu carefully assessed his footing. As the rocky surfaces of the island were particularly slippery, worn smooth by years of exposure to seawater and crashing waves, often covered in small oyster shells. A misstep could result in a painful tumble. Determined, Liu climbed to the level where the waves would crash during high tide, deciding to search in this area. Within minutes, he spotted entire clusters of oysters growing on the rocks. While fresh oysters were not particularly valuable, those found in the wild, having grown in their natural habitat with diverse food sources, boasted firmer flesh and a delectable taste. The cultivation of farmed oysters has its limitations. Their flesh tends to be relatively tender, featuring a mild flavor that lacks the robust sweetness of their wild counterparts. Liu extracted one and weighed it in his palm, noting the substantial heft of the oysters here, each weighing approximately 2 or 3 liang. Approaching the size of large oysters, about 3 to 4 of them amounting to nearly a pound. He retrieved a mesh bag from the barrel and began prying open the oysters with determination, opting to do so here and take them home for preparation, deliberately selecting the larger specimens. Chapter 47. The father and son pry oysters together. The oysters here were plentiful and sizable, and within just 20 minutes, Liu had filled 2 mesh bags. Given their considerable size, each bag could hold only a limited quantity, approximately 10 pounds per bag, with few bags remaining in the barrel. He planned to transfer the oysters onto the boat and fetch a few larger bags from there, carefully descending the rocky outcrop. He had just poured the oysters onto the boat when he spotted his father approaching. "Dad, come quickly. With so many oysters, how could I not have you join in on the harvest? It's exhausting to pry them alone. Are those oysters or clams?" he inquired. Here, oysters and clams were distinct. Oysters boasted a more succulent, tender flesh with a smooth texture and exquisite flavor, while clams were comparatively firmer, with a somewhat coarse texture and a milder taste. His father hurried over, casually prying open an oyster and tossing it into his mouth. It was fresh, juicy, and had a pleasingly chewy texture, imbued with a subtle briny sweetness and a rich, layered flavor. "It's an oyster. Quite plump too. I found a whole cluster of them over on the rocks, all this size." I thought oysters were not particularly valuable before Liu could finish. He was interrupted by his father. "Are they all this size? 2 to 3 liang each?" "Yes, all of them are this size. It's one large patch. I thought oysters weren't worth much, so I planned to pry some back for drying." "Who told you they aren't valuable? These wild, premium oysters, each weighing 2 to 3 liang, can fetch 4 to 5 yuan each." "Really? That expensive? I thought they were only about 4 to 5 yuan a pound." "Then what are we waiting for? Oysters are worth a fortune. Let us get to harvesting." "Why the rush? Are we just going to let these oysters sit on the boat to sunbathe?" His father gestured to the heap of oysters on the boat. "Is that a problem? It's not like the oysters will perish in the sun. Not yet, but if the sun gets too intense, they might end up sun-dried. Quickly, grab a few baskets and immerse the oysters in seawater." "All right." Liu filled the baskets with oysters, then moved down to find a small pool to soak them in before climbing the rocks with his father. Upon reaching the rocky outcrop, they discovered it was densely populated with oysters, most of which were comparable in size to the premium ones Liu had collected earlier, thick-shelled and firmly attached to the rocks. His father's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of so many oysters, a broad smile gracing his face. What good fortune to find such a bountiful patch. The duo promptly began prying, with Liu's father displaying far more skill and preparedness. He retrieved his oyster knife, crouched down, and deftly located the crevice connecting the oyster to the rock, inserting the knife with force. He traced the blade around the gap, gently prying to release a whole oyster. Watching his father work with such finesse, Liu decided to let him continue prying while he focused on filling the bags and carrying them down to soak in the water. After a brief wait, feeling slightly impatient, they began to pry together, filling the bags before carrying them down together. After approximately an hour of exertion, they had filled 8 bags, including 2 larger ones. Liu's father stood up, lit a cigarette, and stretched his aching back, glancing back at the rocks. He observed that the larger oysters had been depleted, leaving only smaller ones behind, which would take many years to grow to that size. Well, the tide is starting to recede. Let us carry the oysters down and refrain from harvesting more. We've taken all the large ones, and the smaller ones can continue to grow. This remote island is unlikely to see many visitors. Even if someone does come to pry, it's not our territory. Today's bounty is surely blessed by the sea goddess. Liu instructed his father to wait while he transported 2 bags down at a time. By the third trip, they had both carried down the bags together. It took them about 20 minutes to transfer the oysters into the baskets and place them in the small pool. Dad, we must have pried around 300 oysters. Indeed, approximately 300. I counted about 30 in each bag. In under 3 hours, they had harvested over 300 premium oysters, valued at over 2,000 yuan, and Liu felt a sense of satisfaction as he calculated their worth. The tide had begun to recede, revealing the rocky outcrop, which was now densely populated with shellfish. Have you rested enough? Shall we continue? The tide has receded for 2 to 3 hours. Once it rises again, we'll head home. Liu was not eager to search just yet. The tide had only just receded, and the temperature on the rocks was still manageable. He knew that after a brief exposure to the sun, the sea snails and crabs would retreat into the crevices of the rocks. He began to search nearby, discovering a crevice teeming with fragrant snails. He took up his iron hook to pry them free. Perhaps due to the island's isolation, the snails had reached maturity, weighing about 1 to 2 liang each. With a market price of 30 to 40 yuan per pound, Liu examined one closely, noting its diamond-like shell with 6 layers, a shallow suture line, a pointed apex, and a yellow-brown surface with a velvety texture. This was one of his favorite delicacies, as the lightly boiled snails preserved their natural flavor, and when dipped in sauce, the tender flesh offered an exceptionally firm texture. With a gentle prod of the hook, an entire snail fell free, and he gleefully harvested all the snails from that patch, placing them into his mesh bag before continuing his search. This patch yielded around 40 to 50 snails, weighing in at about 4 to 5 pounds, enough to sell some and keep others for leisurely consumption. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a crevice nearby brimming with a dozen or so spicy snails. Known for their distinctive spiciness, these snails were highly regarded locally for their purported health benefits. Not one to overlook such a find, Liu seized the opportunity. Though their price was not as high as the fragrant snails, they still commanded around 20 yuan per pound. This was akin to money falling from the sky. Who could resist picking it up? He employed his iron hook to extract the spicy snails, placing them in a new mesh bag, and resumed his search for more shellfish and crabs hidden within the rocky crevices. Under the midday sun, the rocks grew scorching hot. Liu stepped onto the searing stones, his pant legs still dripping with seawater. Between 2 large, grinding stones lay a crevice roughly the width of his half-body. Such places were favored by spicy snails and crabs, and he peered inside, feeling his breath quicken. Goodness, it's teeming with spicy snails. Is there really this many? The crevice in the rocks measured merely a depth of slightly 2 meters, yet within it, the stones were encrusted with a multitude of spicy snails, nearly covering the entire gap with their layered presence. Liu then extended half of his body into the fissure, prying away all the spicy snails from the rocks. Fortunately, the hook he carried was sufficiently long, otherwise, he would have struggled to reach them. After extracting all the spicy snails, he meticulously hooked them out one by one and placed them into his net bag. Upon testing the weight, he found it to be approximately over 30 pounds, a stroke of fortune indeed, as he had gathered such a bounty from merely one stone crevice. Liu hoisted the spicy snails onto his back. Their uneven exteriors caused a certain discomfort. Thankfully, the small water puddle was not too far away, so he hurried over to deposit the spicy snails along with the fragrant snails into the cool water. Chapter 48. Bamboo clams. After soaking the spicy snails and fragrant snails in the puddle, Liu contemplated taking a moment to rest before exploring the newly exposed tidal flats nearby. Since few ventured to the small island, the local shellfish were still quite abundant, and neither he nor his father could possibly harvest everything from the island. After a brief respite, noticing his father still diligently prying snails, he decided to inform him of his intention to explore the tidal flats to avoid any worry of being lost. Father, I'm going to wander around the tidal flats below. I'm busy prying barnacles here, so if you find anything good down there, just call me. All right. I'll call you if I find something worthwhile. Just then, Liu suddenly halted. Beneath his feet, he felt a significant bump in the sand. Nearly stepping on it inadvertently, he brushed aside the fine sand with his hand, revealing a partially visible, ridged shell. Following the edge of the shell with his fingers, he exerted a forceful lift, unearthing a cat's eye snail the size of his palm. Upon surfacing, the cat's eye snail began to retract, and before he could even press it, It squirted water and withdrew into its shell. He tossed the cat-eye snail into his net bag and resumed his search. Since he had already experienced a fortuitous start at the tidal flats, he continued his exploration. Progressing along the tidal flats, he caught sight of no crabs, pondering whether the sun's intensity had driven them away. Just as he was about to shift locations, he noticed an area of the sandy beach densely dotted with tiny air bubble holes. Crouching down to examine them, he found that these small holes were evenly distributed, with a knuckle-s width between each. The surrounding sand bore faint patterns, leading him to conclude that these were the breathing holes of bamboo clams. Without a small shovel, he utilized the hook he had on hand, pressing the horizontal end gently against the sand surface and scraping away the light top layer. As he brushed away the surface sand, moist sand was revealed underneath, noticeably darker, making the breathing holes even more apparent. He extracted some salt from his pouch and sprinkled a bit on each small hole. Before long, a marvelous occurrence unfolded. Tiny water bubbles began to emerge around the breathing holes, followed by the surface swelling as a bamboo clam peeked out, its antennae writhing in motion. How delightful! Another treasure. Bamboo clams were relatively common in their region, and although their farmed counterparts had slightly decreased in price, the market still offered a buy-in rate of 30 to 50 yuan per pound, with wild specimens fetching up to 60 yuan for discerning gourmets. With quick reflexes, Liu grasped the shell of the bamboo clam and gently lifted it, tossing it into his net bag. Just as he placed it inside, another bamboo clam emerged from a nearby hole. He joyfully plucked clam after clam, tossing them into his bag until his hands could carry no more. What a thrill! If only fishing could be as exhilarating as harvesting bamboo clams. Using the same method on this cluster of breathing holes, he efficiently extracted all the bamboo clams with minimal effort, save for his legs growing numb from squatting. In just over 20 minutes, he had amassed 6 to 7 pounds of bamboo clams. Shaking the net bag, he prepared to move to the adjacent muddy flat. The muddy flat proved difficult to traverse. Stepping onto it, he found his foot sinking halfway into the mire. After just a few steps, his shoes were encased in a thick layer of muck, weighing him down considerably. In desperation, he removed his shoes and placed them on the nearby beach, silently hoping there were no shards of glass hidden within. Wielding his hook, he wandered through the muddy flat, and as he walked, he felt something hard and round beneath his right foot. Lifting it with his toe, he discovered its surface was covered in mud. Wiping it clean, he revealed an oval shell adorned with raised patterns that squirted water when pressed. Ah, a blood clam. What luck! Feeling invigorated by the discovery of the blood clam, which was both delicious and reasonably priced, Liu was aware that these clams often appeared in clusters. If one was found, there would likely be more nearby. With heightened excitement, he continued to tread carefully, each step mindful of the sensations beneath his feet. Soon enough, he stumbled upon another, then a second, and a third. Counting, he found a cluster of 13 blood clams, weighing about a pound. Perhaps his luck had peaked with the bamboo clams and blood clams, as his subsequent finds were less impressive, yielding only a few swimming crabs and small assorted fish, with not a single blue crab in sight. The tide was rising. Just as he was about to clean his shoes, he heard his father calling out. By the time he washed off the mud from his feet and shoes, his father had already finished a cigarette at the small puddle. What have you found? Hee. I managed to pry out 4 to 5 pounds of fragrant snails from the rock crevices, and over 20 pounds of spicy snails, all soaking in the puddle. I also gathered a few bamboo clams and some blood clams on the tidal flat, along with a few miscellaneous fish and crabs. Here, take a look. Liu handed his net bag to his father. Impressive. You've managed to gather quite a valuable haul. What good fortune. As they spoke, his father inspected his own finds, discovering 6 blue crabs, 3 small moon crabs, and an assortment of other shells. Moon crabs are a nice touch. We have 3. So 1 for each of us. Perfect. When we return, your mother can prepare them for a feast. Liu's father expressed no reservations, for the exertion of the day had proven rewarding. Father, it seems there's an abundance of goods here, and they're all quite sizable. Perhaps it's because it's far from the shore, and few come here. Absolutely. On the nearby island close to the village, there are always people once the tide recedes. All right, the tide is rising swiftly. Let us organize our belongings, gather the gill nets, and head back. We can bring your mother along the next time we come to play among the rocks. Indeed, we should invite her for a visit. After all, besides the 2 shrimp ponds, there's not much at home. The father and son worked diligently, categorizing the oysters, spicy snails, and other catches into their fishing boat, placing them into the live well, while storing the rest in the freezing chamber, knowing they still had a 6 to 7 hour journey home, ensuring they wouldn't be cooked by the sun's rays. By the time they navigated the boat to the location of the gill nets, it was already 1 o'clock. The duo prepared a quick bowl of noodles before setting to collect the gill nets and head home. Chapter 49. A large tier in the gill net, they had deployed 38 gill nets, and with the assistance of the net lifting machine, the task was quite light. Liu skillfully operated the machine while his father followed behind to retrieve the fish. The first net revealed a delightful surprise, an amberjack entangled within the gill net, causing the adjoining 7 or 8 meters of netting to become a tangled mess. Father, we caught an amberjack, but it's a bit troublesome. An amberjack? As the net was drawn up, what trouble could possibly arise? When the net lifting machine hoisted the cow mackerel onto the deck, Li's father was instantly overwhelmed. The cow mackerel, ensnared in the gill net, thrashed violently, its dorsal and pectoral fins entangled tightly in the netting. The force exerted by its flailing tail exacerbated the constriction of the mesh, causing the net lines to dig into its belly. First, stop the net lifting machine, and let us untangle the cow mackerel before we reel in the net, he instructed. The father and son commenced their efforts. For the parts of the fish where the net lines were not too tightly wound, such as the tail and head, they could gradually unravel them by hand. However, for the lines that were painfully constricted around the fish's belly and fins, their only recourse was to use scissors to carefully sever the entanglements, a task that took them nearly 5 minutes for this single cow mackerel. Dad, this cow mackerel must have been trapped in the gill net for quite some time, Liu observed, noting the fish's once silver sheen had dulled, indicating it had perished long ago. Li's father pried open the fish's gills and noticed they had only turned a faint dark red, which relieved him. Had they been brown, the fish would have been unfit for consumption. Indeed, being ensnared for too long, it's only worth 10 yuan per gene now. Wait a moment while I remove its innards. You take the fish to the freezer and stuff its belly with ice. It's merely a temporary salvage at this point. Li's father deftly opened the fish's belly and extracted its entrails. All right, Dad, I noticed that the power of this cow mackerel when reeling it in was quite substantial. Wasn't it? Indeed, this one alone must weigh over 40 gene. However, larger cow mackerels can exceed 100 gene, capable of dragging small fishing boats along with them. All right, take the fish to the freezer, ensure it is packed with ice, and let us hurry to finish reeling in the net. To their surprise, the next 3 sections of the gill net also yielded a cow mackerel each, the largest weighing around 60 to 70 gene, all exceeding a meter in length, while the smallest was about 20 gene. However, the earlier sections of the net were severely damaged and would require time to repair upon their return. Li's father felt a surge of joy. It's just a few sections of net. We can fix them when we get back. A damaged net is merely a minor setback, but with 4 cow mackerels totaling over 200 gene, their freshness might diminish, thus having the price. Yet their weight is substantial. Yes, Dad, the 4 should fetch over 2,000 yuan. With just these 4, we've already covered the cost of the net. Not to mention the fish we caught last time. This time, it was Liu who took on the task of gutting the cow mackerel, with his father offering minimal guidance, given the fish's size. Meanwhile, Li's father took the opportunity to gather some mackerel and Spanish mackerel from the net. Among these, Spanish mackerel were most abundant, yet wild Spanish mackerel were less valuable than farm-raised ones, as the latter had ample food, resulting in richer, fattier flesh, and commanded prices 2 to 3 times higher than their wild counterparts. Dad, these Spanish mackerel aren't particularly valuable. Let us save some for drying into fish jerky. All right. Given that we've only collected from 4 nets and already have 2 baskets of Spanish mackerel, we still have 34 more nets to check. Who knows how many more we'll find? That's fine. Let us just dry a little. It's been a while since I've had fish jerky, and I do miss it. Once Liu had processed the 3 cow mackerels, he resumed collecting the net. Following the growth phases of spring and summer, Spanish mackerel typically matured between August and September each year, with peak yield during this period. Just in their county, the monthly production could reach tens of thousands of tons. However, as they continued, Liu sensed something amiss. The reel of the net lifting machine was slowing down significantly, and there were no remaining floats from the net visible on the surface, approximately 20 meters still unrecovered. Oh no, the net lifting machine is stuck. Not even a trace of the floats remained. Could it be another net burst like last time? It wasn't until the machine began to tremble that Li's father intervened, halting the operation. Without hesitation, he slapped the machine and then lightly struck Liu on the head, immediately beginning to scold him. You little rascal. I told you to keep an eye on the machine. Didn't you notice it was nearing overload? I was just reminded of that last net full of base. I wondered if we had another burst. How could it be so easily overloaded? Did you check if the floats on the net are still afloat? Besides, this machine is capable of lifting several tons. But for this single gill net, at most it should weigh 1 ton. How could the machine possibly fail? What could we have caught? Li's father felt a wave of frustration. Their net was set at the upper tiers. If it were overloaded, it could only mean they had caught something enormous. Could it be a whale? But that seemed implausible. There were simply too many boats in the nearshore waters these days to attract such a creature. Even if a whale were present, It would drag the net along with it, not leave it behind. Could it be that some other large fish got entangled and tangled the net on the rocks? Secure the net to the fishing boat. Let us see if we can pull it free. Liu tied the net to the boat, and as it moved forward, the floats gradually emerged from the water. All right, Dad, the floats are coming up. Upon hearing this, Li's father halted the boat and instructed Liu to bring in the net for inspection. As they reeled in the net, both father and son were confronted with a massive hole the size of a cow at the end of the net, with numerous smaller holes resembling bowl openings, adorned with vibrant seaweed. The last 10 meters of this net were rendered completely useless. What on earth could have caused such a large hole? Fish escaping from the net was not uncommon, but for a creature to break free while also managing to snag the net on rocks was quite extraordinary, especially given the multitude of floats attached. Li's father lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and finally spoke. It must have been a grouper. Only a grouper could do this. Sharks and whales have not been sighted in the nearshore waters for years due to the abundance of fishing vessels. This fish must weigh 400 to 500 gene. Or perhaps it has become a spirit. The grouper is known for its immense size, with mature individuals reaching over 400 gene, easily capable of dragging the net to the seabed. It is among the largest grouper species globally, typically measuring around 1.2 meters and weighing between 100 to 200 kilograms. In 2009, a grouper measuring 2.65 meters and weighing 361 kilograms was caught in the Taiwan area, setting the record for the largest grouper ever captured. This fish is undoubtedly formidable. It was caught in the net and then frantically plunged to the seabed, causing the net to snag on the rocks before it managed to escape. Enough pondering. Let us continue reeling in. This time, they harvested 8 baskets of Spanish mackerel, 1 basket of mackerel, 4 baskets of blue mackerel, a basket of flying fish, 1 basket each of black sea bream and yellowfin tuna, half a basket of small yellow croaker, and 1 basket of assorted fish, with the crowning achievement being the 4 cow mackerels. All in all, the yield from this net over a day and night was less impressive than that from traditional fishing methods. As Liu navigated the boat back, his father diligently set about mending the gill net. It was now past 4 o'clock, and they would likely reach the dock by 6. During their return journey, they encountered a few boats, and the sun began to dip toward the horizon. It was at this moment that Li's father joined him in the cockpit. Chapter 50. The envy of the onlookers. Perhaps with the thrill of the moment fading, Li's father noticed that Liu was becoming somewhat drowsy while piloting the boat. He urged him to move aside, taking over the controls himself. Liu, finding himself with some idle time, decided to stir up the fish in the live well with a net. He then ventured into the freezing chamber to inspect the catch, and upon discovering a large barramundi worth 70 to 80,000, he was utterly exhilarated. Father, should we call Uncle Wei when we return? Liu pondered whether to inform him, recalling that the previous incident involving the large yellow croaker was due to a leak from Uncle Wei's end. It was essential to notify him, as the price offered by Wei was considered the highest in town. The barramundi, oysters, and 6-lined fish were prepared for him, while the price for the fishmongers would be reduced by 10%. After all, the proprietor of that restaurant seemed to have establishments in both the county and the city. Is Hongtai really that expansive? Indeed, the owner made his fortune smuggling in the 80s and opened the first restaurant in town, subsequently expanding rapidly. Uncle Wei had previously worked under the restaurant owner as a boatman, and 30 years ago, the owner began to legitimize his business and invest heavily in properties. The entire Pittsburgh Industrial Park in the city was his domain. That restaurant owner is quite formidable. Father, how do you know all this? Who in town is unaware of this owner? The school you attended for junior high was funded by him about 10 years ago. Moreover, the scholarships you received during your studies were also provided by him. Otherwise, how could some of your classmates earn tens of thousands in scholarships each year, even though you never did? At this point, Liu refrained from inquiring further and returned to amusing the fish in the live well, waiting for his phone to receive a signal to call Uncle Wei. Hello, Uncle Wei. At this hour, Uncle Wei was busy taking stock. With the fishing season in full swing, fresh seafood was plentiful. Most of the seafood Liu had sold him last time had already been sent to the city, leaving only some catch that could be kept alive. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing it was Liu, he was surprised. Having thought that the father-son duo would not be selling their catch to him again, considering they had come to town in their fishing boat without even changing clothes, implying they must have a significant catch. Hello, it's me. You. Have you brought back something good this time? Uncle Wei, there are certainly some good finds, though perhaps not as exceptional as last time. Since you've said that, I won't pry further. Where are you now? We should reach the village dock in about half an hour. All right, I'll head to the dock to await your arrival. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Li's mother had already ridden the tricycle to the dock, and, seeing Li's father mooring the fishing boat with the tide, rode up to assist in transferring the gill nets onto the tricycle before heading back to prepare dinner. At this hour, many fishing boats were returning to port, and the dock was bustling with people. As Li's father's boat came ashore, Ahua promptly moved his fish baskets to the front of the full warehouse boat, waiting for Li's father to unload the fish. Li's father had always sold his catch to Ahua, who had taken over the purchasing point from his father over a decade ago and had always been fair. However, now that they were back at the dock, most were from their village, and familiarity necessitated greetings, though both father and son were currently preoccupied. Liu also noticed that the Fengshuo boat belonging to the A Fong family had docked, with the father and son busily unloading their catch. He quickly greeted them. Huagu, as you know, we always prioritize Uncle Wei with our catch. I know. You've been out for nearly 2 days, and Uncle Wei must be overwhelmed. Indeed, Huagu, we've always sold to you, and it remains the same. Look, Uncle Shizhu and the others have returned as well. Their catch is offloaded. And if you don't hurry, your fish baskets will be snatched away. Ahua, focused on Liu and their group, had not noticed others returning. Upon seeing the A Fong father and son surrounded by other fishmongers, he quickly interjected, that won't do. I've always purchased their fish. All right. Just remember to save some for me. Before he could finish, he grabbed a basket and dashed away, as business was tough for Ahua nowadays. Especially with those live-streaming vendors who knew little of the trade and simply accepted whatever price the fishermen quoted, not needing to pay themselves. Liu did a round and, not spotting Uncle Wei, assumed he had yet to arrive. He then took several baskets from Ahua to the boat to sort through the catch. Due to the limited number of baskets on their fishing boat, he transferred the fish from the baskets into net bags, making room for the catch. By the time he slowly sorted through the fish in the freezing chamber, the sun had completely set, and he leisurely stepped off the boat. Ah, Old Li, how can you bear to let you go out to sea with you? Spoke his father's cousin, whom Liu referred to as fourth uncle. Ordinarily, he should call Li's father second brother, but having grown accustomed to calling him Old Li, and being of the same age, Li's father did not mind. What's there to bear? Besides, he wants to be out there. True, I've heard since you joined you at sea, he has caught quite a few prized fish. The last large grouper was a sight to behold. It was just luck, who can guarantee such fortune daily? So how was your luck this time? What did you manage to catch? Li's father awaited the question about their haul, responding that they had been fortunate, landing a small school of blue trevally, a few barramundi, and a small group of 6-lined fish. With such a splendid catch, it must weigh 2,000 to 3,000 pounds combined. You've only been out for 2 days and 1 night. Not just that, we also caught a barramundi weighing over 80 pounds. What? An 80-pound barramundi? Caught by you? Such luck. Indeed, it was my son who hooked it. The middle-aged men around him were envious, urging him to show them. Just then, as Liu was preparing to disembark, his father prompted him to hurry Uncle Wei. Give Uncle Wei a call and ask why he hasn't arrived yet. While Li's father was explaining that they would go on board together to see the fish once Uncle Wei arrived. He had barely finished speaking when Uncle Wei pulled up in his vehicle. Sorry I'm late, Old Li. He pulled out cigarettes to share with the middle-aged men below. Boss, shall we head straight onto the boat to see the fish? Li's father, feeling somewhat fatigued after 2 days and nights at sea, agreed. All right. Noticing the weariness on Li's father's face, Uncle Wei followed him onto the boat, accompanied by Uncle Shizhu and fourth uncle. Chapter 51, An Excitedly Father. As they all boarded the boat together, Liu had already opened the freezing chamber, waiting for his father to help lift the large barramundi out. Just then, the group arrived at the freezing chamber and beheld the enormous barramundi. Wow, what a massive barramundi. It must weigh 70 to 80 pounds. Ayu, did you really catch this? R&T barramundi deep-sea fish. Did you venture into the deep? No, we were just fortunate. It was close to shore. Though we did venture a bit farther out. There must be more barramundi, right? Don't they usually travel in schools? And so many blue trevally. Surely it adds up to 2,000 to 3,000 pounds? As they prepared to lift the barramundi, Uncle Wei stopped them, suggesting Li's father take him to the cabin. The others remained silent, as it was customary for high-value fish to be handled this way. Upon witnessing such a magnificent specimen of a ribbon fish, Uncle Wei's face broke into a beaming smile. The last time he brought back numerous large yellow croakers. The boss rewarded him with a bonus and encouraged him to procure more precious items for the return journey. Awai offered a cigarette to Father Li, exclaiming, Old Li, this ribbon fish is a remarkable find. Are you planning to have it processed for personal use, or will you sell it as is? Awai was uncertain of Father Li's intentions, not knowing whether he intended to prepare the fish maw for sale or sell it directly. If you're considering having the fish maw processed, I suspect you may not plan to sell it afterward. Such a resource is exceedingly rare, he said. Boss, just tell me how much you can offer. After all, it's increasingly difficult to find skilled artisans who can process fish maw these days. Rest assured, you won't incur any losses, Old Li reassured him. If it weighs over 70 pounds, it's 1,000 per pound. Over 80 pounds, it's 1,200. And over 100 pounds, it's 20,000. How does that sound? Sounds good, Awai replied. Let us weigh the ribbon fish first, then I'll select some others, and we can settle the payment together. All right. Let us proceed to the scales. The dock was bustling with activity, and Awai promptly instructed the workers to bring the scale aboard the fishing vessel. Oldly, what price did Awai give you? Uncle Shirju inquired, curious about the per-pound rate for such a valuable fish. At least 1,000, Liu whispered, grinning as he leaned closer to Shirju. 74 pounds, Awai's crew announced, and Uncle Wei recorded it on his ledger. Ribbonfish, 74 pounds, 74,000. Unbeknownst to Liu, who was busy recording the weight on his phone, Awai's associates lifted the ribbonfish and placed it into the truck. Is this a ribbonfish? Afang exclaimed. Look at whose boat it is. What a massive ribbonfish. Isn't this the boat of Xiao Hui's family? I wonder how Oldly managed to catch it. Does he possess some special technique? Wasn't his father quite skilled at fishing in the past? Uncle Wei, do you want a big-eye tuna? It was only after they had unloaded the ribbonfish that Liu posed the question. Big-eye tuna? Yes, indeed. Has it been bled? Yes, yes. My father is an experienced fisherman. Forget it. Your boat must be laden with catch. Let us inspect the hull before weighing it. All right, Uncle Wei. The two of them began examining the frozen compartment just as the other two returned to the boat. Uncle Wei quickly quoted prices, instructing them to weigh the fish. In the frozen compartment, I want the big-eye tuna, mackerel, and bluefin. Big-eye is 90 per pound. Both mackerel and bluefin are 30 per pound. We still have the yellowfin from last time. These ribbon fish should also make the journey back at 35 per pound. Big-eye tuna, 45 pounds, 121 pounds, totaling 7,680 yuan. Ribbon fish, 22 pounds, totaling 770. All right, take me to the live compartment. Awai knew this father-son duo well. They would always salvage the good catches. As twilight descended, Liu donned a miner's lamp on his head to assist Uncle Wei in his inspection. Ribbon fish, 6-line fish. Golden pomfret. Is this an oyster? Did you venture to the islands? Indeed, while waiting for the nets, we explored the small island. All right, I'll take everything in the live compartment. Let me quote the prices. Oldly, please keep track. Upon hearing this, Liu reserved a few of his blood clams. Bamboo clams, sea snails, and fragrant snails. Have you finished selecting, Ayu? Yes, I'm done, Uncle Wei. Good. I shall begin quoting now. Golden pomfret, 22 per pound. Ribbon fish, 50 per pound. 6-line fish, 45 per pound. Xiang, what is the total? Uncle Wei, it amounts to 7,608 yuan. Next, we have these shellfish. I wonder how many pounds you two managed to pry. I'll take them all. Fragrant snails are 36 per pound. Spicy snails are 22 per pound. Bamboo clams are 50 per pound. May I have one oyster to taste? Liu produced an oyster, pried it open, revealing a plump interior. Shaking it slightly in its shell, Awai devoured it in one bite, juices dripping down his chin. He gave a thumbs up, barely managing to swallow before exclaiming how rich and fresh it was. Wow, finally swallowed it. These of this size are worth 5 each. Only then did Fatherly call for help to count the haul, while he filled a basket with oysters, not stopping until it was full. Who wouldn't cherish such large oysters? After 5 or 6 minutes of counting, Awai finally finished tallying the shellfish. Awai realized that he could not afford to purchase at such a price. His current focus was on acquiring the fish from the frozen compartment for a resale. Relishing the thought. All right, Oldly, the total for the shellfish is 2,735. Adding everything together, 74,000, 7,680, 770. 2,735, totals to 92,793. Look, I'll round it up for you, 93,000. Awai presented the calculator and invoice to Father Li for verification. No problem, no problem. Thank you, boss. Use the same card number as last time. I'll transfer the funds. A total of 113,000. Awai showed Father Li the transfer page. The extra 20,000 was from the 2 boats discussed previously, which they compensated for later. Altogether, it amounted to 50,000, and this matter had been settled. Father Li had not anticipated such a pleasant surprise, thinking it was merely the previous 30,000 plus 2 bottles of wine. Awai refrained from mentioning that the fishing licenses for those 2 boats had been revoked for a year as a penalty from the Fisheries Bureau. All right, I must take my leave now. Awai departed with his companions, and only then did Ahua approach. Oldly, no, Li uncle. Shouldn't the remaining fish be weighed? Ahua had originally addressed Father Li as Oldly, but had grown accustomed to the familiarity of calling him Li uncle. Quote a price, and you may take them away. Li uncle, blue trevally is 17 per pound, bullseye mackerel is 10. The remainder totals to 52,000. Father Li, feeling a bit fatigued, did not haggle over the price. Accepting the money and calling a few people to help unload the fish, while leaving Liu and Afang to clean the fishing vessel, inviting a few others to join them for dinner. Chapter 52. The desire to fish offshore. Afang, how have your catches been these past couple of days? He realized it had been several days since he last saw Fong and took the opportunity to inquire about their recent fishing haul. Fong shook his head. There hasn't been much nearshore fishing. There are too many vessels. However, you truly excel. Your catches are consistently impressive. In recent days, we've been venturing a bit farther out. It's unavoidable. To catch more fish, we need to go a bit further, much like when they go fishing offshore. Fong understood that resources were likely to be better further out. The nearshore waters were overcrowded with fishing boats. The last time they caught large yellow croakers, it was thanks to Au. With no fish nearshore, they had to find a way to persuade his father to venture further out. By the way, Fong, do you know how those fishing boats that take others offshore charge? Liu had been contemplating fishing offshore for quite some time. He had thought about it during the fishing moratorium, but at that time, he was busy modifying the fishing vessel and lacked the opportunity. After catching the large ribbon fish last night, the desire to fish offshore surged within him, especially after selling the catch today. The urge to fish offshore intensified. Are you planning to give it a try offshore? Yes. I've heard that there are plenty of fish offshore. If I could catch another large ribbon fish or a tuna like yesterday, it would be quite profitable. It seemed that Au was not merely making casual remarks. He had clearly been contemplating this matter for quite some time. I am not entirely certain about the specifics, nor have I ventured into the open sea myself. The last time we went fishing near the coast, our guide, the young Zhang, mentioned he owns a fishing boat that ventures into the open waters, which seems to be quite costly, around 3,000 to 4,000 for a single trip. If you truly wish to experience deep-sea fishing, you might consider asking Uncle Li. It appears he has previously accompanied my father on such excursions. Oh, really? I hadn't heard him mention that. I'll inquire with my father when I return. Perhaps we can go together. Fong felt a twinge of excitement upon hearing Li Yu's words. After several years of fishing alongside his father, predominantly using a trawler, he thought it might be worth attempting deep-sea fishing. That sounds splendid. If we do decide to go, it would be delightful to have company. After all, one often encounters troublesome incidents aboard deep-sea fishing vessels. Once they finished cleaning the fishing boat, the two hurried home. He carried the box used for shrimp, while Fong held onto their fishing rods. The blood clams and skinned fish they had left behind had already been taken back by Li's father, and tonight, they were expecting a large gathering for dinner, especially with Uncle Shizhu's family of 9. As they rushed home, they caught a whiff of the fragrant pan-fried skinned fish. Li's mother was waiting for them at the entrance, and upon seeing them, she approached with a warm smile, taking the fishing box and rods to the storage area, urging them to hurry and eat. Upon entering the house, they noticed several middle-aged men already immersed in their drinks. As soon as they spotted the two, they called for them to speed up. Why are you dawdling over washing the boat? The blood clams aren't cooked yet. We've been waiting for you. Li's father, with flushed ears from drinking, quickly instructed Liu to sit down while he headed to the kitchen to prepare the blood clams. The water in the pot was boiling, and just as Li's father was about to toss the blood clams in, Li's mother returned after stowing away the fishing gear. She shooed him off to join the meal, adding a splash of rice wine to the pot before placing in the clams. After blanching for about 10 seconds, the clams began to slightly open. He quickly retrieved them and rinsed them in cool water. Come, the blood clams are ready. Knowing her son's fondness for them, Li's mother placed them right in front of him. Liu picked up a freshly cooked blood clam, gently prying it open to reveal the vibrant, translucent meat, savoring it in its pure, unadulterated flavor, a unique and exquisite taste. Come, Liu, are you all right with a little drink? It was Liu's fourth uncle who inquired, while Fong had already begun to enjoy his drink. It's nothing. I'm 18 now. A little drink won't hurt. Li's father wasn't concerned, believing that now that they were grown, a bit of alcohol was acceptable, especially after 2 exhausting days, just enough to alleviate their fatigue. Seeing his fourth uncle preparing to pour him a drink, Li's father noticed Liu was still engrossed in eating the blood clams. So he gave him a gentle nudge to pour it himself. It's nothing, really. I can pour him a drink. It's no big deal. His uncle didn't mind, pouring him a full cup, approximately 3 taels. Seeing that his uncle had filled his cup, Liu, undeterred, raised it to his lips and downed it in a single gulp, the liquor disappearing swiftly. The moment the liquor hit his throat, his features contorted. The fiery sensation nearly caused him to regurgitate what he had just eaten, prompting him to cough vigorously. Haha, Au, I see you've never had white liquor before. Quickly, eat something to counter it. Liu hastily shoveled a large mouthful of rice, muttering, I've never had white liquor before. Why is it so strong? I can barely swallow it. Take smaller sips. Don't dive in with a big gulp. The atmosphere was lively as they finished off 2 bottles of white liquor, devouring all the seafood on the table before settling down for a few cups of tea and then swaying back home. Everything should be fine, right? Your father knows you've never had white liquor and still encourages you to drink with others. Li's mother glared at Li's father. It's just a bit of alcohol. If he doesn't learn to drink now, How will he manage when he visits his future in-laws? Li's father didn't seem to mind at all, believing that a little drinking was inconsequential. Aside from feeling slightly warm, Liu had no issues. Seizing the moment, he resolved to ask his father about deep-sea fishing. Dad, I heard you used to fish with Uncle Shirju. Liu sipped his tea while contemplating the prospect of fishing in the open sea. Li's father was not surprised. He had observed that during their recent outings, Liu displayed little interest in net fishing but was notably more engaged when it came to angling. Thus, he had gradually begun imparting fishing techniques to him. Regrettably, he himself was not particularly adept at fishing, having learned from the old man. With the nearshore resources dwindling, reaching further out was becoming increasingly necessary to catch fish. Taking a sip of tea, Li's father drew out a cigarette and took a long drag before slowly recounting his experiences fishing in the open sea. Li's mother felt a bit uneasy. After all, the open sea was not the same as fishing close to shore, especially for those living by the coast, where tales of mishaps while fishing in the open waters were plentiful. Regardless, you must think this through. While there is indeed a chance to catch larger fish in the open sea, it is by no means guaranteed. All right, Dad. I just wish to give deep-sea fishing a try. If it doesn't work out, I can always return to net fishing with you. Queer. Transfer half of today as fish sales to our son. If he wants to go, then let him. Fishing in the open sea incurs significant expenses. Chapter 53. The decision. Once Liu returned to his room to sleep, Li's mother pursued Li's father, asking, "Why didn't you dissuade our son from going deep-sea fishing?" Little did she know how hard she had been holding back. Ever since her son expressed a desire to fish in the open sea, she had longed to intervene. In his youth, Li's father had also ventured into the open sea with another boat, but after several years, he had earned nothing. Ultimately chased back by the old man as the fishing boat docked. Should our son continue to follow me fishing? How much has he earned from fishing? You're well aware of that, aren't you? He has his own mind. No amount of persuasion will change that. But the number of accidents that occur out at sea is considerable. That was over a decade ago. Nowadays, fishing boats must log their departures at the port. How would that even be possible now? Besides, if he decides to go, let him take Zhang's boat. You know him, don't you? Li's mother froze momentarily. Then after a while, she replied, "Don't deceive me. He is my only son. Of course. If you don't believe me, who will? If he goes, I will ensure he has a good boat. It's the very same boat owned by young Zhang. Didn't he accompany us near the coast last time? Moreover, have you noticed how adept our son is at sea? Why do you say that? Last time, when we caught that large yellow croaker, I had fished there several times, and when I took him along, he caught a yellow croaker right away. Also, at the rocky docks, while so many others failed to notice the crab holes, our son discovered them effortlessly. In the same spot, he manages to catch fish, valuable ones. No less, while others fail to find a thing. I've often been fortunate just by being with him." After a lengthy pause, Li's mother finally conceded, "Fine, I'll heed your words. You might as well go to Mazu Temple and pray for our son's safety." With that, Li's father took Li's mother back to their room to sleep. After returning to his room, Liu continued to contemplate the idea of deep-sea fishing. Pulling out his phone to search for videos of the open sea, countless towering spires, innumerable shipwrecks, and hidden reefs, particularly those towering oil rigs above the waves, all promising excellent fishing opportunities. Watching the footage of people reeling in tuna and giant grouper, Liu felt an intense yearning to venture out into the open sea immediately. However, he was uncertain about what these locations truly looked like. The videos could never compare to witnessing them firsthand. The following morning, after breakfast, he assisted with mending the gill nets. After 2 days and nights of hard work, Li's father decided against going out to sea, choosing instead to take a day of rest. As a few individuals busied themselves, Ah Fong hurried over. Are you heading to the town?" Observing Ah Fong's exuberant demeanor, it was evident that Uncle Shirju had permitted him to venture out to sea for fishing. There was no need to inquire further. In contrast, Li's father jestingly teased him. "Ah Fong, didn't your father send you out to sea today? Is he really allowing you a day off?" No, Uncle Li. Yesterday, the fishing net snagged on something and tore several holes, so today we're mending the nets." "Oh, I see. Are you two off to find the boat owner in town?" "Indeed. I called Boss Zhang today, and he mentioned that there were no trips out to sea today." "All right, then off you go." The two of them hopped onto an electric bike and hurriedly made their way to the town's dock. "Did he mention the exact location?" Ah Fong pulled out his phone. Yes. He said to enter the dock from the main gate, turn left to Area B, and the fishing boat is at berth 38. It's a white fishing boat with blue stripes, very easy to identify. Following Boss Zhang's directions, they searched for a short while before spotting the fishing boat. Boss Zhang was already aboard, and they approached him immediately. "Boss Zhang, it's me. I contacted you this morning about joining your fishing trip to the open sea." As Boss Zhang responded, he handed them cigarettes, which Liu accepted, being the ones he had purchased for his father last time. golden bricks, as they were called. He intended to share them with Ah Fong later, considering Ah Fong typically smoked packs priced at around $20. Haha, I recognize both of you. Liu, right? You were with me on that near-sea trip where we caught a large grouper. That was pure luck. Well, if you want to try fishing in the open sea, let me give you a brief overview of the fishing boat's configuration. First, it's equipped with two inboard-outboard engines, one with 200 HP, totaling 400 HP. There are 6 fishing positions, each equipped with a life jacket, which must be worn as soon as you board the boat, unless you are resting in the cabin. We also have a satellite phone, GPS navigation, and the AIS system. Furthermore, we have a fish finder, the Lawrence Hook 5X, which can detect depths of up to 152 meters in broadband sonar mode and 914 meters in downscan imaging mode. This will suffice for our open sea venture. The trip lasts 24 hours, and I will take you to several wreck fishing spots and wind turbine towers, with 4 meals included for 800 yuan per person. Boss Zhang rattled off a multitude of details, but the key takeaway for Liu was that meals were included on the fishing boat for 800 yuan per person, along with the locations they would be visiting. Do you have any questions about the locations? Will the fishing gear and bait be provided, or should we bring our own? Haha, fishing in the open sea is different from near shore. I provide the fishing gear and bait, but you'll need to pay for them. The bait will be about 10% higher than market price. Boss Zhang raised his finger, gesturing to emphasize his point. The two promptly paid, knowing that such prices were standard, and appreciated that Boss Zhang offered 4 meals, while other boat owners typically only provided 3. Be here at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's best not to be late, as good fishing spots will be taken by others if you arrive late, Boss Zhang reminded them after collecting the payment. Hey, Boss Zhang, what kind of fishing gear should we prepare? As neither had ventured out before, they were keen to gather detailed information. Bring fishing rods between 18 to 36 meters in length, preferably stiffer ones. Also, bring an electric reel, otherwise, you won't manage to fish in depths of over 100 meters with a hand reel. The main line should be between 8 to 20, and bring several extra hooks, along with a few numbered fish hooks. Both listened intently, meticulously noting what additional items they needed to purchase from the fishing tackle shop. After leaving the dock, they headed towards Old Lu's tackle shop. Hey, Old Zhang, were those two just now booking spots on your boat? Boss Zhou, the owner of another fishing boat, looked at the cheerful Boss Zhang. Haha, Old Zhou, all the spots for tomorrow are booked. I'm set to make a good profit. Oh, you're lucky. All your spots are filled, but I still have 2 left, Zhou replied with a sigh before walking away. Running a fishing boat to the open sea is no easy task. First, the boat owner must possess skill, if your previous customers have disembarked with valuable catches. The next group of anglers will surely clamor for your boat. A trip to the open sea costs around 2,000 yuan, after deducting expenses. One could make a profit of over 2,000, and with a bit of luck catching additional fish, earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in 24 hours is not uncommon. Boss Zhang wished he could sell out every single fishing spot for each trip, but such a feat is nearly impossible, as there are often 1 or 2 spots left unfilled. Chapter 54, a surprise at the first open sea spot. The two purchased some fishing line and hooks from Old Lu's tackle shop, and Ah Fong even bought an electric reel, which cost him over 3,000 yuan, causing him some distress. This was their first trip to the open sea, but it certainly would not be their last. They needed to be well prepared. The fishing rods were ready, one sturdy enough for large fish and the other soft enough for smaller catches. After grabbing a quick bite in town, they returned home to stow the lead weights and fishing line into the tackle box, preparing bait by catching a few shrimp from the pond and bringing along 2 packs of Antarctic krill, knowing they could purchase more on the fishing boat if needed, as it wouldn't be too costly. Once they had everything packed, they took a nap, awakening at 4 in the afternoon. Their mother was in the yard gathering the gill nets, while their father was nowhere to be found. Liu helped his mother with the nets while slowly sharing his plans, affirming that he must go to the open sea. But he wanted to ease his mother's worries as much as possible. Since you're all set, just be careful. Make sure to wear your life jacket once on the boat. After finishing up with the nets and having dinner, Liu went to bed early. Before 4 in the morning, Ah Fong called to wake him up. They rode their electric bike to the town, snacking on some bread they had bought yesterday. After securing their bike, they headed to the spot where the fishing boat was docked. You're here quite early. Boss Zhang was fueling the fishing boat when he spotted them and greeted them. Once the fuel was topped off, the two boarded the boat. Liu watched the engine intently for a while. He hadn't understood Boss Zhang's mention of the 400 HP engine yesterday. After researching, he realized that 1 HP equaled 1 horsepower, meaning that 400 HP was equivalent to 400 horsepower. How many nautical miles can we cover in an hour with 400 horsepower? Not understanding, he inquired, as there was no one else around. With a smile, Boss Zhang replied, we can cover about 30 nautical miles in an hour. Thus, the three engaged in casual conversation for about half an hour before the other 4 arrived with their tackle boxes. Once everyone was on board, Boss Zhang started the fishing boat and swiftly departed the dock, heading out to the open sea. Li Yu and Ah Fong chose spots at the stern of the boat. Gripping the stainless steel railings tightly, the fishing boat accelerated, lifting its bow as the sea wind whipped the spray around them. It was impossible to keep their mouths closed, for if they opened them, the salty seawater would rush in. Boss Zhang expertly navigated the boat, and in less than an hour, they reached the first fishing spot. Weavy arrived. There is still over an hour before high tide, and the grouper haven T started moving yet. For now, let us catch some smaller fish here. This spot often yields black sea bream, and the fish finder is showing signals of fish. The fishing boat's compartments were separated, with each individual storage located right beneath their feet. Well, I've shared all that needs to be conveyed. Whether or not one catches fish now depends solely on individual skill. Every angler venturing out to sea yearns for a bountiful catch. Spending 800 yuan without reeling in a fish would be unbearable. Initially, it would be prudent to catch a few smaller fish to bolster morale, regardless of what follows. Li Yu was ready, although he hadn't yet tied on a hook. He first intended to use a sinker to gauge the depth of the water. Something's amiss. The electric reel indicated that the water here was 54 meters deep. Logically, black bream should inhabit the bottom. Observing that Ah Fong had already landed 3 black bream, Li Yu adjusted to a larger spaced treble hook with intervals of 50 centimeters. Ah Fong had already deployed a bait cage between the two of them, so Li Yu didn't need that. He affixed Antarctic krill to his hook and cast it out. However, he wasn't in a rush to target the black bream at around 43 meters. He wanted to probe the depths to see if there were larger black bream lurking below. Goodness, are the black bream here starving? The bait barely reached the bottom before it was devoured. Li Yu aimed to fish at the bottom, yet the ferocity of the black bream was overwhelming. Several weighing 4 or 5 ounces tugged fiercely, bending the rod tip. He initially thought he had hooked a substantial fish, hurriedly reeling in only to discover it was no larger than his palm. This time, he increased the weight of the sinker to 200 grams. Confident that with the electric reel set to the highest speed, these black bream couldn't possibly consume it all at once. Yet again, the Antarctic krill on the hook was devoured, although it was evident that it hadn't been completely consumed. The few smaller black bream couldn't contend with the weight of the sinker. A bite. Indeed, the moment it hit the bottom, he felt a nibble. He gently set the hook and patiently awaited further action. The bite was subtle, the tip of the rod quivering lightly, unlike the pronounced bend typical of black bream. After counting 4 gentle twitches, he began to reel in. This one felt larger. The rod bent slightly, a phenomenon absent when he had previously caught black bream. In a short while, he had 5 hooks adorned with 5 fish, 3 of which were robust stone bass, each exceeding a pound. With such substantial stone base. Who needs black bream? We're striking it rich. A stone base of this size commands over 100 yuan per pound, especially from deeper waters, where the price is even higher. Li Yu pulled the line, bringing the fish onto the deck, at which point Ah Fong turned his head to see the catch. These are stone base. Shoo. Li Yu quickly urged him to quiet down, as he unhooked the fish and placed them into the fish box. At over 50 meters deep, the swim bladder of the stone bass had already ruptured from being quickly pulled up, rendering it unsustainable. It was better to place it directly into the fish box, which was filled with ice. After properly baiting the hook again, he cast down once more. Ah Fong, meanwhile, did not drop his line. He knew Li Yu would inform him, even if he hadn't witnessed Li Yu catch the stone base. Ah Fong, increase the weight of your sinker a bit. Extend the intervals of your treble hooks to about 50 centimeters, and let it drop to the bottom. Ah Fong hurriedly switched to a heavier sinker before casting down, just as Li Yu's hook reached the bottom, prompting him to observe the rod tip. Here we go again. Li saw the tip quivering slightly before the fish took off, pulling the line taut. He refrained from reeling in immediately, choosing to wait for a substantial bite. 1, 2, 3, 4. Li Yu continued to wait for a clear strike before reeling in. For hefty stone base and a larger black bream surfaced, all exceeding a pound. He carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief, unhooked them, and placed them into the fish box before rebaiting and casting again. At this moment, Ah Fong also reeled in, finding only 4 fish on his treble hook, 2 black bream and 2 stone bass. Just as he unhooked them and prepared to drop his line again, Li Yu effortlessly pulled up 5 more stone base, all over a pound. Wow, a full string. Ah Fong exclaimed. You've caught 3 stone base. This time. He had reeled in 3 stone base, each over a pound, which would fetch a considerable price in the market. In under 10 minutes, he had landed 3 fish, easily accumulating over 300 yuan. What a windfall. Can you believe there are such large stone base here? Li Yu glanced over to see Lu Weitao, a fellow angler to Ah Fong's left, alongside Huang Linxiang. As Ah Fong reeled in, he hadn't been mindful of managing his line. Now that dawn was breaking, they could clearly see the fish others were catching. There are 2 fishing spots at the stern of Zhang Boss's fishing boat, with 2 on each side, and 1 at the bow for the captain. When boarding, we selected spots according to our booking times, and Li Yu and Ah Fong had the latest reservations. Thus their position was at the stern. Wow, brother, I've been fishing for nearly an hour and only caught around 20 small black bream. Your 3 stone base are worth more than my entire haul. What stone base? The conversation piqued Huang Linxiang's interest. The 2 anglers at the stern were reeling in stone base around a pound each, while the small black bream they caught held little value. The 2 began to pass cigarettes to Li Yu and Ah Fong in rotation, but Li Yu had no time to accept, as he noticed the rod tip twitching again. He adjusted the electric reel and reeled in to discover yet another full catch of 5 big stone base. Wow, full string. You're impressive, brother. This catch must cover 2/3 of the boat fare. Ha ha ha, pure luck. I was just catching small black bream before this. Li Yu humbly replied while unhooking the fish. But it struck the 2 with disbelief. How could one believe he had just caught stone base? It was evident they had been consistently catching stone base. If he had just hooked one, how could he have a full string with not a single black bream among them? Yet both were acutely aware that those who catch valuable fish seldom divulge their secrets. They fell silent, adjusting their rods and trying inch by inch. However, they were immensely curious about how deeply Yu and Ah Fong were fishing and if they had any particular technique, occasionally glancing over. Yet, it was impossible to discern. The numbers on the electric reel were too small, and since they had only just met, it felt inappropriate to brazenly inquire. Fishing from the same position yielded no fruitful discussions. Both Li Yu and Huang Linxiang were catching less than half a pound of small black bream, while the 2 nearby were pulling in stone base of a pound size. Li Yu was even more formidable. He had seen him reel in stone base in quantities of 4 or 5 at a time. They found themselves at a loss. The bait couldn't reach the bottom before being snatched away by the black bream. What else could they do? Seasoned anglers know that it often happens that while one person at the same or adjacent spot catches fish, another does not, which is attributed to either luck or skill. Yet Li Yu, being so young, didn't appear to possess such skill. Another 2 bites, but nothing significant. Li Yu waited a while longer, still sensing no activity. He jostled the bait cage filled with bait, causing it to sway, and the krill spilled out, drifting to the bottom and catching the fish's attention. Here they come. Now, with no concern for being seen, the school of fish beneath has nearly dispersed. Even if others inquire, there is no fear, as we can simply haul up the fishing boat. All right, the fish below are beginning to scatter, and the tide is rising rapidly. After this final cast, we shall change locations and head to the sunken ship site to fish for grouper. Boss Zhang stands at the bow of the boat, shouting. Li Yu activates the electric reel to retrieve the line, pulling a long string of stonefish from the depths of the sea to the surface, directly bringing the line onto the deck. Ha! Another full string, $500 in hand. Li Yu opens the tackle box, tossing the stonefish in one by one. It's full. The tackle box is nearly brimming. Li Yu checks his phone. It's only just past 7 o'clock. In a little over an hour, he has caught a whole tackle box of stonefish. Ah Fong also reels in his last rod, but only 4 fish are on it. Ah Fong, how many stonefish did you catch? Li Yu leisurely asks after Ah Fong has carefully placed the fish down. Hee, I fished for stonefish 7 times. Probably around 23 or 4. Ah Fong scratches his head, pondering. He has also fished about 8 or 9 times, and aside from the first black bream, most of the rest are stonefish, probably around 35 or 6. Are we going to fish for grouper at the sunken ship site? I wonder if we'll catch any? Li Yu tidies up his fishing rod, eagerly anticipating the upcoming venture to the sunken ship site. Lu Weitao hands Huang Linxiang a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag. As the other 2 organize their tackle boxes, Lu glances at his haul, all of which are over a pound of stonefish. This tackle box, minus the ice, can hold over 40 pounds of fish. Lu feels envious. At the same spot and time, he has only caught around 20 pounds. All small black bream. Damn, there's nothing to be done about luck. An 800 yuan boat fare could cover 4 or 5 trips. But what he caught doesn't even cover the fare. Li Yu remains seated on the tackle box, gripping the railing tightly. The speed of the fishing boat is too swift, and when the waves crash, they rise too high, slapping down onto the sea surface. A few times is fine, but over time, it can make one feel nauseous. However, the abundance of fish in the open sea is undeniable. Even a well-known fishing spot like this can yield so many stonefish. One can only wonder what the true sunken ship site will be like. The last time they visited a nearshore wreck, it was man-made, and the underwater structure was relatively simple. Li Yu wipes his face with the sleeve of his shirt, having splashed himself with seawater. The boat's speed has slowed down, indicating they have arrived at another fishing spot. We're here. The weather is splendid today, with little wind on the sea surface. Boss Zhang glances at the sonar equipment, revealing the scanned underwater structure of the wreck. In truth, Boss Zhang doesn't even need to scan. He visits this spot over 30 times a year and knows the underwater topography by heart. For instance, below his fishing spot, there is a notable damage on the wreck, which he remembers vividly. Alright, the sonar has scanned the structure. Let me explain the general layout of the seabed. This area has a relatively gentle terrain, with a depth of around 40 meters. The wreck is approximately 30 meters long and 8 meters wide. The fishing boat is positioned where the cabin is located, and near the bow of the cabin, there is a distinct damage, roughly 2 meters long. That's about it. Today, the seawater is deep and clear, and the complex underwater structure offers many hiding spots for fish. Whether we catch a large grouper will depend on our individual skills. In Chapter 56, Ah Fong, with his words manifesting into reality, Liu promptly switches to his hard rod, using a 20-pound main line and a steel wire leader. You look. Ah Fong pulls out 4 crabs, which Uncle Shizhu had instructed him to bring. Wow, Ah Fong, when did you bring crabs? Ah Fong had them right in front of him, but Liu hadn't noticed them in the tackle box. I came here to do something big. I kept the crabs in a small net inside the bait bucket, covered with shrimp, so of course you didn't see them. Watch me switch to a 30-pound main line and use crabs as bait. The grouper won't be able to resist. Let us get started. Liu recalls the last time he rowed Boss Zhang's boat to fish near shore, catching a crab and using it as bait, which led to reeling in a 20-plus pound grouper. The fishing boat is different from a fishing vessel. It has designated rod holders. Liu secures his rod in place and tightens it with screws, freeing his hands to simply adjust the throttle of the electric reel when a big fish bites. Be careful, Ah Fong. Big fish are different from stonefish. If the rod gets stuck, it could be pulled into the sea. The two insert the hooks into the edge of the crab's shell, ensuring a natural posture in the water that keeps the crab lively. Once the crabs are rigged, Ah Fong eagerly drops his line, chanting, "Drop the line, drop the line. I'll catch something on the first cast." As the fishing boat sways with the waves, Liu switches to a 100G sinker, as the uneven seabed of the wreck means a lighter sinker could drift with the current and get snagged. Damn, why does it snag every time I drop it? Ah Fong, the unfortunate one, struggles to reel it back up. Liu shakes his head, watching Ah Fong pull with all his might. Let some line out first. Don't rush. Ah Fong releases a bit more line, preparing to gently tug again. I just saw the tip of the rod bend a little. Thought I'd hooked a fish, so I lifted the rod to check, but it wouldn't budge. Did you see the tip bend? Liu observes the rod carefully, realizing something is amiss. The fishing spot they are at is known, and he checks the sonar, confirming that the seabed is quite flat, and the wreck is still about a meter away. Could it be a fishing net? No, in this location, there shouldn't be any net set. Even if it were snagged, it would still pull. Could it be that a fish has wedged itself into the hull of the wreck? With this thought, Liu approaches Ah Fong's fishing spot, takes the rod, and prepares to pull hard. What pound test is your leader? It's 20 pounds. Hearing this, Liu feels reassured, cranking the electric reel to maximum throttle while gripping the rod tightly to pull upwards. The fish, feeling the pain, emerges from the wreck's hole, swimming along the line, trying to ease the pressure on the hook. Hey, it's moving. The electric reel is starting to wind in. Take it easy. It should be a fish. Slow down the throttle a bit. If it's a grouper, you'll be crying without a place to weep. Liu steps back to give space, adjusting the electric reel's speed to half, then heads to grab the landing net. Ah Fong takes over the rod, watching the tip quiver excitedly, truly believing he has hooked a fish. Oh ho, words manifesting into reality. The first cast has yielded a fish. Ah Fong even pulls out his phone to record a video, showing remarkable bravery, not fearing that his phone might fall overboard. Be careful with your phone. Don't let it fall. The others notice Ah Fong has hooked a fish, abandoning their own rods to gather around. Boss Zhang shouts, red grouper, red grouper. This money is well spent. This one's big, this one's big. Don't rush. Take your time reeling it in. How many meters do we have left? Liu sees Ah Fong wanting to use his hands and quickly stops him. Don't hand crank it. You're on 30-pound line. What is there to fear? Just keep the throttle as it is. Boss Zhang cast a glance at the fish finder, noting that only 8 meters remained. Ah Fong had already hooked a fish. Wow. It's coming up. A green grouper. Oh ho ho. Weighing over 20 pounds. Wait, what is going on? The hook is caught in its eye. As Ah Fong hoisted it to the surface, he discovered that the hook was lodged in the fish's eye, while a crab's formidable claw remained tightly clamped onto the grouper's basket. What a situation. Caught in the eye indeed. Come, grab the gaff and pull it up. Just as Liu was about to retrieve the hook with the gaff, a sudden beeping noise pierced the air. Instinctively, Liu thrust the gaff into Boss Zhang's hand, taking a large step aside to engage the electric reel and retrieve the line. The rod tip bent sharply downward, evidently indicating a powerful fish on the line. Goodness, what's happening over there? This fish is massive. Both sides have hooked fish. Let us return to guard the rods. The group watched as Ah Fong's grouper opened its gaping mouth. Boss Zhang deftly hooked the gaff into the fish's mouth and, together with Ah Fong, hoisted it onto the deck. The others, witnessing the grouper being brought aboard, returned to their fishing spots, leaving only Ah Fong and Boss Zhang to handle the grouper. Splendid. It can still be saved. Noticing that the fish had not expelled any air, Boss Zhang quickly grabbed a needle to release the pressure, giving Ah Fong a thumbs up, praising him for his prowess. He assisted Ah Fong in placing the fish into the live well, watching it swim about, then stood next to Li Yu, awaiting further developments. Alas, it was his duty as the boat owner. Without a deckhand, such responsibilities fell solely to him. Li Yu, aren't you reeling in a bit too quickly? Shouldn't you slow down? It's already hooked and isn't putting up much of a fight. Li Yu pondered this for a moment, recognizing his relative inexperience compared to the others, and decisively eased off the throttle. Here it comes, here it comes. Boss Zhang, shouldn't we show it some respect? Bring over the gaff, it's still active. The gaff was placed at Ah Fong's feet, and upon hearing Li Yu's call, he retrieved it. They could see that only 4 or 5 meters remained. This fish was definitely over 30 pounds, possibly larger than the previous one. Unbeknownst to them, a few other anglers had gathered nearby, perhaps having returned from checking their own lines upon hearing the commotion. Reel it in, reel it in. Oh, it's quite large. Definitely over 30. The nearby anglers joined in to help, utilizing the gaff to assist in the catch. Careful, careful with your hands. Come, come, let us take a photo. Li Yu hoisted the fish with both hands while Boss Zhang snapped a couple of pictures. Ah Fong looked on with a tinge of regret for not having taken pictures earlier, rushing over to lift the fish for Boss Zhang to capture. I'll release the air, you keep casting. Boss Zhang truly was a good man. He took the fish for rescue, allowing Li Yu to continue casting. At that moment, Lu Weitao approached, offering a cigarette, contemplating calling Li Yu by name, but hesitating due to their unfamiliarity. Hey there, what bait are you using for the fish? Li Yu candidly replied, knowing that no one else on the boat had brought crabs. Crabs? Right over there with Ah Fong. Li Yu gestured towards Ah Fong, who still had 2 crabs left in his net. The others on the boat felt a twinge of regret. They usually worked and only occasionally ventured out to fish, unaware that catching groupers required crabs. Chapter 57. The power of the grouper is too great. The electric reel fails, forcing manual cranking. However, Li Yu had overlooked Boss Zhang. A seasoned boat owner, how could a fishing vessel lack bait? He had brought octopus instead of crabs. Hey, I have octopus here. Octopus can also be used to catch groupers. All were freshly purchased at the dock that morning, brimming with vitality. Boss Zhang opened the tackle box, revealing water still bubbling with life. Each purple octopus curled up, their tentacles flexing and sucking against the walls of the box. These were prepared before any guests boarded. Is that for real, Boss Zhang? Can you really catch groupers with octopus? Lu Weitao, standing beside Li Yu, reached out to grab one. The octopus clung tightly to the box, and Lu Weitao had to exert some effort to detach it. Boss Zhang was indeed correct. The octopus was lively, though its effectiveness remained to be seen. Observing the anglers gathering around, Boss Zhang decided to take an octopus himself. An octopus has 8 tentacles, and its movement will attract the grouper's attention. It performs better in this regard than crabs. The others watched, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the groupers caught by Li Yu and Ah Fong. A 20-pound catch could fetch thousands. If they landed 3, it would equal a month's wages. A man wearing a sun hat approached. How much do you sell the octopus for? $25 each, all around half a pound. The man in the sun hat eagerly decided to buy one for a trial. For avid fishers, as long as the bait was effective, price was of little concern. Yet, he hesitated, unsure how to rig the octopus. How do you hook an octopus, Boss Zhang? Boss Zhang took the hook from his hands, grasped the octopus, pinching its beak with his thumb while allowing the tentacles to hang down naturally. He threaded the hook through the 3rd tentacle until the tip just peeked out. See, it's that simple. Just imagine how enticing 8 tentacles drifting in the ocean will be for a grouper. All right, let me try one. I'll take one too. Thus, several anglers each took an octopus to try out. Boss Zhang had already sold half of the octopus in his tackle box, never expecting them to be such a hot commodity after casually buying a few at the dock. Oh no, I underestimated the demand. But it's all right. Having bait on hand is convenient for myself as well. After all, only 2 crabs remained on the boat, and thankfully, the anglers were all doing well. There were no signs of the previous incident with Lin Minghua. Li Yu, feeling invigorated, eagerly rigged a crab on his line, hoping to take advantage of the favorable fishing conditions to catch a few more. He lowered his line to 41 meters, lifted the rod slightly to adjust the crab's position. And just as he relaxed, the tip of the rod quivered again. Could it be another grouper had taken an interest in the crab? Was the crab attempting to escape? Li Yu observed the taut fishing line. Having just released 41 meters, it shouldn't be taut unless the ocean currents were pulling it tight. It seemed a fish had taken the crab and was trying to flee, causing the line to tighten, but the hook held firm, resulting in the rod shaking. At that moment, The grouper lurking beneath could no longer resist. It gulped down the crab and darted away, the hook piercing its mouth, nearly causing the rod tip to touch the water's surface. Liu quickly pushed the throttle of the electric reel, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling upward to prevent the fish from diving into the depths. Damn, I can't budge it. Is this fish really that enormous? Pushing the throttle to maximum, he braced his foot against the side of the boat for leverage and pulled with all his might. It's moving. Now it's moving. Liu sensed that this fish was significant, maintaining his stance for about 20 seconds until the electric reel had reeled in 10 meters before he lowered it. Goodness. He has hooked again. It can't be another grouper, can it? The rod is bending so fiercely. Could it be another 20 or 30 pounds? Goodness. I've hooked one too. Ah, you've hooked one as well. You're using octopus, right? Yes, but mine is a bit smaller. I've got one too. A small grouper. Boss Zhang's grin could hardly contain itself, for both sides had caught fish, and it was no surprise that they were likely grouper. It seemed that the next time he posted the location of the fishing boat on social media, it would be fully booked. He stood vigilantly beside a few others, clutching his hook while neglecting his own fishing rod. When the alarm sounded, he would simply reel it in. At this moment, the customer was indeed king, and his business for the month relied on the few fish they were able to catch. Liu observed as the electric reel inched back 5 or 6 meters before he dialed down the reeling speed. If he reeled in too quickly, the grouper would suffer from barotrauma and die, diminishing its value. If he was too slow, the fish would struggle and escape. The optimal approach was to maintain pressure without any signs of distress, ensuring that the fish could be safely caught and released alive. Just as Liu hoped for the fish to surface, a sudden click echoed. The electric reel had stopped reeling in, and the indicator light had extinguished. It had run out of battery. Damn it! How could it run out of power at such a crucial moment? Liu quickly regained his composure and instructed a Fong to keep the rod bent, while he rummaged through the tackle box for the manual crank for the electric reel. A Fong maintained tension on the line, though the clamp on the rod holder was not secured tightly. Watching a Fong fumble to adjust the clamp, Boss Zhang felt a rush of urgency. Just hold it steady. We can fix it later. Liu finally located the spare crank and inserted it into the left side of the reel, beginning to turn it slowly. A Fong. The line is in my tackle box. Can you retrieve it for me? Now, all he could do was grit his teeth and slowly crank the reel, stabilizing the fishing line, while internally regretting not having checked the battery earlier. If the fish were to escape now, he would surely be devastated. Ayu, why is it not moving? A voice broke through the tension, filled with laughter. No worries, my line is thick enough to reel in a bull. It appeared that fishing was indeed a test of physical stamina. Boss Zhang stood at the edge of the boat alongside 2 fellow anglers who had yet to catch anything, gazing below into the depths of 3 to 4 meters where a shadow of fish emerged. Oh, splendid, splendid, they're surfacing. A chorus of awe erupted as a hefty grouper, weighing over 30 pounds, rolled onto the surface. The fish flipped, revealing its true size. It was over 40 pounds, and it had crabs in its mouth. Quick, hook it in the mouth. Loosen the line. A Fong, lend me a hand. Boss Zhang strained slightly as he lifted the fish, calling for a Fong to assist him in hoisting the grouper onto the deck. This one is quite small in comparison. Huang Linxiang also managed to reel in a grouper, but it was only around 10 pounds, a far cry from Liu's catch. Seeing Liu preparing to release air from the fish, Boss Zhang, now donning gloves, exclaimed, "Let me handle it." The fish had only suffered minimal barotrauma, thanks to Liu's timely control of the reeling speed. After releasing the air, Boss Zhang placed the fish into the live well. Liu then connected the electric reel back to the boat and sat atop the tackle box to sip some water and rest, gazing at the 2 magnificent groupers in the live well. The more he looked, the more he appreciated their beauty, for valuable things are always attractive. Chapter 58. The 8-pound-old red grouper. Liu wiped his hands on his shirt, secured the rod holder, and then approached Boss Zhang to grab 2 octopuses. There were only 6 left, and he was hesitant to take too many since others also needed bait. A Fong has hooked a fish. A Fong, engrossed in conversation with Lu Weitao, had neglected his rod. Lu was also a novice, and only he and Boss Zhang had not caught a grouper on the entire boat. While Boss Zhang had a good excuse as the captain, Lu Weitao was just an unseasoned fisherman. "Oh no, I've hooked one." A Fong quickly throttled the reel. "Hey, I was chatting with Lu Weitao." Lu Weitao approached, casting a resentful glance at a Fong. "Who understands? Just a moment ago we were bragging. And now you've hooked a fish, and it looks substantial." From Lu Weitao's perspective, he could clearly see a Fong's rod bent in a delightful arc, a sight that every angler cherishes. As a Fong tugged on the line, Liu did not rush to drop his rod, but instead prepared his hook for the next catch. A Fong, with an air of confidence, planted his right foot firmly on the edge of the boat. 17 meters left. It's almost out of the water. Lu Weitao's eyes were fixated on a Fong's rod, pursing his lips and unable to contain himself. After all this time, it must surface soon. A A Fong raised an eyebrow, questioning Lu's remarks. But the impending emergence of the fish demanded his full attention. It's coming. I see it. This one is lively. Sesame grouper, sesame grouper, sesame grouper. It's valuable, sesame grouper. As the fish broke the surface, its markings became apparent. Its body was a light brown or gray, adorned with black or brown sesame-like spots of varying sizes, evenly distributed. Distinctly different from the dark spots of the grouper. Liu deftly hooked the sesame grouper onto the boat, noting its eyes were not bulging. And its belly showed no signs of barotrauma. With pliers, he removed the hook and placed the fish directly into the live well. This one is in great condition. I noticed it had a distinct weight while reeling it in. It didn't feel like a grouper, so I took it slow. In their locality, sesame grouper commanded a high price, over 300 per pound. Observing the lively sesame grouper in the live well, Liu finally attached an octopus to his hook, handing one to a Fong as well. Let's get a big one on the line. Watch as I turn 30 into 3,000. This time, he was determined to maintain patience with his line, pulling out his phone to check the time. After half an hour with no movement, the rod remained still, merely swaying with the boat. Liu contemplated before slowly lifting the rod. As the tip rose about 20 centimeters, he suddenly released it, allowing the rod to thud against the clamp, causing a slight tremor that mimicked the octopus trying to escape. The hook inflicted minimal damage on the octopus, and the seafloor environment was suitable for its survival. In theory, an octopus could survive on the hook for about 10 hours. However, after another half hour of inactivity, Liu prepared to retrieve the octopus to check on its condition. This time, he refrained from lifting the rod. Instead, he allowed the electric reel to release about half a meter of line, then manually reeled in about a meter of fishing line, aiming to let the sinker collide with the seafloor and other objects. The descent of the sinker would prompt the octopus to exhibit more vigorous movements. It's coming. This is effective. He observed the fishing line first tighten, then slacken. There was definitely a fish testing the bait, but Liu remained patient. As the line clearly veered left and tightened, he knew a fish was on the hook. Keeping his hand poised over the electric reel's throttle, he noticed the rod tip quivering and promptly engaged the throttle to reel in. I've got one. It's really on the line. As Liu watched the electric reel begin to retrieve line, the rod tip bent sharply downward, a distinct contrast to the gentle curve of the sinker. It was evident that a fish was hooked. Wait, something's off. This fish initially tested the bait and then pulled the line. Unlike the decisive and forceful strikes of a grouper, which would typically dart away in a frenzy, this is definitely not a grouper. The bite is dragging it along without much movement. Could it be a red grouper? Indeed, such a possibility exists. Liu's gaze remained fixed on the tip of the fishing rod, devoid of the usual struggle and twitching that accompanied a blue grouper-esque catch. He promptly slowed the retrieval speed of the electric reel. The red grouper is exceedingly sensitive, adapted to the low oxygen, high-pressure environment of the ocean floor. It struggles to acclimatize when suddenly exposed to the low-pressure, high-oxygen atmosphere above water, often leading to its demise. Liu had once witnessed a video on a small platform where a content creator, having hooked a red grouper, retrieved it too swiftly, resulting in the fish expelling its stomach. The content creator was visibly trembling while attempting to save the grouper, and ultimately, it succumbed. One could sense the despair in his demeanor, as if he were on the brink of tears. One could imagine the anguish. A living red grouper valued at 6,000 yuan, now worth only 3,000 or 2,000 yuan, due to a hasty retrieval. Liu found it impossible to fathom such a disparity. It was this very video that prompted him to study the habits and considerations necessary for fishing red groupers. The red grouper. It must indeed be the red grouper. Liu anxiously scrutinized the surface of the sea. He had never caught a red grouper before, having only seen one in the market during his childhood. Meanwhile, the others had grown indifferent, numbed by the two large blue groupers Liu had already caught, with only Boss Zhang and a Fong remaining attentive, standing ready with their gaffs. Liu lowered his head, watching as a reddish-brown fish gradually ascended to the surface. It was surfacing. It's red. Please, let it not be a red mullet. Wow, it's a red grouper. Holy cow, it's a red grouper. A Fong and Boss Zhang also caught sight of the fish, astonished by its impressive size. Hurry, reel it in. Liu insisted on bringing the fish in by hand without utilizing the gaff. What? A red grouper. Such a sizable catch. At least 1,000 yuan per gene. Liu examined the fish closely. Its eyes were not bulging, and upon peering into its throat, he noted no swelling. To be on the safe side, he administered a shot to the grouper. After placing it in the live well, he watched it swim vigorously, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Chapter 59. Fishermen's words are not to be trusted. After catching 3 sizable groupers, Liu tidied up his fishing rod, intending to take a break before fishing again post-lunch. Their time at sea spanned a day and a night, so there was no rush. Moreover, The two had only consumed a light meal at 4 in the morning, and it had long been digested. Liu felt his empty stomach and checked his phone. It was 11:08 a.m., nearly 7 hours since their early meal. He was curious about what Boss Zhang would provide for lunch, hoping it wouldn't be another boxed meal like last time. The distance from shore was considerable, and the fuel for the round trip alone would cost over 2,000 yuan. Boss Zhang, when will lunch be ready? Several others, still fixated on their fishing rods, echoed his inquiry. Yes, Boss Zhang. That little bit we ate at dawn is long gone. What delicious meal are you preparing? Boss Zhang checked the time on his phone and acknowledged it was indeed time to cook. No worries. I'll whip up a fish porridge using the black sea bream we caught this morning. Quick and simple. All right, as long as it's filling. You all keep fishing. I'll get the porridge base started. Boss Zhang refrained from using leftover rice for convenience, as their local fish porridge emphasized freshness, the fish freshly caught and the rice freshly cooked, with simple yet flavorful ingredients. With some time on his hands, Liu took the initiative to rinse the rice while Boss Zhang assembled the small gas stove. The fishing boat's power supply was limited, and space was restricted, so a compact 2-burner gas stove was provided for cooking. Setting it up on the deck behind the cockpit, he placed a large stainless steel pot on it, filled it with water, and turned on the heat to bring it to a boil. Meanwhile, Boss Zhang retrieved 4 black bream, cleaned them, and sliced them into approximately 3 mm thin pieces, washing them thoroughly before draining the water and seasoning them with salt, pepper, and cooking wine for marination. By this time, the water had boiled, and he added the soaked rice to the pot, stirring it to prevent sticking. Once it boiled again, he reduced the heat to simmer gently, occasionally stirring to release the starch for a thicker porridge. When the rice had fully expanded, Boss Zhang added ginger and scallions to the porridge, cooking for an additional minute. Although they typically enjoyed adding celery, Boss Zhang had not brought any, so it was omitted. He then gradually added the fish slices into the porridge, gently spreading them apart with a spoon, seasoning with a touch of salt, and simmering for another 2 minutes until a pot of delicious fish porridge was ready. When the first bowl was served, Liu hesitated to take it, finding it too hot, and had to use a damp cloth for support. The bowl emanated steam, with a layer of translucent oil glistening on the surface, and the fish slices curled into little rolls. Liu wasn't skilled in the art of drinking from the edge of the bowl, as seen in videos. He could only sip slowly with a small plastic spoon. After his first sip, his eyes lit up, and praises of Boss Zhang's culinary skills flowed from his lips as if they were free. Indeed, Boss Zhang's skills were remarkable. The freshness of the fish porridge seemed to dance from his taste buds to his very toes, eliciting hearty laughter. However, he wondered why the fish slices were so tender. Perhaps Boss Zhang had added some special seasoning. Hey, don't slander me. It's clearly my culinary prowess. Hasn't you been helping here? I have witnesses. Liu scooped another bowl, taking a sip before leisurely remarking. I can attest that Boss Zhang added some special seasoning while slicing the fish, employing magic on the knife. Otherwise, how could he slice the fish so effortlessly? Laughter erupted. It seemed they had successfully caught all the groupers in the shipwreck area. Any remaining fish were likely cunning old ones. Let us try a different spot. Not far from here is a wind turbine tower. Let us take a break after eating and fish there. All right, I'm on board. I've already caught a blue grouper weighing over 10 gene. I'm ready for anything. Soon, the pot of fish porridge was completely devoured, and Boss Zhang started the fishing boat, heading towards the nearby wind turbine tower. After more than half an hour, the boat slowly approached the tower, where 2 other fishing boats were also anchored. Old Chun, how is the fishing here? Boss Zhang clearly recognized one of the small boats and began greeting them once they docked. No bites at all. There's a layer of sea mullet below. You were fishing at the shipwreck, right? How was it? Alas, no bites. Just a few small black bream. Fishermen's words cannot be trusted when there are bites. They say there are none, and when there are no bites, they claim there's a frenzy. Yet, as long as you maintain a good attitude, they will respond. However, as Boss Zhang approached them, he spotted one of his customers reeling in a red fish. About 20 meters away, he couldn't see it clearly, but as long as it wasn't a sea mullet, he was content. Looks like there are some bad apples among the fishermen. Boss Zhang maneuvered the fishing boat to the opposite side of the wind turbine tower, positioning the 3 fishing boats to surround it. Here, the fish finder indicated that there were indeed fish present, and not a small number at that. The only uncertainty remained about what kind of fish they were. However, just moments ago, Old Chin mentioned that there are sea mullet beneath the surface, and this should indeed be true. I implore you all to refrain from using Antarctic krill as bait, for such actions will undoubtedly attract the sea mullet. Moreover, the underwater environment around the wind turbine is intricate, with an abundance of seagrass and hidden reefs. Those among you who wish to fish at the bottom should avoid using treble hooks. With no objections from the others, they placed their fishing rods in the rod holders and commenced fishing. Liu was particularly eager to commend Boss Zhang, having glanced at the fish finder, which revealed several large fish lurking below. although he was uncertain of their species. After pondering for a moment, he decided to attempt bottom fishing. He swiftly affixed a 50G sinker, connected a swivel, and tied on a leader line with a hook, executing the entire sequence with remarkable proficiency. He retrieved a live shrimp from the small bucket, having stored all the crabs there after using them up. This particular bait is renowned for its versatility in the sea. Chapter 60, The Flying Sea Mullet. Liu had initially contemplated using an electric reel for bottom fishing, but upon hearing Boss Zhang's assertion about the abundance of sea mullet in this area, something he had heard from various fishing vloggers during his own sea fishing escapades, he reconsidered. The sea mullet, with its elongated form and high muscle fiber density, possesses a deeply forked tail that allows it to achieve a tail swish speed of up to 20 meters per second. Once hooked, a sea mullet will launch itself like a torpedo, generating an initial pulling force that can reach 3-5 times its own weight. Should he manage to catch a 10-kilogram sea mullet, the initial surge of force could exceed 50 kilograms, far surpassing that of ordinary sea fishing catches. The sea mullet can leap over 3 meters and might jump 10 to 20 times in a single outing. When leaping, its body thrashes violently, utilizing the force of its momentum in an attempt to break free from the hook, especially if the hook has not penetrated the bony structure of the jaw, making it likely to unhook during its aerial maneuvers. Anglers must not only contend with the pulling force, but also loosen the line at the moment the fish breaches the surface to avoid deforming the line under the weight of the fish. After enduring 3 to 5 intense bursts of speed, the hook point will still be subjected to rapid tail thrashing, persistently dragging the fishing line, compelling the angler to maintain a standing position for an extended period while exerting their arms. Liu felt uncertain about whether he could endure this challenge. Liu secured his belly strap, replaced the main line with a size 6 PE line, switched the leader to a steel leader, and exchanged his hook for a round bend hook, which is capable of penetrating the sea mullet's tough upper jaw. Resolutely, he prepared to take on the sea mullet. Such an opportunity was too precious to pass up. He baited the live shrimp and cast it down to approximately 40 meters, where the water was 50 meters deep. At this moment, under the strong midday sunlight, the sea mullet would dive into deeper waters but would not reach the ocean floor. Before casting, Liu also attached a safety line to his rod. Should he lose grip, the loss of the rod would be a significant setback, as this entire setup was worth nearly 5,000 yuan. Suddenly a bite. It struck instantly. As soon as Liu cast the rod, he felt a vigorous tug unlike the gentle pecking of typical fish. It was as if someone were forcefully pulling on the tackle from beneath the waves. Before he could fully comprehend, the rod was bent into an exaggerated arc, and the reel's drag was hissing as lines spilled forth. He could feel the warmth emanating from the reel's cover beneath his thumb, a result of the rapid friction from the line being pulled out. What on earth? Is the sea mullet going mad down there? Don't force it. Ease off the drag. Boss Zhang's words were barely finished when the sea mullet surged again, causing the reel to spin wildly. Liu felt an immense force transmitting through the rod, almost pulling him into the sea. He hastily braced himself against the gunnel with his knee, gripping the rod tightly and raising it. What kind of fish is this? It's so powerful. It's a sea mullet. Didn't you hear Boss Zhang mention it? Does the sea mullet possess such strength? I have no idea. Don't ask me. I've never caught one. Ease the drag. The line won't hold. The sea mullet's pulling power is too great. A Fong, noticing that Liu was unable to free his hands, stepped forward to adjust the drag knob. Feel the explosive strength of the sea mullet? Fortunately, a Wei loosened the drag for you. Otherwise, you might snap the hook during this tug of war. At that moment, Liu had no time to respond. The reel had already released nearly 100 meters of line. If he didn't find a way to reel some back, the reel would be completely emptied. He could only brace his right foot against the gunnel, lean back, and pull the rod upward with all his might, freeing his right hand to stabilize the rod while using his right hand to crank the reel and retrieve some line. Once, twice, thrice. Just as Liu prepared for another attempt, suddenly, a vast area of silver shimmer appeared on the surface of the water, and a silvery figure leapt from beneath, soaring nearly half a person's height, its tail fin flailing as it splashed against the surface. Goodness, the sea mullet is leaping. It resembled a bass, leaping and displaying its gills. Quick, lower the rod. Boss Zhang intended to remind Liu to lower the rod, but upon seeing Liu's instinctive action, he held his tongue. Liu clearly understood the need to lower the rod and murmured softly to himself, perhaps I underestimated it. Having fished for bass before, Liu was familiar with such leaping behavior. As the sea mullet breached the surface, he began to lower his rod. To prevent it from thrashing violently and dislodging the hook, he slightly loosened the drag, allowing the line to naturally adjust to the fish's movements, thereby mitigating the impact of the sea mullet's head thrashing on the tackle. Seizing the opportunity as the sea mullet re-entered the water, Liu frantically cranked the reel, retrieving about 3 meters of line. It surged again, leaping out once more. How many times can this creature jump? It's even more formidable than a base. When the sea mullet leapt for the second time, Liu again employed the same technique to lower the rod, but its strength was considerably diminished this time, allowing him to reel in nearly 10 meters of line. The third surge came without warning as the sea mullet abruptly changed direction, darting towards the fishing boat. Liu swiftly cranked the reel while angling the rod upward to the right, hoping to use the rod's tension to redirect the sea mullet's path. The force diminished. It's tiring out. Liu felt a flicker of joy, only then noticing that his palms were red and slick with sweat. His grip on the rod leaving traces of moisture. The scent of friction from the reel was palpable. It appeared he would need to inspect the reel for wear upon returning. But wait, why was the line starting to spin? The resistance from the fish had lessened significantly. In the beginning, when the sea mullet was hooked, it had fought like a wild beast, thrashing and twisting wildly, attempting to escape the hook. But now it seemed to have lost much of its vigor. Liu began to steadily reel in the line, yet, after nearly 40 minutes of battling with the sea mullet, his arm muscles began to ache, urging him to hasten the process of bringing it in. As the line dwindled to just over 20 meters, the sea mullet was visibly fatigued, floating halfway submerged, its dorsal fin occasionally breaking the surface. The net is coming. Once you coax it to the side of the boat, I will net it. Suddenly, Liu recalled something and turned to a Fong. A Fong, film this for me. A Fong, upon hearing his request, raised his phone, alternating between focusing on the water's surface and Liu. Drawing nearer, with only 10 meters left, the sea mullet suddenly regained its strength, darting towards the port side. Liu quickly adjusted the drag once more, lifting the rod high to the right, while simultaneously reeling in line, using the angle of the rod to tire the sea mullet further. Liu's face flushed crimson. Feeling as if every turn of the reel drained him of all his strength, the veins on his hands prominently visible. Throughout this struggle, he had to maintain control over both the rod and the line, ensuring it remained taut. It's surfacing. It's almost there. The sea mullet attempted to dive once more, but Liu held firm, cranking the reel to redirect the fish, bringing it back to the surface. Goodness, this sea mullet isn't even that large. How can it possess such extraordinary strength? It is not too large. It should exceed 1 meter in length and weigh around 15 to 16 g. Seizing the opportune moment, Boss Zhang deftly scooped the sea mullet into the net and hoisted it aboard. The struggling fish lay within the net, thrashing about, its scales rasping against the deck. The crew finally beheld its full form, a protruding jaw lined with numerous fine, sharp teeth. Liu felt a twinge of relief for having employed a steel leader. Had he used ordinary nylon line, it would surely have been severed. 18 Gene. Boss Zhang placed the sea mullet, net and all, onto the electronic scale, currently registering the weight of the net. The net weighed 3 Gene, which means the fish itself is a remarkable 15 Gene. Boss Zhang, find something to measure its length. 113 centimeters. You truly are impressive. You managed to haul up a 15 Gene sea mullet with sheer strength. Having grown up in a fishing village by the sea, Fong was well aware of the formidable nature of the sea mullet. In their locality, a sea mullet measuring around 30 centimeters is considered an adult. Such a large specimen is exceedingly rare. At least, Fong had never encountered one before. Chapter 61, Night Fishing. Come, you, take a photo for me, Boss Zhang exclaimed, cradling the sea mullet against his chest, and Liu captured the moment in a photograph. The others also gathered around to snap a picture, and Boss Zhang then inquired how Liu planned to handle the sea mullet. Let it go? Liu blurted out. In their region, the flesh of the sea mullet is largely unpalatable. Its bones are numerous and small, scattered throughout its body, and the texture is coarse, indeed. No one relishes eating sea mullet. Liu tossed the fish back into the sea without a second thought, tending to his fishing rod in preparation for a vigorous evening of fishing. Fong, observing Liu stow away his gear, found it peculiar. You, why are you packing up? Aren't you going to fish anymore? No, I'm taking a break for tonight's fishing. The temperature is high, and the light is strong. The fish have retreated into the crevices of the reefs. In truth, Liu was somewhat fatigued. He had been entangled with the sea mullet for far too long, and his upper body ached terribly, leaving him devoid of strength to continue fishing. Very well. The sleeping quarters aboard the fishing boat were quite rudimentary. One could enter through a small opening beneath the cockpit, revealing an irregular fan-shaped space with 4 small mats that could accommodate 4 individuals. On either side of the cockpit, there were 2 small sofas suitable for resting. Liu noticed that the sheets on the mats were washed to a pale hue, indicating that Boss Zhang had a penchant for cleanliness, though no one was currently resting. However, these fishermen rarely sleep unless they are out at sea for more than 2 days and nights. A one-night excursion does not warrant rest, as they all wish to seize the opportunity to fish a bit more, with ample chances to fish during their regular working days. When Liu awoke, it was already 6:30, and Boss Zhang had prepared dinner. This time, There was no porridge. While fish fillet porridge was delicious, it lacked the ability to satiate hunger. Boss Zhang had fried 7 small black sea bream, 1 for each person, and opened 3 cans of bony fish. Fishermen are not particularly fussy about food, provided it allows them to catch fish. Having eaten and replenished their energy, Liu stretched and shouted, "Time to work. Time to work." A Fong, now reclining on the sofa beside the cockpit, closed his eyes to rest, readying himself for the evening's fierce battle. As Liu approached, he struck up a conversation with him. Boss Zhang prepared to change locations for night fishing. "Night fishing with me, you?" A Fong said earnestly. "Very well. I will accompany you. You are the master of night fishing." "Ha ha ha. You are too modest. We are all masters here." A Fong clearly did not comprehend Liu's words, mistaking them for praise. The fishing spot they were heading to was frequently visited by Boss Zhang. The navigation system was set, making the journey exceptionally convenient. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, Boss Zhang activated the large lights surrounding the cockpit, illuminating the sea around the fishing boat as clearly as in daylight. Night fishing requires illumination. Brighter lights attract smaller fish, which in turn entice larger ones. The night waves were somewhat rough, yet the boat was equipped with a top-tier sea stabilizer, a 120-pound unit, steadying it like an anchor. Liu cast 2 blocks of Antarctic krill to create a feeding spot, and immediately, small fish and shrimp swam over to scavenge. Liu even spotted a few small eels. After a few minutes, he used the net to catch 6 small eels, preparing to use them as bait. A Fong. Why not catch a few more? The eels are quite delectable. A Fong reached for one and sampled it, relishing the freshness of the just-caught eel. Liu was incensed. Did he not know how delicious eels were? They were meant for bait. What the heck? I brought them to fish, and you're eating them? He donned his headlamp and shone it on the surface of the sea, discovering more eels, and promptly handed the net to a Fong to continue fishing. Liu perched on the fishing box, resting his feet on the boat's railing, preparing for the task at hand. He seized a pair of scissors and snipped the eels into several segments, finishing just as a Fong completed his catch. "Yu, what are our target fish for tonight?" "Tonight, we aim for yellowfin tuna, firetail, mullet, snapper, and locomotive fish. Any fish will do. By the way, what did you catch this afternoon?" "Don't mention it. This afternoon, I kept snagging the bottom, and I ended up playing with the sea mullet." Lu Weitao's rod was even snapped by a sea mullet, and in his fury, he tossed it into the sea. "Is that so?" Liu had indeed been oblivious during his slumber and hadn't noticed the others. "All right, no need to catch more." Boss Zhang had been monitoring the fish finder in the cockpit for about 10 minutes and noticed an increasing number of different fish signals appearing. "All right, the fish finder is showing a surge in activity. It seems fish are arriving. If anyone wishes to give it a go, feel free. If you prefer to wait a bit longer for more fish, that is fine too." Boss Zhang called out, and Lu Weitao and the others could hardly contain their excitement. Particularly Lu Weitao, upon hearing Boss Zhang say they could fish, disregarded the quantity of fish and was eager to recover the losses from this afternoon's broken rod. Liu began to tie hooks. In their region, fish caught on hooks are far more sought after than those caught in nets, ensuring a steady demand. He attached a whole eel to the last hook, ensuring it was appealing, and filled all 5 hooks before letting the bait sink. Wiping his hands with a towel as he prepared to work. This time, a Fong was quick on his feet, just as Liu cast his line. A Fong was already poised for a catch. A Fong. Are the fish at the bottom already biting eagerly? Certainly. The bottom fish are ravenous and awaiting my eels. Will the waves disrupt the feeding, a Fong? The evening waves were indeed a bit choppy. Even with the stabilizer, the boat swayed slightly, and Liu had to grip the fishing boat to maintain his balance. Who am I? I am the little prince of the sea. Would such a thing as feeding befall me? As soon as Liu finished his sentence, he noticed a Fong's rod tip beginning to nod. Oh wow, a bite. Slowly reel it in. I'm not lying to you. Really? So soon? Yes, just reel it in slowly. I'm not fooling you. There's definitely a catch. As a Fong gently pushed the throttle, the rod began to tremble. Ease off a bit. The fish is sizable. Before long, 2 large yellowfin tunas were pulled aboard, and a Fong effortlessly hoisted them up by the line. Wow, a yellowfin aubergine, larger than my slippers. It must be you, a Fong, who caught the first doubleheader. Indeed, the fish are abundant. I fear the live well may not suffice. Have you already secured $100, considering those 2 yellowtails? Never mind the 100. Pass me the pliers. Chapter 62, The Frenzy of Fish. After handing the pliers to a Fong, Liu turned his gaze to his own fishing rod, which was already bent downwards, the pressure palpable beneath his hand. Instinctively, he considered reeling in, but quickly remembered to wait a while longer for more fish to bite. Unlike a Fong, who foolishly used only 3 hooks in such prime fishing conditions, the rod bent even more, the vibrations increasing. It felt like the right moment to reel in. He hastily pressed the throttle, and soon 5 yellowtails, each the size of slippers, floated to the surface. Ha ha ha, a fong, effortlessly 5 of them. Aren't they more impressive than your 2? Liu tugged on the fishing line to bring the yellowtails aboard, using the pliers to detach the hooks and toss them into the live well, counting aloud. 50, 50. Each number echoed in a fong's heart, a total of 50. With 2 less hooks, that meant $100 lost. Wow, is this the power of 5 hooks? A fong glanced at his 3 hooks and promptly switched to 5. Surely, there must be a school of fish below. Why would one use fewer hooks? Ah, indeed. That makes sense. Yet, glancing at the 5 hooks in his hand, he decided they weren't sufficient, retrieving a rig with 7 hooks from his tackle box. Ha ha. Tonight, I shall truly fill this live well. With newfound confidence, a fong cast his line again, only to reel in a solitary yellowtail. Ha ha, fong da shui. Your rig isn't effective either. I only felt the vibrations and thought it was something substantial. A fong re-rigged with a smaller bait, and this time, the moment the line hit the water, he sensed a strong pull. Instead of relying on the rod's tremors, he tugged on the line, feeling the weight significantly increase. Now that's more like it. A smile spread across his face. He was certain he would land at least 5 this time. However, he only brought up 4, though the one at the bottom was notably larger. Wow, wow, wow. This one weighs 3 pounds. Incredible. Liu continued to oscillate his rod, counting until the 5th bite before reeling in, bringing up 4 yellowtails in succession. It seemed one must not be too greedy. Liu gazed at the empty hook at the bottom. Damn it. The largest one got away, at least 2 pounds. Below the surface, there were clearly numerous yellowtails. But the bigger ones were deep down. He had clearly been too late in reeling in, losing the largest fish. Finally, 6 this time. A fong was finally satisfied, having reeled in a long string of yellowtails. Is it true that smaller hooks make fish easier to escape? Realizing this, Liu hastily switched the bottom hook for a larger one and reminded a fong to do the same. The subsequent catches were smooth sailing, with most casts yielding 3 or 4 fish, occasionally even 5, all weighing over a pound. Unfortunately, he hadn't managed to match a fong's 3-pound catch, reeling in only 3 that were just over 2 pounds. The anglers on the boat, including Boss Zhang, relished the fishing experience. One could only wonder when they might encounter such a frenzy of fish again. What a thrill it was. Accompanying Boss Zhang on this fishing trip was truly delightful. Last time, he had caught over 10 pounds of black bream. This time, it was exhilarating. They continued fishing until 10 o'clock, having started at 7. With Liu personally reeling in nearly 100 fish, though he was unaware of others' catches. Boss Zhang was considerate, setting an alarm on his phone for 10 o'clock. When it rang, he prepared to cook a late-night meal. The fish were biting well during this time, and he opted to prepare the meal himself without calling for help. At this moment, Boss Zhang yearned to fish too. It was rare to experience such a bountiful catch. However, he understood that customers were paramount. This might be a one-time opportunity. Yet, he was already envisioning the scene when he returned to the dock the next day. To save time, Boss Zhang pulled up 4 smaller yellowtails, chopped them into small pieces for quick preparation, marinating them for a few minutes before frying. After frying, he also prepared a fried egg for each person, leaving some oil in the pan to saute ginger and garlic, adding soy sauce and a suitable amount of water to bring it to a boil. Once boiling, he added the fried fish, waiting for the broth to turn milky white. Although he was in a hurry, he ensured the flavor remained exquisite. Finally, he tossed in instant noodles and cracked 2 eggs to thicken the broth, seasoning it with salt to complete his yellowtail noodle soup. Come. Fishing is tiring. Let's take a break. The aroma wafted through the air. A fong sniffed. Captivated by the scent, Boss Zhang served each person a bowl, and as Liu was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt a violent tremor at the tip of his rod. Something was amiss. Could it be another species? As he reeled in his catch, he discovered a gleaming silver ribbonfish hanging from the top hook. Wow, 369 stainless steel. What do you mean by 369 stainless steel? A fong, focused intently on his own rod, turned at Liu's exclamation, ribbonfish? A fong had never seen such a brilliantly shiny ribbonfish. He had only encountered those caught in nets, which bore marks from the netting process. The ribbonfish he caught, however, had not been harmed, maintaining its reflective silver sheen, glistening like stainless steel. Ha! It is indeed a ribbonfish, probably weighing around 6 or 7 tails. The color of the ribbonfish is simply stunning. Liu grasped the freshly caught ribbonfish, its surface glinting under the mining lamp, truly resembling polished stainless steel. He promptly placed the ribbonfish into the tackle box for freezing. As ribbonfish are not viable for live storage, its swim bladder had already ruptured upon capture. Ribbonfish are excellent. This size fetches about $10 more per pound than yellowtails. And a 1-pound specimen would be even more delightful, currently priced around $70 per pound. However, one must not be hasty when fishing for ribbonfish. Currently, only smaller ones are biting, and the larger ones will require some time to arrive. The light attracted a plethora of plankton and smaller fish. And the ribbonfish would not change position. It was best to continue fishing for yellowtails before targeting ribbonfish. Moreover, the longer the light lured the fish, the larger they would grow. Ribbonfish. There's actually ribbonfish. Now, fellow anglers were occasionally catching ribbonfish, all aware of their higher market value, and began replacing their hooks with smaller sizes for ribbonfish. Afong felt a twinge of impatience watching others catch ribbonfish, yet remained calm seeing Li Yu was still quiet. Li Yu turned their mining lamps to maximum brightness, fastening them to the boat's railing, and tossed 2 bricks of Antarctic krill into the sea, finally calling Afong over to switch to smaller hooks for ribbonfish. Chapter 63. Night fishing for 319 stainless steel. However, with the supply of small bait running low, Li Yu peeled the shells off the live shrimp, cutting them into small pieces to hang on the rig, exposing more meat to entice the ribbonfish. Regrettably, I had not anticipated the presence of ribbonfish on this outing, and thus had not procured luminous treble hooks, which are equipped with glow beads. Ribbonfish exhibit a pronounced phototropic behavior. These luminous hooks can emit light in the depths of the sea, thereby more effectively attracting the attention of the ribbonfish. However, since I lacked them, I resolved to compensate for the quality with quantity. Li Yu switched to a treble hook with 7 number 18 hooks, and, given the turbulent waves, also opted for a 300G sinker. When fishing for ribbonfish, it is essential not to conceal the hook tip, as their predatory instincts primarily rely on vision and olfaction, rather than the tentative probing seen in other species. Observing Afong enveloping the hook tip in shrimp flesh, Li Yu promptly reminded him. Feeling grateful for having watched fishing videos at home, which had imparted some knowledge, while advising Afong, he deftly prepared his own bait and cast it into waters approximately 20 meters deep. Without the glow beads, he relied on occasional vertical movements to attract the ribbonfish's attention. After merely 2 such movements, a distinct bite was felt. Li Yu ignored it and continued to wiggle the bait. Ribbonfish typically do not nibble delicately. They bite and swallow the bait outright, making the signals of a strike quite apparent. Li Yu patiently awaited 6 unmistakable bites before reeling in the fish, one after another. He pulled 6 ribbonfish from the water, their bodies glimmering under the beam of the miner's lamp. Afong, witnessing the ribbonfish emerge, exclaimed, "Goodness, we truly have ribbonfish." As Li Yu tugged on the line, he brought aboard the 6 still thrashing ribbonfish. However, he shook his head, remarking that while there were indeed many ribbonfish below, they were somewhat diminutive, measuring only about the size of 3 fingers and weighing around 7 to 8 tails. As long as they're larger than the yellowfin, it's fine, he concluded. Nevertheless, he thought, let us continue fishing. Li Yu mused that, in truth, it mattered not what they caught, while yellowfin might fetch a lower price. Their larger size would offset the price difference. Selecting the ribbonfish, he placed those with minor injuries into the live well, while those that had swallowed the hooks too deeply were stored in the fishing box. As long as the caught ribbonfish remained unharmed, they could be kept alive for several hours, but alas, the fishing box was too small to accommodate them all. I have 5. This time, 7 full hooks. 3. A beauty. Zhang Boss, Lu Weitao, and Huang Linxiang also managed to catch ribbonfish, the abundance sounding quite impressive. Zhang Boss quickly cautioned everyone to be wary of being bitten by the ribbonfish, as the recently caught ones were still quite fierce, particularly with rows of sharp teeth. When you grab the fish, hold it firmly just below the head, and always use pliers to remove the hooks, never your bare hands. Understood, understood. Zhang Boss. You go back to fishing, we all got it. Hey, another string. Full hooks, 5 fish. Are you up for it, Asyong? Ah, well, you see. 3 are on the hook, but 2 escaped as I brought them to the surface. Ha ha ha. They slipped off at the surface. Oh well. Oh my gosh, Ayu. I've caught a grouper. Afong presented a palm-sized grouper to Li Yu, which was clearly deceased, its eyes bulging. That's not a red grouper. It's a red-mouthed grouper, which can only grow to this size. No need to rush. I see. Such a waste of emotion. Afong relinquished his careful hold, realizing it was not a red grouper and thus unworthy of such reverence, casually tossing it into the fishing box. The red-mouthed grouper, akin to the red grouper, features a reddish mouth and chin, but is adorned with diagonal stripes that are discontinuous. While the price of the red-mouthed grouper does not rival that of the red grouper, it still commands around 150 yuan per gene. The atmosphere on the boat grew jubilant once more. Within just over an hour, each person had caught more than 30 fish. After finishing a cigarette, Afong resumed fishing. This outing, equipped with an electric reel, required little physical exertion. He merely glanced at the fishing rod occasionally, becoming fatigued, and then lit another cigarette to continue. Li Yu took a brief respite of about 10 minutes before resuming. He found the ribbonfish somewhat small and lacking in allure. Are there not more ribbonfish below? Wow, Ayu, look. This one is biting the tail of another ribbonfish as it's reeled in. A 2-for-1 deal? Upon seeing the last hook emerge from the water, Liu noticed a ribbon fish clinging to the tail of another, refusing to let go. Fong, you're something else. You can catch them like this too. Just being modest, it's basic skill. Liu then dashed to the helm to check the fish finder. Observing that the underwater landscape was densely populated with fish signals, ranging from 15 to over 30 meters. It seemed the fishing vessel's lights had attracted a substantial number of ribbonfish in search of food. Yet, he pondered why there were no larger specimens present. After gazing at the water's surface for a while, he concluded that the current was perfectly fine. But why were there no larger fish amidst such a thick layer of smaller ones? Should he perhaps try a heavier sinker? Liu switched to a 1-kilogram sinker, affixing shrimp meat before casting it into the sea. What on earth are you doing, Liu? Why swap for a heavier sinker? No worries. I'm merely testing if I can lure larger ribbonfish from deeper waters. With the heavy sinker, the entire rig swiftly descended to about 30 meters. Liu pressed the stop button, and, just as he intended to jiggle the bait, a fierce bite struck the hook. In a mere 10 seconds, another followed suit. Ha! I was right. Liu exclaimed joyfully, waiting for 5 clear bites before reeling in to confirm his hypothesis. All 5 were substantial catches, each measuring 5 fingers wide, generally between 60 to 70 centimeters in length, with the longest exceeding 1 meter. He signaled Fong to remain silent, but it was too late. The entire crew aboard the fishing vessel turned to witness Liu's impressive haul, their excitement palpable. It was impossible to contain his enthusiasm. A fish of this size typically fetched over 70 yuan. Having just caught smaller ones, they could not help but focus their attention on Liu's impressive catch. Well then, you all switched to heavy sinkers and fish at around 25 meters. The larger ribbonfish are all below. Liu, while extracting the fish, urged Fong to change the sinker, noting that many ribbonfish were present, but the upper layers were populated with smaller ones. With lighter weights, the bait was being devoured before reaching the lower depths, necessitating a switch to heavier sinkers. Only Zhang Boss remained inactive, scrutinizing the fish finder. He had just caught a few from the surface and had not paid attention to the fish finder until now. Upon seeing the screen filled with fish signals, he was momentarily taken aback. After a quick glance, he too opted for a heavier sinker, though he did not fish at the depth Liu suggested, instead aiming for 30 meters. Chapter 64, Returning to Sell Fish. Having removed the ribbon fish from the hooks, Liu promptly reattached shrimp meat to continue fishing. Now, several of the anglers aboard were following his lead, though it was only a matter of time before they realized that their catches were not as large as Liu's. They all understood that fishing deeper yielded better results, and they would gradually experiment, hoping to catch as many larger ribbonfish as possible. As the price for those 5-finger-wide specimens was quite high, the more they caught, the greater their earnings. Now, this is what I call a large ribbonfish. This one is as big as all my fingers put together. What a thrill. Lu Weitao and the others, having followed Liu's advice to switch to a 1-kilogram sinker, dropped their lines to a depth of 25 meters, where the bites were fierce. The ribbonfish beneath seemed as though they had not eaten in ages. Now, Liu's movements have become increasingly rapid, almost frenzied. As soon as the bait is submerged, fish immediately bite. After 7 or 8 minutes of reeling in, he typically catches 5, and at times, the hooks are filled to capacity. Fong, with a cigarette perpetually dangling from his lips, allows the smoke to sting his eyes. Yet he does not bother to wipe away the tears. He is merely in the act of collecting money, indifferent to any other concerns. Boss Zhang and his companions are equally reluctant to take a break, their backs drenched in sweat. This fishing excursion has unleashed a frenzy on the boat, with all 7 individuals fervently casting lines for 3 continuous hours. As the bait is lowered, the bites noticeably diminish, indicating that the school of fish has dispersed. Xiang, take a moment to smoke and rest, Lu Weitao suggested, seated atop a fishing box. He gently tugged at Huang Linxiang beside him, then turned to observe Liu and his companion. Both were tirelessly reeling in and casting lines without a hint of respite. Even their feet were shrouded in a layer of fish. It was unclear whether they were unable to release any more lines or simply lacked the time to do so. These two are truly remarkable. They have not paused for even a moment. Goodness, how much can they possibly earn in this manner? The area around their feet is piled high. The hairtail fish, weighing approximately 1 pound each, has reached a total of 71 pounds. Since he began instructing us on how to catch large hairtail fish, it has been about 2.5 hours. With a 7-hook rig, they typically reel in 5 or 6 fish, which translates to roughly $300 to $400. Moreover, he can reel in and cast out again within 10 minutes, meaning he can retrieve his line 7 times in an hour. That's right, 5 fish per round, totaling about $2,500 in an hour. Lu Weitao, calculating this, was astounded. This is not merely earning money. It is akin to picking it up off the ocean floor. Goodness, this kid has earned over $2,000. Where can one find such a lucrative opportunity? Huang Linxiang decisively picked up his fishing rod and resumed fishing. Liu continued fishing for nearly 3 hours. But after about 10 minutes of reeling in only a single, much smaller fish, he resolutely set down his rod to take a break. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down thirstily. The intensity of fishing for over 3 hours had been exhausting. His body felt fine, but his eyes and mind were fatigued from constantly monitoring the rod. The fishing box was already filling up. Liu realized that his fishing box was inadequate. At 30 liters, after accounting for ice, it could only hold over 40 pounds of hairtail fish, not including what was on the deck. He obtained a large foam box from Boss Zhang and began transferring the hairtail fish from the deck into it, layering the fish with crushed ice. He filled the box to the brim, even removing the fish from the live well to fit everything inside. This large foam box perfectly accommodated all the hairtail fish, stacking them 6 layers high with around 60 fish in total. "What are you two staring at me for?" Liu asked, noticing Lu Weitao and his companion gazing intently at him after organizing the fish. "You really are impressive. 3 hours without a break," Lu Weitao remarked. "Heh, when there's money to be made, who cares about being tired?" Liu replied with enthusiasm. "Gentlemen, shall we continue fishing? There's still a chance to catch some bass as the tide rises around 6 or 7. Liu and Ah Fong were indifferent, merely observing the others. However, Ah Fong, like a relentless bull, showed no signs of fatigue and continued to fish. "Then let us head back. Boss Zhang, just make sure to save me a spot for the next trip out to sea." "Me too. I want one as well. I'll create a small group to notify you all when the next outing is planned. However, everyone here has already come ashore, and it's likely that each of you could make a substantial profit of $1,000 or $2,000. Next time, I may have to raise my prices slightly. But for you all, the rates will remain the same as this trip." Good. A good person deserves a peaceful life. Wishing good fortune upon Boss Zhang. May he have 8 sons. Boss Zhang had his own motives. His reputation was firmly established this time, and it was inevitable that he would raise his fees. For these fishing friends, aside from Liu and Ah Fong, 2 aimless drifters who could fish daily, the others were all working men with little time for such pursuits. "All right, let us head back." Boss Zhang expertly maneuvered the fishing boat into a stylish drift as they returned. Liu and Ah Fong settled onto the sofa in the cockpit, watching Boss Zhang navigate the boat, learning from him. They noticed as he steered away from the turbulent waters into smoother cruising speeds. With the wind and current in their favor, the small boat surprisingly reached a speed of 25 knots. Lu Weitao and the others, having tidied up their fishing gear, retreated to the sleeping quarters to rest. This intense fishing experience was their first, and they found themselves unable to endure the fatigue. As soon as they relaxed, the weariness set in. "Boss Zhang, how do you navigate and discern your path?" Liu inquired. Boss Zhang handed him a cigarette and retrieved 3 cans of Red Bull from the cabin. "Primarily, I rely on GPS, but sometimes I also use a compass and nautical charts." The engine of the fishing boat was quite loud, yet within the cockpit, they could still hear the sounds of snoring from the cabin. Unbeknownst to them, someone's snores were overpowering the engine noise. Who could be sleeping so soundly? Liu wondered aloud. "Ah Fong, should we also consider obtaining a yacht license upon our return?" Liu had long contemplated purchasing a fishing boat and had a rough idea of their prices. A 10-meter fishing boat typically costs around 200,000 yuan. This was merely a ballpark figure, as he had yet to inquire about specific configurations at the shipyard. He also needed to replace his fishing box with a larger one. The 30-liter box felt a tad small, necessitating an upgrade. As they chatted, Liu gradually dozed off. When he was awakened by Boss Zhang, they had already reached the dock. In a flurry, he called Uncle Wei, relieved that the distance to Hongtai was not far, and Uncle Wei would arrive in about 10 minutes. Chapter 65. A day and a night at sea yielded 42,000 yuan. "Uncle Wei, over here, come take a look." After waiting for about 15 minutes, Liu spotted Uncle Wei arriving with 2 younger associates at the dock. While waiting for Uncle Wei, Lu Weitao and the others had already sold their catch to the fishmonger introduced by Boss Zhang, leaving only Liu and his companion with the boat. As Uncle Wei boarded the fishing boat, Liu promptly opened the fishing box and foam box for him to inspect. Inside were primarily some stonefish and hairtail fish, while the live well contained large yellowfin tuna, 2 sizable grouper, and 1 red grouper. "You caught all these fish by yourself? And such a large red grouper!" Uncle Wei exclaimed, extending the net into the live well to stir the contents. "All of these were caught by me. This is the harvest of my day and night at sea," Liu grinned. The group first weighed Liu's catch, starting with the stonefish. He had a total of 34 stonefish, keeping 2 for himself, resulting in 42 pounds overall. The price per pound was quite high at 110 yuan, totaling for 260 yuan. The hairtail fish were weighed by the pound, with Liu selecting 6 large ones to take home, totaling 76 pounds at a rate of 70 yuan per pound, while the smaller ones, 15 pounds, were priced at 55 yuan, amounting to 145 yuan in total. The large yellowfin tuna weighed in at 104 pounds, priced at 45 yuan per pound, totaling 680 yuan. There were two grouper, one weighing 33 pounds and the other 41 pounds. With current fishing prices having dropped, they fetched 200 yuan per pound, totaling 800 yuan. Most significantly, the old red grouper weighed 8 pounds and was priced at 500 yuan per pound, bringing in 12,000 yuan. This single fish accounted for 1/3 of the total earnings for the trip, and Li Yu was genuinely elated. The grand total was 41,885 yuan, rounded to an even 42,000 yuan. You really are remarkable. To earn over 40,000 in just a day and night at sea, Uncle Wei concluded. Clearly impressed by Li Yu's fortune, even seasoned anglers would struggle to amass such wealth in that time. Li Yu, however, was unperturbed. Having reaped over 200,000 yuan from his outings with his father, he regarded this venture as merely a routine endeavor. Next came Ah Fong, who had a slightly more bounteous catch than Li Yu, boasting a yellowfin weighing 110 jin, along with 3 barramundi and a 12 jin sesame grouper. In total, he sold his haul for just shy of 30,000, falling 300 short, which Uncle Wei kindly covered to round it up to 30,000. Ah Fong, send me your bank account number, and I shall transfer the funds to you, Li Yu instructed. Sure thing, Uncle Wei. The duo, laden with their fishing gear and tackle box, returned to where they had parked their electric scooter. How did it feel out at sea this time, Ah Fong? It was exhilarating. The luck was truly on our side, 30,000 yuan, and I don't even have to hand any of it over to my mom, Ah Fong replied, grinning as he gazed at the bank transfer notification on his phone. Indeed, their fortune was remarkable this time. Boss Zhang had selected an excellent fishing spot, leading to an early bounty of exquisite rock cod, followed by several large groupers. Shall we buy a larger tackle box now? Ah Fong suggested, glancing at the box in front of the scooter, feeling for the first time that it was insufficient for their needs. Are you out of your mind? How can a large tackle box fit in front of the scooter? Let's head home to rest and take the tricycle next time, Li Yu retorted. All right, let us grab a bite in town before heading home for some sleep. Upon returning home, Li Yu's mother, hearing the sound of the electric scooter, emerged to check if her son had returned. Ah Yu, why are you back at this hour? I stopped by town for a bowl of pot-edge porridge, Li Yu replied, unloading the tackle box for his mother. I've saved a few jin of ribbonfish, yellowfin, rock cod, and the initial catch of black sea bream for you to handle. Where's Dad? Your father went out to set nets. He should be back soon. He should return shortly then, Li Yu mused, knowing his father typically set nets close to shore and returned around 3 in the afternoon to collect them. All right, you clean the fish while I go take a nap. When Li Yu was roused from his slumber, his father had already returned, and his mother had prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring a bowl of rock cod tofu soup, a large platter of steamed yellowfin, and a fragrant pan-fried ribbonfish, all brought home that morning. Simple yet delightful, it was another memorable meal. Would you care for a drink? His father inquired, producing a bottle of white liquor. No, it's too potent. I still need to head to town, Li Yu replied. He relished the pan-fried ribbonfish, its golden, crispy exterior encasing tender, snow-white flesh that became increasingly delectable with each bite. How much did you earn from this outing? His father asked, taking a sip of liquor and grimacing slightly before hastily shoveling some food into his mouth to wash it down. 42,000. Is fishing so lucrative? Both parents were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether their years of fishing had been in vain, as their son seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. Previously, they earned around 100,000 a year from fishing at home, supplemented by 2 shrimp ponds, yet their son had amassed such wealth from a single outing. This time was particularly fortunate, especially with Boss Zhang's choice of fishing spot, Li Yu shared, showing them the text messages on his phone. What about the others? Ah Fong also made 30,000, but I'm not sure about the others. Only Ah Fong fished alongside me to sell to Uncle Wei. The others sold to fishmongers while I was still on the boat. How much do you have now, including what I transferred to you previously? I have around 150,000. Why do you ask? 150,000? When did you accumulate so much? His father queried, clearly perplexed by the sudden influx of cash. This time, I made just over 40,000. I earned a bit on the fish farm, and from the previous outings. I collected some profits from selling yellowfish and hairtail, and it all adds up without me realizing. I plan to visit the speedboat factory in the county soon, if feasible. I wish to purchase a small fishing boat. What? A fishing boat? Both parents were somewhat astonished. After all, their son had only just returned and was already contemplating a vessel, which was a significant undertaking in a fishing village. Do you have enough money for that? A decent fishing boat, around 8 meters long, costs roughly 300,000. Hee, isn't that what you're for? Have you thought this through? You don't want to buy a boat just to let it sit at the dock. I merely mention it. I plan to make another trip offshore soon. This time, It felt somewhat easier to catch fish out there. It seems more profitable than the nearshore, where the seabed has been thoroughly trawled. But how will you determine the fishing spots? You want to know where the fish are. I'll first accompany someone else's boat a few times to familiarize myself with the fishing spots. These locations aren't discovered simply by burning fuel or buying them from others. Following someone else's boat won't suffice. Liu's father felt compelled to temper his son's aspirations, seeing how a little success had inflated his confidence. Then you'll just have to gradually burn through fuel to explore. I refuse to believe you want to find a few fishing spots. Are you planning to buy it alone or partner with Afang? Liu, just having resolved one dilemma, found himself confronted with another question from his father. In their area, it was common to co-own a boat, but such arrangements carried significant risks. The decision-making power must ultimately reside with him. And there was no guarantee that Afang would want to partner up. What if he desired to purchase his own? When I head to town, I'll ask Afang about his thoughts. All right. As for your matters, we old folks won't meddle. You two can decide for yourselves. Owning a fishing boat is intricate, involving considerations such as the material of the hull, length, wind and wave resistance, and so forth. Specific details regarding the cabin size, sleeping quarters, and live wells must be meticulously articulated to the boatyard, which will tailor the vessel to meet those specifications. Additionally, there are engines, fish attractors, fish finders, and other equipment that require careful consideration. Liu set his bowl down, hopped onto his electric scooter, and made his way to Afang's house, opting to avoid walking as it was too exhausting. Afang was still asleep, likely worn out from a night of revelry. Liu playfully slapped him on the backside to rouse him. What time is it? Afang mumbled, still groggy with his pillow clutched between his legs. It's 1 o'clock. Get up and shake off the drowsiness. I have something to discuss with you. Liu preferred not to have this conversation while Afang was still half asleep. What is it? Afang asked after finishing a cigarette. I'm considering buying a fishing boat. You're thinking of buying a fishing boat already? I thought you'd wait a while longer. Afang had surmised from their recent outing that Liu would pursue a fishing boat, given his remarkable luck. However, he hadn't anticipated his friend would act so swiftly. Not really. I'm just saying that I plan to make another trip offshore in a couple of days to test whether the money is as easy to earn as it seemed. Liu had also contemplated the matter, realizing that such decisions should not be rushed. After all, purchasing a boat is a significant commitment. And perhaps their last offshore trip was merely a stroke of luck. This time, he intended to try a different boat captain. I see. I thought you were ready to buy immediately. Getting a license usually takes about half a month. There's no rush. I plan to take the A2E test for the license after my next offshore trip. That makes sense. How much does it cost to obtain a yacht license? The mere thought of Liu evokes a pang of sympathy. The training fee for obtaining a yacht license hovers around 20,000 yuan. And this is for the A2E license. Should one aspire to the A1E license, the cost escalates to approximately 30,000 yuan. The distinction between these two licenses merely lies in the length of the yachts they permit one to operate. The A1E allows for any length, whereas the A2E restricts one to yachts under 20 meters. Nonetheless, for them, the A2E suffices. A fully equipped fishing boat under 10 meters in length requires an investment of around 300,000 yuan, while contemplating a 20-meter vessel is simply unfathomable. 20,000 yuan, does it not evoke a sense of heartache? Undoubtedly. With such an amount, why not resort to theft? This endeavor necessitates practical operations at sea, and one must consider the exorbitant fuel costs. What are your thoughts on this? At this moment, Afang realizes that Liu has come to inquire whether he would be interested in investing together. Upon careful reflection, he decides against it. Liu has always treated him well, and partnering with him would be akin to taking advantage of his generosity. As for money, should Liu require it, Afang can lend him what he needs, for all the wealth he possesses has been accrued alongside Liu. Perhaps it would be wiser to save a bit more before contemplating the purchase of a fishing boat for himself. Afang has also tasted the joys of fishing. After all, he need only accompany Liu and partake in the catch. You really won't partner with me? We could easily manage a fishing boat together. Forget it. First, you should acquire the fishing boat. I'll just tag along on your fishing spots. When I've saved enough, I'll purchase my own, and by then, you'll have already scouted the best spots for me. What type of fishing boat do you intend to buy? I'm thinking of starting with a more economical Class 2 boat, something around 300,000 yuan that can venture into deeper waters. Do you have enough funds? Or would you require my assistance? Certainly, I'm not fully funded yet. I still need about half of the amount. There's plenty of time, so I'm not in a rush. I plan to venture out to sea again the day after tomorrow and will pursue the license upon my return. Are you coming along? Absolutely. It's certainly more convenient to go together. All right, let us go. We'll head to town to exchange for a larger fishing box. The two rode their tricycle to Uncle Lu's tackle shop in town, where Uncle Lu, upon seeing them, warmly invited them to sit and enjoy some tea. Your recent fishing outings have yielded quite the bounty. Old Zhang has shared on social media that all the fishing spots have been fully booked, even those for the past month. As Uncle Lu lifted the tea lid, Liu was greeted by an alluring aroma. This tea was indeed delightful. That's merely good fortune. Boss Zhang has a keen eye for selecting fishing spots. Liu took a sip of the tea, finding it remarkably soothing, with a delightful sweetness and floral notes. How astute. Let me guess, did he first take you to a Black Sea bream spot, followed by a sunken ship, and then to the windmill tower? Noticing their cups were empty, Uncle Lu refilled them. Impressive, Uncle Lu. Just by observing the catch, one can deduce much. Liu assumed Uncle Lu had inferred this from their haul at the dock. I haven't seen your catch. It's just that Boss Zhang has consistently chosen these spots since he began venturing out to sea, which hasn't even been 6 months. He hardly possesses a repertoire of fishing spots. A standard fishing boat owner would charge at least $1,500 for a day and night at sea. Only a novice like him would settle for $800. Wow, is it really that expensive to fish offshore? Absolutely. The boat owner's fuel and maintenance costs are not negligible. His $800 is certainly not a substantial profit, and considering you've fished several spots this time, he is likely operating at a loss. Uncle Lu also owns a fishing boat, lamenting how the market has been adversely affected in the past 6 months, particularly due to Old Zhang's rigid pricing. So, what brings you two here today? We were hoping to invite you both to join us on our fishing boat for a trip. Given that your recent luck with fish has been commendable, a good catch would serve as an excellent advertisement for ourselves. Chapter 67. To their surprise, Lu Boss offered each of them an 85-liter insulated fish box. I'm looking to exchange for a larger fishing box. The previous 30-liter one was a bit small. The largest I have is only 50 liters. You likely want a bigger box for fish, correct? Indeed, the 30 liters can hardly hold much. In that case, you might as well opt for an insulated fish box. It's lightweight, convenient, and encompasses all the functions of a regular box. Do you have a sample? Please show me. Lu Boss retrieved a large rectangular white box from inside, equipped with a pull rod and wheels. Upon seeing the insulated fish box, Liu was immediately taken with it. Let me give you a brief overview of the structure of this fish box. Lu Boss opened the lid. Liu measured the wall thickness with his hand, estimating it to be around 5 centimeters. This is the Iku Lu insulated fish box. With external dimensions of approximately 1,014,750 centimeters and internal dimensions of about 783,435 centimeters, offering a capacity of 104 liters, which should meet your needs. It comes with wheels and a pull rod, and when filled with ice, it can maintain a temperature in a 30-degree environment for 5 days. There is also a drainage outlet to remove melted ice. However, nothing beats seeing it for yourselves. Lu Boss positioned the fish box in front of them, and Liu lifted the lid to inspect its sealing performance, noting 2 rings of sealing strips on the inner lid that effectively facilitate cold air circulation. He also examined the outer shell, which was made of plastic, while the crucial components were constructed from stainless steel. Is there an 80-liter version? The 104 liters seems a bit too large. Liu handed the lid to a Fong for a more thorough examination. There is an 85-liter version. This one with a pull rod is priced at $1,800. That is quite expensive. Liu exclaimed, surprised. The 30-liter box he currently used cost merely a few hundred. There is no alternative. Its functionality and value justify the price. However, if you could do me a favor, I could gift each of you one. Both were elated at the prospect of receiving an 85-liter fish box each, totaling 3,600 yuan. Is this for real, Uncle Lu? What do you need us to do? I'll do anything to assist you. Simply accompany me on my fishing boat for a trip without incurring any fishing spot fees. Lu Boss replied with a smile. Just as a Fong appeared ready to enthusiastically agree, Liu quickly tugged at his sleeve, urging him to hesitate. Such good fortune rarely befalls one. The combined cost of the 2 fish boxes amounted to 3,600 yuan. And with Uncle Lu mentioning that fishing spot fees on his boat started at a minimum of 1,500 per person, the total would reach 6,600 yuan. Surely, such an advantageous offer was too good to be true. Uncle Lu, is there perhaps another stipulation? Liu scrutinized Lu Boss's expression, attempting to discern his intentions, but the seasoned businessman's demeanor revealed nothing. Well, there is one request. During the day and night at sea, your combined catch must be worth at least 60,000 yuan, and you must return when the dock is bustling with people. I'll also take you to some superior fishing spots, unlike Old Zhang, who merely leads you to the well-known locations. Lu Boss chuckled, feeling somewhat awkward discussing such matters with the younger generation, especially since he was familiar with their parents. He pondered how he would maintain his own dignity if this were to be relayed back to them. Although I would never let the 2 of them down, I felt somewhat embarrassed to ask them for a favor. Yet, there was no other choice. After all, that rascal Ayu was just too fortunate to ignore. Liu now comprehended Uncle Lu's intentions. It seemed that the fishing boat was struggling to attract customers, and he merely wanted the 2 of them to promote it. much like Boss Zhang had done. However, when one considered the arrangement, it still felt like a loss. Boss Zhang had offered him free advertising last time. While on this boat, even catching an octopus would incur a fee. During slow seasons for fishing boats, it is quite common to hire professional anglers to help with advertising. But it was unexpected to find oneself in such a situation. At that moment, Alfong dared not speak, simply sipping tea, cup after cup. As this was merely a concept he had heard of before, now becoming a reality, especially when it involved him. Uncle Lu, what if we fail to catch the required amount of fish? Is there a penalty? He had heard that professional anglers charged a fee and had to sign an agreement with the boat owner. If they failed to catch enough, they would incur losses. I don't demand a formal agreement like other professional anglers. If you don't meet the quota, you'll still have to pay for the tackle and the fishing spot, which amounts to 3,003 each. To be frank, considering you two are juniors, and I have a decent relationship with your father, having known him since you were 17 or 18, if I were to engage you in a betting agreement, I would be doing you a disservice. Your fathers would surely come to confront me. The two exchanged glances, realizing the truth of his words. After all, it was their fathers who had first brought them to purchase items here. All right, Uncle Lu, when does your fishing boat head out to sea? Liu readily agreed, as he still needed money and was eager to earn enough to buy a small boat. This opportunity to accompany Uncle Lu on his boat would also serve as a valuable learning experience. Come to my shop at 3 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. My son will be operating the boat. You can store your fish boxes at my shop, and I'll prepare the ice for you. Additionally, I will provide the necessary accessories like hooks. Just send me a list of what you need. By the way, Uncle Lu, how do I maintain the fishing reel I bought last time? I suspect the gears have become deformed after our last outing, and some parts may need replacing. Lu Boss cast him an annoyed glance, muttering about how he was being taken advantage of. Will you be using this reel for your next trip? No. This time we're going out to make money, so we need the reel. An electric winch will be more efficient. Then when you come by at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow, bring the reel, and I'll service it for you, and check if any parts need replacing. There won't be a charge, right, Uncle Lu? No charge. Now you two can head back. Remember, come to my shop at 3 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Lu Boss said through gritted teeth. Sure thing, Uncle Lu, see you the day after tomorrow. Liu quickly pulled Fong away, fearing they might get kicked out if they lingered any longer. Chapter 68, Lu Xiao. After exiting the shop, Liu led Fong to a nearby milk tea shop. Fong, be sure to bring your fishing reel the day after tomorrow. Uncle Lu can service both of them at once. Is that really all right? Fong felt a bit embarrassed, sensing that he was riding on Liu's coattails again. Uncle Lu was likely extending this favor due to Liu. Moreover, his own fishing reel had been purchased 2 or 3 years ago and had never been maintained properly. He had even neglected to rinse it with water after each use, meaning several parts definitely needed replacement. It's fine, we'll just do our best on this trip. All right. Hey, why didn't Uncle Li let us come to Uncle Lu when he is fishing boats? Fong pondered, feeling somewhat puzzled. His father hadn't encouraged them to seek Uncle Lu, despite their amicable relations, and they had always purchased their supplies from his shop. He probably didn't want us to take advantage of Uncle Lu. Given their good relationship, it would be awkward for him to charge us. Enough of that. Let us head back and get some rest. Their milk tea was soon ready, and they hopped on their tricycle to return home. Before long, the time to set sail arrived. Liu had already explained everything to his parents and rode his tricycle to pick up Fong, heading towards the town. They reached Lu Boss's shop at 2:30 in the morning, where a young man in his 30s was present. Uncle Lu. The two placed their fishing boxes and gear down, greeting Lu Boss. You've arrived. Let me introduce you. This is my son, Lu Xiao. You can call him whatever you like. You should have met when you were kids, trailing behind Old Li and Shizhu. Lu Boss introduced the young man standing behind him. They were the same two who had gone out to sea on Boss Zhang's fishing boat, Ayu and Fong. The two greeted Lu Xiao, who was around 10 years their senior. Even if they had met before, they hardly remembered. Lu Xiao appeared somewhat tanned, likely from spending extended periods out on the fishing boat, but he was tall and robust. Have a seat. You two are quite impressive. I often hear my father speak of you, saying you are skilled at fishing. Lu Xiao retrieved 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and offered them cigarettes. Have you eaten yet? The two felt a bit reserved, seeing Lu Xiao for the first time. Liu waved his hand, declining the offer. No. We came straight from home. This was true as they had left at 2 in the morning. Arriving at 2:30, the town's breakfast vendors had yet to open. The breakfast spots aren't open yet. My dad is preparing breakfast in the back kitchen. We'll eat together in a bit. However, our departure will be delayed by about 10 minutes. One of the anglers is coming from the county and needs some time. Lu Xiao was friendly and unpretentious. He remembered the two well, having seen them when he was nearly 15 or 16, while they were merely 6 or 7 years old. Shyly trailing behind Uncle Li and Uncle Shizhu. They had only met that once, as he went on to high school, and then to the county, followed by university. marriage, and the arrival of a lovely daughter. Lu Xiao only returned home after having a daughter. He had spent 4 months at home at the beginning of 2020, getting engaged to his girlfriend of 7 years, and welcomed his daughter in 2022. He remained home since, having worked in the special economic zone for 8 years. Supplemented by a bit of support from his father, he purchased an $80,000 fishing boat. With his father's long-standing fishing gear business in the town, he had explored numerous fishing spots, and business was generally good. Additionally, he could catch fish to sell, yielding a monthly profit of about $20,000 to $30,000 after expenses for fuel, maintenance, and dock fees. Profits during the fishing ban were even higher due to soaring seafood prices and an influx of anglers. In one fortunate month, he earned over $80,000, as good weather and fully booked spots favored him. However, after Boss Zhang purchased his boat, he began to pressure prices too low. Most of his customers were regulars, with few new patrons. All right, let us have breakfast. The meal was quite simple. Uncle Lu prepared some noodles with a few shrimp and crabs. After finishing their meal, they sat in the shop for a while longer, during which they handed their fishing reels to Lu Uncle. He accepted them without a word, likely waiting until the two went out to sea to repair them. The other 3 fishing companions gradually arrived, with Lu Xiao riding a tricycle to transport the fishing gear to the dock. Liu followed Alfong, sitting at the back of the tricycle, while the other 3 drove behind. The white fishing boat, quite long at 312 meters, came into view. Liu donned a miner's lamp to inspect the vessel. Noting some scratches on the hull, it was quite normal for fishing boats, which lacked protective measures, to bear such marks. Lu Xiao and Liu loaded the fishing boxes and other equipment onto the boat, after which Lu Xiao rushed off to fetch a large box, each of them carrying a fishing gear bag. Seeing this, Liu and Alfong jumped off the boat to take the 2 fish boxes from them. These boxes, selected 2 days prior, were 85 liters in volume and filled with ice, weighing quite heavily. Can you manage? Liu inquired, eyeing the considerable weight. No problem. I can handle it, Lu Xiao assured, as the fish boxes were equipped with pulleys, making them relatively easy to haul. Lu Xiao boarded the boat with his gear bag, assisting the others in loading the fish boxes aboard. The boxes, substantial in size, were secured at the stern of the vessel. Lu Xiao's small boat featured a lengthy design, boasting 3 fishing spots on each side and 4 more on the foredeck, while the stern was devoid of any. This provided ample space, and the 2 opted for positions at the stern, adjacent to the fish boxes. The journey commenced. The fishing boat possessed a rather unique design. Being a dual-control vessel with helms at both the bow and stern, the latter situated outdoors for convenience during solo fishing excursions. Liu followed Lu Xiao into the cockpit while the others rested in the cabin. Lu Xiao offered a brief introduction to his fishing boat, noting that the hull was not particularly expensive, costing around $70,000, while the real investment lay in the Yamaha engine, a 300 horsepower powerhouse worth approximately $200,000. Additionally, there was an imported 15 kW generator on board, with a total of 10 fishing spots and 8 sleeping berths, an economical cruising speed of 20 knots, a maximum speed of 30 knots, and a fuel tank capacity of 500 liters. Lu Xiao had prepared 15 octopuses and 10 crabs for grouper fishing, along with 3 pounds of shrimp and some Antarctic krill. The bait alone cost over $600, prompting Liu to scratch his head, contemplating the potential losses if they returned empty-handed. No need to worry. What are the odds of that? Even if we do, we can consider it a sightseeing trip. Lu Xiao replied confidently, unperturbed. Lu Xiao activated the fish finder and nautical chart, demonstrating its operation to Liu. The fishing boat was equipped with a through-hull transducer and an 8-inch screen. Chapter 69, Bait Trap. With the fishing boat's power fully engaged, they sped for about an hour before reaching their destination, approximately 30 nautical miles from shore. Below them lay a reef, and Lu Xiao observed on the fish finder that they were positioned precisely at a depression in the reef, which measured about 15 meters in diameter. Lu Xiao deduced that such locations tend to attract food and smaller fish, providing shelter and sustenance for the grouper, which favored hiding in these secluded spots. However, grouper typically only bite during high tide, necessitating that they fish until the tide rises fully. This position had been noted during the off-season while searching for fishing spots, where he had previously seen 2 fishing boats operating in this area. Many local fishermen frequented this region, known as a prime fishing ground. Those in the know were undoubtedly numerous, with only 30 nautical miles between them and the coast, and 2 hours remaining until high tide. They could expect a flurry of boats arriving to fish as the tide rolled in. They headed directly to the spot Lu Xiao had designated, arriving early enough to secure their preferred position, being the first fishing boat on the scene. A slight swell persisted, yet it was manageable. As the fishing boat came to a halt, Wang Lin stepped out of the cabin, gazing down at the sea's surface. The boat swayed slightly. Wang Lin was prone to seasickness, having experienced it several times during previous trips. While the boat handled well in motion, maintaining stability unless faced with particularly rough conditions. It wobbled when stationary, swaying with even the slightest waves. "Brother Wang, you shouldn't set your bait here," remarked Qin Chong, who, along with Lin Bo, often accompanied Lu Xiao on his fishing excursions. The three were quite familiar with one another. "The gyro hasn't been activated yet, old Wang. Just hang in there," Lu Xiao encouraged as he turned on the gyro, which began to take effect, significantly reducing the boat's swaying. Lu Xiao's vessel was equipped with the JW-7 gyro stabilizer technology, priced around 70,000, designed to keep the fishing boat stable over the fishing spot during high tide or rough seas. In such minor swells, the gyro was essential for maintaining the boat's stability. It monitored the vessel's condition and relayed information to the stabilization system, which adjusted various components to counteract swaying, effectively minimizing lateral and vertical movement. Lu Xiao's JW-7 could reduce the boat's rocking by over 85. Wang Lin had chosen Lu Xiao's boat precisely for its gyro stabilization. "How is it now, Brother Wang?" Lu Xiao inquired. "Much better now. The boat isn't rocking as it was before." Wang Lin nodded in agreement. "Then hurry up and set your rods, drop your lines. The water here is about 30 meters deep, and black sea bream, yellowfin, true bream, and threadfin bream are known to frequent this area. There should also be eels on the seabed. As the tide rises, you'll find bass and mackerel, along with the illustrious midday snapper," Lu Xiao elaborated, encouraging them to prepare for a delightful meal of steamed snapper at noon. Liu retrieved a 2-4-meter fishing rod, rigging it with line and an electric reel that plugged directly into the boat's power supply. With a slight swell still present, he opted for a 300G sinker. Liu and Ah Fong had not brought any bait, having arranged for Lu Xiao to provide it. Lu Xiao had prepared 3 pounds of shrimp, each quite sizable at about half a liang. The live shrimp, oxygenated and placed in the bait box, were in excellent condition. Liu chose to forego using a treble hook, instead testing with a single hook, attaching a lively shrimp and casting it overboard, allowing the electric reel to release line. With the water depth at approximately 30 meters, the sinker quickly settled to the bottom, and Liu gently lifted the line to adjust the shrimp's position. Ah Fong also cast his rod, exclaiming, "It's going down, fish on." "Is that even effective?" Lu Xiao questioned, bemused by the peculiar antics of these young anglers. Previously, a guest had insisted on ringing a bell when casting their first line. "It works. Last time, I shouted when I cast, and I hooked a big green grouper," Ah Fong confidently retorted. "Lu Gu, watch me perform a miracle," Ah Fong proclaimed, brimming with assurance. "There are fish below. The fish finder indicates activity," Lu Xiao announced loudly, glancing toward the cockpit. "Here it comes." Liu observed the rod tip nodding, setting the hook and engaging the electric reel to reel in the catch. "What kind of fish is it? Is it large?" Lu Xiao inquired, giving a thumbs up to Liu. "It's small, not very big. Still can't tell what it is." Liu, still new to sea fishing, could not discern the species based solely on feel, though he could gauge its size. Perched atop the fish box, he rested his feet on the gunnels, awaiting the electric reel to retrieve the line. "It's a spring fish, not large. About 7 or 8 tails," he declared as the electric reel pulled the fish from the water's depths. With the aid of his miner's lamp, Liu accurately identified the catch. The spring fish exhibited a gray-orange hue, adorned with numerous wavy gray-black stripes angling downward, discontinuous below the lateral line. With a silver-white belly and a gray-orange dorsal fin, each fin base marked by a small black dot. In their locality, steaming fish is a favored culinary method, albeit at a rather steep price of 80 yuan per gene. It is reasonable, worth perhaps 30 to 40 yuan. Liu retrieved the fish and cast it into the fish box. The line was reeled in too hastily, causing the swim bladder to be expelled from its mouth, rendering any attempt at revival futile. Liu reattached a live shrimp and cast it again, still using a single hook. At this point, he had only caught 1 fish, unable to ascertain if there was a school of juvenile fish lurking below. After casting, he observed Ah Fong bringing in a catch. Emerging from the water was a black sea bream weighing around a gene, which Ah Fong promptly tossed into the live well. At this moment, the sounds of Wang Lin and Lin Bo also reeling in fish could be heard. Lu Xiao approached to take a glance, noting that they had all caught juvenile fish. Once Lu Xiao confirmed that a school of fish had indeed arrived, he lowered his rod, first tossing 2 blocks of Antarctic shrimp to create a feeding ground before meticulously assembling his fishing rod. He produced a small, olive-shaped bait cage, pointed at both ends and bulging in the middle. He threaded the main line through the circular ring at the top of the cage, then tied a secure knot or used a specialized connector to ensure a sturdy attachment between the cage and the main line. Liu had encountered this bait cage while watching fishing videos. It was a popular tool among fishing enthusiasts who filled it with Antarctic shrimp. He then attached a swivel below the main line and connected the leader line to the swivel, tying a series of hooks at the end of the leader. This setup allowed the bait cage to rotate freely in the water, minimizing tangles while enabling the hooks to hang naturally. Lu Xiao grabbed a handful of Antarctic krill and placed them inside the cage, not overstuffing it, before securing the lid and casting it into the water. He intermittently shook the fishing line to dislodge the krill from the bait cage. Liu wished to observe Lu Xiao's technique further, but the alarming sound of the electric reel drew his attention back. Chapter 70. What is precision operation? Bingo. This bite is quite vigorous. The strength of this fish is considerable. The fishing rod bent as the electric reel retrieved the line. Wow, this fish is substantial. Ah Fong felt a twinge of envy. Having caught 2 black sea bream, each weighing around a gene. The fish's struggle was immense, thrashing about. It felt like a grouper. Although its tail flicking during the struggle suggested otherwise. Regardless of its identity, Liu slowed his retrieval, while Lu Xiao stood by with a landing net, poised to scoop up the catch. It took 5 painstaking minutes to draw the fish from the depths. Oh, a magnificent sea bream. Liu finally recognized the fish being pulled up. It was elongated and oval-shaped, with a pale rosy hue. Excellent. It weighed 4 to 5 gene, valued at 6 to 700 yuan. Lu Xiao netted the fish and removed the hook, tossing it into the live well. The sea bream is a coastal species, typically inhabiting waters between 30 to 200 meters deep. Although there is some pressure on the swim bladder at this depth, it is relatively minor compared to species dwelling at hundreds of meters or deeper. When caught, sea bream usually do not suffer from issues like excessive bladder expansion due to sudden pressure changes, unlike their deep-sea counterparts. In their local seafood markets and restaurants, as well as during special occasions such as weddings and festivals, sea bream is highly sought after, commanding a hefty price of 150 yuan per gene for a live fish of this size. After placing the fish in the live well, Lu Xiao reeled in his line, noticing that his rod was bending significantly, likely indicating multiple fish had taken the bait. When he pulled the line up to the surface and shone a mining lamp on it, he was greeted by 5 juvenile fish, each around a gene. Floating on the surface, their pink swim bladders visible. Liu surmised that a school of juvenile fish had arrived at the sea floor and switched to a series of hooks, even borrowing a bait cage from Lu Xiao, inquiring about its usage in detail. Meanwhile, Ah Fong had already acquired a bait cage from Lu Xiao and switched to a series of hooks. This time he pulled up 3 juvenile fish. The others on the opposite side remained unaware of the happenings. Liu took a packet of thawed Antarctic krill from Lu Xiao, grabbed a handful, and filled the bait cage halfway. He then peeled the shells off the larger shrimp, cutting them into 5 pieces to attach to the series of hooks. Now focused solely on fishing, he disregarded everything else, placing the lowest hook about a meter off the bottom. Here it comes. A strike. As soon as Liu placed the bait on the seabed, he felt the rod shudder several times. He did not rush to reel in. Instead, he gently jiggled the line up and down, allowing the krill in the bait cage to disperse. He waited until he felt 4 or 5 more tugs before beginning to reel in. Zing, zing, zing. Ah Fong exclaimed. I've hooked another one. It's a full catch, a continuous line. Liu took the opportunity to boast a little to Ah Fong, seizing the moment while Ah Fong had only landed 3 fish. As the electric reel drew the fish from the water, 5 hooks from the series were neatly adorned with 5 juvenile fish, their silvery bodies glistening under the mining lamp. Liu swiftly pulled the line up, laying the 5 juvenile fish on the deck of the boat, their swim bladders already expelled, beyond saving. 400 yuan in hand. Liu placed the fish in the box, refilled the bait cage with Antarctic krill, and reattached the shrimp meat before casting down again. For about an hour, Liu continued to reel in juvenile fish, managing to catch over 20 before the tide began to rise. At this juncture, the larger fish arrived, scattering the school of juvenile fish. The rising tide presented the most opportune moment for fishing. Liu counted, noticing 8 fishing boats had gathered around, all abuzz with activity. During high tide, the abundance of food draws the larger fish from the depths. However, today's tidal surge was quite powerful, causing the smaller boats to bob precariously. Lu Xiao's fishing boat was relatively large, equipped with a gyroscope and stabilizing mechanisms, both of which he activated. As long as the winds and waves were manageable, they would be fine. Some smaller boats relied solely on their engines or anchors to stabilize. The fish finder indicated that a school of fish had appeared in the midwater, while a few larger fish, likely groupers, lingered near the seabed. Lu Xiao circled the fishing boat, informing his companions, if we manage to catch a grouper, this trip will cover our expenses. The fish finder revealed the grouper's location was not far from their boat, but with so many boats on the surface, it remained to be seen if luck would be on their side. Liu too glanced at the fish finder, noting the larger fish were not far from him, lazily resting in a depression on the ocean floor. Without hesitation, he swapped out his series of hooks, deliberating briefly before deciding to replace the entire line with a number 6 PE line, switching to a 500G sinker. He hooked a 1-gene octopus onto the line, preparing to target the larger fish directly. Ah, Are we really going to target the big fish right away? Lu Xiao expressed some surprise. Was it prudent to begin targeting after only spotting a few large fish on the finder? Even Ah Fong beside him decided to change his setup as well. Indeed, if there are large fish down there, we might as well start fishing. After all, catching one could turn 30 yuan into 2,000. Li Yu explained as he let out the line, confident that they still had ample time on this outing. With large fish in the vicinity, he thought it worth a try. Once the tide peaked, they could switch locations, as it was still early in the rising tide. Carefully managing the line, he let it sink to 25 meters, then raised the rod slightly to entice the octopus to attract the fish, continuing this method until he realized it was ineffective. After some contemplation, Li Yu surmised that it was still dark, and the fish could not see the live shrimp in the murky depths. Perhaps it would be better to try tapping the bottom instead. With a subtle tug, he reeled in a bit of fishing line, raising the lead sinker approximately 4 meters. The electric reel was set to maximum, and with a swift release, the 1-kilogram sinker plunged into the depths of the sea, creating a commotion distinctly different from the struggle of an octopus. After Li Yu had thoroughly checked the bottom, he waited for about 3 minutes before beginning to reel in, pulling up about 5 meters, preparing for another attempt. It was evident that large fish lurked below, but he needed to devise a strategy to entice them to bite. Resolutely, Li Yu cast again, waiting for approximately 5 minutes, yet still no fish took the bait. Could it be that the larger fish here were simply disinterested? Never mind. If they wouldn't bite, they wouldn't bite. A slight sense of disappointment washed over him. After all, what could he do if the fish were unresponsive? He began to reel in, this time feeling somewhat disheartened, eager to catch other fish, and thus he swiftly reeled in 2 or 3 meters. A bite. Finally, the speed of the line retrieval from the electric reel slowed, and Li Yu raised his rod, setting the hook firmly into the fish's mouth. Did he catch it? A grouper? Lu Xiao, following Ah Fong, gripped his rod firmly to assist Li Yu in reeling in, preventing their lines from tangling. It didn't seem very large. Likely a grouper. Li Yu reduced the speed of his reeling, spending around 10 minutes before finally pulling the fish to the surface. It was a coral trout. Now that dawn had broken, the surface of the sea was visible, and as the fish emerged, Li Yu released it. The coral trout, also known as the cloud-patterned grouper, was renowned locally as the king of groupers. Its flesh was delectable, tender, and rich in gelatinous texture, with live specimens fetching around 300 yuan per pound. The fish displayed a brown or tan body, adorned with 6 dark brown horizontal bands, each accompanied by branched, cloud-like white spots. The first and second bands slanted towards the head from near the dorsal fin, while the 6th band was situated on the tail base, with the others slanting from the back to the belly, making it easily identifiable. Lu Xiao netted the fish, using a fish needle for a quick puncture. Quite a catch. A coral trout, weighing around 10 pounds, valued at 3,000 yuan. Lu Xiao placed the fish into the live well and activated the oxygen pump. Watching it swim, Li Yu reeled in slowly, the fish not significantly affected by the pressure change, its belly slightly bulging. Chapter 71. 2/3 of the task completed. Even after placing the fish in the live well, Lu Xiao still found it hard to believe. He had visited this spot several times with his crew, having caught groupers before, but they were always the green variety. Damn, that was a big coral trout. This person's luck is indeed remarkable, managing to catch a large coral trout here. Several nearby fishing boats were not far off, and as Lu Xiao had anchored in the depression of the reef, a few latecomers had encircled them. A large coral trout floating on the sea was quite conspicuous, and even though it had been placed in the live well, others continued to gaze in their direction. The group paid no mind, and Lu Xiao glanced at the fish finder. Noticing that another school of fish had arrived below, a long-bodied school was approaching. At what depth? Approximately 25 meters. What kind of fish could it be? Lu Gu. Not sure. Perhaps sea wolves or mackerel. Lu Xiao shook his head. Since a school of fish had appeared below, Li Yu decided against targeting groupers any longer. There were only a few down there, and whether he could catch them was uncertain. It was time to seize the moment for production. Li Yu scooped up a live shrimp, aiming for that school of fish, and just as he cast, he had a strike. The fish that hooked on was strong, bending the rod into a dramatic arc, continuously charging forward with remarkable speed. Damn, how did you hook another one? Ah Fong exclaimed upon seeing Li Yu land another fish, quickly adjusting his strategy to switch to live shrimp. Hee, lucky me, a strike. Just uncertain about what kind of fish it is. Li Yu engaged the electric reel to retrieve the line. As he pulled the fish from the water, it revealed itself to be a large mullet. Wow, it's a mullet, the finest fish in Minnan. The mullet Li Yu caught was nearly a meter long, weighing around 20 pounds, indeed a sizable specimen. The mullet's tail is scissor-shaped, enabling swift movement, making it a favorite among anglers. The almost 1 meter long mullet was full of life. Lu Xiao used a large net to scoop it up, removing the hook with pliers, only to discover that the line had become frayed from the mullet's bite. The mullet's teeth are small yet densely packed, arranged tightly in both jaws. Fortunately, Liu used an electric reel, allowing for rapid line retrieval. Had he been slower, the mullet could have easily bitten through the line and escaped. These mullet teeth are formidable. Lu Xiao tossed the fish into the live well, observing the frayed line. Lucky you reeling it in quickly. Using the electric reel was fortunate. If it had been a manual crank, it likely wouldn't have made it. The title of finest fish in Minnan is well-deserved. Mullet flesh is tender and flavorful, with minimal bones, offering an exquisite taste whether steamed, braised, or pan-fried, making it immensely popular in the Minnan region. As the tide began to rise, the school of fish moved in, and even Afong managed to catch a mullet, albeit a smaller one weighing around 10 pounds. Liu switched to a steel wire leader, baiting it with a live shrimp, and cast again. Hooked. A sea bass. Damn. Another sea bass. Why are there so many? I wanted a mullet. Another mullet. Damn. Afong. This one must weigh at least 25 pounds. Too bad it got away. Why not say 30 pounds? The group of boats had been fishing in this spot for 3 hours. This school of mackerel seemed to have moved on, not biting at all. Today, the tide was rising, taking about 5 to 6 hours to build. The mullet had left, but other fish remained. Liu checked the fish finder again, spotting several larger fish still resting on the bottom of the depression, regardless of whether he could catch them. He baited an octopus and began tallying the haul, taking a swig from a bottle of mineral water. He rested for a few minutes before starting to clean the sea bass on the deck. He had been busy reeling in fish, especially when the sea bass began to bite. He had caught 5 sea bass in quick succession. The sea bass were voracious, practically biting the hook as soon as it was cast, and he hadn't even had time to place them in the live well. Instead, he tossed them at his feet, continuing to fish for mullet, as the value of mullet outweighed that of sea bass. The sea bass still alive at his feet were nearly gasping for air. Unable to survive, he tossed them into the fish box. He counted a total of 16 sea bass caught, all relatively small, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. In contrast, he had caught 9 mullet, all of decent size. The smaller ones around 7 to 8 pounds, and the largest likely exceeding 20 pounds. Such mullet over 10 pounds could fetch around 150 yuan per pound in the market, while those under 10 pounds were slightly cheaper, around 120. Compared to sea bass, they were incomparable. With the fishing season recently opening, the price of sea bass had plummeted to around 50 yuan per pound. Had he caught only mullet, he would have ceased fishing altogether, reaping substantial profits today. As Afong tossed a cigarette to Lu Xiao, he remarked while casting again. Both Afong and Lu Xiao had enjoyed good fortune, each reeling in 6 or 7 mullet, while the fate of Lin Bo and his companions remained unknown on the other side. Too many had slipped away. Let us not be too greedy with this many mullet. Our luck is already commendable. The others nearby had not fared as well, with only 2 or 3 mullet caught per person. Our trio has certainly had the better luck. Lu Xiao had just ventured over to inquire about Lin Bo and his companion's catch, learning that their haul was quite average. Fishing is inherently a matter of luck. Even if you are aboard the same vessel, the bounty can vary greatly. Liu felt a sense of satisfaction as he calculated in his mind that the fish he had caught, namely the midday fish and the sea bass, could fetch over 20,000. Adding to that the contributions from Afong, and with 2/3 of their current expedition already accomplished, what more could he desire? The influence of tides on sea fishing is substantial. During the ebb and flow, the seawater is in a state of flux, accompanied by a current. Fish typically follow the current to forage. With approximately 3 more hours until high tide, it was certain they would continue fishing for a spell longer. Even in the absence of grouper or other varieties, targeting black sea bream and similar species here would still prove advantageous. Chapter 72. No, this is a false knife fish. Without hesitation, he adeptly replaced the bait cage, stuffing the thawed Antarctic krill inside with increasing finesse. He maintained the same strategy, opting not to rush into switching to a treble hook, but instead utilizing a single hook with live shrimp. Now that the apex predators had departed, it was time for the omnivorous fish to emerge for feeding. Liu cast out the sinker, allowing the line to unfurl until it reached 15 or 16 meters. Then began to control the electric reel, letting out the line in 2-meter increments. He gently shook the bait cage after releasing 2 meters, enticing the fish with the krill to draw them in. After waiting 3 minutes, he continued to lower the line. At 18 meters, there was no bite. He persisted. At 20 meters, still nothing. He continued. He extended the line to 25 meters, yet the fish remained elusive, prompting him to adjust his technique to release the line in 1-meter increments until the sinker touched the seabed, still without a nibble. After several minutes of waiting, he reeled in the line, only to find the bait cage empty of krill. After trying 2 more times without success, Afong suggested, "Shall we change spots?" Lu Xiao reeled in his line as well and glanced at the fish finder in the cockpit. which indicated that fish were present below. However, after several attempts without a bite, it seemed the fish might be satiated, or perhaps the fishing vessels nearby were too numerous. Let us linger here for a while, he decided. It was still early for the tide to reach its peak, likely reaching only 5/10 at most, far from the optimal fishing time. Today marked the peak of the tide, requiring about 6 hours for the water to fully rise. The prime opportunity for sea fishing occurs when the tide reaches 7/10. As the current speed at this juncture is ideal, not too turbulent to disrupt the fish's stability and feeding, nor too slow to diminish the oxygen levels in the water. The moderate flow at 7/10 allows for better control of the fishing gear, rendering the bait's presentation more natural and enticing for the fish. Let us try a couple more casts, and if the fish still don't bite, we can wait for some of the fishing boats to depart or take a break for half an hour. Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. Liu, eager to test his luck, felt confident in his earlier choice of prime location, having secured the best spot before the others arrived. The later fishing boats were less fortunate. Positioned near the edges of the reef where snagging the bottom was common, and they would likely depart after 10 minutes without a catch. Liu cast his line once more, this time not stopping at 15 meters, but extending it to 22 meters. Knowing that the Antarctic krill in the bait cage might not reach the bottom before being consumed. Yet, still no fish came, though he sensed the presence of fish nibbling at the live shrimp on his hook. Got one, he exclaimed, just as a Fong shouted that he had a catch. Liu observed a Fong's rod bending slightly, but the line was taut, indicating a fish was indeed hooked. You got one before me. Impressive. Lu Xiao gave a Fong a thumbs up. Lu Xiao held both admiration and envy for them. They had finally caught a fish. And it was clear there was no need to wait any longer to drop their lines. What impressiveness. It's merely luck, a Fong modestly replied. The fish was not large, but a Fong soon brought it to the surface, a pink fish adorned with 3 distinct reddish-brown stripes along its side, reminiscent of the character Chung. Is it a knife fish? A Fong exclaimed excitedly, lifting the fish onto the deck. The fish weighed about 2 kilograms, not a knife fish, but a false knife fish, known as the striped drum, which still commanded a respectable price, typically ranging between 150 to 200 for this size. Liu cautioned a Fong, recalling that he had seen the true knife fish on a small video site and had taken time to distinguish between the two. They had only heard of the knife fish, mistakenly believing it bore only 3 stripes. The striped drum, however, features 3 broad and prominent dark reddish-brown or black stripes, resembling the Chinese character Chan, and its coloration lightens as it matures, resulting in a predominantly pink or red appearance. Observing the striped drum in a Fong's grasp, Liu noted its small mouth, pondering whether it could consume larger live shrimp. Curiosity led him to inquire, a Fong, what bait did you use? A Fong had already placed his catch in the live well. Being a non-typical deep-sea fish, it did not require venting. I used shrimp, a Fong admitted. But how did yours manage to eat it? Liu probed further, did you peel it? Indeed, I removed the shell, still fished at the bottom. With this revelation, Liu realized his earlier suspicions were correct. The striped drum's mouth was too small to accommodate a whole, larger live shrimp. Now that he had identified the water layer and understood why the fish were not biting, he decided to remove the shells and continue fishing. Lu Xiao returned to check on the other 3, noticing they had caught several black sea bream but were still experiencing a lull in bites, prompting him to resume casting his line. Upon seeing Lu Xiao's return, Liu shared his technique for catching striped drums. Yet Lu Xiao opted not to follow Liu's method. As the boat owner, he felt compelled to inform customers about the valuable fish. However, this technique was not his own discovery. Should he succeed in catching a striped drum while customers failed, it could lead to discord. If only Liu and a Fong were to catch them, such issues would be avoided. Moreover, striped drums typically traveled in small schools, making their numbers limited but their market price high. Li Xiao decided to assist rather than fish himself. Liu cast directly to the seabed, and after waiting 2 minutes, he felt a tug on his line. In his excitement, he pushed the throttle of the electric reel to maximum. This one's big, Lu Xiao noted, observing the rod's pronounced bend. Suddenly, the rod jerked upward twice, a signal every angler recognized. This was about to become troublesome. Ah, is this how it goes? He exclaimed, frustration mounting as the fish slipped the hook. With a slap against the boat's edge, Liu reeled in to investigate the cause of the loss. What happened? What could it be? As he handled the line, he discovered he had inadvertently set the electric reel to maximum throttle. The fast reeling speed, combined with the fish's strength, had caused the hook to tear through the fish's mouth. Damn it, what a loss of $400. Resigned to the situation, he prepared to try once more, slowly reeling in the line as another fish took the bait. Once more, Liu affixed the peeled shrimp onto the fishing hook and lowered it to the ocean floor. This time, the striped base exhibited a hint of caution, testing the bait with a slight tremor at the tip of the rod. Liu refrained from hastily reeling in. Suddenly, the rod exhibited a pronounced downward jerk. It's here. As he prepared to reel in, Liu adjusted the throttle of the electric reel to approximately halfway, leisurely bringing the catch to the surface. After a few minutes, a striped bass emerged, which Lu Xiao expertly netted. Indeed, once the issues were resolved, the fish were quite eager to bite. Liu removed the hook and weighed it in his hand. This one was not as large as the first one caught by a fong, but comparable to the second one he had reeled in, slightly over a pound. He placed the fish into the live well, contentedly preparing to drop the line again. Chapter 73, Starfish. Since this method proved effective for catching striped bass, he once again lowered his line to the ocean floor. Observing his surroundings, he noted the presence of numerous speedboats nearby, over 10 in total, both near and far, suggesting that this fishing spot was indeed promising. This location must be remembered. Those who charter fishing boats have invested money, and boat owners strive to ensure their clients have a profitable experience, which in turn attracts more customers to their vessels. When he eventually acquired a fishing boat of his own, he could bring guests to explore this reef, which boasted a rich variety of fish species. Suddenly, the rod tip jerked downward. As Liu contemplated the fishing spot, the rod came alive with movement, pondering other matters while fishing was a disservice to the sport. The fish that had taken the bait was not substantial, making it easy for the electric reel to retrieve. To his astonishment, it was a starfish. Liu exclaimed as he observed the fish floating on the water surface, unable to contain his surprise. After calling out, he quickly scanned the vicinity. Fortunately, the other fishing boats were at a distance, their engines running, so it appeared that only the two companions beside him had heard. Lu Xiao, equally astonished to see a starfish, noted that despite numerous visits to this spot, he had never witnessed anyone catch one before. How could there be starfish here? What? You caught another grouper? A fong misheard, thinking Liu had reeled in a grouper. It's a starfish, not a grouper. Lu Xiao reminded a fong while netting the fish. What? Starfish? A fong exclaimed, taken aback. The starfish, or starry grouper, belongs to the order Perciformes and the family Serenity, favoring coral reefs and rocky substrates, though they can also inhabit sandy or muddy seabeds. Often found solitary or in small groups. Their bodies are adorned with vibrant spots or stripes, and their coloration varies with the environment and health. In dim light, they appear dark, while in bright conditions, they are lighter and more vivid. For example, deep-sea starfish typically exhibit a golden hue, whereas those in shallow waters are generally darker, often purple-brown or blending with the coastal environment. The flesh of the starfish is tender, delicious, and rich in oil, making it a prized delicacy. However, they are now increasingly rare, with a pound costing around 1,000 units. Liu carefully removed the hook from the net, observing the starfish in his palm. This starfish had an elongated oval shape, its exterior a blend of purple-brown and greenish hues, with a distinct white spot located slightly above the lateral line, just behind the junction of the dorsal fins, spines, and soft rays. Liu confirmed it was indeed a starfish, weighing about a pound, which was considered small for its kind. Is it really a starfish? A fong inquired, watching as Liu placed it into the live well. Of course it is. What are you waiting for? Cast your line. Liu cheerfully urged a fong, who remained idle while Lu Xiao promptly resumed fishing. Oh right. A fong finally realized the urgency, with Liu having caught one, which was worth at least 1,000 units. He needed to drop his line quickly to capitalize on the opportunity. Although starfish are primarily solitary, they can occasionally be found in small groups. And now that one had been caught, it was likely there were more on the ocean floor. While these fish are notoriously difficult to keep alive, they could be temporarily housed in the live well for several hours. Seizing the moment, he quickly lowered his line, hoping to catch another. A bite. It was Lu Xiao who hooked a fish. Being the first to cast, he reeled in a striped bass. Damn, a fake three-blade, he muttered, continuing to fish. As Liu lowered his line, he reflected on details he had previously overlooked, glancing at the live shrimp at his feet. He took 5 live shrimp, chopped them into small pieces, and baited the area, hoping to lure more starfish. Once everything was set, he began to gently lift and lower his rod, testing whether this would attract the starfish. A bite. This time, it was a fong who had hooked a fish. He had bravely switched to a treble hook. As a fong pulled the fish from the water, he was thrilled to see it was identical to what Liu had caught, his hands trembling with excitement as he reached for the net. Liu, recalling his own initial excitement upon catching a red-spotted fish, reminded a fong to remain calm and composed. Who understands? This is the most valuable fish he has ever caught. A fong exclaimed, unable to contain his elation. Unlike Liu, who often caught expensive fish, Liu lifted the rod several times without any further action, then decided to leave it be. Knowing that once a fish was hooked, it would signal him. He retrieved another fishing rod, prepared it, and affixed a peeled live shrimp before dropping the line. This rod was rigged with double hooks, aiming to increase the chances of a catch. Liu lowered it to 30 meters. The sun had emerged, bringing warmth. Switching the rod to his left hand, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his right. Suddenly, his left hand slipped, accidentally adjusting the reel's release, causing the sinker and line to plunge rapidly downward. Startled by the spinning spool, Liu assumed he had hooked a fish and hurriedly began reeling in. But wait, no fish was on the line. What was happening? Wasn't the water depth 30 meters here? Why was the reel still releasing line? He paused, momentarily perplexed. The depth gauge had consistently shown 30 meters, and he had tested it himself. Had the fishing boat drifted due to the waves? Lu Gu. Has the fishing boat shifted position? Liu quickly turned to Lu Xiao. Hold on, let me check the GPS, Lu Xiao replied, glancing at the GPS in the cabin. He discovered that the boat's position had shifted approximately 8 meters forward from the anchor point established earlier that morning. Yes, the fishing boat has indeed moved. And the water here is about 5 meters deeper, with a small school of fish below, Lu Xiao concluded after examining the fish finder. At this moment, Lu Xiao was equally perplexed. During his last visit, he had thoroughly scanned the seabed, and the deepest point had only been 30 meters. How could it suddenly be deeper? Regardless, it was not his doing, so he dismissed the thought. Perhaps a small depression had formed. It was possible that the starfish were hiding in this newfound depth. With the previous catches having been tempted by the bait, Liu hastily lowered the electric reel's line by another 5 meters, simultaneously releasing the line guide of his fishing rod to allow the sinker to descend further with the bait. In Chapter 74, a 4-pound stone clam fish was unexpectedly spotted by a few others. This time, he could not scrape the bottom, as he let out 34 meters of line. Liu controlled the fishing line, slowly allowing it to descend. When there was half a meter left to the bottom, he began to gently lift the rod, making the bait more conspicuous underwater. A small group of stone clam fish was resting on the seabed, and an undraped shrimp was teasing them, bobbing up and down tantalizingly. Who could resist such a temptation, especially when it was a naked shrimp? The fish could endure much, but not this. Just as one was about to bite, the dominant fish of the group, a 4-pound stone clam fish, shoved it aside and seized the bait with decisive swiftness. Here it comes. It dares to snatch my rod. This time, Liu was prepared. He firmly grasped the rod and jerked it upwards to set the hook, while simultaneously cranking the reel to retrieve the line. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain as the fish attempted to shake its head to spit out the bait, but it was being yanked upwards with great force. The other stone clam fish were bewildered. Why did the leader suddenly turn and abandon them without a word? Just then, another undraped shrimp fell down, and the remaining fish scrambled to devour it. Not large, around 4 to 5 pounds. Liu quickly reeled in 5 to 6 meters of line, while the electric reel emitted a series of beeps. Damn it, why did it have to be now, when I already had fish on the line? There was no choice but to call for a fong. A fong, my other rod has also hooked a fish. Come help me reel it in. Liu shouted without turning his head. I've hooked one too. I'll help you reel in the line after I land my fish, Lu Xiao replied in kind. I've hooked one as well, Lu Xiao added, both he and a fong having caught fish, which was indeed a cause for celebration. However, for Liu, it was a source of concern, as both of his rods were hooked, and their proximity made him anxious about tangling the lines. The rods were about a meter apart, with the hand-cranked rod further from the boat and the other closer. A fong promptly came over to assist with the retrieval, and Liu instructed him to push the throttle of the electric reel to maximum. Thankfully, neither of the fish was particularly large. Liu managed to pull in about 10 meters of line in one go. By this time, Lu Xiao had already placed his catch into the live well. Brother Lu, what kind of fish did you catch? Is it big? As Lu Xiao approached with the landing net, Liu's apprehension eased, allowing him to inquire about the size of his catch. It's decent, a stone clam fish, around 2 pounds, Lu Xiao replied, adjusting the throttle of the electric reel slightly to prevent a blowout when the fish was pulled up. The one you've got looks good too. Not too large. Probably around 4 to 5 pounds. Is a 4 to 5 pound stone clam fish not large enough? Its price is comparable to that of a red-spotted fish. As he spoke, he used the landing net to scoop up the fish caught by the electric reel. The electric reel was indeed convenient. The hand cranking was too slow. This stone clam fish had a slight case of buoyancy, requiring a needle to vent it. Lu Xiao pricked the fish with a needle, allowing its belly to deflate before placing it into the live well. Lu Xiao then went to rig his rod with bait before returning to help Liu with his catch. By the time he returned, Liu had already pulled the stone clam fish to the surface, a fish approximately half a meter long, its deep purplish-brown exterior strikingly vibrant. A stone clam fish, weighing 4 to 5 pounds, though Liu had suspected it was a stone clam fish. Witnessing such a hefty specimen being landed still stirred a sense of excitement within him. Liu set down his rod and scrutinized the stone clam fish. He was quite fortunate, as this particular specimen had exceptionally clear eyes that betrayed a hint of ignorance. The retrieval was executed flawlessly, requiring no venting. Is this a stone clam fish? Half a meter long. Lin Bo, who had been on the opposite side without a bite, came over to check if there were bites on this side. Finding none, he suggested Lu Xiao change positions. To his surprise, upon arriving at the stern, he spotted the large stone clam fish. Lin Bo felt a twinge of envy. Such a sizable stone clam fish, if word got out, would undoubtedly be fought over. A fish of this size would fetch no less than 1,300, with one specimen netting around 5,000, a sum nearly equivalent to half a month's wages for him. You guys are really something. Over here, we're getting bites from stone clam fish, while the three of us are left empty-handed on the other side. It's infuriating. Lin Bo grumbled, offering cigarettes to his companions as he approached Lu Xiao, fixing him with a penetrating stare without uttering a word. Bo, come on. Don't look at me like that. It's not like I discovered the stone clam fish here. Besides, we've been here several times without a single catch. Is that true? Lin Bo clearly doubted his words. As the captain, if he hadn't discovered it, who else could claim the find? Surely not the other two, who appeared to have only recently taken up fishing. Could it be pure luck? Lu Xiao found it difficult to respond, despite being the captain. He had not made the discovery himself, and would have to wait for Li Yu to clarify. Seeing Lu Xiao's predicament, Li Yu hung the rod with shrimp bait and patted Lin Bo's shoulder. Brother Bo, it really is just luck. I caught the stone clam fish first using ordinary shrimp meat. As he spoke, he held up the remaining shrimp meat still attached to the other hook on his rod for Lin Bo to see. Lin Bo, still half convinced, examined the shrimp meat. Just then, a Fong shouted, "I've got one." The group's attention was immediately drawn to him. The fish was not large, and the electric reel quickly brought it to the surface, a stone clam fish weighing around a pound. At that moment, Lin Bo began to believe Lu Xiao's claims and promptly returned to cast his line. Lu Xiao thanked Li Yu before following suit, needing to explain further. By the time Lu Xiao returned, he too had hooked a stone clam fish, which Li Yu helped him land and place into the live well. The group continued fishing for another 3 hours, but as the tide began to rise, the bites gradually ceased. During these 3 hours, Li Yu managed to catch 3 stone clam fish weighing around a pound each, one weighing 2 pounds, and also 4 striped bass, along with a sea wolf and a mackerel, with the remainder being black bream and some less valuable fish. The total for the two of you should be around 60,000, right? Lu Xiao remarked, looking at Li Yu. Lu Xiao was quite pleased, having caught 4 stone clam fish, each around a pound, with one weighing 2 pounds. Today's luck is on our side. We've hit the jackpot. Brother Lu, the spot you chose is indeed rich in resources. We were fortunate to stumble upon it. It's truly our time to prosper. Li Yu reeled in his rod, believing the stone clam fish had likely been hiding in that pit for quite some time, only to be discovered by him today. He glanced at the live well. The most valuable catches were the oil-spotted fish and the large stone clam fish, both still lively. Regrettably, one stone clam fish had escaped. Li Yu found a plastic bag to wrap it and placed it in the fish box. Chapter 75, Returning Early. Now, he was contemplating whether to return to shore ahead of schedule. Stone clam fish are unlike other fish. They are exceedingly finicky about their environment and do not survive long, often turning belly up at the slightest provocation. However, he was not the captain of the vessel, and there were other customers aboard. If even one person objected to an early return, there was little he could do. Moreover, how should we address the loss incurred from Lu Xiao's premature return? If there is indeed a notion of returning early, it must be clearly communicated to Lu Xiao. However, today Li Yu's spirits are undeniably high. Fortune has favored their expedition at sea. In merely 10 hours of fishing, he has caught a sizable grouper, not to mention several rockfish. Lu Xiao cast a glance at Li Yu's live well, feeling a pang of frustration. How disheartening it is to measure oneself against him. Both are at the same fishing spot, aboard the same vessel, employing identical techniques. Yet he has managed to reel in fish worth merely 10,000, while Li Yu's haul amounts to 50 or 60,000. Li Yu twisted open a bottle of mineral water, downing it in 2 swift gulps to suppress his inner agitation. The temperature is rising, and the rockfish in the live well are beginning to show signs of distress. The salinity of the water in the live well diverges from that of the ocean, exacerbating the fish's struggle with osmotic pressure and leading to their demise. If it comes to that, perhaps a return trip to sell the fish and then resume fishing would be prudent. He would cover the fuel expenses for the round trip himself. Brother Lu, the temperature is climbing, and the rockfish are starting to lie on the bottom, Li Yu remarked, using a landing net to stir the fish in the live well, hoping to encourage them to swim. When first caught, their colors were vibrant, but now their scales have darkened. Are you worried that the rockfish won't survive until we reach shore? Lu Xiao crouched beside him. It's not that I'm worried. Brother Lu, continuing to fish will surely result in their demise. You know the immense price difference between live and dead fish. Once they die, their value plummets by half. If we catch them alive only for them to perish, it would be devastating. Are you suggesting we head back early to sell the fish? Lu Xiao furrowed his brow. contemplating the pros and cons as he lit a cigarette. No, I mean we should return to sell the fish and then come back to continue fishing. It's nearly noon, and the fish aren't biting much. Everyone on the boat has managed to catch at least one rockfish. Let us see if we can head back to sell the fish and grab a meal. Don't worry, I'll cover the fuel costs. It's not about the fuel costs, are you? We haven't ventured far, we're only 30 nautical miles out. The round-trip fuel costs just over 1,000. The main issue is whether the other three will agree. All right, I'll ask them if it's feasible. Sure, Lu Xiao readily acquiesced, as he himself had caught 4 rockfish, which collectively are worth over 10,000. Besides, since you would cover the fuel, it would only cost each person 200 for the fare. Liu retrieved a pack of cigarettes from a Fang's pocket and headed towards the cockpit, while Lu Xiao gathered Lin Bo and the others. Everyone has caught at least one rockfish. They are quite valuable, but challenging to keep alive. We need to return to sell them. As they entered the cockpit, they overheard Lu Xiao speaking. Liu brought a Fang inside to listen to Lu Xiao's conclusion, distributing a cigarette to each. A 1-pound rockfish is worth 1,000. If it dies, it's only worth 500, effectively having its value. Moreover, it's already noon, and the fish aren't biting much in these last 4 hours. Okay, I agree. Liu nodded. Originally, it was meant to be his proposal, but Lu Xiao voicing it made it even more acceptable, considering he is the boat's captain. A Fang nodded in agreement. Lin Bo and the others hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Refunding you each 200 for the fare compensates for the wasted 2 hours. Noticing their hesitation, Lu Xiao laid his cards on the table. All right. Lin Bo had caught 2 rockfish weighing about 1 pound each. If they died, it would be a loss of around 1,000. Deal. Wang Lin and Chen Chang concurred. The prospect of returning to sell the fish while receiving a 200 fare refund left no room for dissent. It was merely a matter of selling fish before heading back out to sea again. Seeing everyone in agreement, Lu Xiao powered the boat back at full speed. Equipped with a satellite phone, he contacted A Wei. Hey, Uncle Wei, we've caught over 10 rockfish and some bass. Are you accepting them? What grouper? Away. Amid the din on the fishing boat, couldn't he hear clearly? Not grouper, rockfish. Liu raised the satellite phone to his mouth, shouting, Rockfish. How many do you have? Away exclaimed excitedly in the bustling dining hall of the restaurant. His shout drew the attention of many patrons, who began inquiring about rockfish. Away. If you're getting rockfish, save a few for me. Away. I frequent this place. Reserve one for me. My 2-year-old son loves rockfish. I want one too. Away. Overwhelmed by the clamoring voices, urged Liu to hold on while he calmed the patrons, asking him to call back in 10 minutes. He regretted not being more discreet about the announcement. Wait, everyone. It was someone else who contacted me. I'm not sure how many there are. All right. Just make sure to save me one. Away, my son loves rockfish. Save one for me. Akai, get lost. You're not even married. Where do you get a son? Some patrons clearly knew each other, teasing Akai for his comment. Liu, listening on the phone, felt a surge of joy. The more commotion there was on Away's end, the higher the price for their rockfish would be. After about 10 minutes, Liu called back, and Away had calmed the patrons. Hey, Ayu, how many rockfish did you say you caught? It's not just me. We caught a total of 15 or 16. Liu replied. Have you informed anyone else? Away's greatest concern was that Liu's crew had alerted other fish traders, as such fish would be snatched up on the market. No. You were the first I contacted. Great. Don't notify anyone else. I'll buy all the fish from your boat, offering you a price increase of 5 to 10% for the rockfish. How does that sound? Away proposed. According to our local market price increase, that works. Liu nodded in agreement, knowing that rockfish typically command a high price when available. Chapter 76. The Frenzied Rush to Purchase. After hanging up, Liu relayed the message. Brother Liu, I just contacted the manager of Hongtai restaurant in town, and I've been selling the fish to him. He usually offers a good price. Will you sell to him? Lu Xiao felt a headache coming on at the thought of the rockfish. He usually called fish traders to collect, but time was short, and he hadn't notified any traders. The price they would offer would likely be lower. Besides, there were some common fish like black bream, and he wasn't sure how high the manager would be willing to go. If the price were low, Lin Bo and the others would certainly be reluctant to sell. Ayu, does the manager at Hongtai buy all types of fish? Lu Xiao inquired, trusting Liu and asking on behalf of the others. Yes, he just said he would buy everything. All right, let us see what price he offers. If it's too low, don't blame me for not selling. If other fish are sold, they are sold, but the rockfish is a different matter. A price drop of even 20% could mean hundreds lost. Lu Xiao felt compelled to clarify to avoid any future misunderstandings. As for not selling and bringing the rockfish back to eat, impossible. Such an expensive item. How could an ordinary person even contemplate indulging in it? It's simply too precious. All right, let us give it a try. Lu Gu, please refrain from informing the other fishmongers for now. Liu reminded him, as it was an agreement made with Away. Away is quite generous, so he surely won't disappoint this time. Time passed slowly as Lu Xiao docked the fishing boat at the town's pier. Away had already arrived, accompanied by several prominent businessmen and gourmands, eager to see if they could snag a few of those prized stone clam fish. Away found himself in a predicament, for the information had indeed leaked from him, and these affluent individuals were not ones he could afford to offend. Fortunately, at least Li Yu was a man of his word and had not alerted the other fishmongers. "Is this the speedboat?" Away inquired. "It should be this one." "Just a moment, esteemed gentleman. We'll know shortly," he replied. Boss Zhang was busy tidying up his fishing vessel at the pier. Since his last outing with Li Yu and company, his fishing boat's reputation had skyrocketed, booking up for the entire month. After all, who wouldn't want a reel in a hefty grouper weighing 30 to 40 pounds? He recognized the people standing at the pier. As Li Yu's fish had been sold to him last time, who could he be waiting for? Could it possibly be that Li Yu again? Unlikely. He hadn't heard of Li Yu venturing out to Area B lately. Wait, this is old Lu's fishing boat, but isn't it usually docked in Area C? Lu Xiao parked the fishing boat approximately 10 meters away from Boss Zhang's small vessel. His boat was originally stationed in Area C, but since Li Yu had communicated a different location to the restaurant manager, it was merely a temporary docking. Li Yu stood on the foredeck, surprised to see over 10 individuals at the pier. Hadn't he only informed Uncle Wei? How could there be so many people? Regardless, he waved to Wei, beckoning him to approach the fishing boat. However, he paid no mind to Boss Zhang's small vessel next door, his attention solely focused on Wei and his entourage. Wow, it's really him. I must check out what fish he has caught. This guy's luck and skills are quite impressive, Boss Zhang mused, making his way through the crowd. Li Yu helped Wei aboard the fishing boat, and before Wei could steady himself, he began to explain, "Uncle Wei, I only notified you. The crowd at the pier isn't due to me." This clarification was crucial. Wei was his benefactor, offering a generous price and even willing to add zeros to his payments. He certainly didn't want to jeopardize this supplier. "No worries, it wasn't your doing. It's my oversight. The fish are over there. Let us take a look." Li Yu guided him to his live well, handing him a net for inspection. As soon as Wei lowered the net, he was astonished. Half-meter-long stone clam fish, over a meter-long mullet, oil-slicked fish resembling piglets, and so many spring mullets. "Hiss, did you really catch all of these by yourself?" he exclaimed. "Of course. The others are in their own live wells. We set sail around 3 this morning. If it weren't for the abundance of stone clam fish, we wouldn't be back until tomorrow morning," Li Yu replied. Wei had anticipated Li Yu's good fortune, but not to this extent. Considering the time spent traveling, he had only fished for about 10 hours. Seeing a Fong standing nearby, he quickly pulled him over. These two were usually inseparable, and with Li Yu's impressive haul, a Fong wouldn't be far behind. "I accidentally leaked news about our stone clam fish during my phone call this morning, and now several big bosses from the restaurant are here. I'll have trouble competing with them for fish, so let us not weigh these until the big bosses leave. I'll buy them from you afterward," Wei assured them. "Don't worry, I'll match whatever price these bosses offer you too." The people at the pier were growing impatient. Who would willingly bask in the sun if not for the fish? "All right, Uncle Wei, but I can't speak for the others. I'll go let them know," Li Yu replied, slightly anxious about whether Wei would also take the other fisherman's fish. Of course. Hearing Wei's assurance eased Li Yu's mind. He approached Lu Xiao. "Lu Gu, it's like this, okay? Let us start by weighing one from my catch," Lu Xiao replied, extracting the largest fish he had caught and placing it into the transport box, then gesturing for Li Yu to assist him. He calculated carefully. Excluding Li Yu's 2 fish, they had a total of 8 fish aboard, certainly insufficient to satisfy all these patrons. Lu Xiao set the transport box down, allowing the bosses to inspect. Indeed, stone clam fish. How exquisite. "This must weigh around 2 pounds, right? Is it wild?" they exclaimed. "It's certainly wild. Look how vibrant it is." These businessmen were visiting the pier for the first time, filled with curiosity. Some even attempted to touch the stone clam fish. Lu Xiao quickly intervened. Hey, gentlemen, please don't grab them." All right, esteemed gentlemen, let me be frank. There are 8 stone clam fish on the boat, but only 2 in this box are of the same size. All right, young man, just give us a base price, and the highest bidder wins," suggested a refined middle-aged man. Certainly, Lu Xiao thought this was an excellent idea, as competitive bidding would yield a better price. Li Yu had already received the base price from Wei, so he merely needed to present a figure. Chapter 77. A single person achieves the goal. Lu Xiao pondered momentarily, and then relayed the base price Li Yu had provided. "Gentlemen, the stone clam fish weighing 2 pounds starts at 1,200 per pound. There are only 2 fish exceeding that weight." Fine, 1,200 it is. Let us weigh them." The moment Lu Xiao finished speaking, the middle-aged man made his offer. The others, familiar with this businessman, were reluctant to let a single fish spoil their relationships. While delicious, business still relied on camaraderie. "All right, Lu Xiao proceeded to weigh the fish. Gentlemen, look, 2 pounds and 4 ounces, totaling 2,800. Great. This one weighs 2 pounds and 1 ounce, totaling 2,520 yuan. Lu Xiao continued weighing the second fish, noticing that these affluent bosses were quite astute. Mr. Huang, would you like to take this one? Proposed the portly figure, and the others nodded in agreement. All right. The man, referred to as Mr. Huang, readily retrieved his mobile phone to make payment. Before long, all 8 stone clam fish were sold, transferred to Lu Xiao, who would subsequently distribute the payments according to weight to the other 3. As Lu Xiao and Li Yu were taking the stone clam fish down, Boss Zhang, squeezed amidst the crowd, caught sight of the fish in the box. Ah, stone clam fish. They actually caught stone clam fish. Darn it. Lu Xiao has struck gold again. Not only are the fish valuable, but he won't have to worry about customers for some time to come. But where on earth did they catch them? Never have I heard of that fishing spot yielding stone bass. However, it seems that Li Yu's luck may have run dry, as I have yet to see him catch any fish. As the prominent figures gradually departed, the fish were marked with zip ties and placed into the aquatic vehicle brought by Away. Upon Away's arrival, he adjusted the salinity and temperature of the water to ensure the fish could survive for 2 or 3 days. At that moment, Li Yu caught sight of Boss Zhang amidst the crowd. Hey, Boss Zhang, aren't you going out to sea today? Li Yu queried, retrieving a cigarette he had borrowed from Afong and offering it to Zhang. Ah, Li Yu, I just returned from a fishing trip. While tidying up the small boat, I noticed a crowd gathered at the dock, so I thought I should come over to take a look. Zhang replied with a broad smile as he accepted the cigarette. I see. Well, Boss Zhang, I have some matters to attend to, so I must be on my way, Li Yu said before turning to leave. But Zhang called out to him once more. Hey, Li Yu, where did you catch those stone bass? I haven't seen any of your fish. Ah, of course. They were caught at sea, Li Yu quickly replied, noticing the growing discontent on Zhang's face. I'm afraid I can't disclose the exact location of the fishing spot. You should ask Lu Gu. He gestured towards Lu Xiao. There, Lu Gu is over there. You can inquire with him. Boss Zhang, Uncle Wei is still waiting on the boat for me to sell the fish. I must be off, Li Yu said, promptly departing. Zhang, undeterred, approached Lu Xiao with a determined demeanor. No choice, it's all about making money. No shame in that, he thought. Upon returning to the small boat, Li Yu found that the 2 individuals Away brought had already set up the scales, intending to weigh the fish directly aboard. As Li Yu stepped onto the boat, Away eagerly beckoned him over to discuss the pricing. Li Yu, their offer was 1,200. I'll give you 1,300 for the 2, and for the large one. If it exceeds 4 pounds, I'll pay 2,000. What do you think? Away proposed, offering such a generous price because he recognized that Li Yu had not informed other fish vendors. All right, let's weigh the stone base, Li Yu responded, revealing a total of 6 stone base. Each stone base weighed 4 pounds 6 ounces, while the remainder totaled 8 pounds 7 ounces, amounting to 25,010. The true snapper weighed 4 pounds 2 ounces, priced at 150 per pound, totaling 630. The spring fish weighed 21 pounds, priced at 80, totaling 1,680. The sea bass weighed 78 pounds, priced at 50, totaling 3,900. There was one oil fish, weighing 11 pounds, priced at 350, totaling 3,850. 5 striped drum weighed a total of 11 pounds 6 ounces, priced at 130, totaling 1,508. The remaining fish included the afternoon fish, with the largest weighing 21 pounds, priced at 200 per pound, while the rest, totaling 146 pounds, was priced at 150 per pound, amounting to 26,100. Additionally, there were some sea wolves, black bream, mackerel, and more, totaling 23 pounds, offered at 40 per pound, yielding 920. Altogether, the total came to 63,598. Rounding it off, it amounted to 63,600. Incredible. That's equivalent to my annual salary. This isn't fishing, it's outright robbery, he exclaimed, earning over 60,000 from a single trip. If he were to go out 10 times in a month, that would amount to over 600,000. Truly remarkable. Others had arrived at the boat at some point, gathered to witness the weighing process, and were astonished when the calculations were revealed. Observing the scene, Lu Xiao quickly recorded a video, intending to share it on social media for promotional purposes. The caption read, "Who understands? Others on my boat fished for 10 hours and earned over 60,000, along with a screenshot of the transaction. No worries, Uncle Wei. The price Away offered is already quite high, over 60,000, fulfilling Lu Uncle's task, not including Afong's." Next, it was Afong and Lu Xiao's turn. Afong would earn a bit more, as he had caught 26 pounds of spring fish, totaling over 30,000, while Lu Xiao was close to earning 10,000. And Lin Bo and the others, including the stone base, would make 4 to 5,000. Once all the fish were weighed, Away departed with the catch, and the fast food Lu Xiao had ordered arrived at the dock. Each received a serving of pig's trotter rice, priced at $30, and after a long morning, they were quite hungry, diving into their meals with gusto, savoring the rich pig's trotter rice. After finishing his meal, Liu went to a nearby ATM to withdraw $2,000, which he had promised Lu Xiao for fuel costs. This trip had certainly been profitable for him, and contributing a bit for fuel was only fair. Upon his return, Lu Xiao was already steering the fishing boat back out to sea. Liu refrained from inquiring about their next fishing spot. Instead, he settled onto the sofa in the cockpit to rest, having risen at around 2 in the morning. And despite returning home only to stay up late with his father, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Since this fishing trip began, he had been caught up in the thrilling excitement of catching fish. Although the electric reel made it less tiring, he was still consumed by thoughts of how to catch more fish, which was mentally taxing. Chapter 78. Not being able to catch fish is certainly not my fault. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep, preferring not to squeeze into the sleeping quarters with the others, as the idea of 5 large men crammed into a small room was somewhat terrifying. Lu Xiao piloted the fishing boat for an hour and a half before arriving at their chosen fishing spot. This location was a cement artificial reef area, with a depth of 27 meters, and it was quite expansive. Upon their arrival, they could already see several fishing boats on the surface of the water. Among them was one Lu Xiao recognized, and he slowed down to approach and inquire about the situation. Brother Zhang, how is this spot? Unlike previous inquiries, this Zhang was forthcoming with information. I just arrived about 2 hours ago. It's just past 3, and the fish aren't biting much. I've only caught a few small snapper. Would you like to come take a look? Lu Xiao hesitated to board his fishing boat directly, knowing that although the waves were not too rough, safety was paramount. Everyone, this is an artificial reef area, 27 to 28 meters deep, and it covers a large area. From what I've learned, this reef spans 20,000 square meters and is still under expansion. However, I just asked around, and it seems that due to the time of day, there aren't many fish. He continued, would you prefer to try here first or move to another location? As he navigated the boat around, he asked for their preferences. Let's try here first. Several voices chimed in agreement. After all, they had already recouped their costs for the trip and were eager to try their luck. They understood that the boat owner was not a magician. He could not guarantee fish at every location, but it was essential to provide excellent service and ample fishing spots. All right, we'll first see if there are any fish here, and if not, we can change locations. There's still plenty of time. The tide will recede around 5:30 this afternoon. As Lu Xiao spoke, he monitored the fish finder. After circling for a few hundred meters, he spotted some fish marks, albeit few in number, and promptly decided to anchor at that spot. This location had a small school of fish, not large, but they would give it a try. With that, the crew began to set up their fishing rods to test their luck. Liu had actually awakened when Lu Xiao first anchored the boat, though he remained in a sleepy haze, his eyes stubbornly refusing to open. Upon hearing Lu Xiao instruct the others to prepare their fishing rods, he forced himself to fully awaken. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, the sunlight reflecting off the sea's surface blinding him momentarily. As he approached his fishing spot with a rod in hand, he noticed Afang successfully reeling in a small black bream. Awake now, Liu. Afang greeted him with a nod. Liu responded with a grunt, still feeling far from fully alert. He fished out a bottle of mineral water from the cooler, downing half of it in one go before pouring the rest over his head. The invigorating chill of the icy water jolted him awake completely. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the sun was more relentless out in the open sea than it was in the bay. The water was tranquil, devoid of any breeze. Squinting against the glare, he surveyed the vast expanse of the ocean, counting 9 fishing boats within his line of sight. Damn, he muttered. Has all the luck been used up this morning? He removed the small bream bait from his hook and tossed it back into the sea, noting that Afang had already taken a break 10 minutes prior. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he realized he had been fishing here for 6 or 7 casts, all yielding only small black bream. Most infuriatingly, he had also lost a fishing rig here. How unfortunate. Logically, this area, an artificial reef made of cement, had been expanded just last year, with various shapes of concrete reefs deployed. It had been a year since they were sunk, and surely the crevices must be teeming with algae and shellfish. There should be fish here. Looks like the fish aren't cooperating this afternoon. He lamented. Damn it. It must be the atmospheric pressure. It can't possibly be my fault. After a mental pep talk, he decided to take out 2 fishing rods, one for his position and one for Afang's. The rod he positioned in front of him was a short boat rod. He replaced the line with a nylon one, and, having snagged an octopus from Lu Xiao, he cast it down to entice larger fish. He rigged the shore rod with a series of hooks and a bait cage, quickly tying it up and stuffing half a cage full of Antarctic krill inside, before rushing to the cabin to check the fish finder, confirming that small fish were still present beneath. This time, he was determined not to target the small bream. He lowered the bait directly to the bottom, hoping to entice larger fish with the combination of Antarctic krill and the small bream swarm. After waiting for 10 minutes without a nibble, he began to shake the rod to release the krill from the cage. Another 7 minutes passed with still no sign of fish. What the hell? Not a single bite. This was a first for him. During his fishing trips back home, whenever there were fish, especially these bream, they bit fiercely. However, today, he watched helplessly as a school of small breams swam beneath him. Yet he couldn't catch a single larger fish. Was there really no larger fish here? Liu refused to believe this misfortune. He engaged the electric reel, drawing up the bait cage, which emerged empty. Every last krill had been scattered. Undeterred, he stuffed more Antarctic krill into the cage. Today he was resolute. He would not relent until he caught a fish. Almost an hour passed, and he had exhausted an entire pack of Antarctic krill. Yet he had only managed to catch a few small bream, and those were caught only when he switched to midwater fishing. At least he could leave with something, even if it was just small bream. What? You say small bream don't count as fish? After reeling in the shore rod, he finally glanced around. The sun was now dipping low in the west, and the surrounding fishing boats had departed. Lu Xiao was nearly finished preparing dinner, and Ah Fong had come by to check on him, as had Lin Bo, who shook his head and walked off after seeing his empty catch. Once Liu had packed up his rod, Lu Xiao had completed dinner, a simple fare of seafood instant noodles. None of them had anticipated such a dismal afternoon of fishing. The fish caught in the morning had all been sold. The ingredients for the instant noodles were the live shrimp and octopus that had been intended as bait. Liu savored his meal, even going back for seconds, as he could at least claim to have caught something today. After finishing, Lu Xiao pulled out a pack of Red Bull from the cooler and set it on the deck for everyone to help themselves. All right, everyone. We have 40 minutes until the tide begins to recede. Let us take a 10-minute break before we head out to catch some large grouper. Chapter 79, Deep Sea Fishing. After the customers aboard the boat had rested for 10 minutes, Lu Xiao navigated the fishing vessel towards another fishing spot. As the speed of the boat gradually decreased, Liu estimated the travel time. It took about 30 minutes to reach this location from the cement artificial reef area. The distance between these fishing spots exceeded 10 nautical miles. In the open sea, switching to another spot was quite far, and without a speedboat, it would be impossible to make the journey. Before the tide began to recede, Lu Xiao gathered everyone to discuss the specifics of this fishing spot. Let me give you a brief overview of this location and its structure. The depth here ranges from 40 to 50 meters and consists of a reef area where we will soon experience a tidal current. As the tide recedes, this spot will generate a strong current, and the likelihood of catching grouper here is quite high. For your gear, I recommend using boat rods with a high-strength PE line rated at 4 or 8, and for the leader, use a line that is 2 or 3 sizes thicker than the main line, ideally around 2 meters long. The sinkers should weigh over 300 grams. You have 10 minutes to set up your gear, and we will start fishing once the tide begins to recede. As the saying goes, heed the advice of others, and you shall eat well. Liu promptly followed Lu Xiao's instructions to assemble his fishing rod. Using an 8-size PE line for the main line, a 10-size steel wire for the leader, and a temporary sinker of 300 grams. After preparing his rod, he pulled Ah Fong over to inquire about the specifics of fishing with tidal currents. Following Lu Xiao's thorough explanation, the two grasped the basics of deep-sea fishing with currents. The technique involved utilizing the flow of water to move the fishing gear and bait to search for fish, guiding the gear to areas where the current was relatively calm. The captain needed to maintain the position of the fishing vessel, ensuring it remained relatively stationary while adjusting its location. Lu Xiao stood at the front of the boat, searching for an ideal fishing spot. Soon, he identified a promising current. In the nearby waters, he estimated that as the tide receded, it would encounter the rocky reefs, creating swirling eddies that formed a backflow. This backflow was calmer, likely trapping plankton and small fish, thus attracting larger predatory fish like grouper. He positioned the fishing boat 15 meters above the backflow and shouted to everyone, "Look sharp. The tide about 10 meters behind us is excellent, forming a backflow. This is the tide of opportunity. Whether or not you catch a large grouper depends on your skills. Remember, when I say drop, you drop. If you need to touch the bottom, do so. If you can't catch any fish in this current, you can't blame me." Liu pondered for a moment, still uncertain about what the fish here preferred to eat, and decided to hook an octopus as bait. Down it goes, 30 meters. Lu Xiao observed that several individuals were already prepared, so he utilized the helm outside the cabin, attentively monitoring the crew aboard while deftly maneuvering the fishing boat to drift with the current. He made subtle adjustments to the course, ensuring that the vessel would seamlessly reach the eddy zone. Upon hearing Lu Xiao's command to lower their lines, everyone promptly cast their fishing rods. Positioned at the stern of the boat, Lu Xiao had a clear view of the fishing boat's location and direction, as well as the positions of the fishing rigs, remaining ever ready to modify the boat's position. As the fishing boat gradually floated downward, the entire vessel swayed continuously. Lu Xiao made further adjustments to stabilize the boat, allowing the bait to descend smoothly. After a slight repositioning, he scrutinized the angler's lines and noticed they remained vertical, deciding to maintain the boat's orientation. Attention! We are nearing the eddy zone. Prepare to strike the bottom, he called out. As the fishing boat approached the eddy, Lu Xiao urged everyone to get ready. Liu, fully focused, immediately released line at Lu Xiao's cue, the sinker plummeting with the lively shrimp to the seabed. Just then, Wang Lin exclaimed, "I have a fish on." This announcement instantly captivated the attention of everyone on board. After an afternoon of fruitless fishing, the prospect of a catch sparked hope. "I have a fish too." "Me as well," echoed the chorus from the others, with the exception of the unfortunate Liu. At this moment, the fishing boat had entered the eddy zone, and its body ceased to sway. Lu Xiao activated the stabilizer, securing the vessel before inspecting the catches. Liu assisted a Fong in netting a large eye snapper, weighing about a pound. The large eye snapper, known for its disproportionately large head and eyes, exhibits a vibrant red exterior and typically inhabits deeper waters near rocky areas. Displaying a nocturnal foraging habit, it likely ventured into the eddy formed by the receding tide in search of prey. The flesh of the large eye snapper is firm, with few bones and rich in fat, commonly prepared by steaming or braising in the local cuisine, where it fetches around 30 yuan per pound. The others also reeled in large eye snappers, while Liu glanced at the fish finder, spotting a school of fish at the edge of the eddy. However, with the tide currently receding, the fishing boat struggled to maintain its position, relying solely on the method of covering the current. "All right, let us bait up again. I will bring the fishing boat back for another round. We had some success last time. Let us see who is fortunate this time." Liu checked his main line for wear and, finding none, pondered whether he had positioned himself incorrectly earlier. The timing for lowering his line had been impeccable, as was the moment for striking the bottom. Both times he had waited for Lu Xiao's cue. Striking the bottom was crucial, the greater the disturbance, the more likely it was to attract the grouper hiding in the rocky crevices. Moreover, Liu realized that being near the bow meant he should delay striking by a second or two after Lu Xiao's command, lest he scare away the fish by acting too soon. Determined to rectify his approach, he surveyed the surroundings and noted that the fishing boat was nearing the previous position. Using the same octopus bait as last time, he wondered if luck would be on his side this time. Lu Xiao glanced at the GPS and fish finder, adjusted the boat's position, and began to drift with the current. Feeling it was time to cast, Lu Xiao shouted, "Lower your lines." Liu, a Fong, and Lin Bo had already placed their sinkers and baited rigs into the water, and upon hearing Lu Xiao's command, they lowered their lines to 30 meters. Lu Xiao, after ensuring everyone had cast their lines, focused solely on guiding the fishing boat along the current. "Attention! Strike the bottom." This time, Liu did not wait for Lu Xiao's voice before striking. Instead, he allowed a couple of seconds to pass before making his move. "Damn it! Still no bites," he muttered in frustration. Just as he pondered the lack of action, he felt a slight tug on his line. Could it be? He instinctively engaged the electric reel, feeling the rod bend downward. "I've got one. I really have a fish," Liu exclaimed, as if the weight of the afternoon's misfortune had been lifted. A Fong, noticing Liu's rod bending, quickly reeled in his own line to avoid entanglement, as the turbulent waters threatened to intertwine their lines. "Don't rush. Take your time. It might be a grouper." Lu Xiao, startled by Liu's outburst, had been focused on the fishing boat but reacted swiftly, halting the vessel and activating the stabilizer to reduce the current's effect. By now, Liu had reeled in 6 or 7 meters of line, and upon hearing Lu Xiao mention the possibility of a grouper, he slowed his retrieval. The fish isn't too large, perhaps around 5 or 6 pounds. No matter, having a catch is already a triumph. Lin Bo approached to see what Liu had hooked, while the other two unfortunate souls had snagged their lines. As Liu gradually retrieved his line, the true form of the fish emerged. It was a small green grouper, not particularly large. A Fong adeptly netted the fish, which had ascended rapidly, its belly swollen and slightly compressed. Liu punctured the fish's belly and placed it into the live well. Such small groupers were not highly valued, typically fetching 100 yuan per pound. He had grown indifferent to this catch. The other two onlookers felt somewhat dismayed, despite the grouper's low market value. A live one could easily be worth 500 to 600 yuan, and a deceased one would have that price. Watching Liu handle the fish, Lu Xiao prepared to initiate another drift. "You two might as well cut your lines. We'll do this again." Reluctantly, the two acknowledged the need to cut their lines, knowing that their PE lines would either snag or be severed by the fishing boat's propulsion. With Liu's catch of a small grouper, albeit modest, there was still evidence that grouper lingered in the area, warranting a few more drifts. "Release, this time to 25 meters." Lu Xiao called out, prompting the group to cast their lines once more. The tide had receded slightly, necessitating a shorter line drop. "Attention, strike the bottom." Liu again waited a second or two before striking, feeling the line respond similarly to before. Sigh. Still no fish. Is this fishing spot devoid of life? How could there be no fish? Surely your luck has simply run dry, came the retort. This time, no one snagged their lines. And after 10 seconds of waiting without bites, Lin Bo suggested reeling in. Let us pull our lines. This spot likely has no fish. Lu Xiao should find a new location. Patience, patience. Not everyone has reeled in yet. Let us see if the others can catch something. If not, we'll let Lu Xiao change spots, Lin Bo remarked nonchalantly. Considering that they had already recouped their expenses for the outing and even made a profit of 3 or 4,000 yuan. So he would not face his wife's ire upon returning. After all, the evening promised to be the time for exerting their efforts. Afong observed the other three as they reeled in their lines, and he decided to follow suit, picking up the landing net to assist Li Yu. He had an inkling that this time, Li Yu might just hook a substantial catch. Li Yu, engrossed in his fishing rod, remained oblivious to the actions of the others. Save for Afong, who was right beside him and impossible to ignore. At that moment, Li Yu noticed the fishing line slanted towards the bow of the boat. What could be happening? Was a fish pursuing an octopus? The weight he had attached was designed to keep the line vertical. And the inclination of the line could only mean two things. Either a large fish was chasing the octopus, causing it to flee and pull the line, or it was merely a result of him not having straightened the line when casting, though the latter seemed highly improbable. With both hands gripping the rod tightly and his feet slightly apart, Li Yu braced himself to strike. A bite. He saw the tip of the rod dip gently before an abrupt force yanked it down into the water. He swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. With all his might, Li Yu raised the rod, ensuring the hook penetrated the fish's mouth. The hooked fish, sensing the sting, frantically burrowed into the depths. Yet Li Yu would not grant it that opportunity. With his left hand still hoisting the rod, his right hand pushed the throttle of the electric reel to its maximum. The reel began to whir as it drew in the line. Steady. As he watched the reel retrieve the line, Li Yu slapped the side of the boat in celebration. After 10 meters of line were reeled in, the fish was now under pressure, struggling less than before. He was genuinely exhilarated. The fish had risen from the ocean floor and was under pressure, and he could hardly conceive of any maneuver that could allow it to escape, unless he were to sever the line himself. Indeed, he had struck gold. Lin Bo, who had been observing the entire scene, let his cigarette fall to the deck, mumbling incessantly. This time, he truly believed in Li Yu's prowess. Rather than attributing it solely to luck, Wang Lin, witnessing the spectacle, remarked, "That fish is the largest. Why didn't it bite my hook?" Chen Chong felt a pang of envy at that moment. Even Lu Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, for just by observing the rod's performance, it was evident that this fish was quite substantial. Li Yu inhaled deeply, continuing to gaze at the surface of the sea. As the electric reel gradually reeled in the line, the silhouette of the fish began to emerge from the water, slowly rising to the surface. Suddenly, a large grouper broke the surface, resembling a small piglet. Li Yu exhaled a long breath, gently pulling the line to guide the fish closer to the boat's edge. Get the gaff. Afong, holding the landing net, shook his head in resignation, while he had the rod to help Li Yu catch fish. He never anticipated that he would land such a massive one. Lu Xiao approached with the gaff, leaning over the side of the boat to pierce the fish's mouth. It showed no resistance, merely thrashing its tail a couple of times before he and Afong worked together to hoist the fish aboard the fishing vessel. As the sizable grouper lay on the deck, Li Yu reclined beside it, asking Afong to take a photograph. The fish measured over a meter in length, after lying down. Li Yu's heels aligned with the fish's tail, while its head reached his hips. Once the photo was taken, Afong also lay down, requesting Li Yu to capture his image. Chapter 81. Catching and cooking. After Afong snapped a photo, Lu Xiao gave Li Yu a thumbs up. He increasingly perceived Li Yu as genuinely impressive, especially since the others had only caught smaller fish, while he had just now brought in a grand grouper. This fish should weigh over 40 pounds. It was about right. They sought out a needle to release the fish's air bladder. Honestly, such a large grouper could hardly be deemed beautiful. It even appeared somewhat unsightly, with its belly swollen and its tail looking awkward in contrast. He shrugged it off, pushing the grouper into the live well. Observing it flick its tail in a futile attempt to swim, which was impossible. If it managed to survive in the live well, it would be quite a miracle. Li Yu shook his head as he watched the fish's gills rhythmically open and close. Pondering whether it might live for another 10 hours, its fate was now in its own hands. The others, spurred by Li Yu's excitement, were reluctant to take a break, urging Lu Xiao to cast again. Li Yu, seeing the others return to their fishing spots, quietly shared with Afong the necessary techniques for bottom fishing and the timing for tapping the seafloor. Release. Tap the bottom. Damn it, I've snagged the bottom too. One more cast, then we can rest and prepare dinner. As twilight descended and the tide began to recede, the area became unsuitable for bottom fishing. Lu Xiao found a spot to anchor and started preparing dinner. The most exhausting task over the next 2 hours fell upon Lu Xiao, as he had to focus on the fishing boat while simultaneously observing the others' casting efforts. Afong soon caught a grouper weighing around 3 pounds. Liu landed a black sea bream weighing about 2 pounds, which he contributed to Lu Xiao's dinner preparations. The meal was simple: steamed black sea bream, stir-fried greens, meatball soup, and egg-fried rice were served. Once darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Xiao illuminated the fishing boat's lights and anchored at a spot known for small squid. The squids began to gather. Lu Xiao glanced at the water's surface, where he could already see small squids attracted by the lights. Tonight was for leisure. The price of squid was quite high, around 8 to 1 pound, so catching a few more would be worthwhile. Lu Xiao, concerned about the others' expectations, quickly explained, "All right. Squid is also good, quite delicious. Let's get to work." This time, Liu prepared squid hooks, specifically small hooks ranging from size 2 to 4. With each squid hook containing 15 hooks, he switched to a 3-size PE line, attached shrimp meat to the hooks, and, with his mining lamp on his head, he began to fish. This time, he did not use the electric reel. He cast the rig out and waited a few minutes for it to sink before starting a slow retrieve. He pulled in 2 meters, paused, and gently shook the rod to entice the squid to bite. Got one. Feeling a squid nibbling at the bait, he swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook and repeated the motion. After about 10 repetitions, the rig was nearly at the surface, so he decided to reel it in. Out of 15 hooks, he had caught 12. These squids were of decent size, likely weighing just over a pound each. He could freeze them and sell them to Uncle Wei, expecting to fetch market price. This catch would yield a tidy sum, certainly worth the effort, though a bit labor-intensive. Liu removed the squids and placed them in the fish box, reattaching shrimp meat before casting the rig out again. With the boat's lights still bright, the surrounding squids gathered, and now he didn't even need to let the lines sink to the bottom. Dropping at 20 meters would suffice. These squids were remarkable. If this continued, he might just earn back the cost of the boat solely from squid fishing. Afong was also reeling in. Placing his squids in the fish box, "I got a full string this time, 15 in total. Let's go? At this rate, we'll recoup our expenses in less than 10 casts." Lu Xiao also began fishing, deploying 2 rods to maximize production. 10 casts. If every cast turned out like this, we'd easily reach 100 casts tonight. Afong cast his rod again, saying, "100 casts? Are you trying to wear out your hands? Hey, isn't this fun? Squid fishing is just for leisure. If we really want to make money, we need to catch big fish, like that massive grouper Liu just caught, which could fetch 1 or 2,000. Indeed, according to Liu's account regarding the large grouper, one solitary fish has proven to be immensely profitable. Lu Xiao, too, finds himself envious of Liu, who has garnered nearly 100,000 in a single day. Such a feat is truly remarkable. Moreover, the grouper is still alive. If it can be brought ashore while still breathing, its value would undoubtedly soar. Witnessing a hefty grouper, weighing over 40 pounds, being hoisted aboard is an exhilarating experience for an avid angler, especially after an afternoon spent in pursuit of fish. Around them, the smaller squids congregate, and Liu sets down another fishing rod, this time equipped with an electric reel. Managing 2 hand-operated rods simultaneously would be an arduous task, even for the most skilled. They have officially commenced their productive endeavor, reeling in a rod every 5 minutes, with catches ranging from 5 to 6 at a time, and at times, an entire string. However, the strings filled exclusively with hand-operated rods allow for the counting of the small squids that are biting. The other rod, designated for rock fishing, is simply cast into the sea, ready to be reeled in at the appropriate moment. The fish box has been replenished with ice. The 85-liter fishing box remains quite substantial. Yet, this voyage has not seen it filled to capacity, and there is uncertainty regarding when the catches will sufficiently fill the box. Lu Xiao and Afong exhibit the highest efficiency, reeling in their lines with remarkable speed. As the lights are kept on longer, the small squids caught grow larger, with 6 or 7 now equating to a pound. Occasionally, they even manage to hook a few mackerels or black sea bream that come to forage. The small squids are, in fact, Chinese cuttlefish, though they are affectionately referred to as little squids or local squid by the locals. Lu Xiao, having caught a few larger specimens, casts his rod once more. He retrieves around 20 small squids, slicing them in half, and proceeds to the kitchen for a thorough cleaning, pairing them with wasabi and soy sauce, neatly arranged on 2 plates. "Come, savor the flavor," he exclaims before heading to the other side to deliver the dishes to Lin Bo and the others. Liu eagerly picks up a piece, dipping it in the wasabi soy sauce before tossing it into his mouth, soon followed by Afong. How to describe it? Fresh, tender, with a delightful springiness. One can discern a hint of sweetness that invigorates the senses. Afong scratches his head, pondering for a moment before finally settling on a fitting adjective. "After a while of fishing, I shall take a break. This fresh little squid is truly delectable." Liu has no intention of continuing to fish. The effort has become somewhat exhausting, and it appears Liu Xiao is quite content to remain in this spot and continue angling. Just as he contemplates this, Liu Xiao approaches once again, bearing another plate.